Chapter 1940. One boiling lacquer, though Feng Yuo harbored some dissatisfaction that the machinery factory had allocated him only a single fresh graduate from vocational school. He consoled himself with the pragmatic truth. Something was better than nothing. The actual work of trial-producing relays demanded far more grunt labor than the comfortable theorizing he'd engaged in during the design phase. Fortunately, most of these tasks required little technical expertise, and a helper, however green, would free up considerable energy for more critical work. As he mentally calculated the project timeline, he remained oblivious to the occasional furtive glances the teenager before him cast toward his office. For the past 2 days, Feng Yu had devoted himself to studying the enameled wire manufacturing documentation Faraday had provided, sacrificing both sleep and meals in the process. The picture that emerged was sobering. Faraday's own experimental production had followed a labyrinth route, employing both modified tung oil and modified raw lacquer. Yet regardless of which formulation was used, the resulting lacquer film exhibited abysmal abrasion resistance, necessitating reinforcement with cotton yarn winding. The product could barely function in motors, and even then, only at the cost of significantly reduced service life. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem too difficult, Feng Yuo murmured, surveying the materials with nascent confidence. The electrical department had generously contributed several silicon steel sheets purported to be of excellent quality, his first tentative step into the relay manufacturing quagmire. Word of his ambition spread quickly through interested circles. Soon, senators with electronics backgrounds and colleagues from the electrical department descended upon him through letters, telephone calls, and personal visits, each bearing advice and encouragement. For a time, both his residence and office hosted a constant stream of well-wishers, and his motivation swelled accordingly. Once the project commenced in earnest, Feng Yuo discovered that others in Lingao were already pursuing enameled wire research, though along a different trajectory. The initiative bore the name Electronic Component Development Group, and its principal was his peer, Zhu Yuxuan. Zhu Yuxuan came from a communications engineering background. Since the transmigration, he had devoted himself primarily to maintaining Lingao Telecom's computer room, a role that, despite the change in venue, essentially replicated his work from the old timeline. Recognizing the professional dead end such maintenance represented, Zhu Yuxuan had leveraged Zhang Lixi's connections to secure a position at the Institute of Electronics under the Ministry of Science and Technology, where he now served as director, though admittedly a commander without troops. At the Institute, Director Zhu labored to restore various electronic components. In truth, manufacturing such components presented no insurmountable technical challenges. The real bottleneck lay in raw materials, which depended heavily on fine chemicals. This dependency had thus far stymied much of Director Zhu's work. Upon hearing that someone sought to tackle the formidable challenge of relay production, Director Zhu not only paid a personal visit to exchange insights on project management and computer room maintenance, but also presented Feng Yuo with a collection of technical materials he had specially procured from the Great Library. After seeing Zhu Yuxuan off, Feng Yuo casually opened the folder. The first item was a mimeographed booklet titled Simple Method for Manufacturing Enameled Wire. Beneath the title ran a cautionary note: internal reading material of the Ministry of Science and Technology, pay attention to preservation. The title alone set off warning bells in Feng Yuo's mind. When he opened to the preface, he found that although much of the period-specific language had been excised, the unmistakable writing style immediately revealed the document's true nature, a so-called Indigenous Manufacturing Methods manual. Feng Yuo's eye twitched involuntarily. Over the past 2 years, the Manufacturing Commission and the Planning Agency had issued repeated directives to all departments, specifically cautioning technical R&D groups in industrial, technological, and military sectors to employ indigenous methods and simple methods with extreme circumspection. The warnings emphasize standardization concerns and the elimination of excessively backward technologies. Most critically, they mandated that any use of such crude methods must first undergo small-batch testing. Blind scaling to production levels was strictly forbidden. Yet for him, a thoroughgoing layman, such booklets offered far more accessible instruction than their sophisticated counterparts. "Forget it, make do with what we have," Feng Niu reasoned. Which enterprise in Lingao didn't begin by replicating indigenous methods? Why should our project conform to old timeline standards from the outset? The introductory section laid out the fundamentals clearly. The entire production process of enameled wire comprises several stages: wire drawing, lacquering, baking, and wire collection. Specialized enameled wire coating is applied to clean bare copper wire, then subjected to high-temperature baking at 300–400 degrees Celsius. Under this heat, the coating polymerizes and bonds tightly to the wire surface, subsequently cooling to form enameled wire. This constitutes a continuous production process, with each section of wire progressing through successive stages without interruption. The manual proved surprisingly competent. Its authors wrote with clarity, candidly acknowledging which experts they had consulted and which factory processes they had referenced. One particularly valuable table recorded the number of lacquer layers, layer thickness, and room temperature resistivity for various wire diameters, all data excerpted from Soviet industrial specifications. According to this simplified methodology, the equipment for boiling insulating lacquer could hardly be simpler, essentially a stove and a pot. Granted, the pot required some customization. Its lid featured an attached flue and accommodated a thermometer, a stirring rod, and a bubble viscometer tube. The stirring rod could be inserted through a small door in the lid. The viscometer tube measured coating viscosity, a critical parameter, as thinner wire diameters demanded lower viscosity coatings. Feng Niu scanned the equipment list. Nothing seemed beyond Lingao's manufacturing capabilities. The formula for insulating lacquer called for 17% phenolic resin, 43% raw tung oil, 0.35% lead oxide, 0.1% cobalt dryer, and 40% lamp kerosene. Reading this brought Feng Niu considerable relief. Every ingredient could be sourced or produced in Lingao. While phenolic resin's availability remained uncertain, its synthesis ranked among the most elementary organic chemistry experiments from high school. As for the precursors phenol and formaldehyde, Lingao's chemical plants already manufactured both. Tung oil required no explanation. It had long served as a major Chinese export commodity and enjoyed widespread use among both the populace and the Senate's industrial system. Lead oxide, or litharge, had existed since antiquity. This alchemical byproduct deposited at furnace bottoms when refining silver and lead from sulfide galena ores. It held significance as both a medicinal material and, historically, a cosmetic whitening agent. Direct preparation posed no difficulty. Kerosene, naturally, was abundant. Only the cobalt dryer remained questionable, but the manual helpfully noted that manganese dryer derived from manganese dioxide could serve as a substitute. Since the Senate controlled manganese mines, this presented no obstacle. The more Feng Niu read, the more encouraged he became. The manual even included basic enameling machine designs. Some of the suggested indigenous substitutions: brick or wood frames in place of steel, multi-groove ceramic insulators instead of lacquering wheels, waste materials for oven construction, were no longer necessary to adopt in Lingao. Full steel equipment and requisite ceramic components lay well within production capacity. More valuable still, the manual provided comprehensive empirical data: temperature ranges for both boiling and baking, optimal distance between wire and furnace wall, proper dryer quantities, lacquering process line speed, and even the appropriate thickness for polishing felt. It covered the preparation of ventilation equipment and the acids and alkalis required for copper wire drawing and cleaning. However, Feng Yu could largely disregard these latter sections. He intended to source all wire materials from the standard parts factory. The workshop facilities already existed, and acids and alkalis could be requisitioned directly from the planning agency warehouse. Finally, Feng Yu transcribed the finished product specifications and quality inspection methods. If they were doing this, the standards achieved by indigenous methods during the Great Leap Forward era would serve as the bare minimum. In the days that followed, Qian Yuzhai found himself conscripted into a grueling routine. Feng Yu dispatched him hither and yon to procure various raw materials, then set him to daily experiments in boiling insulating lacquer according to the formula, all under conditions offering precious little protective equipment. Though an order had been placed for the proper lacquer boiling pot, its status as a specialized product meant a significant manufacturing lead time. What Feng Yu had given him was, in reality, an ordinary iron pot, inferior even to the Great Leap Forward manual specification, which at least featured a lid with flue and stirring port. The boiling temperature exceeded 200 degrees, with baking temperatures reaching 300–400 degrees. The fumes produced were, to put it mildly, pungent. Gas masks remained the stuff of fantasy, modern 3M respirators even more so. The full extent of Qian Yuzhai's protective equipment consisted of a Lingao-produced 24-layer gauze mask and a pair of ungainly safety goggles. To guard against burns, he wore thick work garments while boiling lacquer. Within hours, they became so saturated with sweat they might as well have been submerged in water. Direct heating of the pot made temperature control exceedingly difficult. Overheating occurred frequently. Each time raw materials were ruined, not only were hours of labor squandered, but the chief's countenance would darken considerably. Day after day, Qian Yuzhai sweated profusely, his head swimming from toxic vapors. Upon returning home each evening, he collapsed into bed like a corpse, utterly forgetting the beautiful young woman in the College of Arts and Sciences uniform who resided in the attic above. Listening to Qian Yuzhai's snoring drift up from below, Jianais lay sleepless in the darkness. Not because of the noise, her mind harbored weightier concerns. In the blackness, she stared wide-eyed at the ceiling beams. She had lost contact with the organization for several months now. Nothing like this had occurred in the 3 years since entering the Lingao quarantine camp. The knowledge pressed upon her chest like a heavy stone, or perhaps it was more accurate to say a cold void had opened in her heart. She shivered involuntarily, curling tighter into the corner and drawing the blanket more snugly around herself. During her time in the quarantine camp, she had been small and orphaned, circumstances that led to her recruitment as a monitor, extending her quarantine through several additional terms until her physical development accelerated a year later. Her exemplary performance in surveillance work, combined with favorable physical attributes and appearance, earned her subsequent assignment to the maid school and formal development as a hidden cadre within the Political Security Bureau. Over 2 years, she received extensive clandestine training while continuing internal security work at both the maid school and the restructured College of Arts and Sciences. Upon graduation, the organization had informed her that once she reached her assigned posting, a new superior would contact her with assignments. That had been her last communication with the organization. As time stretched on, Jianai's anxiety intensified. During training, instructors had emphasized that long-term latency or retirement would be accompanied by explicit instructions. Failure to contact one's handler by the prescribed deadline would be interpreted as defection. Yet in the months since joining the Tiandahui staff, no one had approached her. Discipline forbade her from initiating contact with her previous handler. Now she found herself adrift, uncertain where the breakdown had occurred. The loneliness of potential abandonment and the terror of possible liquidation gnawed steadily at her psyche. Chapter 1942. Li Jianai's secret to compound her anxieties. Li Jianai's formal employment situation proved equally dispiriting. Graduates from the College of Arts and Sciences typically performed confidential, accounting, and secretarial work, roles that Li Jianai had been duly assigned. Upon her posting to the Tiandahui, she entered the key account department, which handled not specific agricultural technical services, but rather liaised with clients who had wholly contracted their land to the organization. The department provided these contractors with reporting, accounting, and sales support. For several months now, Li Jianai had been dispatched to Jiangjia village near the East Gate Market, servicing both the village and nearby key accounts. These temporary postings followed a team structure, with work groups stationed directly at client farms for months at a stretch, remaining through the busy season until both parties' accounts were fully reconciled. She knew Jiangjia village operated under senatorial patronage. A senator named Lu maintained permanent residence there, departing and returning by carriage daily. Though she had served the organization for years, Li Jianai recognized that such service could never match the prestige of attending directly upon a chief as a personal servant. For graduates of the maid school, this represented the most natural and desirable career path. While Li Jianai understood her circumstances made selection unlikely, indeed, few of her classmates had been chosen over the past 2 years, she could not entirely suppress a young woman's romantic aspirations. Initially, she had even entertained some trepidation about being favored by this particular chief, wondering whether her lost organizational contact might herald such a development. The source of her apprehension lay in certain legends circulating through the maid school. Though officially dismissed as rumors, Li Jianai's years serving the Political Security Bureau had honed her ability to distinguish mere gossip from rumors with ulterior motives. Within days of arriving at Jiangjia village, she sensed something distinctly oppressive in the atmosphere. The first indicator was the rigid insider-outsider segregation. As Tiandahui personnel, Li Jianai resided in a purpose-built detached compound alongside the agricultural technicians and mechanics deployed with her, largely cut off from village residents. Those who approached on business kept interactions terse, departing immediately after concluding their affairs without so much as accepting a cup of water. Conversations adhered strictly to practical matters, venturing into no peripheral topics. The style bore striking resemblance to Political Security Bureau protocols, yet Li Jianai sensed something deeper at work. Her years as a hidden cadre had cultivated an acute sensitivity to human expression and behavior. She soon detected something unmistakable in the eyes and demeanor of these villagers, profound wariness. Could they somehow know I'm a hidden cadre? Is that why they regard me with such suspicion? Secondly, she recognized that the chief harbored deep mistrust toward the Tiandahui contingent. He never invited them into the residence proper, nor addressed them personally. All arrangements flowed through his steward. Her concerns, however, appeared needless. This particular chief demonstrated zero interest in her whatsoever. Not only did he refuse to see her, he had never once spoken to her face to face. Perhaps this spared her the worst-case scenario, though being so obviously unwelcome could hardly be counted as favorable. Contrary to Li Jianai's assessment, Luke Xuan maintained an intense interest in her, albeit one rooted entirely in vigilance. When Li Jianai had reported to Jiangjia village at year's beginning, Luke Xuan's displeasure had been immediate. He harbored long-standing distaste for naturalized citizens from the maid school, finding them trained to excessive familiarity with senators, lacking proper deference and distance. His recent conduct had grown considerably more circumspect. He rarely exposed himself unnecessarily. Beyond the village's long-time residents, he no longer recruited personnel or sponsored naturalization candidates. He had also drastically curtailed contact with former disciples, anxious to eliminate any potential leverage against him. Since Jiangjia village's fields were contracted to the Tiandahui, their deployment of on-site service personnel followed naturally enough. Moreover, with the maid school's reorganization into the College of Arts and Sciences, its curriculum now emphasizing professional skills like accounting and secretarial work, he possessed no legitimate grounds to oppose this girl's assignment. He could, theoretically, exercise a senator's right of refusal, but such action would draw excessive attention. His only recourse lay in seamlessly minimizing her contact with village personnel and affairs, abbreviating her time on site, and keeping her physically distant from both the village and his people. Fortunately, he had anticipated the Tiandahui service personnel issue years prior, constructing a detached compound specifically for their accommodation and use. When no Tiandahui staff occupied it, the facility served for work requiring outside contact, a measure that minimized interaction between residents, inhabitants, and external parties. 3 days after Li Jianai reported for duty, Luke Xuan found an opportunity to visit the Tiandahui's key account department. He sought out the supervising official, Dugu Qiyuhan, and requested access to Li Jianai's personnel file. For a senator to review the file of a naturalized citizen in close working relationship, particularly one who would be working within the senator's residence, constituted no unreasonable demand. Dugu Qiyuhan assented immediately, retrieving Li Jianai's file and presenting it to Luke Xuan. The file bore the standard seal. The yellow craft paper envelope appeared unremarkably thin, suggesting nothing extraordinary. Li Jianai's file looked thoroughly ordinary, devoid of special markings. Li Jianai, female, from Jian, Jiangxi, born in 1620, 48th year of Wanli/1st year of Taicheng, Zhengshan, date unknown, 163196, taken in as an orphan by Guangzhou Station, 1631.9163, 11 refugee in Guangzhou refugee camp, performance during relief period, 1631.11163, 2 refugee in Lingao quarantine camp, performance during purification period, 1632.11635, to student at Lingao Women's College of Arts and Sciences, performance during study, 1635.2, present employee of Tiandahui Key Account Department. The materials were sparse. Luke Xuan examined them methodically. Superficially, the file contained nothing confidential. Its contents appeared mundane: resume, transfer records, political assessments, academic transcripts. But Luke Xuan was a seasoned bureaucratic operator. He immediately recognized an irregularity. An 8-month gap yawned between the conclusion of Li Jianai's quarantine period and her enrollment in the maid school. In those days, the maid school differed from the national school. Admission wasn't bound by semesters. Students could join classes at any time. He cross-referenced the file transfer record, noting from the date stamps that the file had only been transferred from the quarantine camp in October 1632. This meant Li Jianai's activities during the 8 months from February to October 1632 remained completely unaccounted for and deeply suspicious. The realization sent a chill down Luke Xuan's spine. His original intent had been merely to assess how this Li Jianai had performed at the maid school and whether she might bring undesirable influences into his domain. He had also entertained hopes of discovering some flaw that would justify her removal. Instead, today's discovery thoroughly unnerved him. This woman clearly possessed another background entirely. Suppressing his alarm, he returned the file to Dugu Qiyuhan with studied composure, forced himself through several pleasantries with apparent calm, then departed the Tiandahui. During the return journey to the Great Library, Luke Xuan couldn't help but privately congratulate himself on his immediate isolation of Li Jianai. Then the suspicions began multiplying. Was Li Jianai from the Political Security Bureau? If so, had she been intentionally deployed to him specifically, or was she merely targeting other key accounts within Lingao? After all, key account department liaisons rotated regularly. But if her assignment was intentional, at least partially directed at him, then Lu Xuan dared not pursue the thought further. A sudden fury seized him. Treating one's own comrade this way might as well make a public scene of it. Then reconsideration tempered his anger. Inappropriate, inappropriate. Conducting fierce internal debate, he walked into his office in a distracted state. After composing himself, Lu Xuan determined that further verification was essential. With this in mind, he summoned Liu Ziming and instructed him to locate a former apprentice from among those he had taught at the Great Library. He wanted the man invited to dinner at home that evening. This particular apprentice now worked at the Bairn Second Archives. Following the third plenary session, the Senate had imposed strict prohibitions against senators cultivating private followings among naturalized citizens and indigenous people, so Lu Xuan had exercised considerably more restraint. Still, delegating such a minor matter shouldn't pose problems. The following day, Lu Xuan obtained excerpted portions of the guardroom duty records from the Women's College of Arts and Sciences, covering 1633–1634. The maid school maintained strict access controls. Under normal circumstances, candidate maids rarely ventured out, particularly orphans like Li Jianais, who had nowhere to go. Yet the duty records revealed that Li Jianais had applied for school leave several days each month. Though the original documents hadn't been excerpted, Lu Xuan's apprentice noted that every departure had been authorized by exit permits issued through the school's General Affairs Office. Humph, Zhao Mengsheng is truly cautious, Lu Xuan thought coldly. The subterfuge couldn't fool him. At this juncture, he felt absolutely convinced that Li Jianai must be affiliated with the Political Security Bureau. The question now became how to handle the matter. Regardless of whether Li Jianai's purpose here specifically targeted him, having such an individual in proximity left him perpetually uneasy, especially since their reports, no matter how trivial the subject, detailed everything exhaustively. It was impossible to guarantee what might get reported. After thorough deliberation, he concluded that a direct phone call represented the best approach. Covert action remained possible naturally, but would only generate additional complications. Should another incident arise, the consequences were unpredictable. Who knows how much compromising material that Zhao Mengsheng has secretly compiled on me? He had no intention of escalating matters. If this proved an unintentional coincidence, fine. If it represented intentional placement, let them recognize the futility and back off, so they'd stop constantly keeping tabs on him. He detested this sensation of being on their list. Wu Mu had departed for Guangzhou, so that afternoon he contacted Zhou Batao, the director of reconnaissance. Zhou Batao responded with utmost courtesy. The two exchanged a cryptic, seemingly irrelevant conversation. In essence, Director Zhou firmly denied the existence of any reconnaissance operations targeting senators, finally stating that he didn't understand the specific situation, but would have departmental staff verify the matter. Should Senator Liu have concerns regarding this personnel arrangement, Zhou would personally intervene to coordinate appropriate adjustments. As for how Lu Xuan had discerned Li Jianai's hidden cadre identity, that he naturally left unmentioned, and Zhou Batao tactfully refrained from asking. Chapter 1943, Boost the matter, however, took an unexpected turn. When Zhou Batao dispatched someone to coordinate with the Tiandahui regarding Li Jianai's work adjustment, Dugu Qiyuhan erupted. True, Dugu Qiyuhan possessed a somewhat scattered disposition and certain blind spots, but he had also been deeply involved in internal affairs work during the transmigration's early days. This entire affair reeked of irregularity from every angle. How could he fail to detect it? Upon retrieving Li Jianai's file, the very one Lu Xuan had examined, he immediately grasped the situation. He already nursed resentment over his exclusion from sensitive military and police security matters. Now, in this case, everyone from the Political Security Bureau to YinYang had treated him like a potential threat. Even Lu Xuan had concealed the truth from him. The realization that a political security bureau operative had been planted directly beside him, while he remained ignorantly in the dark, ignited his fury. Consequently, he flatly rejected the Political Security Bureau's coordination request, declaring that Jianais currently serviced several key accounts near Eastgate Market, not merely Lu Xuan's property, and he would not interfere with the assignment. Any adjustment to other districts or counties must await the expiration of her one-year rotation period. As for substituting someone else to handle Tiandehui contracting matters at Zhangjia Village, Dugu Qiyuan stated bluntly that the key account department was stretched extremely thin and no personnel were available. Zhou Batao found himself at an impasse. Dugu Qiyuan had adopted the attitude of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. When his stubborn streak emerged, no persuasion proved effective. Fearing that prolonging the situation would breed complications, Zhou had no choice but to visit Political Security Bureau headquarters and seek his superior's counsel, hoping someone with more extensive connections might soften Dugu Qiyuan's stance. If Dugu is unwilling, don't force him. This falls within his legitimate authority, the executive deputy director of the Political Security General Bureau said. He stood before a vigorously growing plant in the courtyard, pruning it with meticulous care. He removed not only diseased leaves but also branches and foliage that protruded excessively, disrupting the overall aesthetic, depositing them in a basket alongside. Explain the objective circumstances to Comrade Lu Xuan in realistic terms. This branch blocks the light somewhat. What a pity. The executive deputy director contemplated briefly, then snapped off a thriving branch, his expression registering genuine regret. As for that scout, suspend contact for the time being to avoid leaving any handles for exploitation. There's no urgency regarding the transfer. Inform Comrade Lu Xuan that she's merely executing Tiandehui duties and will be reassigned when her term expires. Consider it an explanation to him, he added. Understood, Zhou Batao replied. Then, with evident concern, he asked, will he use this issue to make trouble? I think not. How he discovered Jianai's identity, that's probably not a question he can easily answer. The hidden cadre identities within the Political Security Bureau were classified information. Even senators lacked access to such materials unless work-related necessity demanded it. Incidentally, let's observe whether the cadres we cultivate can withstand testing, endure isolation, and demonstrate sufficient discipline, awareness, and discernment. The executive deputy director's voice dropped low as though musing aloud to himself. Zhou Batao couldn't determine whether a response was expected. Nothing more. Let's leave it at that for now. Yes, Comrade Director. Zhou Batao departed from the courtyard where the climate control seemed to maintain perpetual perfect temperature. Thus, Jianais was forgotten. Some days later, Feng Yu finally received the long-awaited equipment. The machinery factory honored its commitment this time. They delivered not only a brand-new insulating lacquer boiling kettle, but also complete enameling and winding machines. Moreover, they'd implemented numerous structural improvements, enhancing exhaust, coating, polishing, and drying systems. Their extraordinary effort made perfect sense. The equipment in Feng Yu's workshop had been appallingly crude. The bizarre odors and cacophony emanating daily had already made life miserable for senators at the machinery factory. Ordinarily, such small-scale equipment installation wouldn't require senatorial presence, yet several had accompanied the delivery anyway, anxious to witness the equipment's operation firsthand. Feng Yu fairly vibrated with excitement, immediately summoning Qian Yuzhai to assist the mechanical department senators in installing the complete setup, preparing for trial operations. You're understaffed here. This equipment operates best with 2 or 3 people working in coordination, Sun Li observed at this point. The machinery factory is genuinely overwhelmed at present. See whether you can requisition personnel from the planning agency for assistance. We can dispatch a skilled worker to provide on-site guidance. Feng Yu quickly promised to explore alternative solutions, then invited them to sit, offering tea and cigarettes. His computer repair work had garnered him some premium tobacco. Only after properly entertaining them did he see the senators off. Feng Yuo estimated that securing anyone from the planning agency would prove difficult. His best option lay in hiring temporary labor. He planned to ask Feng Shan later whether she could recommend reliable classmates or students. At that moment, observing Kai Yuzhai also happily caressing the new equipment, he asked on impulse, "Zio Kaiyan, do you know anyone relatively reliable to recommend for work in our workshop? Capable and meticulous individuals, the compensation would be generous." Kai Yuzhai hadn't expected the chief to broach this topic. He scratched his head, intending to say he knew no one, but the image of his attic tenant surfaced unbidden. Capable. Undoubtedly, she'd knocked him flat with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Meticulous. Certainly, as evidenced by the daily spotlessness of her room. Crucially, this young woman seemed troubled lately and apparently wanted to change positions. Truthfully, he couldn't fathom why she sought new employment, as her current work wasn't particularly demanding. One might even call it leisurely. She only worked 3 days weekly and typically returned before dark. He answered evasively, "I have a friend employed with the Tiandahui, not especially busy, could come over several days weekly, but I'd have to inquire first." Since being blacklisted by both Luke Xuan and Dugu, Li Jianai had descended into semi-unemployment. Beyond managing accounts for those few key clients, she had virtually nothing to do. Generally speaking, the Tiandahui didn't support idle workers. There were always tasks, yet Dugu Qiyuan assigned her nothing. He'd even told her that when no specific work demanded attention, she needn't travel to Zhangjia village and could work from home, effectively leaving her suspended in limbo. This special treatment prompted her colleagues to ostracize her. Beyond strictly work-related exchanges, no one addressed her unnecessarily. Li Jianai had begun to suspect her identity might be compromised, but without explicit instructions, she dared not act precipitously. She could only endure. Feng Yu didn't particularly mind. He'd merely asked casually. He instructed Kai Yuzhai to notify Li Jianai to come try it out when convenient. Consequently, when Li Jianai appeared before him the following day, Feng Yu registered considerable surprise. However, Li Jianai soon demonstrated both capability and meticulousness. She introduced herself crisply and proactively presented relevant documentation. After a few questions regarding her background and full-time employment, Feng Yu agreed to let her work part-time. Naturally, he could hardly object to a young and attractive woman joining the operation. At minimum, she could assist with cooking and housekeeping. Actually, when Li Jianai first heard Kai Yuzhai mention the opportunity the previous day, she'd found it absurd. Upon reflection, though, she could discern no reason to refuse. Currently, she'd lost organizational contact and possessed abundant free time weekly. The 2 senators she could access, Luke Xuan and Dugu Qiyuan, both treated her with pronounced coldness. Why not investigate what manner of person this Senator Feng from the electrical something workshop might be? Hearing from Kai Yuzhai that his living secretary appeared to be a Feng Qiadi senior, Li Jianai realized that, although she'd never taken the woman's classes, she retained some impression of her. Making this visit, she could attempt to establish rapport. Perhaps it might open alternative pathways forward. She submitted her part-time work intention to her supervisor. The moment her report ascended, she received an approved response. The efficiency left her bemused. With the team barely assembled, no time should be wasted. Feng Yu immediately contacted Sun Li, requesting guidance personnel. Shortly thereafter, someone in ordinary worker's attire knocked and entered. Feng Yu recognized him, precisely the individual who had escorted Kai Yuzhai previously. His name was quite distinctive, Jia Ben Taoyuan. The name had made a deep impression. Feng Yu remembered wondering at the time which chemical department senator had been on intake duty when this recruit arrived. The man appeared past 30, unremarkable in appearance, yet his eyes possessed a penetrating quality. His face remained largely expressionless, showing only a polite smile when reporting to Feng Nuo. Section Leader Jia. Qian Yuzhai greeted the visitor with faint guilt. This man had been his former section chief. Jia Ben nodded to him, then glanced at Li Jianai, a fleeting trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. Feng Nuo noticed none of these subtleties, immediately joining Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai to attend Jia Ben's instruction. Jia Ben explained while demonstrating, clarifying the operational process with admirable conciseness. Then Feng Nuo instructed Qian Yuzhai to retrieve 0.3 copper wire and a batch of relatively superior insulating lacquer they'd trial-produced 2 days prior, attempting to start the enameling machine. The equipment ran smoothly. Next he tested the winding machine, also manual, using bare copper wire. As for the boiling kettle, testing would have to wait until the next insulating lacquer batch. Presumably, it would function without issues. The hand-cranked enameling machine's speed proved genuinely sluggish, and maintaining constant velocity presented difficulties. The mechanical department senators suggested converting to steam power once the technology matured somewhat. Regarding the constant speed issue with hand cranking, they'd implemented a gearbox solution. Setting aside Feng Nuo's commencement of mass enameled wire production, he required at least several thousand meters for relay trial production. After Jia Ben finished guiding Feng Nuo's crew, he proceeded to Sun Li's office to report task completion, then returned to his section. After work hours, he departed the factory chatting with fellow workers as usual. However, he didn't return to the dormitory. Informing his colleagues he was heading to Eastgate Market, he separated from them. Jia Ben arrived at Eastgate Market and ordered food and drink at a secluded tavern. While eating and drinking, he composed a letter. The missive contained only a sheet of white paper inscribed with several simple numerals. He sealed it, wrote a post office box address on the exterior, and dropped it into a mailbox on his return route. Chapter 1944, Primitive Relay, Feng Shan. Come continue calculating the designs for the suction and rotary configurations. Feng Nuo had transformed back into an electrician, arduously reviewing electrical formulas. Operating on the principle of starting simple and constrained by power supply considerations, he'd chosen to trial produce the most basic DC relay first. Unfortunately, this wasn't his specialty. The fragments of circuitry and university physics absorbed during his freshman year had long since evaporated, returned to his instructors, to say nothing of high school material. Zhu Yuxuan had provided texts from his own earlier trial production efforts, along with some scrapped samples. The materials revealed that Chief Engineer Zhu's relay comprehension exceeded Feng Nuo's own only marginally. For the past 2 days, Feng Nuo had been wholly consumed with the relationship between relay suction force, power supply, and coil parameters. Progress could be characterized as excruciating. He'd consulted numerous relay texts. Few addressed these formulas, and those that did treated them superficially. He could only rely on working things out independently. Relays in the original timeline needed merely to control working circuits and had no particular suction magnitude requirements. He, conversely, was employing relay suction force to drive mechanical structures. From this perspective, what he was constructing wasn't truly a relay at all, merely a simple electromagnet. The realization frustrated Feng Nuo somewhat, and the prolonged calculations made his head throb. He shoved a heap of scratch paper toward Feng Shan, instructing, "First verify my earlier calculations, then continue the design. Several key points to remember. First, base everything on our self-manufactured 0.3 diameter enameled wire. Don't forget to have Jianais send enameled wire samples to the central laboratory later for lacquer layer thickness measurements." "Okay, no problem, teacher." Feng Shan responded, retrieving notepad and pencil to record the specifications. Second, limit total power consumption. Consider contact time for each hole check to be 0.1 seconds. At minimum, Ensure Chief Zhang's 24V20000 mAh battery can support 20,000 card checks, preferably exceeding 50,000. According to Feng Nuo's rough calculations, checking 50,000 cards, based on the standard 160 holes per card, would require over 200 hours of power supply connection time. Each coil's power would need to maintain approximately 2 watts. Under these constraints, ensuring adequate suction force wouldn't come easily. Understood. Third, suction force should preferably exceed 5 newtons. Existing mechanical materials probably couldn't guarantee an exceptionally lightweight control mechanism. Insufficient suction might prove unable to drive it. Right. If you have spare capacity, consider temperature rise and magnetic leakage effects on the coil. I haven't factored those in yet. We can experiment with them gradually later. Also, numerous sources indicate that to reduce remnant's influence, a copper or brass pin or shim should be added to the armature's top. Don't forget to account for that thickness. Unlike theoretical scientific research, the most critical factor in applied technology development is grounding work in existing conditions. Within these constraints, we can advance toward solutions rather than engaging in purposeless speculation. Once the pathway opens, we can systematically conquer issues like sluggish speed, low efficiency, poor quality, and high energy consumption by concentrating resources. Having deposited this pile of headache-inducing problems, Feng Nuo expounded a grand theory, naturally drawn from experience. In the original Timeline's laboratories, Feng Nuo had earned recognition as a problem solver. After finishing his lecture, he walked to the bed in the workshop corner and collapsed onto it face first. Feng Shan had grown accustomed to Feng Nuo's verbose exhortations. She silently appropriated the chaotic stack of scratch paper and began reviewing it. Feng Nuo felt utterly drained, yet his mind remained electrically alert. He struggled to arrest his thoughts and empty his brain for rest. Dinner hour had arrived. Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai had both departed for the canteen and would return with boxed meals. The faint server hum from next door, the whisper of Feng Shan's calculations and notation in the room, and the occasional chant and metallic collision from the distant machinery factory workshop gradually unwound his tense nerves. Feng Nuo cherished this sensation. Progressively, these sounds drifted further and further away. At some indeterminate point, he'd fallen asleep. When he woke, darkness had fully descended outside. Only a small lamp illuminated the workbench. Feng Shan was reading by the dim light. Beside her on the table lay a neat stack of white paper filled with precise, standardized formulas and derivations. She'd completed the design plan. Feng Nuo approached, retrieved the plan, and reviewed it thoroughly. He detected no issues. He estimated this design would require substantial copper, and the iron core material would need additional processing. Fortunately, Qian Yuzhai represented ready labor. His trade was mechanics after all. Over the subsequent days, Feng Nuo requisitioned machine tool processing hours from the machinery factory, and had Qian Yuzhai fabricate the silicon steel materials into the shapes and dimensions specified in the design suction and rotary schemes. More complex operations were handled by veteran workers. He personally led Qian Yuzhai and Feng Shan in operating the winding machine to produce several samples. Each sample measured roughly a circle larger than an adult fist, acceptable in an era where industrial products tended toward the ungainly, oversized, and crude. Powering them for testing revealed suction force below theoretical values, with noticeable coil temperature rise. Though the punch card machine application involved intermittent relay activation, the possibility of consecutive cards being punched at identical hole positions couldn't be excluded. Apparently, though this troublesome punch card computer lacked electronic components, cooling concerns still demanded attention. Without a motor, air cooling was impractical. Water cooling, then. Using copper pipes for circulating coolant would necessitate addressing pipeline sealing and routing. Feng Nuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Still, This qualified as success. Feng Yuo's mood soared. He composed a report to the planning agency requesting additional raw materials to produce 100 units each of rotary and suction relays initially. Then he contacted the standard parts factory, inquiring when they'd finally produce thinner copper wire. Though his relays primarily drove mechanical structures, a minority were designed to control other relays. For this type, suction force mattered little. Lower power consumption was paramount. Short of drastically extending coil length, he could only employ thinner copper wire to increase resistance and reduce current, incidentally decreasing relay weight and volume. The standard parts factory's response was under testing. Regarding progress, they offered currently unclear, though making great strides. Let's designate this as Model B, Feng Yuo noted in his memorandum. Next came organizing the manufacturing process for submission to the planning agency archives. He'd also need to convene senators from the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Electrical Department to discuss nomenclature and finalization standards for relays and future electronic components. His extended tenure at the planning agency had sensitized him to such matters. This also fell within his duties, as few IT senators remained serving there. Upon hearing that Feng Yuo had produced a fully current timeline relay version, numerous senators arrived, drawn by reputation. Their intentions amounted to little more than pressuring Feng Yuo to strike while the iron was hot and develop additional relay models for diverse applications. Before completion, the device had seemed non-essential. Now that it existed, demand sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain. Some requested AC relays, others overload/underload protection relays, still others time delay relays, and some even asked for thermal and photo relays. These have nothing to do with the electromagnetic relay I'm developing now. Feng Yuo grumbled internally while manufacturing alternate excuses to dismiss a senator who chest-thumpingly promised to lobby the Senate for establishing a dedicated electronic equipment factory in his name. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten that the primary objective wasn't relay development at all, but rapid completion of the tabulating machine. It seems electronic equipment development represents a vast domain with enormous potential, Feng Yuo mused with faint regret. He certainly couldn't compete with electrical department senators in this arena. Currently, their preoccupation with other matters allowed him this head start. Once they refocused, leveraging his limited foundation to encroach on their territory would prove impossible. Honest computer work offered more reliable prospects, but cooperation remains viable. Once they develop electron tubes and transistors, they can't limit themselves to radios, televisions, and radars. Electronic computers are inevitable. My current positioning will prove its worth then. No one can bypass me to build electronic computers. Feng Yuo contemplated this while unconsciously smiling, prompting Jianais, who had just entered the workshop, to glance at him repeatedly. Feng Shan, long accustomed to her chief's periodic daytime fugues, paid no attention. Among the small group, Jianais had joined the workshop last. She understood neither mechanics nor electricity, much less computer theory, yet she seemed naturally suited to this work. Immersed daily, she'd actually grasped relay operating mechanisms quite thoroughly, better than Qian Yuzhai, even. Feng Yuo assigned her to assist Feng Shan, responsible for trial-producing several alternate relay models. This elevated her workshop status above Qian Yuzhai's. Daily, she either dispatched him to procure raw materials or machine workpieces. Watching the teenager busily executing her instructions filled her with inexplicable satisfaction. Since joining Feng Yuo's operation, Jianais felt her long-suppressed spirits had eased considerably. Compared with Chief Dugu and Chief Lu, Chief Feng was remarkably approachable. Senior sister Feng Shan, though somewhat taciturn, proved gentle and amiable. Then there was the endearingly foolish Qian Yuzhai. Reflecting on it, she'd never experienced such relaxing days since birth. Childhood memories naturally remained hazy, reducible to the words cold and hungry. Beginning from the quarantine camp, she'd been a cog in the organization, which possessed no warmth whatsoever. The atmosphere among made school students had been poor to begin with, exacerbated by her status as hidden personnel, perpetually maintaining emotional distance from others. As for post-graduation assignment, she'd encountered that ordeal. Chapter 1945. First date. During this period, though losing organizational contact had initially left her panic-stricken, time had gradually opened a door in her heart, one labeled freedom, allowing her to experience the joy of existing without pressure or assigned tasks. This didn't imply the work was easy. Far from it. The labor proved exhausting. Feng Nuo deployed her like an adult male worker. Rather, a fundamental shift in mindset had occurred. She'd begun contemplating what tomorrow's post-work hours might hold, what new products the cooperative would stock next month, whether she might ask Chief Feng to formally transfer her from the Tiandahui next year when fresh graduates arrived. Also, what to purchase when wages arrived. I'll buy that fool Cayenne Yuzhai a pair of shoes and treat him to a meal at Eastgate Market. Consider it minor compensation for commandeering him these past weeks, and also thanks for introducing me here. Cayenne Yuzhai couldn't quite fathom why they suddenly had to dine together at Eastgate Market today, though whenever Jianais came to work, they generally ate together before returning home in tandem. According to Cayenne Yuzhai's limited life experience in the old society, when a young woman willingly engaged in such behavior, she basically intended to marry you. But in the new society, this merely indicated the other party harbored some favorable sentiments toward you. Marriage, out of the question, let alone a Senate disciple from the College of Arts and Sciences like Jianais. Even an ordinary young woman possessing junior primary school credentials and working as a laborer or clerk in farms, factories, or agencies lay beyond a newly inducted factory apprentice like Cayenne Yuzhai's reach. At minimum, he'd need assessment to a certain grade level and wages reaching a certain threshold before she'd consider him viable. However, this particular Eastgate Market meal carried a certain solemnity. He secretly speculated on her intentions and who would treat for this meal. His wages were rather meager, and he dared not casually spend the rent Jianais paid. His sister's marriage and his own future bride-seeking both demanded financial reserves. Yet facing the girl's sparkling-eyed invitation, he involuntarily agreed. Though he'd grown accustomed to Jianais' commands these recent days, he vaguely sensed this differed somehow, and his heart accelerated. Jianais seemed in exceptionally high spirits. She'd heard College of Arts and Sciences classmates mention a specialized drinking establishment at Eastgate Market and had long nursed curiosity about it. Today presented the perfect opportunity to investigate with Cayenne Yuzhai. The shop wasn't large with dim lighting. A long counter housed the proprietor's wine pouring and dish cooking operations. The counter's outer edge formed an extended tabletop lined with several round stools. Against the wall stood small tables with high backs, somewhat resembling train seats. Jianais called them booths. At capacity, perhaps 20-odd people could be accommodated. This was a husband-wife enterprise. The woman selling wine at the stove was the proprietress, reportedly a former Nanhai Coffee House waitress. The man worked at Eastgate Restaurant. Both had been influenced by Australian dining culture. After marrying, they'd both resigned to open this roadside establishment selling food and drink. Though modest in scale, the decor and implements embodied thoroughly Australian style. Every item appeared fresh yet attractive and functional, the arrangement remarkably comfortable. During the evening's lamplighting hour, gaslight from within shone through bamboo curtains. Forget eating and drinking, merely entering and sitting brought comfort. It offered Australian-style wine and fare, reasonably priced. Clientele consisted mainly of naturalized citizens employed in Senate enterprises and bureaus, especially unburdened young people. Stopping here after work to consume a set meal and drink kvass or beverages had become a cherished respite after exhausting days. The hour wasn't particularly late, and the shop remained quite empty. They located a corner round table and seated themselves, ordering 2 set meals and 2 bottles of kvass. They habitually dined together in the canteen. Now, eating while casually conversing about work and life, Kai and Yuzhai found chatting in this environment genuinely pleasant. He surmised 99% certainty it was that Australian sensibility emanating from the chiefs again. The set meal portions were substantial, though for people laboring all day like them, hardly excessive. Kai and Yuzhai ordered the large fried fish cake set. 2 generous golden fried fish cakes rested atop shredded vegetables. This particular vegetable hadn't existed in Hainan previously. The chiefs had introduced it, initially cultivating it at the Nanhai demonstration farm. Everyone called it kun cabbage, though Australians termed it cabbage. A thick sauce layer was drizzled over the fish steak, carrying a stimulating spicy aroma that awakened appetite. It came with a large bowl of white rice and oyster mushroom vegetable soup. Jianais, being from the College of Arts and Sciences, understood the importance of healthy diet and fitness maintenance, despite her considerable labor output, so she ate lighter fare, stir-fried shrimp with vegetables over rice, accompanied by clear seafood soup. These dishes had all arrived with the Australians. Had the chiefs not come to Lingao and conquered this small corner of the world, he, Kai and Yuzhai, would never have sampled such delicious fish steak in the Ming Dynasty throughout his lifetime. Forget enjoying fine cuisine. Managing a meal of quality grain a few years prior would have constituted great fortune. This is all fate. Kai and Yuzhai experienced a momentary trance. Everything surrounding him seemed to become incredibly foreign, dreamlike. "What's wrong, spacing out?" Jianais interrupted his reverie. "Nothing, just feeling this place is truly wonderful," he replied, retrieving shredded cabbage to wipe the plate clean of sauce and fish cake remnants, consuming it in large mouthfuls with rice. "You really possess a healthy appetite," Jianais observed with appreciative expression. "This is an Australian-style restaurant. The place I selected isn't bad." Suddenly she glimpsed a figure flash past the entrance, seemingly glancing inside before quickly departing. Professional instinct made her immediately recognize the figure as someone she knew. Who was it? "Not bad, not bad." Kai and Yuzhai, oblivious to her discovery, nodded agreement. Though acknowledging the place as not bad, he couldn't deduce why the girl had suddenly wanted to invite him here for a meal. Could she genuinely be interested in me? Kai and Yuzhai's imagination began running wild. "Of course the place I chose won't disappoint, broadening your horizons," Jianais answered perfunctorily. She'd already identified the passerby, Feng Shan. She came to Eastgate Market too. Jianais felt mildly curious. Feng Shan's life followed essentially a 2.1-line pattern, and though nominally a living secretary, she rarely performed such duties, functioning more as Chief Feng's student. But her curiosity extended no further. After all, Eastgate Market was hardly clandestine. Her attention returned to Kai and Yuzhai. Kvass contained slight alcohol content. 1 bottle consumed, their conversation naturally expanded. From initial politeness, they gradually broached their respective life experiences, unknowingly progressing to 2nd and 3rd bottles. Kai and Yuzhai chattered about his childhood, the encouragement from the chief who'd come to console the family after his father's sacrifice, and boasted with slight pride about his sister's beauty and excellent academic marks. Discussing his sister, he fell silent briefly before continuing that he absolutely must pass the Class A diploma and subsequently the technician examination, but he was too dull and constantly frustrated his master. Fortunately, he could serve the chief now. And why he didn't reside in the dormitory, how much money monthly home living saved, how much he collected from house rental, his monthly earnings and expenditures. He needed to prepare substantial betrothal gifts for marriage, plus finance his sister's wedding. Later, with children, they'd attend Pancake National School. If they couldn't enter the selection group and secure scholarships, he'd need to raise tuition for advanced studies. Jianais noticed him unconsciously stealing a glance at her when mentioning marry a wife. and found it amusing. However, these intoxicated ravings resembling idiots recounting dreams brimmed with longing and hope, stirring something within her. She recalled what the chief who trained them had declared during Political Security Bureau instruction. You will experience profound loneliness. You will make sacrifices, but your mission is extraordinary. It is to safeguard the security and property of the Senate and the people, to protect the Senate and the people's future and hope. This somewhat clumsy large boy was, it turned out, among those she protected. Jianais suddenly felt profoundly amused, yet her eyes stung. This sensation is truly strange, she thought. Must have consumed too much kvass. They remained in the small shop until quite late, amassing a table full of empty kvass bottles, ultimately forgetting entirely about purchasing shoes for YinYang. That night YinYang experienced an exceedingly peculiar dream. He dreamed of consuming countless servings of the snacks called small cakes that shop sold. Soft, fragrant, sweet, crowned with a cherry, also sweet and tart. He ate one after another as though insatiable. Suddenly massive quantities of kvass seemed to leak from the ceiling, cascading onto his head. He woke to find Jianais standing before his bed with an ice-cold countenance, holding a cup, his face thoroughly drenched. "Get up and report to work. Look at the time." She delivered this pronouncement, then turned and exited the room. YinYang scratched his head and sat upright. His head still throbbed. He seemed to have dreamed of something delicious just moments ago, but the wonderful taste he'd repeatedly experienced in the dream faded rapidly with mental clarity, growing increasingly blurred with each attempted recollection until it vanished completely. Next came unchanging days. YinYang continued performing various miscellaneous chores, sometimes transporter, sometimes laborer, sometimes mechanic, sometimes painter. Gradually he developed certain competencies. Jia Ben occasionally nodded approvingly at his work. Feng Yuo frequently conferred with senators from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Electrical Department, and Mechanical Department, compiling materials during spare moments. Feng Shan's studies and responsibilities intensified again, permitting her only evening assistance. Jianais still devoted 2 or 3 days weekly to Tiandehui obligations, working part-time the remainder. Chapter 1946. Accumulator, yet each day seemed remarkably different. YinYang gradually absorbed what relays were, what iron core shape optimized performance, how rapidly the hand-cranked copper wire enameling apparatus should rotate, how long coating for various wire diameters should be heated in the lacquer boiling kettle. Jianais and Feng Shan had developed a close friendship, quite natural since they were similarly aged women working together constantly. As for her and himself, YinYang couldn't articulate it clearly. The playfulness and intimacy that had accelerated his heartbeat when they'd gone shopping, chatting, drinking, and returning home together that day never resurfaced. The distance between them seemed to have reverted to its habitual state, except that in imperceptible details, traces of tacit understanding and ease had emerged. Yuzhai. Feng Yuo's greeting interrupted YinYang's mental wandering. "I'm attending a meeting at the Ministry of Science and Technology this afternoon and won't return today. Don't forget the safety inspection when departing." "Understood, Chief." YinYang assented while secretly admonishing himself against further distraction. This afternoon's agenda was the discussion meeting on the tabulating machine's accumulator scheme. Because the Ministry of Science and Technology was relocating, the meeting convened at Dr. Zhang's stronghold, the Teibai Observatory. The facility housed numerous precision instruments and equipment, so geothermal climate control had been fully installed the year before last, security and dehumidification measures equally comprehensive. Attendance was modest. The meeting occupied the Teibai Observatory's conference room, also designated the Ministry of Science and Technology's second conference room. Feng Yuo had previously visited the first conference room, which resembled a large lecture hall. This marked his maiden entry to the second conference room. Though smaller than its counterpart, it more than adequately accommodated such intimate gatherings. A long conference table measuring fully 3 meters by 15 meters occupied the space without creating crowding. Hand-woven rattan chairs were precisely arranged around the table. Teak flooring from Siam covered the floor, with power outlets installed at intervals. One wall featured an expansive monolithic panoramic glass window, presently concealed by thick velvet curtains. At the conference room's far end hung an enormous projection screen imported from the old timeline, with a high-resolution projector suspended from the ceiling. Projection cables ran neatly along walls to the presenter's station. The presenter could also employ the microphone at their position. Presumably, the wall's 4 corner speakers provided amplification. This rivals any luxury conference room from the old timeline. Dr. Zhang is truly extravagant. Feng Nuo marveled, though upon reflection, the Senate invested so substantially here for its own purposes. Isn't today's discussion meeting, originally more pertinent to the machinery department, relocated here? This consideration brought understanding. At that moment, staff members delivered hot tea from the adjacent pantry, placing it before each attendee before quietly withdrawing. Unlike past technical meetings, 2 chair rows lined the wall, a gallery for naturalized citizens. To strengthen naturalized scientific and technical personnel training, technical seminars previously restricted to senators had begun relaxing entry conditions. A cohort of naturalized students and technical personnel possessing solid foundational knowledge and considerable talent had been selected and specially permitted to attend relevant seminars. Their presence prompted the Truth Office to specially notify senators before each meeting to monitor their speech during proceedings, avoiding excessive revelation of unexplainable matters. The naturalized personnel attending this session included Zhang Lixi's adopted daughter Zhang Ziyuang, Feng Shan, and several others who were either senator students and disciples or outstanding prodigies currently in the Fangqiati selection group, totaling merely 13 individuals. As future scientific and technological pillars granted access to black technology, they recognized the significance of their presence at such occasions, each simultaneously reserved and exhilarated. The meeting dispensed with verbose preliminaries, proceeding directly to the mechanical computer topic. As project team leader, Feng Nuo first reported on project progress, particularly relay development and refinement. Subsequently, the meeting advanced to the next phase, tabulating machine manufacturing principle discussion. Following recent days' project team research, roughly 3 methods existed to implement the tabulating machine's accumulation function. First, since punch card data was represented by holes punched in one column or several consecutive columns indicating digits, calculating the sum required merely counting how many times each hole in each column was punched across all cards. This could be accomplished via simple counter. Next, manually multiply each hole's punch frequency by that hole's value and sum them. Then multiply each column's sum by 10 or 100, depending on whether the column represented tens or hundreds, finally summing everything. Though the final result demanded another calculator or manual calculation independently. Anyway, at this stage, tabulating machine results still required manual transcription into records. This wasn't a genuine accumulator, yet Hollerith's tabulating machine had functioned precisely thus. The mechanical design was likewise simplest, requiring only a relay or relay-driven escapement fork to rotate the number dial. Second, avoid directly meshing the main power gear with the number dial's rotating shaft. Instead, use a relay to control the gear connecting the two. Only when a relay corresponding to digit 09 was energized could the main power drive the corresponding mechanical structure to rotate the number dial. At this juncture, the mechanical structures corresponding to 09 could operate differently when turning the number dial, either rotating multiple times or rotating multiple digits simultaneously, to achieve number accumulation in each hole together. Regarding carrying, identical to the first scheme. It was completed by adding a relay between the lower digit number dials 9 and 0 to drive the higher digit dials' rotation. Such mechanical structure proved slightly complex and definitely consumed more space. The advantage lay in merging each hole's accumulation in each column, avoiding substantial manual multiplication and summation while additionally solving the carry problem. The final number dial figure was the accumulation result. What you see is what you get. Finally came the relay-built binary accumulator scheme. Theoretical design difficulty wasn't considerable. However, Dr. Zhang distributed blueprints during the meeting of a full relay version arithmetic logic unit, ALU, constructed by an old timeline relay enthusiast he'd unearthed. The densely packed relays resembling a honeycomb in the documentation imagery made attendees' scalps prickle. A certain trypophobia sufferer immediately requested permission to exit briefly for fresh air. Dr. Zhang explained that if solely the adder function could be extracted, complexity probably wouldn't be excessive. However, attendees were apparently traumatized by this madman's ALU construction and collectively shook their heads. Even Feng Nuo, who'd originally anticipated this scheme, abandoned the notion, primarily because he understood too well the performance characteristics of his developed relays. Even extracting only the adder function involved extensive mutual relay control. Current crude products probably couldn't meet reliability requirements. The third scheme was thus abandoned first, though Dr. Zhang still intended to continue experimenting with it, considering it as accumulating experience for future binary computer design. Feng Nuo also promised to prioritize developing more sensitive, reliable, smaller, and lighter relays for this scheme's experimentation in the next phase, provided the mechanical department could supply sufficiently thin copper wire, and his indigenous insulating lacquer proved effective on thin wires. Next, the meeting conducted prolonged discussion on the first and second schemes. Mechanical department senators declared Scheme 1 definitely feasible and could commence trial production immediately upon return. Scheme 2 would require design reoptimization, also depending on whether relay performance provided by Feng Nuo proved sufficient. Ultimately, the project team elected to pursue Scheme 1 initially. Comprehensive assessments indicated this scheme possessed the smallest problem probability. After all, the structure was simple and action reliable, easier to achieve given their challenging material conditions. Back to the 1890 level again, Feng Nuo sighed inwardly. This scheme scarcely surpassed the one previously ridiculed as a banknote counter. But punch cards had languished for months, deteriorating and moldering in warehouses. Data couldn't perpetually await machines. Reporting some favorable news to the governor soon would be optimal, seeing that year-end approached. Year-end meant project assessment time again. If he couldn't produce results, he'd at minimum need to muddle through with several papers as interim results. Otherwise, there would be budgetary battles with the planning agency and Ministry of Finance. Feng Nuo wasn't someone who relished politicking. Subsequently, attending senators conducted extensive discussion on the tabulating machine's specific mechanical design, processes, materials, and supporting facilities. Discussion was extraordinarily detailed, so meetings frequently transformed into marathons. Yet this was indispensable. The Senate's industrial system was profoundly incomplete, and virtually any new equipment demanded manufacture from scratch. Coupled with technical personnel and skilled worker shortages, raw material varieties were even scarcer. Transmitting design plans and blueprints, as in the old timeline, simply couldn't yield products. The entire apparatus, whether core components or mere screws, required detailed implementation from raw materials through processing procedures. 2 weeks later, the first tabulating machine prototype finally achieved completion. The machinery factory manufactured various mechanical system components, including 2 solutions employing steam power and electric motors as main power sources. Feng Yuo brought Qian Yuzhai to assemble the relay control section into it. Feng Yuo immediately transferred the cards over to commence actual testing. Test results proved satisfactory. Across multiple trials, they input census cards from different communes and calculated the age sum of that commune's population, then compared results with manual calculation. No computational errors occurred. This demonstrated the tabulating machine design's reliability. Feng Yuo released an enormous breath of relief, yet equipment efficiency proved far slower than imagined, requiring approximately 10 seconds to process each card. This duration was excessive, only 6 cards processable per minute, merely marginally faster than manpower. Chapter 1947, Card Duplication. Feng Yuo subsequently adjusted the tabulating machine's data processing mode. Previously, the tabulating machine had been designed to read punch cards column by column. Under this paradigm, even if reading each column consumed merely 0.1 seconds, reading all 80 columns would require 8 seconds, excluding card transport time entirely. After careful deliberation, Feng Yuo concluded that in practical applications, not every punch card column actually demanded tallying or summation. Consider payroll statistics as an example. A punch card couldn't possibly contain wage data exclusively. Conversely, most columns would store workers' names, genders, departments, job classifications, employee numbers, and similar information. Statistical operations on name character codes, department codes, job classification codes, or employee numbers served no purpose. Therefore, under current constraints, performing statistics on a single data item at a time sufficed. Even if a particular data item spanned multiple digits across several punch card columns, processing one digit at a time proved feasible. After all, statistical results would ultimately require manual summation anyway. This approach meant the tabulating machine need only read and accumulate a single column of digits when processing each card, naturally accelerating operations considerably while conserving electricity. Feng Yuo devoted another 2 days to simplifying and modifying the device, finally stabilizing the tabulating machine's processing capacity beyond 3,000 cards hourly. This should adequately meet the Executive Committee's general statistical computing requirements. The sole shortcoming: if calculated data comprised 3 digits, the cards would need 3 machine passes. From a usability perspective, this remained suboptimal. However, Feng Yuo presently focused on validating the technical approach. Further refinements would accompany the productization phase. Having conquered the tabulating machine, most mechanical mechanisms and relay control systems had essentially been developed. Other machine types merely represented design variations, adding, removing, or combining components. In the punch card machine system, the sorting machine, second in importance only to the tabulating machine, simply replaced relays controlling rotating dials and accumulation functions, with one separately controlling multiple card feeding mechanisms, directing cards punched at different reference column digits into different card pockets. However, just as he prepared to enthusiastically tackle the sorting machine in one continuous effort, a fresh problem materialized. Card quality deficiencies had caused severe damage to the delivered card materials during the past day's intensive tabulating machine testing. Experimental materials would soon be depleted. Feng Yuo had no alternative but to shelve his eager sorting machine anticipation and develop the duplicating machine first. With a duplicating machine, existing cards could be copied at will, eliminating the card shortage problem. He retrieved specifications for the old timeline IBM company's IBM 513 reproducing punch, officially designated the automatic reproducing punch. This model had appeared during the 1940s. The principle wasn't challenging, though the machine structure proved somewhat complex. Feng Yuo didn't intend exact replication. He merely needed to construct a principle-based prototype. He sketched a schematic as neatly as possible on paper. The duplicating machine's core component was a linked transmission mechanism capable of holding two card rows. When the template card passed through the processing unit, the reader mechanism's brushes swept across the card, connecting circuits at punch positions to activate corresponding relays, which in turn controlled the new card processing unit's punching mechanism to punch identical position holes on the new card. This time, reading and punching needed to proceed column by column. However, Feng Yu encountered an obstacle when contemplating how to control the punching dies. Each punch card column's holes were separated by mere millimeters. Given his relay size, how could they possibly simultaneously control multiple punch heads? He racked his brain extensively without resolution and had to seek guidance from mechanical engineering transmigrators the following day with his half-developed schematic. Once again, he sought Sun Li. Upon entering the office, he discovered Zhan Wuya was also present. Feng Yu had been ensconced in the machinery factory sufficiently long to have grown quite familiar with Zhan Wuya, recognizing him as a straightforward person. Dispensing with formalities, he spread his blueprint directly and posed the problem. Zhan Wuya laughed heartily, gesturing toward a nearby Lingao-produced English typewriter. Go examine how that typewriter manages to print characters from over 40 keys all at the identical position. Feng Yu slapped his forehead. Naturally, an English typewriter occupied his own office as well, yet he'd never contemplated this point. Zhan Wuya continued. This constitutes the most fundamental problem in mechanical design. Beyond employing the typewriter's curved type bar structure, numerous alternative solutions exist. Stop futilely contemplating mechanical design yourself. Delegate this to professionals like us. You just concentrate on designing your relay control scheme. The governor inquired about this project's progress just yesterday. Because Feng Yu didn't genuinely comprehend mechanical design, the blueprints he submitted to the machinery factory were essentially merely schematic diagrams. For certain constructions where he could replicate existing designs, he transcribed them from previous design drawings. But regarding actual production, the machinery factory's technicians still had to redesign everything. Feng Yu hastily reported his progress and chest-thumpingly promised to accelerate development speed, reassuring leadership. However, the duplicating machine didn't pass testing as smoothly as the tabulating machine had. The prototype arrived that evening. They first tested duplicating one card, then 10 cards. Following manual inspection, no problems surfaced. Duplicated new cards matched template cards perfectly. Feng Yu then instructed Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai to attempt duplicating 1,000 cards at once. Since duplication proceeded row by row, the duplicating machine's speed roughly approximated the unoptimized tabulating machine. Approximately 3 hours for 1,000 cards. After issuing instructions, Feng Yu departed for home. Leadership exhibited considerable concern regarding this project, so Feng Yu had been working overtime frequently lately. Today, with a task requiring minimal technical expertise, he could leave Qian Yuzhai and the 2 others to monitor operations. When duplicating small card quantities, overlapping new and old cards and holding them against light sufficed to verify whether punched holes matched. But for 1,000 cards, manual verification was no longer viable. Therefore, Feng Yu instructed them to employ the tabulating machine to verify perforation consistency upon duplication completion. The method: separately tally 09-digit counts in each column for both stacks and confirm whether results matched. If results proved identical, any error probability could be considered negligible. However, at the tabulating machine's current speed, checking each column consumed approximately 20 minutes, and 80 columns would require over 20 hours, necessitating overnight shift work. The next morning, Feng Yu attended a brief planning commission meeting and didn't reach the office until nearly noon. He found Feng Shan leading Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai in inspecting cards individually against light to verify perforation matches. They'd apparently been engaged for half the day already, all three displaying somewhat glazed expressions. Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai even sported dark circles beneath their eyes. Feng Yuo found this profoundly strange and hurried over to inquire what was occurring. It emerged that Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai had spent the entire night employing the tabulating machine to verify the 1,000 cards duplication results, only to discover that new and old cards exhibited different 09 counts in a certain column. Duplicated cards were short 1-3, but possessed one extra 4. In other words, the duplicating machine had erred, punching a 3 as a 4 on one card. Now they were searching for precisely which card harbored the problem. Commendable work attitude, stupid work method, Feng Yuo commented. He approached and retrieved the 2 stacks the 3 hadn't yet examined, asking, "How many have you checked?" 122, 114, 107. The 3 answered separately. "See, 3 people working all morning have checked merely just over 300 cards. What if we need to test 10,000 cards in the future? How many people would we require?" As he spoke, he handed the stack to Feng Shan, saying, "Count out 330. He then asked Qian Yuzhai which column contained the error and adjusted the tabulating machine's reading brush position. He also divided the remaining stack in his own hand into piles of 330 and 327. Next, Feng Yuo employed the tabulating machine to tally first the 330 new cards Feng Shan had counted out, then his own separated stack of 330 old cards. Slightly over 10 minutes later, tabulation completed and results matched. So, the erroneous card must definitely reside in the other half. Feng Yuo indicated the remaining 2 card stacks. He then extracted 160 cards each from the remaining 2 327 card stacks and fed them into the tabulating machine. This time results demonstrated that the erroneous card resided among these 160. Feng Yuo bisected this card batch again, each portion containing 80 corresponding new and old cards, randomly selected one portion, and repeated the above operation. Minutes later, the suspect range had narrowed to 10 cards. Feng Yuo distributed the cards to Feng Shan and the other 2, and the erroneous card was swiftly located. Feng Yuo placed the erroneous card on the table without examining it. Instead, he addressed Feng Shan. "We're constructing computers precisely to replace human labor in performing mechanical calculations. The machine executes mechanical work. You don't have to. What do you need to do then? Contemplate how to drive it to work toward your objective. Tell me, what principle did we just employ to locate the erroneous card?" "Binary search," Feng Shan ventured uncertainly. Feng Yuo nodded. "Not precisely identical, but the reasoning parallels it. If you'd contemplated momentarily why I had Yuzhai and Jianai employ the tabulating machine yesterday to verify whether the 2 1,000 card stacks matched, you could have conceived numerous solutions. At bare minimum, you could have processed 100 cards at a time, and in at most 10 passes, you would have identified which 100 card batch contained the error. Naturally, if you conceived that, you would have also recognized that binary search is fastest. What we executed has a prerequisite, that duplication error probability is exceedingly low. Otherwise, if multiple punch cards all exhibited errors in the identical column, this method wouldn't function. That's why yesterday we first verified 1 in 10 duplication results, and neither presented problems. The facts also demonstrate that our estimate matched reality. Out of 1,000 cards, that's 80,000 column duplication operations. The 2 of them checked over 30 columns from last night to this morning, and actually discovered only 1 column with an error. Moreover, the tally revealed only 1 fewer 3 and only 1 more 4. This was something you knew before we commenced searching for the erroneous card, correct? We possessed no other prior knowledge, so we could only assume the duplicating machine's error rate was 130000, and not consider the possibility that the current error resulted from accumulated errors on multiple cards in the same column, because that probability is even lower and can be temporarily disregarded. Chapter 1948. The mathematical theory of error-checking. Qian Yuzhai's gaze began wandering first, and Li Jianai was drifting by now as well. Only Feng Shan remained attentive. Binary search locates a specific value in an ordered list. Its essence is a divide-and-conquer strategy. That is, decomposing a large problem into several similar subproblems, then either solving them directly or continuing subdivision. Why does it require an ordered list? To ensure each operation can simultaneously resolve all subproblems. For example, if an ascending list's median value is smaller than the search-for value, I can simultaneously confirm two conclusions. First, the target value is not in the ordered list's first half. Second, the target value resides in the second half, so I then repeat the above operation on the second half. Our problem parallels this. Probabilistically, first we can reasonably assume one and only one erroneous card exists. Then, each time we tally half of all cards known to contain the erroneous card. If tallying reveals the erroneous card is not in this half, it must reside in the other half, and vice versa. This way I've narrowed the erroneous card's suspect range by half. I repeatedly execute the halving operation to shrink the suspect range. Once it contracts to a certain point, the problem ceases being problematic. I've told you before, the punch card computer we're constructing now possesses capabilities not limited to what we observe here. Just now my halving operation was highly mechanical, correct? Always bisect, input, verify the result, take the stack containing the erroneous card and repeat the operation. So if someday we design a machine to replace my repetitive mechanical operations just now, combined with the tabulating machine, it could accomplish far more. Numerous large problems would be decomposed into smaller problems, then solved using identical operational processes. Decomposing seemingly complex problems layer by layer into smaller problems resembling the original, repeatedly solving them with similar series of mechanical operations that computers can also execute. This thinking mode is called recursion. This constitutes a highly fundamental approach to computer utilization, and you need to contemplate it carefully. Particularly when considering such problems, don't factor in the current mechanical computer's operating speed and conclude it's slower than human labor. The key consideration is, what problems can a computer solve when operating solely according to rules without human intervention? That is, what kinds of problems are computer solvable? We call these computable problems. Regarding speed, that's not an issue. We'll have bread eventually. Feng Nuo paused, allowing Feng Shan to carefully digest these words. For her, this thinking mode resembled mathematics yet differed substantially from the mathematics she'd previously studied. Meanwhile, Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai could only manage arithmetic at the four operations level, expecting their comprehension was rather demanding. Since neither had slept adequately the previous night, they were now quite drowsy. This speech proved indistinguishable from a lullaby. In his daze, Qian Yuzhai was still puzzling over what any of this had to do with bread. All right, you two go sleep. I'll examine what went wrong with this card. Feng Nuo set aside Feng Shan, who remained deep in contemplation, and addressed Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai, indicating the inner room. You can sleep on that bed. With that, he retrieved the incorrectly punched card from the table. When Li Jianai woke from the bed, she found Qian Yuzhai still seated in a chair, leaning against the wall, sleeping soundly. She surveyed the room. Feng Shan was at the workbench reading and calculating something, while Transmigrator Feng was absent, probably attending another meeting somewhere. Yawning, she exited the bed and poked Qian Yuzhai, saying, "Go sleep on the bed." But he merely grunted without moving. Li Jianai forcefully dragged him over to the bed. Though they were supposed to alternate shifts, Qian Yuzhai had actually sustained the night shift far longer than she had. Perhaps sensing the residual body warmth on the bed, Qian Yuzhai rolled over, seeming to curl into the depression Li Jianai had just vacated, and continued snoring away. Li Jianai walked to the workbench and poured herself water. Just then, she observed Feng Shan set down her book and rub her eyes, apparently intending to rest momentarily, so she initiated conversation. Before long, they'd agreed to attend a gathering next week together with Jianais' classmates from the Liberal Arts Academy. Apparently, several senior transmigrators would also be attending. Over subsequent days, the research team repeatedly refined and tested the duplicating machine. At Feng Yu's request, they added another card-reading mechanism set to the row with the punching apparatus. This modification was minor, yet it enabled the duplicating machine to partially function as a verifier. After duplication completed, a few wires could be reconfigured to transform the machine's function to automatically verifying whether two card stacks perforations matched, stopping and illuminating an alarm when inconsistent perforations were detected. However swift binary search was, it still couldn't surpass running through the machine once directly. Additionally, the improved version could fix a master card in the reading mechanism and punch verify a card stack. In practical applications, this feature could pre-punch common holes for card batches, reducing manual punching workload. However, despite duplicating machine improvements and rectifying the mis-punching problem, it still occasionally failed to punch holes. Finally, the research team reduced card transport and processing speed, and the problem vanished. Looks like it's a relay response speed issue. Sun Li tossed his pen onto the desk. Let's operate at reduced speed. Everyone's gaze immediately snapped to Feng Yu, who could only nod wordlessly. But by now all transmigrators had developed thick skins. They were all at similar levels, so nobody could mock anyone else. The awkwardness passed quickly, and Feng Yu proceeded to propose a plan for developing a decoder. According to the plan, the tabulating machine should have integrated printing and summary punching functions, but to simplify individual machine complexity, the current phase didn't include these components. Therefore, Feng Yu planned to first construct the most basic numeric decoder. Since it wouldn't consider printing Latin letters, it couldn't even genuinely be called decoding. It was purely printing. Its mechanical structure resembled the duplicating machine. After detecting holes, it activated relays to drive curved type bars to print digits 09 at the card tops. Now that the duplicating machine was essentially complete, the decoder was a natural next step. The mechanical engineering transmigrators felt no major issues existed and agreed to quickly manufacture a prototype for delivery. The meeting concluded there, and Feng Yu returned to his office. He contemplated that he still needed to prepare for today's lessons. As the mechanical computer project progressed, he felt compelled to teach certain mathematics problems related to software engineering in depth. The first programmer generation consisted almost exclusively of mathematicians. In his office, he processed the data center's routine paperwork and made his customary machine room rounds, performing daily equipment maintenance. He also browsed the pending repairs directory, using a red pencil to check several urgent level items. These could only be repaired after class, sacrificing sleep time. Ever since commencing the mechanical computer project, his original workload had accumulated considerably. Now that Su Leawu was handling most clerical work, allowing his main job to slide any further would be inexcusable. After finally processing everything at hand item by item, he rose and proceeded to the workshop. The workshop was now packed to bursting. Various engineering prototypes, manufactured by the machinery factory, filled this space. Some weren't even technical meeting products at all, but rather the brainchildren of certain transmigrators with strong hands-on abilities. Though calling them pure whimsy wasn't entirely accurate, since these devices roughly corresponded to different technological approaches in mechanical computer historical development. Engineering prototypes were naturally rather crude, because time was compressed and they were mainly just verifying whether design concepts were engineering feasible. No design or manufacturing optimization occurred. True to the machinery factory's consistent, big, dumb, black and rough products, Many devices also exhibited exposed components, partly to conserve manufacturing time, partly to facilitate real-time troubleshooting and debugging. The workshop was full of iron-jawed, steel-toothed machines, with various scattered materials and parts on the floor. So Feng Yuo always reminded his 3 assistants to take proper protective measures when entering the workshop. He led by example, wearing a rattan safety helmet, coarse clothwork clothes, and labor protection leather shoes. Past the equipment area, the workshop's other end was the research area. A heavy, large-size Holy Ship brand, 12-person conference table stood centrally, its surface piled high with blueprints, documents, and scratch calculation paper, surrounded by 7 or 8 folding chairs. In the corner stood a huge blackboard stand, the blackboard covered with chalk-written formulas and numbers. Against the wall extended a row of open bookshelves, stuffed layer upon layer with various technical materials and reference documents. In mere months, this documentary volume had accumulated. Following Planning Commission regulations, these materials were all organized and bound by Feng Shan and Li Jianai by category, all destined for archiving, to provide future technician reference. But without an efficient retrieval system, these technical materials would probably just gather dust in some grand library corner, gradually forgotten. Contemplating this, Feng Yuo felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders all the more keenly. The research area's floor was covered with scattered calculation drafts, resembling scenes from old Nationalist Party defeat flight movies. The research team was so absorbed in work day and night that they naturally couldn't spare time for cleaning. At least everyone washed their lunch boxes clean and took them home. Otherwise, with this slovenliness level, mice would surely move in. Feng Yuo plopped down in a chair and extracted a discrete mathematics professional textbook. This was a local Lingao reprint that had passed Truth Office review, so no confidentiality measures were needed, and it could be placed directly on the bookshelf. Just as he prepared to open it, he suddenly noticed the waste paper basket under the table was stuffed with paper scraps, not ordinary scraps, but paper torn to shreds. This wasn't the calculation paper they customarily used, but stationery, and it appeared densely covered with writing. Chapter 1949, Advanced Mathematics Today marked another session for teaching Feng Shan discrete mathematics. Set theory, graph theory, mathematical logic, Boolean algebra, group theory. Culminating in automata theory, Feng Yuo hadn't mastered these subjects well in the original timeline. He'd even failed abstract algebra back then, and now, more than a decade later, attempting to resurrect this knowledge and teach it to someone else proved excruciatingly difficult. But however difficult, he had to grit his teeth and teach it himself. Though several other transmigrators with computer science backgrounds existed in the executive committee, he could hardly dispatch Feng Shan elsewhere for instruction. First, his own professional competence would be seriously questioned. Second, Feng Yuo genuinely suspected their abilities in this domain might not exceed his own. And third, sending Feng Shan alone to receive one-on-one tutoring from some pudgy IT otaku transmigrator. Feng Yuo quickly shook his head, banishing the unpleasant image from mind. In the end, he devoted several weeks to gnawing through several undergraduate-level discrete mathematics foundation courses, then considered the sequencing and structure of these courses to prepare a training program. A few days prior, Dr. Zhang had visited and proposed a new card-reading mechanism and an independent digit wheel scheme driven by electric escapement forks. The new digit wheel scheme would enable the tabulating machine to perform multi-digit number statistics while ensuring carry accuracy. He'd also proposed that card tops and bottoms should feature positioning holes, like 80-column printer paper perforations. Using a pair of pressed rollers as the card contact mechanism, with metal contacts arranged on the rollers, this would ensure proper card hole alignment with contacts through the positioning holes at both ends. Since the card would be in rolling contact with the rollers, subject to pressure and slight friction rather than scraping against contact area mechanisms. It would benefit both card and contact longevity. This would avoid the embarrassing situation where frequently tabulated/queried cards were extremely prone to damage, like what occurred during last month's intensive tabulating machine tests. While they were deep in discussion, Feng Shan had been waiting at the door all along. Zhang Lixi found this peculiar and, upon inquiring of Feng Yuo, learned he'd already initiated private discrete mathematics lessons for Feng Shan, and this was scheduled class time. So Dr. Zhang sat in with great interest to observe one of Feng Yuo's lessons. Unexpectedly, after attending the class, he became quite animated. Not only did he lavish praise, but he also declared this an important exploration in higher education for the new timeline, requesting that Feng Yuo organize his thoughts and related materials for preparing these courses. Finally, Dr. Zhang emphasized that current higher education must integrate cutting-edge topics in scientific and technological restoration when establishing majors, asking Feng Yuo to bear this point in mind when sharing his experience. He stressed the characters for science and technology very heavily. It indeed held true that Feng Shan was among the very few naturalized citizens with access to higher education level material. From this perspective, Feng Yuo's work was genuinely exploratory. As for whether this pace suited ordinary naturalized citizens' abilities, he didn't intend to consider that. For at least the next 20 or 30 years, only the brightest naturalized citizen prospects would have any chance of accessing higher education. Each would be the elite of the elite, and basically no need existed to worry whether they could keep pace. Take Feng Shan. Her knowledge absorption speed and ability was astounding. If she didn't understand something, she would study and contemplate it day and night. This was nothing like when Feng Yuo was in college, where recreation came first and studying second. This astonishing receptivity made Feng Yuo's preparation for these more theoretical courses extraordinarily arduous. Often, each class hour required 7-8 hours of preparation. Certain theorems he simply couldn't prove had to be glossed over or temporarily skipped. Occasionally, they could even be assigned as homework. Perhaps she could understand the proofs herself. Interspersed with all this were endless other annoyances. A typical example was the conventionally established names of theorems. In slightly advanced mathematics and physics subjects, theorems and formulas named after people were ubiquitous, and explaining their origins presented major problems. This issue wasn't obvious in the executive committee's current national school basic education, and no systematic solution yet existed. However, the several transmigrators teaching Feng Shan calculus were already complaining bitterly, and had mentioned it to Feng Yuo repeatedly during academic exchanges. Now Feng Yuo was experiencing this annoyance himself. Complete renaming was obviously impossible. The transmigrators were generally muddle-headed about these theorems and formulas to begin with. If names were changed beyond recognition, these disciplines would probably be lost entirely. So the executive committee's general policy was to claim as extensively as possible that these people were all Australian sages. The Truth Office had issued a general guideline requiring that professional terms with personal names that cannot be changed should, wherever possible, claim those resembling Chinese names actually were Chinese people. But no transmigrator possessed the energy to systematically sort this out. Most of the principal transmigrators in education were actually just elementary and middle school teachers by background, which also explained why Dr. Zhang was pushing so vigorously to bring higher education under the Science and Technology Ministry system. Consequently, the several transmigrators teaching Feng Shan advanced mathematics would often improvise on the spot. One time, Feng Yuo heard Feng Shan mention that the lecturing transmigrator had told her that Lagrange was Mongolian. Euler's original surname was Aoyang, and he was a descendant of Aoyang Ziu. Cauchy was the third of 4 brothers, and he also had a second brother who was a criminal detective. Feng Yu was immediately furious and nearly took his student to confront them, but now he himself could only begin improvising. Today he planned to claim that Cantor's surname was Kang, and Russell's surname was Luo. As for why some names were peculiar and didn't resemble Chinese ones, fortunately the Truth Office's Great Song Australian Provisional Capital Historical Guidance Notes, with its guidelines for explaining foreign personnel names in various materials, document provided guidance, so there wouldn't be any slip-ups. Feng Shan, Qian Yuzhai, Li Jianai, and 2 young transmigrators from the academy were now seated before the small office blackboard. After news of his systematic teaching of discrete mathematics foundation courses was spread by Dr. Zhang, the academy specifically assigned 2 young transmigrators with mathematical talent to attend these courses. This suddenly made Feng Yu realize that he'd been cooped up in the machine room so long that he'd had too little contact with naturalized citizens, and he himself was also a doctor. At this level, in the future transmigrator empire, there should be at least 3 or 4 schools of thought named after him. It would be such a pity if there were no successors. So he thought of Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai, these 2 recent graduates. Though their backgrounds were somewhat lacking, one from a vocational school, one from the Liberal Arts Academy, they were still rare talents properly cultivated through the timeline's formal education. He began contemplating taking on 2 disciples. They weren't very old, so molding potential should still exist. Moreover, Li Jianai was quite perceptive and could be cultivated towards software theory. Qian Yuzhai was also diligent and might be able to learn something about system architecture and applied technology. He had Feng Shan catch them up on some upper primary and middle school courses in her spare time, and whenever he taught Feng Shan, he tried to have them sit in as well. But Feng Yu knew in his heart that discrete mathematics remained far too premature for them. For the most part, it would resemble playing music to cows. Reality wasn't far from Feng Yu's estimate. After attending this class, Li Jianai felt her brain was in complete chaos. She and Qian Yuzhai also now addressed Feng Yu as teacher. Feng Yu even mentioned that after the new year, he would discuss with the Tiandehui about possibly officially transferring them over. Qian Yuzhai remained somewhat confused, not comprehending the significance, but Li Jianai recognized this as an excellent opportunity. Being transferred to a transmigrator's side and becoming a transmigrator's student, this kind of status was the best prospect outside of becoming a transmigrator's life secretary. However, after attending several classes, she understood that being this kind of student wasn't so easy, and now the classes the teacher gave them separately were the so-called different kind of mathematics. This mathematics was indeed strange. It didn't involve extensive calculation. After a class, the blackboard was covered with odd scribbles. Senior sister Feng Shan explained those characters resembling pinyin were called Latin letters, just without tones. There were other characters resembling ghost drawings, called Greek letters, and there were numerous other symbols she'd never encountered before. That was one thing, but initially the content still seemed comprehensible, and it didn't even employ the decimals, fractions, and multi-digit multiplication and division that she found somewhat difficult. One time the teacher earnestly explained that among 13 people, at least 2 must have been born in the same month, and she nearly laughed aloud. This counted as mathematics. But then the teacher immediately assigned homework. 101 Fubo army soldiers stand in a row. Then at least 11 soldiers can be made to step forward and form a line arranged by height from shortest to tallest, or form a line arranged by height from tallest to shortest. She was immediately stumped, having no idea how to even approach the problem. Fortunately, senior sister Feng Shan couldn't solve it either, to say nothing of that dummy Qian Yuzhai. They all looked at the teacher, who proved this proposition in mere minutes. Afterward, Li Jianai devoted an hour to reviewing her notes before finally understanding the proof. Another time, The teacher explained that a pseudo-Ming map could be colored with at most 5 colors to distinguish all provincial administration offices, and proved it cleanly and decisively. Under their admiring gazes, Transmigrator Feng seemed to get slightly carried away, claiming that actually he could also prove that 4 colors would suffice. It's just that this blackboard was too small to write the proof on. But recently, what the teacher taught had become increasingly outlandish. During class, she only felt like she was lost in clouds and mist, and after class she couldn't remember much. In this class, she only vaguely recalled the teacher discussing something about a barber who did or didn't shave himself. He also seemed to claim the set of natural numbers was a countably infinite set. What a joke! If it's infinite, how can it also be countable? The instructor at the training class had stated that the executive committee's power was infinite, and when some trainees asked what infinite meant, the instructor answered that infinite meant having no end, being too many to count. The teacher also concocted some nonsense about natural numbers and integers being equally numerous. Anyone who'd been to primary school knew that integers clearly had many more negative numbers than natural numbers. Chapter 1950, a date at store number 43, but the teacher's final words in class left a deep impression on her. He'd said, "Infinity and finitude have an essential difference. Infinity is elusive and contains contradictions. In this domain, it often seems that the more reasonable something appears, the more likely it is to be wrong. One cannot apply the rules of the finite to the infinite as a matter of course." From this perspective, the executive committee was indeed like infinity. After class, she requested leave from Feng Yuo. "If there's nothing scheduled tomorrow afternoon, I'd like to take half a day off." "Does Feng Xiaodi have time then?" Feng Yuo didn't look up, continuing to flip through the desk's technical materials, marking with his pencil. "I've arranged everything. If you agree, I'll submit the schedule adjustment form to Feng Xiaodi's academic affairs office. Then go ahead. Then about dinner. I'll take care of dinner myself." Feng Yuo was sketching lines in his notebook. "You'll be back after dinner?" "Yes. Don't forget to register at the guard post." "Yes." Feng Shan hesitated momentarily, as if wanting to say something more, or perhaps expecting Feng Yuo to ask something. But Feng Yuo never once looked at her, and in the end she walked away somewhat dejectedly. The next morning was mathematics class at Feng Xiaodi, and Feng Shan had to teach 4 consecutive classes as usual. After class, she ate lunch at the school cafeteria and hurried from the office. She first went home, changed into her life secretary uniform, and carefully groomed herself. Only then did she proceed to her destination, store number 43 of the cooperative at Eastgate Market. Store number 43 of the cooperative was the executive committee's special supply store. On its second floor was a small tea room, specifically opened for personal assistants like the female servants who came shopping. Though that was ostensibly the case, quite a few current customers were not actually life secretaries, but classmates from the Liberal Arts Academy or the female servant training class who had been brought along by friends to broaden their horizons. Feng Shan rarely came here, purchasing daily sundries and clothing. The routine work female servants performed was something she hardly ever touched. All of that was handled by service agency aunties on Feng Yu's behalf. As for window shopping and recreational outings, she considered those pure wastes of time, and had never felt she possessed the leisure or inclination to sit and chat with people over tea. She simply didn't perceive what joy or meaning such things held. But today, she had come here. At the tea room entrance, she hesitated slightly, as if somewhat reluctant to enter. The waitress was observant. The girl before her was exceptionally beautiful, and her female servant uniform was new. She'd probably just been selected to serve at a transmigrator's side, and was still somewhat unfamiliar with and uneasy about this place. So the waitress immediately approached to greet her in a soft, gentle voice. "I'm waiting for someone." Feng Shan was poised and confident in the classroom, but here in this kind of establishment she was quite awkward. The waitress led her to a window table and inquired what she would like. We have Australian desserts that just launched simultaneously with the Nanhai Coffee House, the waitress said, exerting utmost effort to upsell the newly introduced premium pastries for the sake of commissions. Even transmigrators might not be able to purchase these. Feng Shan examined the lengthy list of beverage and pastry names on the menu with some unease. She didn't know what most of these items were, and the prices listed afterward made her jump. So expensive. She possessed absolutely no awareness that money was meaningless to her, since her consumption was, as usual, charged to her transmigrator's spending account. "I'll just have tea," Feng Shan said vaguely, unable to choose. "Green tea, black tea, oolong tea. Oolong tea, I suppose." Feng Shan recalled that her transmigrator employed this variety when entertaining guests. "Oolong tea, very good, coming right up." The waitress departed, and only then did Feng Shan breathe a sigh of relief. She surveyed her surroundings. More than half the tea room was occupied. The customers were almost all young women in life secretary uniforms, though some wore liberal arts academy or Fangshiati uniforms, and a few were dressed as ordinary female staff members. Their ages ranged from young to older, gathered together whispering and chattering, with waves of suppressed laughter from time to time. Every girl looked beautiful, radiant. Feng Shan sat there alone and just felt uncomfortable all over. This was simply not a place she belonged. What happened with that client who wanted the full package last time? What do you think happened? The old moneybags chickened out. Transmigrator Dugu was furious and said he wanted to execute him. He. Good thing Transmigrator Yi held him back. Is that so? Our Transmigrator Wu must be pretty unhappy too. That guy was too much trouble. The Tiandahui produced several different proposals, and in the end he still canceled. Really? I bet when they calculate taxes next time, they'll give him a hard time. By the way, I went to Nanbao yesterday and saw Tong Tong. She's gotten so much thinner, but when I told her we were going out today, she was so envious. Why did you go to Nanbao? The main store was reconciling the patent medicine sales at that branch. Transmigrator Liu mentioned it last time. How is Tong Tong doing there? Not bad. Apparently a lot of guys are secretly in love with her. They even call her a goddess, haha. They're all country bumpkins though, what's the use? Isn't she secretly in love with Transmigrator Chen? My younger brother is also going to Nanbao next month. Could you ask her to help look after him a bit, maybe get a discount when buying things? Why don't you write her a letter? She says she's swamped with work now, and reading letters is her rest. Plus that little place has nothing, so letters from Baron can remind her of how lively it is here. I think she's just lazy, like it's hard to come back for a day. Feng Shan felt her head starting to throb. She wasn't accustomed to this kind of chattering atmosphere. If not for this meeting, she genuinely wouldn't want to be here. The girls in the tea room ranged from 16 or 17 to their 20s, most of them graduates or current students of the Female Servant School or the Liberal Arts Academy. Generally quite beautiful, tall and slender, fashionably dressed, speaking in the transmigrator style, with their topics never straying far from transmigrators. Besides a portion who had become life secretaries, most had been assigned to various departments for clerical, administrative, and accounting work. These included government agencies like the Agricultural Province, Finance Province, Social Welfare Province, and the Police Bureau, as well as various enterprises and institutions under the Executive Committee. There were also graduates from the health training class who'd been assigned to the Ministry of Health and Baron General Hospital. However, regardless of which unit they inhabited, Liberal Arts Academy graduates had a high probability of being assigned to positions with direct transmigrator contact. They had stable jobs, were young and beautiful, possessed the ability to live independently, and had decent education levels. Although some still dreamed of attaching themselves to a transmigrator, most were extremely sought-after women in the naturalized citizen marriage market. But their horizons had already broadened, and they had once been cultivated as the transmigrators' concubines. So their standards were inevitably elevated. ordinary naturalized citizens had virtually no hope of winning their hearts. Most of these girls came from mainland refugees or orphans and had no family ties. Under the social environment in Lingao, where women were increasingly entering factories and earning income, sprouts of gender equality were also emerging, which was relatively friendly to them. So if they couldn't locate a suitable marriage partner immediately, they would rather live alone for now. Considering women's generally early marriage under current social conditions, these were probably the first generation of leftover women in this timeline. At this moment, they were drinking coffee and chatting casually in a private room at the farm tea house, and the laughter that occasionally emerged made the naturalized citizens in the tea house turn their heads. Axia, when's the next batch of Huanglian oral solution arriving at your store? Save me 30 doses. I don't know what's going on lately. Product is moving really fast on the mainland. Old man Lin is also buying in bulk. I'll ask for you. 30 doses might be hard to guarantee, but I can definitely save you 10. Axia, you're so sweet, thank you. Last time I went to your store and ran into that Tang something, and when I discussed transferring stock with her, she rolled her eyes and told me to go look in a mirror. I was so mad. Don't mind her. Isn't it just because she has something going on with Transmigrator X at the Ministry of Health? Her tail's up to the sky, but really she's nothing. And the Transmigrator is just playing around. That's not necessarily true. Haven't you heard that joke? Need someone at home to wash clothes and cook. At the office needs someone pretty and hardworking. For entertaining needs someone who can talk and drink. For business trips needs someone ready for action. Zayachin. Morning the wheels turn, noon the plates turn, evening the dice turn, night the skirts turn. That's what goes around in our branch, hee. Fanfan, you stop too. It's fine, it's fine. I even heard Transmigrator Chen and Transmigrator Wu say this one once, haha. I heard Transmigrator Ma has 2 female Transmigrators at home. Is that true? Fanfan, have you seen them? Stop. Fanfan, Zayachin. The Transmigrators can say these things, but you'd better not go around saying them. And Sister Ning, don't go asking questions either. Huh. It's okay, right? I feel like the Transmigrators who come to my place aren't very particular about this. Last time Chairman Wang and Transmigrator, you came to our construction headquarters and also told a joke. Don't know what meeting it is, but know where to sit. Don't know who gave gifts, but know who didn't. Don't know who's doing good work, but know who to promote. Don't know who they're sleeping with, but know what they do in bed. Haha, several Transmigrators cracked up and we almost couldn't hold back either. Director May's face went green. Sister Ning, stop teaching them, we're not like you. Just a few days ago our bureau caught someone for slandering the executive committee. I heard they ended up sending him to Fu Yaoties for 7 years. That's serious. You all be careful. Feng Shan thought to herself that these girls truly had no limits, casually joking around with dirty jokes. Being at Feng Yu's side for so long, she naturally overheard the Transmigrators' various insider gossip and such casual talk from time to time. She could often witness the Transmigrators' less than glorious sides and the various unreliable things they did. But among naturalized citizens, this was the first time she'd heard such talk. Chapter 1951. The youth, the chattering girls meant nothing to Feng Shan. She knew none of them nor wished to. They inhabited a different world entirely, one whose rhythms and preoccupations she neither understood nor cared to comprehend. As for the so-called affluent lives they led, she felt not the slightest flicker of envy. The wait stretched long and tedious. From her bag she withdrew calculation paper and began working through a problem Feng Yu had assigned the day before. He'd already sketched the general approach, but the specific methodology remained for her to discover. Ordinarily, once she began calculating, she would slip into that wondrous realm of pure logic and lose all track of time. Today was different. The impending meeting weighed on her thoughts, and the girl's ceaseless chatter shattered her concentration. Lately, subtle changes had disturbed the ordered rhythm of her life. stirring something unfamiliar in this young woman who had spent years immersed in nothing but study. The letter that arrived several days ago had stolen an entire night's sleep, not because its contents were extraordinary, but because it had become a key unlocking years of accumulated thoughts about herself, about Feng Nuo, about the executive committee and the shape of her future. She set down her pencil and sat in contemplative silence. The tea room's persistent chatter died abruptly. A young man had entered. Store number 43 catered almost exclusively to transmigrators' relatives, life secretaries, and household staff. Male visitors were rare outside the occasional transmigrator escorting a life secretary. There were, admittedly, transmigrators who kept male life secretaries, but such men were exceedingly uncommon and never showed themselves here. This youth was patently not a transmigrator. Though he wore the Academy's black uniform, his insignia identified him as a member of the Fangxiati selection group, meritorious talent, not noble blood. In theory, store number 43 imposed no barriers based on status. Anyone with money could shop here. In practice, no naturalized citizen or local would dare cross its threshold unescorted. The assembled shop girls immediately recognized what they were seeing: a transmigrator's disciple, student, or perhaps even foster son. The young man certainly fit the archetype: handsome features, sun-darkened complexion, close-cropped hair, a sturdy yet well-proportioned frame. His bearing radiated dignity and quiet confidence. He was the living embodiment of the new Chinese man, exalted in propaganda posters across the realm, an ideal few transmigrators themselves achieved, yet one their artists endlessly glorified. Under the collective scrutiny of so many young women, the youth's dark face colored slightly. He scanned the tea room with a quick, practiced eye, declined the approaching waitress with a subtle headshake, and strode toward Feng Shan's corner table with the regulation 80-centimeter gait. "So handsome!" The whisper cut through the sudden hush with startling clarity, followed by ripples of suppressed giggles. The young man's flush deepened. Affecting deafness, he approached Feng Shan and executed a precise 15-degree bow. Following Fangxiati protocol, Feng Shan rose and extended her hand. They exchanged a brief formal handshake before separating. "Please forgive my tardiness," he murmured. "No matter, I've only just arrived myself." She tucked away her calculation notebook. "Please sit." They settled into their chairs. Feng Shan gestured to the waitress for another cup. The woman had been staring, transfixed, and started at the request before hurrying off. The once boisterous tea room fell into expectant silence. Every girl present strained to overhear what this unexpected stranger might say to the young woman in the life secretary's uniform, gossip being the universal currency of women everywhere. They would be disappointed. Feng Shan had chosen her corner seat with purpose, positioning herself far from prying ears. More critically, the pair simply sat in silence, each studying their own teacup, neither speaking. Several minutes passed before the young man finally broke the stillness. "Senior Sister Feng summoning me here today," he glanced around uncertainly. "Isn't this somewhat inappropriate?" "It's fine, this place serves our purposes." Feng Shan poured him tea. "Please." "Thank you, I've read your most recent letter." From her bag she produced a stack of envelopes bound with thin cord. "I understand completely what you're feeling," silence, "but I cannot accept them." She slid the bundle toward him. "You mean, what's between us cannot be?" Her tone remained measured, nearly clinical. "Surely you understand this." "But senior sister, you told me." Something flickered in his memory. "I could ask teacher to intervene." "No need." "What I told you that day was the truth." She placed one hand over her heart. "I didn't deceive you, we truly were happy together. My refusal has nothing to do with status. This uniform means nothing to me." "Then why?" "After our meeting the other day, I've been thinking constantly," Feng Shan said. "A person's time and energy are finite. I don't believe I can balance both my studies and matters of the heart." "Is studying really that important?" A note of agitation crept into his voice. "How could it not be?" she countered. "You and I, what sustains this worry-free life of scholarship we lead? The executive committee's grace, yes, but also our aptitude for learning. Even so, people need personal lives. He seemed incapable of grasping her reasoning, stumbling over the words. The transmigrators themselves say that while learning and work are vital, personal life must be balanced alongside them. Perhaps for some, but for me, learning is my personal life. She lowered her gaze. I'm sorry. Despair and grief warred across his features. A long moment passed before he managed to force out the words. Is it because of the transmigrator? Feng Shan nodded silently. Compared to fleeting romantic happiness, I would rather devote my entire existence to exploring the infinite knowledge of the executive committee, and that applies to anyone, not only you. Take these letters and burn them. Keeping them might harm your future prospects. I intended to write you, but after several attempts, nothing felt right. In the end, I decided an honest explanation was better. A gentleman tolerates no private words. When Feng Shan returned to the machinery factory, the dinner hour had already passed. Feng Yuo was deep in conversation with an unfamiliar transmigrator, not transmigrator Zhang, nor any of the regulars from the machinery factory or electrical sector, nor anyone from the project research team. Old Feng, this project carries significant weight. We'll be placing orders for several complete sets. The stranger's voice was businesslike. Ha! That puts considerable pressure on me. Feng Yu grinned, showing no trace of actual concern. But the system's essentially complete and the sorting machine is finalized. The prototype arrives tomorrow. We'll validate the full system as quickly as possible and move a batch into production. Your order's not the only one. Social welfare and police headquarters are both breathing down my neck. He paused for effect. Quality guaranteed. Lifetime warranty. Excellent. Then it's settled, and please look after that Li Jianai matter for us. No problem at all, old Wu. We'll absolutely support your work. They shook hands, exchanged final pleasantries, and the unknown transmigrator departed. Feng Shan felt a flicker of confusion. The visitor had clearly come regarding the punch card computer system, so why mention Li Jianai? She didn't probe, simply announcing, "Teacher, I've returned." Feng Yu gave a distracted hum of acknowledgement, then his eyes sharpened. Why are your eyes red? Wind blew sand into them, I rubbed them. She blinked deliberately. I've solved the problem you assigned, please review it for errors. Leave it on the desk, we'll examine it together later. Feng Yu had been about to inquire further, but his mind remained elsewhere, still churning over the visitor's words. The visitor had been Wu Fu, director of the technical department for the Political Security General Bureau. Unsurprisingly, the Political Security Bureau harbored keen interest in establishing a punch card database and acquiring mechanical computer systems. They were, after all, the organization most obsessed with data collection and material aggregation, and traditional manual classification proved hopelessly inefficient when dealing with massive volumes. The trial production of mechanical computers represented welcome news indeed. However, Wu Fu's secondary purpose involved the transfer of Li Jianai. Although that habitually self-assured deputy director had waved off concerns about this minor matter, internally, the Political Security Bureau remained acutely anxious about Li Jianai's situation. This hidden assets case had ensnared two transmigrators, Dugu Qiyuan and Luke Shuan, whose identities carried unfortunate sensitivities. The current impasse was giving Zhou Batao and his colleagues considerable headaches. In truth, the entire affair was purely accidental. From the outset, the Political Security General Bureau had made crystal clear that it did not conduct investigations of transmigrators, much less harbor any intention of deliberately accumulating compromising material on them. This principle formed the very foundation of the Bureau's consistent claim that it never investigated transmigrators. After all, were such directives to exist, whether verbal or written, their eventual exposure would prove catastrophically troublesome. Of course, they weren't entirely innocent either. The transmigrators existed within an ocean of naturalized citizens, and even absent deliberate intelligence gathering, the sheer ubiquity of the surveillance network yielded unintentional harvests. Materials concerning transmigrators' words and deeds flowed continuously onto political security desks, though for now, these items remained unprocessed, merely filed for the record. They had promised not to investigate transmigrators. They had never promised to destroy raw intelligence that happened to mention them. End of chapter. Chapter 1952, Questions, Part 1. Thus, when Feng Yu submitted a memorandum through proper channels, citing Li Jianai's outstanding performance in part-time work at the electronic equipment workshop, and potential for further study and advancement, as justification for officially transferring her personnel file from the Tiandahui to the machinery factory, the Political Security Bureau seized upon this convenient solution with relief. Removing Li Jianai from under the noses of Du Qiyuan and Lu Xuan would spare those two the daily discomfort of walking around with something lodged in their throats. Zhou Batao personally traveled to the Tiandahui once again to coordinate the matter and explain the situation. Presented with this face-saving exit, Du Qiyuan saw no reason to obstruct his own interests and withdrew his objections to the transfer. Besides, nearly a year had elapsed. Even if he blocked it now, Li Jianai would rotate to another region in 2 months regardless. For safety's sake, the group agreed that Wu Fu should personally visit Feng Yu to explain Li Jianai's identity situation, preventing further missteps. Ordinarily, regulations would have permitted handling such matters through a subordinate delivering a note. Fortunately, Feng Yu's department was a classified unit with relatively high security clearance and had dealt with the Political Security Bureau on several prior occasions. No further complications arose. He readily agreed to provide accommodation for Li Jianai's work. Additionally, they managed to discuss procurement of the punch card computer system, leaving both parties quite satisfied. Feng Shan noticed a faint smile on her teacher's face. He was clearly in good spirits. After leaving store number 43, her own mind had descended into turmoil. She'd wandered aimlessly through Eastgate Market for a long while. It wasn't merely her personal emotional affairs troubling her. More than anything, it was the accumulated thoughts and impressions gathered from everything she'd witnessed and heard while at Feng Yu's side over the years. Yet these thoughts, given her status and position, were perhaps too presumptuous, even carried a flavor of ingratitude. Sometimes merely thinking about these issues filled her with guilt. The recent romantic experience in particular had rendered her feelings even more chaotic. When she'd been with that junior student, he too had spoken of his experiences and observations while studying at the academy and the various doubts that had arisen from them. She summoned her courage. "Teacher, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." Questions. Feng Shan often asked him questions, mathematical ones of course. Feng Yu didn't notice that her manner differed today. He nodded for her to continue. Feng Shan hesitated. She realized she didn't know where to begin. After a moment's thought, she decided to start with something specific. One of Jianai's senior sisters works at the General Construction Company. She's a transmigrator's life secretary. Today she told us about something. There's a cadre at their company who, during a routine Cheka inspection not long ago, was found to have problems with bribery, corruption, and abuse of power. Apparently it was quite serious, with strong public indignation, and he'd been reported before. But because a higher-ranking transmigrator protected him, it wasn't made public, and now he's back at work. The workers have reacted very strongly. "Teacher, if this person is so bad, why would the transmigrators protect him?" This marked the first time Feng Shan had questioned the correctness of the transmigrators. She looked at Feng Yu with slight nervousness. Feng Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected this kind of question. He recalled that the recent situation briefing had mentioned that for naturalized citizen cadres with less serious problems, internal warning and disciplinary action would be taken, with the focus remaining on the cure the sickness, save the patient approach. After all, cultivating cadres wasn't easy at present, and they needed to be protected and saved. Sending someone to Fu Yaodi was simple enough, but then all the effort and energy invested earlier would be wasted. Yet this question was difficult to answer. He thought for a moment, then replied carefully, "Well, there are two possible reasons. First, people aren't gods, everyone makes mistakes, and the causes of mistakes are varied. It might be a momentary lapse or old habits from the pseudo-Ming that prove hard to break. The executive committee must allow them to make mistakes. If the error isn't too serious, they should also be given a chance to reform. As the saying goes, water too clear has no fish, people too scrutinizing have no followers." He paused. "Second, all our undertakings currently suffer from severe shortages of capable people. If this person possesses outstanding abilities, or there's temporarily no one to replace him, then even if he's committed relatively serious errors, we might temporarily tolerate and retain him to prevent individual factors from affecting our overall construction plans. This represents the principle of sacrificing the parts to preserve the whole." He'd hesitated about whether to mention this second point, as it contained elements of pragmatism, and pragmatism was something that could be both good and bad. After careful consideration, he decided to voice it. Feng Shan should already be mature enough to accept such a viewpoint, as evidenced by her ability to ask this question in the first place. However, he left half a sentence unspoken. This person would probably be reporting to Fu Yaodi's establishment very soon anyway. Now that he knew Li Jianai was a hidden asset of the Political Security Bureau, the spread of this information would likely be traced by the Bureau before long. Once they judged that this person's negative influence outweighed his positive contribution, the executive committee would cast him aside without hesitation. "Teacher, if this person is corrupt and fraudulent, a bad person, how could he possibly contribute to our construction enterprise?" Feng Yu's forehead beaded with sweat. "First of all, a bad person isn't necessarily an incapable person. If all bad people were incompetent, they wouldn't inflict so much damage. Second, people are complex. This person may have harmed our enterprise through corruption while simultaneously supporting it through construction. His selfish desires may have led him to corruption, but that doesn't mean he lacks the intention to work loyally for the executive committee, so we must weigh the pros and cons." He drew a breath. "Finally, this isn't about that person specifically, but you should recognize that when the executive committee employs people, the primary consideration is usually whether they can competently perform their duties. If they cannot, then regardless of their personal virtue, they should not be employed. If they can, then even if they possess some shortcomings and selfish motives that don't violate laws and regulations, they will still be employed. People completely without private thoughts or shortcomings are rare. If we refuse to use people's strengths merely because of their shortcomings, there won't be many usable people left." This was to prevent Feng Shan, who had received positive education at Fangxiadi since childhood, from falling into the trap of purely moralistic thinking. "Teacher, do the transmigrators also have shortcomings?" Here it comes at last. "Everyone has shortcomings. Transmigrators are also people." With Feng Shan's level of logic, she would naturally arrive at this syllogistic question. Although he knew the transmigrators would eventually descend from their pedestals, that they would eventually be questioned by naturalized citizens and locals about their vaunted glory and righteousness, and that life secretaries, being closest to the transmigrators, experiencing their emotions and desires, witnessing their strengths and weaknesses, would naturally be the first to have this myth shattered in their hearts. When actually facing such a question, Feng Yu found himself speechless for a long while. Feng Shan nervously watched her teacher's reaction, already prepared to apologize immediately if Feng Yu became angry. Actually, this question didn't need asking. If judged by the moral standards taught in national schools, the transmigrators certainly had shortcomings, quite a few in fact. Even without school moral education, judging by simple conscience alone, it was difficult to say the transmigrators were without flaws. She had already answered the question in her heart. She just wanted to hear her teacher's answer. Perhaps, Deep down, she still hoped her teacher could convincingly refute her conclusion the way he did with those mathematics problems. It was the executive committee that had rescued her from hell and brought her into heaven, and she desperately hoped heaven was full of angels. Of course, we also have shortcomings. Feng Yuo answered with difficulty. As he spoke these words, he felt like a bystander observing someone else, and his own voice sounded very dry. A long silence followed. Feng Shan felt her heart pounding. Feng Yuo still hadn't fully returned to himself. I just meant. What I mean is, the transmigrators know everything, they work extremely hard all the time, and they've never been corrupt. Although her teacher showed no sign of anger, Feng Shan felt compelled to explain, though she didn't know what exactly she was explaining. Feng Yuo silently said to her in his mind, "This is what they call the emperor has no private affairs and accepts no bribes." The transmigrators' supercitizen status and rights were written into the common program, that is, the Constitution, and guaranteed through the transmigrator state's various laws, administrative systems, and entire power structure. Naturally, there was no need for corruption or fraud. The executive committee didn't teach naturalized citizens dragon-slaying arts, so of course you wouldn't be aware of this yet. As for working desperately, putting in overtime, the reason the transmigrators now all appeared to walk with wind, speak like bells, shake hands vigorously, and call everyone comrade, was identical, simply because power is the best aphrodisiac. Or, put another way, it was the inspiration and stimulation of the great cause. Feng Yuo himself, having transformed from living like a salted fish in previous years to his changed work enthusiasm this year, felt this particularly deeply. "And I think you, teacher, don't have any shortcomings," Feng Shan added, somewhat embarrassed. Of course, Feng Yuo wasn't without shortcomings, but in Feng Shan's view, her teacher truly lacked noteworthy flaws like greed, corruption, crudeness, or inability to distinguish right from wrong. Even lechery, the most common trait among transmigrators, one that probably every naturalized citizen knew about, he didn't possess. Feng Yuo thought the tale of Genji hobby didn't count as a shortcoming. Of course, that kind of shortcoming was of a higher grade. He couldn't help laughing at himself self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. How could I not have shortcomings? But he didn't continue this topic, and the atmosphere lightened somewhat. You said that when the executive committee employs people, the first consideration is actually a person's ability, and that some private thoughts and shortcomings won't affect their employment. But in moral education class at school, they always say we should give selflessly, sacrifice everything for the executive committee's cause, that the executive committee never fails a good person and never lets a bad person off. Why is that? End of chapter. Chapter 1953, Questions, Part 2. Fang Xiaoti's moral education curriculum remained at the elementary stage of "we are good, the enemy is bad." The executive committee preferred that naturalized citizens not think too deeply about these matters. Feng Yuo pondered for a moment before answering. The real world is complex, but the children in school aren't yet equipped to accept such complexity. In our education, worldview must be correct, meaning we must endow students with correct concepts so they recognize what is right and what is wrong. This way, when they mature and come to recognize machinations and less glorious realities through their own experience, they can stand on the foundation of correctness and reject error as much as possible. We cannot from the very beginning educate children to be unable to distinguish black from white, right from wrong, good from bad. Then, the newspapers and broadcasts are for everyone to see. Why do they only report positive news, without mentioning that most people have private thoughts or shortcomings and avoid discussing those erroneous things? Isn't this a kind of bias and deception? At Fang Xiaoti in moral education class, you should have learned about so-called truth, goodness, and beauty. Truth is good and goodness and beauty are also good. The problem is, true things are not always good and beautiful. Feng Yuo deliberately glossed over the fact that among truth, goodness, and beauty, truth was actually ranked first. Therefore, in public opinion and propaganda, on one hand we must let the broad masses recognize the truth of the world. On the other hand, we must also guide them toward goodness and beauty. When the two cannot be reconciled, choices must be made. He explained patiently to Feng Shan, though some of his arguments made even himself frown. In the old timeline, he had been dismissive of such things. Yet now he had no choice but to offer these explanations. Perhaps infected by Feng Yuo's patient and gentle tone, Feng Shan gradually relaxed. She clearly still struggled to understand some aspects of his words, but she was no longer as confused as before. Feng Shan seemed to be digesting the meaning of what he'd said. Feng Yuo knew she certainly had other questions brewing, so he waited quietly while also reflecting on her earlier queries. "Teacher, what is the executive committee's goal?" "Well, I suppose it would be to establish a new world order." Feng Shan shook her head. "I still don't quite understand. The teachers at school say the executive committee wants to create a new world for the people. Is that the same meaning?" Feng Yuo smiled slightly and didn't directly answer her question. "When you truly understand the difference between the two, you'll have the answer to this question." Then he said seriously, "However, what I can tell you is that under the new order established by the executive committee, the people will live better lives than under the Pseudo-Ming, the later Jin, the European nations. Better than under any of the current rulers in the world." For an instant, he seemed to see brilliant radiance emanating from the girl's pupils. Feng Yuo instinctively avoided meeting her burning gaze. He thought, the transmigrator's awareness of the significance of building a new society and a new world is actually no stronger or deeper than that of the naturalized citizens. Creating a new world, a slogan the transmigrators themselves might not believe, the naturalized citizens truly and genuinely believe. Feng Shan could spend entire days and nights thinking and studying, bearing heavy teaching responsibilities on ordinary days, and still coming here to assist with his development during her free time. She had almost no personal time or space whatsoever. Yet Feng Yu had never seen her show any expression of impatience or weariness, only a gentle strength and stubbornness. Even he had not been able to fully understand such persistence before, but at this moment he seemed to grasp the reason, or rather to feel it. Then, what are the transmigrators' goals? Is it also to let people live better lives? The girl really has grown up, Feng Yu thought. She can perceive the difference between the two. Well, that's another question. Not every transmigrator will devote their entire selves to this, but every transmigrator is always striving toward it. Does every transmigrator think this way? Do you think this way? What they think. What we think isn't important, Feng Shan. Feng Yu thought for a while before carefully choosing his words. The development of history and eras has its natural laws. Although it is people who create history, the changing of the world is not something that can be determined by people's thoughts. He paused, considering how to articulate the issue. I can say without any modesty that in the coming decades and centuries, the ones who will play the most crucial role in changing this world will be us, the transmigrators. But the changing of the world is still not entirely the result of each individual's thoughts. On the contrary, our thoughts are merely following the currents of world change. The meaning of these words was not easy to grasp, and the confusion in Feng Shan's eyes deepened. In the long river of history, human actions, besides producing the results they originally intended, usually also produce additional outcomes. People do indeed satisfy their own desires and interests, but that's not all. In their actions, results that were not their purpose, and that they themselves may not even be aware of, are also accomplished. Let me give you an analogy. Suppose someone, driven by a desire for revenge, perhaps even justified revenge, burns down his enemy's house. This act may produce results beyond his expectations. Though he merely set a small fire on one beam of his enemy's roof, because that beam was connected to other beams, and his enemy's house was connected to other houses, it may ultimately lead to a great conflagration. This fire not only destroys his enemy but also reduces many others' property to ashes, and may even cause casualties. Such results may not have been that person's original intention or thought, but they have destructive power far beyond his imagination. Moreover, this person must take responsibility for it and be punished. He will not be absolved simply because he never intended to cause a great fire. Now consider the opposite direction. Those who have pushed forward historical development, such as YinYang and Yang Guang, who unified the whole country, standardized writing and weights and measures, initiated the imperial examination, and built the Great Wall and Grand Canal. Perhaps their original thoughts were only to live better and more comfortably, only to possess more power and authority, only to satisfy their own desires and ambitions. Yet when they accomplished their purposes, they also accomplished certain tasks required by the historical development of their time, or in other words, they followed the tide of historical and era development. Therefore, they became people who pushed history forward. Such people can be called heroes. To call them heroes is not because their personal virtue was exemplary, or because they were particularly noble or kind, but because they made their contributions in the process of changing this world to better accord with the trends of the times and the internal laws of historical development. He let that sink in. So, what matters is not what we think, but how we act, what we do, and what we bring to the world when we achieve our purposes. Indeed, I can openly admit that we, the transmigrators, came here with many other passions and desires, and with various private purposes and schemes. But this is not a bad thing, nor can it become grounds for criticism from mediocrities. Feng Yuo's tone turned somewhat stern. A mediocrity can say we are ambitious, want to rebel, are given to extravagance, that it's these desires that made us improve agricultural methods, establish industry, develop education, reform society, all arising from so-called incorrect, unhealthy private schemes. From this view, one can immediately draw this conclusion. This mediocrity is superior to us because he lacks these incorrect schemes, and therefore he hasn't done any of these things that change the world. He merely lives his mediocre life, letting others live mediocre lives, while the world remains unchanged. This is a vulgar view, and such vulgar views are particularly prone to appear among one type of person. He paused deliberately. Life secretaries. We cannot help eating and drinking, we cannot help wearing clothes, we inevitably have friends and relatives, we have emotions and desires, joys and sorrows, and yes, we also have personal interests, hobbies, and even shortcomings. This is our private nature. He drew breath. No man is a hero to his valet. This is not because the hero is no hero, but because the valet is a valet. A sage from Australia once said, "No man is a hero to his valet, but that is not because the hero is no hero, but because the valet is merely a valet." Life secretaries, as well as those naturalized citizens working at our side, they handle our food, clothing, shelter, and transport. They know our habits and shortcomings. They are too intimate with our private lives so that in their eyes they can only see trivial matters concerning us. And in such matters we are ordinary people just like them, plain and unremarkable. Not only that, perhaps in their eyes we have even more shortcomings, and our standards may even be several degrees below average. Feng Shan's face grew hot. But Feng Shan, I hope you won't be like them. You have the ability to view us, the transmigrators, from the perspective of world change, to view the executive committee's enterprise and understand its significance. Don't observe us from the perspective of a life secretary. Evaluate us from the perspective of how the world has changed. I hope you can become someone with the same vision as us, standing at the same height. I hope you won't become a servant but a master. Master of yourself, master of the world. He looked directly into Feng Shan's eyes as he spoke. End of chapter. Chapter 1954. The sorting machine. Feng Shan's face reddened further. Though she could only half grasp her teacher's words, she understood their essence. Moreover, she had keenly perceived another meaning hidden in his final statement, so she swallowed back the last question she'd originally intended to ask. She had already received her answer. She'd meant to explain about her contact and correspondence with the junior student, but now it seemed unnecessary. The confusion and tension that had plagued her suddenly lifted, and the world felt vast and open before her. She stepped back and bowed deeply. I have no more questions. I'll go reorganize the household registration materials for the sorting machine test. The next day, Jianais deliberately arrived early at the workshop storage, intending to locate the household registration documents her friend had asked her to find. But when she saw the neatly arranged stacks of household registration forms, she was dumbfounded. Previously, these materials had been organized by commune and householder name, with each family's cards grouped together. Now everything had changed, reorganized by place of origin and occupation, with careful notations beside each stack indicating origin, occupation, number of people, and other information. Household registration records for over 10,000 people from portions of Lingao and Qiangshan counties lay before her. Where was she supposed to find the Lin Guanghui family from Jianais commune? Just then Feng Shan walked in, still bleary-eyed. Jianais hurriedly asked, "Teacher Zio Feng, these forms. Why has the order all changed?" "Oh, today we're testing the sorting machine prototype. Teacher said that besides sorting by household registration location and surname, we should also sort the cards by place of origin and occupation." Since the number of people in each commune and the number of people with each surname had been tallied before, he had YinYang reorganized these household registration materials yesterday to prepare for verifying today's sorting results. "Last night," she yawned, "I checked the count for each stack and labeled them. Checked until midnight." "Ah, right, you were going to look up that household's information today," Feng Shan remembered. "That's right, that dummy YinYang didn't even tell me." As she spoke, Jianais suddenly recalled that yesterday she too had drunk quite a bit, gone home and slept, then spent the evening holed up in her room organizing and recording information she'd heard during the day. She hadn't encountered YinYang in the adjacent room. When she woke this morning, she'd found a thermos and 2 sweet potato cakes placed at her door, with a note from YinYang the night before tucked on top. "What do we do?" Jianais felt somewhat anxious. Before Feng Shan could respond, Feng Nuo came rushing in energetically. "Good morning, teacher," the two said in unison. Feng Nuo casually said, "Good." Then immediately continued, "Are these materials all organized?" "Quick, move them out. The sorting machine prototype will be installed any moment." With that, he walked back out. The two exchanged glances and had no choice but to start moving the household registration materials. "Let's tell teacher during the test. Using the machine to look it up should be no problem," Feng Shan whispered. Several naturalized citizen workers busied themselves with components scattered across the floor, while Feng Nuo and several transmigrators from the research group stood to the side, giving directions and chatting. "I still think we should have designed it as a turntable. Make a large 10-slot wheel. Mount some baskets on the turntable, and when the sorting machine senses a particular hole, rotate the turntable to the corresponding basket and drop the card in." One transmigrator said, "Your current design is essentially 10 card-reading systems in series, with each system connected to just one relay. Punched cards get pushed sideways into the card pocket. Unpunched cards continue through. This means each reading unit is only used to check whether one of 800 hole positions is punched. The efficiency is too low." "I recall the tabulating machine reads at 1 card per second," someone else interjected. "A bit longer actually, about 1.2 seconds. This card reader uses Dr. Zhang's new structure, so we estimate we can get it under 1 second. That's still too slow. Sorting 1 card takes 10 seconds. "Old Liang, you've forgotten again. I explained this to you last time. When the first card reaches the second reading unit, the second card can already start entering the first reading unit, so it's actually still 1 card per second. Oh, right. The speed is acceptable, still over 3,000 per hour. I don't think going too fast is necessary anyway. What if the relays still can't keep up?" Sun Li glanced at YinYang, who was installing relays. No problem this time. We've improved the relay design over this period, Feng Nuo quickly said. When will the new winding machine arrive? The current equipment always has some problems winding 0.1 wire, he asked Sun Li. Probably another week, Sun Li replied. The Standard Parts Factory had recently produced 0.1 diameter copper wire, and the Electronic Equipment Workshop had immediately manufactured a batch of enameled wire from it. The results were quite good. Some of the control relays had noticeably shrunk in size and responded more sensitively. What material is the counter's digit wheel made of? Dr. Zhang asked. The sorting machine's card pockets were each fitted with linked counters. It wasn't much extra trouble, and the principle was the same as the tabulating machine. High-carbon steel, I think, someone answered. Wheels for counters don't need such good material. In the current design, these digit wheels have no mechanical contact with the levels above and below, only electrical contact. We can make them into quickly replaceable modules. If one breaks, just pull it out and swap in a good one. This makes maintenance more convenient and saves expensive materials. Dr. Zhang was once again promoting his modular concept. However, the pins are the most heavily loaded parts in the counter, needing to frequently scrape against the ratchet tooth face, so they need harder material, he added. Let's try it next time. But there was a problem with that design diagram last time. The angle of the Y-fork was wrong, causing the ratchet to backslide, so the other pin wouldn't line up with the tooth face. Oh, no problem this time. I've increased the pin spacing to ensure a reliable unlocked position. The ratchet tooth face angle has also been corrected. Old Feng, you still haven't designed multi-condition sorting, have you? Isn't that a bit conservative? Both the tabulating machine and sorting machine can only perform statistics and sorting on a single column of the card. Who says there's no improvement? There is. We can support up to 10 condition sorting. Feng Nuo answered with a hint of pride. How did you do that? I don't see any corresponding structure. Although each reading system has only one reading roller and can only read one hole at a time, the position of this roller is adjustable. It can be aligned with different columns and rows. I added a control relay upstream of each card feeding relay with a switch that can select whether to activate or not. This way, it's equivalent to being able to negate the card feeding mechanism's relay. I can choose to send out all punched cards, or I can choose to send out all unpunched cards. Then, on the second card feeding unit, I check another hole and send out all cards that don't meet the condition. And so on in the end. What remains are the cards that simultaneously satisfy multiple conditions. That's too crude. For one thing, you can't solve the OR condition problem, because you've already sent out all cards that don't satisfy the condition at the first card pocket, right? All conditions are in an AND relationship. For another, you've picked out the cards you want, but the original card library's order is now completely scrambled, essentially randomly sorted. Dr. Zhang said with a frown. However, though crude, everyone still found the approach quite interesting, and for a while the discussion was quite lively. A little later, the machine installation was complete. Power was connected and it ran normally, so the workers withdrew. The transmigrators chatted and discussed for a while, then gradually dispersed. The day was only just beginning, and everyone had plenty to do. In the end, only the 4 people from the Electronic Equipment Workshop remained. Let's start testing, Feng Nuo said. Bring the cards first, teacher. Li Jianai raised her hand to signal, then explained about needing to find the household registration information. Feng Nuo became interested. Having a concrete example to try wasn't bad. What's the householder's name? He asked. Lin Guanghui, from Jianais Commune. Jianais Commune is 1,001,014. In the regional code table established by the Social Welfare Province, similar to the old timeline, 7-digit numbers represented regions. The first 3 digits indicated the province level. 100 was Hainan, 101 was Taiwan, 102 was Jeju Island. These were the executive committee's current directly administered regions. 110,199 was reserved for the mainland, 202,19 for Korea, 222,49 for Japan, 252,69 for the Indochina Peninsula, 272,99 for the Southern Seas Islands. The remaining numbers hadn't been assigned yet. If territory expanded in the future and they ran out, they could add another digit at the front to solve the problem. Below province level came county or district. In Hainan, 10 was Lingao, 11 was Sanya Yulin, 12 was Sanya Tiandu, 13 was Qiangshan, 14 was Chiangmai, and the final digit was the commune. In Lingao, 11 was Baran Commune, 12 was Bapu Commune, 13 was Nanbao Commune, 14 was Jianais Commune. Actually, there was also 10. The 6th, 7th digits of household location represented commune or village, but all county-level communes were numbered starting from 11. And 10 indicated this person was a member of a transmigrator household who had long resided there. The transmigrator themselves, spouse, children, other family members, life secretary, or servants and such. This time we only have partial household registration data from Lingao and Qiangshan, so reading position 1 will exclude cards where the 5th digit isn't 0. That distinguishes Lingao from Qiangshan. Reading position 2 will exclude cards where the 7th digit isn't 4. That selects Jianais Commune. Feng Nuo instructed. The householder's surname is Lin. The character code for Lin is 3354. Li Jianai answered promptly. Good, then we'll use reading positions 3-6 to select cards where the householder's surname is 3354. Position 7-10 will filter for the second character of the householder's given name. Is it Hui? Yes, the character code is 2752. End of chapter. Chapter 1955. Application of the sorting machine. After configuring the sorting machine, Feng Nuo flipped the machine's switch, and the cards began sorting with a rhythmic swishing sound. He instructed Li Jianai and Qian Yuzhai to monitor the machine, then returned with Feng Shan to the computer room to check the server's operating status. Near noon, Feng Nuo returned to the workshop. The card sorting was complete. He glanced at his watch, a little over 2 hours. For sorting 10,000 cards, that was remarkably fast. However, Li Jianai and Qian Yuzhai sat dejectedly beside the machine. It turned out they hadn't found any cards matching the conditions. This was quite strange. Feng Nuo thought for a moment, then examined the sorting machine's status. He noticed that card pocket number 9 contained no cards at all, while card pocket number 10 held a few, meaning these cards had failed at the very last condition. He picked up one of the cards from pocket 10 and examined it. These cards had previously had the corresponding digits printed at the top by the decoder. 2750. This householder isn't named Lin Guanghui, Feng Nuo said. Let's verify. 3354, that's Lin, no problem. Then 2567, 2750. Lin Guanghui. This person is named Lin Guanghui. Both characters were wrong. Li Jianai was simultaneously annoyed and amused. Was there a mistake when punching the card? Feng Shan asked. HMPH, Feng Nuo snorted. He suspected this person was most likely a refugee taken in by the Guangzhou refugee camp, hence the character Guang, broad. As for Hui, gray, probably the color scheme used for naming on the day of intake. Origin, 12,216, that's Fujian. Occupation, farmer. Status, military household. It looked like this household probably bore no relation to the Beidou Lin clan after all. Based on this information, Li Jianai located the permanent resident registration form for the Lin Guanghui family members in the Fujian and farmer stack of household information forms, copied the necessary information, and wrote it up as a certification document. She also attached an explanation of the information retrieval process at the end, and Feng Nuo signed it. The transmigrators were now all quite conscientious about solving whatever problems they could see. Whether or not it fell under their direct responsibility, it was ultimately the executive committee's business, which made it their own business. Once everything was completed, Li Jianai prepared to send out the certification. Jianais, you don't need to come back. Go to the Tiandahui this afternoon to complete the job transfer procedures and bring your file over, Feng Yuo instructed. Afterward, he had Feng Shan and Qian Yuzhai organize the cards, tallying the number of people by household location, surname, origin, and occupation, then comparing with the manually calculated results to formally test the sorting machine prototype. A week after officially transferring to her new position, Li Jianai received a letter with a mailbox number as the sender when she arrived home. Without looking around, she immediately picked up the envelope and quickly stuffed it into her pocket. That evening, Li Jianai couldn't wait to find an opportunity to open the letter. Inside was nothing but a few simple lines of coded instructions with no header or signature. After carefully verifying several hidden marks and confirming everything was correct, she forced herself to suppress her inner excitement and destroyed the letter. When Li Jianai arrived at the contact point indicated in the letter, her jaw nearly dropped in shock. She hadn't expected that group leader Jia, who often came to the electronic equipment workshop to provide technical guidance, was actually her handler. She had never noticed at all. Jia Ben showed no expression of surprise. He didn't explain why contact with her had been interrupted. Li Jianai naturally didn't ask either, but simply inquired briefly about Li Jianai's situation during this period, collected the work report and personal summary she submitted, and instructed her to continue operating according to previous guidelines before hurrying off. The next day, when Li Jianai returned to the workshop in high spirits, Feng Yuo was instructing Feng Shan and Qian Yuzhai in using the sorting machine, and had written quite a bit on the blackboard. Seeing Li Jianai return, he nodded to indicate she should also come over to listen. The sorting machine test had been very successful, though the inability to handle OR conditions was indeed a major limitation. Feng Yuo already had a rough idea about how to improve it, but today he wanted to use this as an example to give his students a lesson. This was actually already touching on the core principles of computers. What he wanted wasn't mere operators, but programmers who could actually apply the knowledge. Today, let's analyze theoretically what kinds of problems our sorting machine can solve, and what kinds it cannot. First, sorting. Without question, this problem can be solved. We set the reading rollers on all 10 reading units to target the same column's 09, and the cards will be pushed into 10 card pockets according to that column's digits. When manually recombining the cards into one stack, they'll be sorted by the size of that column's numbers. Second, single condition classification. Divide all cards into male and female stacks. This can definitely be done. We only need to activate one reading unit, targeted at the 0 position of the gender column. Gender 0, meaning female, will be pushed into the card pocket, males will not. Third, multi-condition classification. This requires specific analysis. I'll give you a few problems. Think about how to use the sorting machine to accomplish them. First problem. Suppose we now have household registration cards for the entire East Asian region, and I want to find cards for Jianai commune in Lingao, Hainan. How should we proceed? Yuzhai, you answer. Have reading units 17 sequentially filter out cards with household location 1,001,014, Qian Yuzhai answered. Correct. Jianai, second problem. I still have household registration cards for all of East Asia. Now I want to find cards for the Sanya district excluding slaves. How should we proceed? The Sanya district includes 2 county-level units, Sanya Yulin, code 10,011, and Sanya Tiandu, code 10,012. The subordinate slave zone code is 1,001,299. Have reading units 14 sequentially filter out cards where the first 4 digits of household location are 1001. Then have reading unit 5 push cards where the 5th digit of household location is 1 into pocket 5. These are Sanya Yulin cards. Have reading unit 6 push cards where the 5th digit of household location is not 2 into pocket 6. At this point, the remaining cards in the machine are Sanya Tiandu. Have reading Unit 7 push cards where the 6th digit of household location is not 9 into pocket 7. These are communes 1189 of Sanya Tiandu. Have reading Unit 8 push cards where the 7th digit of household location is not 9 into pocket 8. These are communes 9098 of Sanya Tiandu. At this point, the remaining cards in the machine are Sanya Tiandu slave cards. Combine the cards from pockets 5, 7, and 8 for the desired result. Li Jianai thought for quite a while before answering. Very good, Jianai, correct. Feng Yu was somewhat surprised. Feng Shan, now I have all the household registration cards for Lingao. First, find people named Liu Si living in Shisen Village and Baron Commune. Second, find people whose origin is Fujian or Hainan. Try these two problems. Neither of these problems can be solved, Feng Shan answered after thinking for a moment. Why? The reasons are different. The first problem can't be solved because there aren't enough reading units, Feng Shan said. To ensure that the name on a card is Liu Si, we need to ensure the columns storing the name equal the 8-digit character code for Liu Si. This requires 8 reading units to exclude non-matching cards. It could be said that all cards reaching the 9th reading unit have the name Liu Si. But at this point the sorting machine has only 2 reading units left. Baron Commune is 11, Shisen Village is 18. We can use reading unit 9 to exclude cards where the 6th digit of household location, commune, is not 1. At this point the remaining cards in the machine are Liu Si from communes 1119. Among them, we can use reading unit 10 to push cards where the 7th digit is 1 into the pocket. These are Liu Si from Baron Commune. But it's not sufficient to separate Liu Si from Shisen Village from the remaining cards, so this application cannot be completed. She paused. However, if the sorting machine had one more reading unit, this application could be solved. Not bad. What about the second problem? The second problem doesn't use all the reading units. It's something our current sorting machine cannot solve due to its design. Explain. Origin Hainan, code 100. Origin Fujian, code 122. We can first use reading unit 1 to select cards where the first digit of household location is 1. But after that, if we choose to push out cards where the second digit is 0, then we cannot continue to filter for cards where the third digit is also 0, which would make it impossible to separate Hainan 100 from Taiwan 101 and Jeju Island 102. If we choose to push out cards where the second digit is not 0, then Fujian cards would be pushed into the pocket and cannot be further separated from other cards. Very good. This is the cannot do OR operations problem that transmigrator Zhang mentioned. He stated it rather generally. Now let's analyze theoretically why we can't solve this problem. Feng Yuo walked to the blackboard. Theoretical analysis means abstracting problems like the specific questions I just asked you into general problems for study. When we want to find any card, there's always a series of conditions describing the target card. We call this series of conditions propositions. These conditions, reflected in the filtering means, are whether a particular hole on the punch card is or isn't punched. Note that each proposition has 2 possibilities, yes and no. We call these true and false. Now we have 2 concepts, propositions and true-false. Ultimately, whether a card is the card we want is often jointly defined by many conditions. Each condition is a proposition, so our final target is a new proposition composed of many propositions. We can call it a compound proposition. Each condition constituting the compound proposition can be called a simple proposition. Naturally, compound propositions also have true-false values. He wrote on the blackboard, proposition, true-false, compound proposition, simple proposition. End of chapter. Chapter 1956. True or false compound propositions are composed of one or more simple propositions, and the method of composition we call connectives. For example, this card is not a slave. This card is a male over 16 years old. This card is a person whose origin is Fujian or Hainan. These are 3 compound propositions. The first proposition is a type of negation of the simple proposition. This card is a slave. The method of composition is not. The second proposition is composed of the simple propositions. This card is a person over 16 years old, and this card is male. The method of composition is and, that is, the compound proposition is true when both simple propositions are simultaneously true. The third proposition is composed of the simple propositions. This card is a person whose origin is Fujian, and this card is a person whose origin is Hainan. The method of composition is or, that is, the compound proposition is true when either of the two simple propositions is true. So we have three means of connecting multiple propositions to form larger propositions, and or not. There are actually two more, but they're temporarily unrelated to sorting machine design, so I'll skip them for now. If we use symbols to represent propositions and connectives, any query can be expressed as an expression. Obviously, cards that make the expression true are the cards we're looking for. The function of the sorting machine is to determine whether this expression is true for all cards. Therefore, expressions whose true-false values our sorting machine can determine are problems we can solve. Expressions whose true-false values our sorting machine cannot determine are problems we cannot solve. This is our preliminary abstraction of this problem. Feng Yuo wrote several strange symbols on the blackboard. OR, and, not, looking like greater than and less than signs rotated 90 degrees, and an inverted Latin letter L good. Now we can write out the expression for the proposition people whose origin is Fujian or Hainan. Hainan is 100, Fujian is 122, so let proposition A. The first digit of the region code is 1, proposition B. The second digit of the region code is 0, proposition C. The third digit of the region code is 0, proposition D. The second digit of the region code is 2, proposition E. The third digit of the region code is 2. Then the compound proposition's expression is a BC, a DE. How does our sorting machine determine true-false? By checking whether the punch card is punched or not. In other words, each reading unit of the sorting machine can determine the true-false of one simple proposition in the compound proposition. At the same time, through one control relay, we can make each reading unit determine the true-false of a compound proposition with only one not connective. That is, the negation of a simple proposition. If we only had one reading unit, that would be all. But now we have 10 reading units, so things are somewhat more complex. However, it can still be analyzed. Please note the characteristics of the cards in each reading unit's side pocket. Cards in pocket K are the AND of the not propositions of propositions 1 through K1. And proposition K, the remaining cards after passing reading unit K, satisfy the AND of the not propositions of propositions 1 through K. The cards in pockets 1 through K together satisfy the OR of propositions 1 through K. Suppose the simple propositions, or their negations, that our reading units determine are P1, P2, P10. Then the proposition expressions we can determine are pocket 1, P1 pocket 2, P1 P2 pocket 3, P1 P2 P3 pocket 4, P1 P2 P3 P4 pocket 10, P1 P2, P9 P10. Final remaining cards, P1 P2, P10. Finally, since these cards are separated from each other, we can ultimately freely choose to combine cards from any number of pockets together. That is, the OR of the above expressions. Most importantly, cards from K consecutive pockets starting from pocket 1 combined together yield P1, PK, meaning a continuous OR operation starting with P1, and the remaining cards on the machine after passing reading unit K can be expressed as P1, PK, meaning a continuous AND operation starting with P1. So, any proposition that can be transformed into the above expression forms is one the sorting machine can find. Otherwise, it's one the sorting machine cannot find. The problem I gave Jianais, find cards for the Sanya district excluding slaves, can be decomposed into the following simple propositions or their negations. Proposition A. The first digit of the region code is not 1, proposition B. The second digit of the region code is not 0, proposition C. The third digit of the region code is not 0, proposition D. The fourth digit of the region code is not 1, proposition E. The fifth digit of the region code is 1, proposition F. The fifth digit of the region code is not 2, proposition G. The sixth digit of the region code is not 9, proposition H. The seventh digit of the region code is not 9. A B, C, D, E. This is 10,011 Sanya Yulin. It matches the expression for pocket 5, so these cards are in pocket 5, which we can denote as P5. A B, C, D, E, F, G. This is 100,121,00128, communes 1189 of Sanya Tiandu. It matches the expression for pocket 7, so these cards are in pocket 7, denoted as P7. A B, C, D, E, F, G, H. This is 1,1,291,001,298, communes 9098 of Sanya Tiandu. It matches the expression for pocket 8, so these cards are in pocket 8, denoted as P8. The latter two combined, P7, P8, is Sanya Tiandu but excluding slaves. All three combined, P5, P7, P8, is our desired result. Because this expression matches the forms above, the sorting machine can solve it. But a BC, a DE, no matter how we transform it, cannot be transformed into the above expression and therefore cannot be solved by the current sorting machine. Alright, here's the question. How do we transform expressions? At this point he looked toward Feng Shan. This is Boolean algebra of 0 and 1, Feng Shan answered, her eyes showing a fascinated expression. Feng Nuo nodded. Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai had already been completely lost for a while, but hearing Boolean algebra, they had a bit of a reaction. Feng Nuo had only taught the two of them the simplest Boolean algebra, to the point that they thought Boolean algebra was just the Boolean algebra of 0 and 1. And then, Feng Nuo continued guiding. Boolean algebra is a complemented distributive lattice. The meet operation is AND, the join operation is OR, taking complements is NOT. It satisfies the commutative law, associative law, absorption law, and OR mutually satisfy the distributive law. The 0-1 Boolean algebra also satisfies the idempotent law. This was the theoretical part of Boolean algebra, and Qian Yuzhai and Li Jianai were confused again. Very good, Feng Nuo praised. However, he added, the basic operational laws of lattices only concern the two operations of AND and OR, including commutative law, associative law, absorption law, idempotent law, distributive law, and so on. In propositional logic, we also need to consider the properties of NOT. Here I'll just mention 2 points. First, the law of double negation. Obviously, the negation of a proposition is itself. The expression form is, Feng Nuo wrote on the blackboard, A equals A. Second, let's just call it the and/or conversion law. The negation of the conjunction of two propositions is the disjunction of the negations of the two propositions. The negation of the disjunction of two propositions is the conjunction of the negations of the two propositions. The expression form is, he wrote again, a B equals a B, a B equals a B. Let me give you 2 examples and you'll understand. Not a male over 16 years old means either a person under 16 years old or a female. Not a person whose origin is Hainan or Fujian means not a person whose origin is Hainan, and not a person whose origin is Fujian. He continued, according to these operational laws, logical proposition expressions can be transformed into various forms. Generally, however, we transform them into continuous ANDs of ORs, or continuous ORs of ANDs, called disjunctive normal form and conjunctive normal form. Good. With the theoretical tools in place, we can now discover that the current sorting machine has design limitations. If the sorting machine could handle general disjunctive or conjunctive normal forms, there would be no problems that are unsolvable by design, such as find people whose origin is Fujian or Hainan. This requires each of our reading units not merely to determine the true-false of one simple proposition, but to determine the true false of conjunctive or disjunctive terms composed of multiple simple propositions. Reflected in sorting machine design, this means transforming the reading unit's current simple circuit of just one working relay and one control relay into a switching circuit containing multiple relays. Usually, you're already quite familiar with circuits after this period. Go assemble a circuit with 2 switches and 1 light bulb, with the requirement that the bulb only lights when both switches are closed. Feng Nuo pointed to the workbench nearby. On the workbench was a large pile of wires, relays, light bulbs, and switches. Underneath were 2 bulky clock batteries, while a multimeter and several other instruments were tossed in the corner of the workbench. Qian Yuzhai skillfully walked to the workbench and got busy. He first drew wires from the battery's positive and negative terminals, then connected the light bulb into the circuit. The bulb lit up. Next, he connected the 2 switches together with wires, then connected them together with the light bulb and battery. Feng Nuo had all 3 students come try it. Was it true that the bulb only lit when both switches were closed, and if either switch was open, the bulb went out? End of chapter. Chapter 1957. When the melon is ripe, it falls, then he said. If each switch is a proposition, closed is true, open is false, and the light bulb is also a proposition. Lit is true, dark is false. Then what is the relationship between the propositions represented by the 2 switches and the proposition represented by the light bulb? Only when both subpropositions are simultaneously true is the compound proposition true. This is an AND relationship, Feng Shan answered. Yuzhai, what kind of circuit is this? I explained it to you last time. Qian Yuzhai scratched his head. A series circuit. Good, now modify this circuit so that the bulb lights when either switch is closed. Feng Nuo continued. Qian Yuzhai thought for a moment, removed both switches from the circuit, connected the 2 ends of both switches together with wires, then connected them to the light bulb and battery circuit. Connecting the 2 switches in parallel achieves this effect. The 2 switches now have an OR relationship. Li Jianai chimed in eagerly. So, what happens if we add a reading roller to each reading unit of the sorting machine and connect it in series with the original roller? Feng Nuo asked, glancing at Feng Shan to indicate she shouldn't answer. Only when both positions where the rollers are located are punched, equivalent to both series switches closing and completing the circuit, will the relay activate and push the card into the pocket, Qian Yuzhai answered. What's its logical meaning? Feng Nuo looked to Li Jianai. It means this card satisfies the AND of the 2 simple propositions represented by the 2 rollers, Li Jianai answered. I see. So if we add several more rollers to each reading unit and connect them in parallel, we can control the relay to push out cards where any one of those holes is punched, equivalent to the OR of the simple propositions represented by multiple hole positions. Qian Yuzhai seemed to have discovered a new world and spoke happily. Exactly. Tomorrow we'll modify it this way. Install 10 rollers on each reading unit, connected in series with each other. Feng Nuo was quite satisfied. Qian Yuzhai seemed to have had quite an awakening recently. This way, as long as the query problem could be expressed as a disjunctive normal form with no more than 10 conjunctive terms, and each conjunctive term containing no more than 10 simple propositions, the sorting machine could handle it, vastly more powerful functionality than before. He glanced at his watch. It was almost dinner time. Finally, I want to say that this class of sorting machine functions is actually very closely connected to 0-1 Boolean algebra. And OR are actually operations, which we call logical operations, one of the core functions of computers. We can see that the and OR of logical operations have an equivalent relationship with series and parallel circuits. And switches can be closed or open, relays can be powered or unpowered, light bulbs can be lit or dark. The 2 states of these components can all be used to represent true-false or 0-1. In the future, other electronic components will be able to do this even better. So using electronic circuits for logical operations is very convenient. Moreover, electronic circuits are much faster than mechanical structures. This will be the future direction of computer development. Now, here's the question. Everything above is about logical operations, but computer systems don't only need to perform logical operations. There's also ordinary addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentiation, root extraction, and even calculus. These operations we call arithmetic operations. The tabulating machine in our computer system is actually the device for performing arithmetic operations. Currently, we can use mechanical structures to complete accumulation functions. But if I want to use electronic circuits to perform arithmetic operations, how do I do it? Switches can represent true-false, but they can't represent specific numbers. Feng Yu's gaze swept over his three students below. Seeing their expectant eyes, a radiant smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He turned around and wrote a line at the top of the blackboard. There are 10 kinds of people in the world, those who understand binary and those who don't. A few days later, the machinery factory's conference hall was abuzz with voices. This was where the industrial sector held its regular meetings, and the Planning Commission had organized a symposium on the punch card computer system here, essentially a briefing session. The purpose was to introduce the system's functions to the ministries and commissions under the State Council as well as powerful departments, so that each unit could go back, study the matter, propose specific application requirements, and then consider procurement plans. The executive committee harbored an extremely urgent need for data collection, management, and utilization. So once the meeting notice went out, transmigrators and high-level naturalized citizens from many departments attended the briefing, including the Planning Commission itself, as well as land administration, civil affairs, finance, taxation, audit, police, finance, political security, and the Fubo Army. Although Ma Qianju was the main leader pushing this project, he didn't attend in person and merely sent a congratulatory letter. The executive committee's meeting style was very concise. Wu De, presiding over the briefing, used just 1 minute to briefly introduce the project's background and progress, then let Feng Yuo take the stage to explain the entire system and answer questions. At this moment, Feng Yuo was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes stinging slightly. Unlike the fishing he had originally envisioned, he had crossed multiple disciplines to personally create this machine with his own hands. It felt like his own child. The punch card computer system had never been domestically produced or imitated in old timeline China, and Chinese language materials were extremely scarce. Abroad, too, only a handful of manufacturers like IBM existed, and users tended to be large enterprises and government agencies, so not much information had been made public. Its principles and design were scattered piecemeal across various documents. In fact, there was no complete documentation available for copying or imitation. To design this system, the project team had searched through virtually all electronic materials in the Grand Library, finding every piece of information related to this primitive computer, even if just a few words, and reorganized and combined them. The reference booklets compiled from these materials alone would stack to eye level. The current prototype was the result of him and the many transmigrators on the project team spending countless sleepless nights in exhaustive study, discussion, debate, design, manufacturing, verification, modification, re-verification, remodification. Although the mechanical structure and many key component designs came from other transmigrators on the research team, as the main planner, the excitement Feng Yuo felt was indescribable. Though this child's IQ wasn't very high yet, and its appearance was clumsy and crude, at least it could truly start working now. Next, he would further improve it, making it smarter and faster, of course. This also depended on technological progress in the industrial sector. He knew very well that the mechanical punch card computer was only a transitional product, but this product was the origin of future, more advanced vacuum tube and transistor computers. With this rudimentary system, the executive committee's computer system could cultivate the first batch of professional computer technicians. They would inevitably become the pioneers and users of more advanced computers in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Yuo's heart surged, and he nearly shed tears. He collected himself, walked to the speaker's position, and began introducing the functions and performance parameters of each component of the punch card computer system. At the back of the hall, Li Jianai quietly slipped out. It was once again time for her regular contact. She felt somewhat strange. Jia Ben was clearly at a workshop not far away, yet each time she still had to go to a specific contact point. It's going to be quite odd if it's always like this, she thought to herself, not noticing that the organization arranging two hidden assets in such a small area was itself quite strange. "You've done good work this past year. Keep up the effort." This was Jia Ben's first sentence after they met. After saying this, he smiled. Li Jianai hadn't known Jia Ben was capable of smiling, but his expression immediately returned to seriousness, and he added, "Those aren't my words. This is what the regional commander asked me to convey to you." "Yes, thank you for the organization's encouragement and trust." Li Jianai quickly snapped to attention and saluted. Jia Ben waved his hand, indicating she should relax. "In a few days, another comrade will contact you," he said seemingly casually. "Since you've come here, I'll probably be transferred away soon. In the future, pay more attention to the machinery factory. I don't need to say more about that." He didn't mention that he might be transferred to Guangzhou, where the executive committee was preparing a metal processing enterprise in Fashion. Nor did he mention that Li Jianai had done well with the punch card machines during this time, and that higher-ups might consider having her work part-time at the technical department. The transmigrators at the Political Security Bureau had an urgent need to establish a detailed and efficient archival system, and this device was notoriously associated with concentration camps back in the day. Any other questions? At this point, Li Jianai uncharacteristically and somewhat embarrassedly produced a document and handed it over. "What's this now?" Jia Ben asked as he took it. "A dating application." Seeing those words, Jia Ben froze for a moment, then laughed. This time he laughed much longer than before, as if he had seen something particularly amusing. He glanced at Li Jianai. The girl's face was slightly flushed, but she looked at him very earnestly. According to Political Security Bureau regulations, hidden assets like Li Jianai were required to comply with the Important Personal Affairs reporting system. Dating was considered a type of important personal affair. Jia Ben put away his smile, though a trace of amusement remained on his face. "Are you serious? I don't encourage you to submit this. You're still young, and now you're a transmigrator's student. You have a very promising future ahead." Li Jianai's face reddened further, but she still didn't answer, stubbornly looking at Jia Ben. Jia Ben felt somewhat helpless. He stuffed the envelope into his pocket. "All right, by the rules, you have this right. However, you should know that given your status, even though that Cayenne Yuzhai kid is a martyr's dependent and has a pretty high political rating, getting this application approved will take a very long time." "Thank you." Li Jianai's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "It's all right. I'm willing to wait." End of chapter. Chapter 1958. The director of the Finance and Tax Bureau. This bumpy history of mechanical computer development had consumed roughly 10 months from start to finish, and the difficulties involved were truly beyond words for Feng Yuo. However, accompanying him to Guangzhou now was the officially finalized Zhu Changzhai model. Zhu Changzhai was an ancient mathematician who also possessed considerable expertise in mechanics, and his name contained the character Zhu, ancestor. Using it to name this mechanical computer was quite fitting. The Zhu Changzhai Mark I represented a significant improvement over the prototype. Thanks to technological upgrades and material advances at the machinery factory, the relay workshop could now produce superior relays compared to what Feng Yuo had manually manufactured earlier, and some mechanical mechanisms had also been optimized. So the first batch of several machines was not only significantly smaller than the prototype, but also boasted greatly improved functionality and computational speed. It no longer resembled the prototype's clumsy appearance. The first batch consisted of 6 complete systems, besides 2 sets allocated to the Judicial Province's Labor Reform Administration and the Political Security Bureau's Archives Department for experimental use. All were delivered to the newly established South China Data Center in Guangzhou. Apart from 2 desktop servers that had been reassigned there, this data center relied entirely on these 4 sets of mechanical computers. Though the equipment looked crude and operated slowly, for AI Jixin, the Guangdong Region Tax Commissioner concurrently serving as director of the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau, it solved his urgent needs. What he managed was finance and taxation, and the formulation of tax policies couldn't be separated from detailed statistics on total economic volume, total currency circulation, and various other aspects. The problem was that up until now, these remained a mystery to him. The data collected by various departments hadn't been aggregated, classified, or tallied. It was no different from waste paper. And the archives accumulated by Ming government offices at all levels lacked sufficient professional personnel to organize them. Even in the old timeline, clearing hundreds of years' worth of massive archives wouldn't be easy. So apart from some customary old rules known to veteran clerks, there was basically no reference value. Thus, when Feng Nuo and Su Leiwu arrived, he was the most delighted and enthusiastic of all. From meeting them at the dock to helping them settle into the internal guest house at Da Shiji, he fussed over them the entire way, making both of them quite embarrassed. They could only express that they would do their utmost to run the South China Data Center well. Although the civil construction work for the South China Data Center was entering its final stages, the subsequent interior renovation, equipment installation and debugging, and personnel training would require at least 3 or 4 months before it could be put into actual use. However, Su Leiwu had already promised that he, Feng Nuo, and the naturalized citizen operators they'd brought would first set up equipment at Da Shiji and put it into actual operation. Get some good rest first. Tomorrow I'll take you to the data center construction site on Henan Island. After AI Jixin had them settled, he went out and got into a sedan chair. Liu Xiang's Dig Everywhere project had been delayed several months because of the plague and was only now resuming. Official horse-drawn carriages still weren't available, so he could only continue using the not-so-comfortable sedan chair. From the Great East Gate of Guangzhou to Da Shiji was a mere 2 kilometers. Taking the sedan chair would require over 40 minutes. The small train would take only a few minutes. Because of the witchcraft case, Liu Xiang and Wu Mu had jointly issued a memorandum requiring transmigrators in Guangzhou not to walk on city streets or use public transportation unless they had sufficient guards. AI Jixin had originally intended to take the small train from Da Shiji to the Great East Gate, but because of this notice, he could only continue riding the sedan chair. Still, the sedan chair had its benefits. It blocked out the various foul smells and flies on Guangzhou streets. Though the sedan chair wasn't bulletproof, being hidden inside provided at least some security. The group walked briskly along the small train tracks outside the Great East Gate and arrived at the gate. The National Army squad leader responsible for the Great East Gate Guard was a corporal of Japanese mercenary origin named Hinata Naruto. He approached to inquire, "Please provide transportation documents or identification for registration." The accompanying guard produced the relevant documents. Hinata Naruto examined them and asked, "Who is in the sedan chair?" "It's the director of the Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau," the guard said. "Please have him show his face," said Hinata Naruto. "That's the regulation." Since it was regulation, there was nothing more to say. The guard was about to lift the curtain when a voice from inside suddenly spoke. "Hinata Naruto desu ka, shigoto wo chujitsu na." "Is that Hinata Naruto, loyal to your work?" Hearing this Japanese, Hinata Naruto immediately knew this was a transmigrator. The Japanese spoken by transmigrators was quite different from actual Japanese. It had a peculiar Edo accent, and the word choice and phrasing were also different. He immediately snapped to attention and replied, "Genren no angi no tame nai," for the sake of repaying the executive committee's kindness. He then returned the documents, saluted, and let them pass. The National Army soldiers on both sides performed a present arms salute together. AI Jixin watched these soldiers through the gauze curtain of his sedan chair, his heart filled with mixed emotions. There was the satisfaction of a man who had achieved success and made a name for himself, but also anxiety about the future. With great power comes great responsibility. The heavy burden of Guangzhou's finance and taxation wasn't easy to bear. Thinking about how these soldiers actually relied on tax revenue for their support, AI Jixin felt the pressure even more heavily. Upon returning to the Finance and Tax Bureau office set up in the Salt Administration Office, he removed his outer coat and handed it to AI Jixin. This coat was an unmarked Fubo Army Northern Winter Short Trench Coat, purchased from the Joint Logistics Clothing Warehouse, warm and moisture-resistant, quite useful in Guangzhou during the Little Ice Age. Underneath, he wore his work uniform. Several sets of Fubo Army officer uniforms without rank or insignia, custom-made from Han Huangnin's Special Supply Store number 82. When AI Jixin first entered Guangzhou, he had naively worn a suit that he often wore while working at the finance ministry in Lingao, a yuppie style. But he found that the tax bureau personnel didn't buy into his refinement, and some retained old clerks even thought his outfit was bizarre. Behind his back, they said he was wearing clothes from the foreigners in Macau, and that the Australians were trying to transform Chinese culture with barbarian ways. AI Jixin thought these locals didn't understand what white-collar style meant or what suit and tie was. They were all bumpkins. Since the bumpkins didn't appreciate it, and also to save his old-world clothes for formal occasions. As a tall man at 193 centimeters, AI Jixin's clothes all required special care. Otherwise, he'd have to wear split-crotch pants or worn-out suits. He switched to wearing the military uniform. What he hadn't expected was that the custom-made uniform was not only comfortable to wear, but also gave his words more deterrent power and weight at the tax bureau. Additionally, though he didn't know it, even his safety coefficient when going out had improved because he wore the military uniform. AI Jixin placed the visitor log before him, with each entry recording who had come looking for him while he was away and what specifically they wanted. He looked through it. Most were subordinates consulting on various issues. No transmigrators had come looking for him. However, Liang, the executive committee's old partner, had visited and left a letter. Since the early days when Liang had sold illicit salt for the executive committee, his business had grown ever larger over the years, and his ties with the executive committee had become increasingly close. After Guangzhou's liberation, AI Jixin planned to recruit the private salt distribution network under his control, making it the sales network for the Monopoly Bureau. The letter was in the incoming document basket. It wasn't even 9 a.m. yet, but documents that had come in from last night to this morning had already piled up to a dozen or so. Having been in Guangzhou for several months now, he had roughly understood Guangzhou's commerce and tax situation. Although lacking specific data support, he had grasped much of the general situation. The previous few months, due to the witchcraft case and the plague epidemic, financial and tax work had ground to a halt. He had no choice but to focus his energy on foundational work, establishing the basic framework of the finance and tax system, training tax cadres. Now it had barely taken initial shape. Although he had proposed the self-reporting with actual payment, light taxes with heavy penalties, model for collection before coming to Guangzhou, due to the lack of qualified inspection cadres and the chaotic state of merchants' accounting records, actual collection was far from ideal. Some more complex taxes he hadn't dared to launch hastily. If collection went wrong, future adjustments would face significant backlash. He faced the core problem that all tax officials must confront: how to collect more taxes while controlling collection costs. Collecting more taxes wasn't actually difficult. Tax categories were something that, since ancient times, had reflected government's achievements in imagination and creativity. The key lay in collection. In theory, as long as sufficient personnel were deployed, sound institutions were established, and strict accounting systems were implemented, it could be done. But all these investments consumed tax collection costs. The more tax categories and the broader the tax base, the more collection costs would rise geometrically. At best, this consumed the revenue from taxation. At worst, it could cause serious damage to the tax base itself. Moreover, his current situation simply didn't have these conditions, so his taxation approach prioritized low cost and easy collection. Under this premise, he had recently formulated a Guangdong collection plan centered on three major tax categories: property tax, circulation tax, and stamp duty. He had already drafted related plans for the specific collection of these three major taxes. Now they had been further refined. Property tax would be collected annually at a rate not exceeding 1% of the taxable party's total property value. Because of the lack of account books, the plan called for tax personnel to estimate the target's total property on a household basis, reassessed every 5 years. Estimates could be on the higher side. If the tax party could provide complete evidence proving their property had been overestimated, they could receive a refund for the excess, and the next tax collection would be based on the party's actual property. Encouraging this administrative review system, aimed at tax refunds, was intended to encourage each taxable party to clarify their own accounting information and help promote modern accounting systems. While tax-paying households thoroughly clarified their own property, the executive committee could also clearly grasp the social wealth situation, facilitating control over the wealthy minority. At the same time, good dissemination of accounting information in society could better facilitate social management and enterprise management. End of chapter. Chapter 1959, Indirect Taxes, Direct Taxes, and Tax Farming. However, property was a very broad concept. In this timeline, everything from land and buildings to antiques, valuable clothing, jewelry, and even bonded servants could be counted as property. For shops, counters, scales, and other business tools, money-making equipment were also property. Appraising all these items one by one was nearly impossible for the executive committee's tax system. For one thing, they lacked qualified accountants. For another, there were no standards whatsoever for appraising many items. For instance, the calligraphy, paintings, curiosities, and antiques commonly displayed in great quantities in wealthy households were theoretically quite valuable, but difficult to measure in monetary terms. Such areas with considerable arbitrariness were prime opportunities for rent-seeking through power. Transmigrators didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. They couldn't personally handle everything. The integrity of naturalized citizen cadres and the Cheka's anti-corruption capabilities couldn't be overly trusted either. After much consideration and incorporating suggestions from other personnel in the finance department, AI Jixin decided that in property valuation, the focus would be on immovable property such as shops, residences, forests, and farmland. Such immovable property was difficult to conceal, had relatively clear market transaction prices for reference, and valuation data had standards to follow. Real estate registration had been fairly complete even under the Ming Dynasty, and every time the executive committee took over a city, they re-registered immovable property and issued property deeds, so property rights documentation was quite complete, quite reasonable as a basis for taxation. Immovable property like farmland and forests also had relatively clear registration materials. The land survey and measurement work had already begun in the rural areas around Guangzhou, with various types of rural land being re-registered. Once this data was available, not only would agricultural tax collection be guaranteed, but immovable property tax assessment could also proceed. Servants also counted as a type of property, so when collecting property tax, their value was calculated according to their indenture contracts and included in the total property value. Following the principle of embedding prohibition within taxation, a separate slave-keeping tax was also levied, abolishing the old exemption threshold for keeping slaves and collecting on a per-head basis. At the same time, the progressive principle continued to apply. The more slaves kept, the higher the tax rate. Liquid assets such as goods and currency, gold and silver, could temporarily only be estimated through fixed immovable property due to difficulty in appraisal. Generally divided by the taxable party's occupation, merchants were considered to have higher liquid assets, so when calculating assets, their recorded liquid assets were calculated at 100% of their immovable property value, large landlords at 50%, prosperous farmers, wealthy households, and small merchants had no liquid asset estimation. Immovable property plus estimated liquid property equaled total assets. The tax rate for large merchants with assets above a certain level was 1% of total assets annually. For large landlords, 0.5%. For ordinary wealthy households, prosperous farmers and small merchants, 0.2%. For small households with immovable property below a certain level, only a symbolic poll tax was collected. Agricultural tax was a special category within property tax. In terms of specific collection, the progressive system was abolished in favor of a fixed tax rate based on land area, primarily using grain and the 5 cereals as payment in kind. For agricultural tax collection, there was already a fairly mature mechanism in Hainan, so AI Jixin didn't need to worry much, just follow the existing regulations. The second major tax category was circulation tax, essentially the Liang, customs duties, market inspection fees, consumption taxes, and so on. It was divided into 2 main rates. The first was a basic market entry sales tax similar to customs duties, collected at checkpoints established at city gates, ferry crossings, bridges, and other transportation choke points. All goods entering the market for sale were first charged a 5% entry sales tax and had to undergo spot checks before entering the market to ensure basic safety. Goods that entered the market without passing through the entry sales inspection were considered contraband. Once hygiene or quality problems arose, both buyer and seller would be heavily fined. The second was special ad valorem taxes on major commodity wholesale markets for items like rice, salt, tea, spices, timber, wine, meat, vegetables, and fishery products, collected at major wholesale markets. The cumulative circulation tax paid on general commodities was capped at no more than 20% of the local price. Tax checkpoints and markets all provided relevant tax receipts as proof of payment to prevent double taxation. Livelihood shops whose market supply was scarce would enjoy tax exemptions and low rates. The third major tax category was stamp duty. Stamp duty was actually also a direct tax, but the tax burden was relatively less painful. The problem was that the collection amount couldn't be too high. AI Jixin planned to collect license stamp duties. Shops with sales licenses would pay a fixed annual stamp duty, and paying the license fee would allow them to sell relevant goods while accepting supervision. This tax would temporarily be collected on behalf by trade associations, with a portion returned to the associations after collection as operating expenses, while also being responsible for supervision. Various business permits, licenses, land deeds, property deeds, contracts, all required paying stamp duty either once or annually, strengthening the concept of contract law. AI Jixin's plan was primarily based on circulation tax. Circulation tax was an indirect tax with low collection costs, low tax burden paying, and low requirements for collection personnel. consistent with the executive committee's current technical and human resource conditions. Direct tax collection was complex, with high collection costs and high tax burden pain, potentially intensifying social conflicts, but had social benefits in adjusting wealth between rich and poor, so a portion still needed to be levied. The overall tax policy was currency reform first, taxation second. Use taxation to promote the advancement of currency reform, while forcing the old commercial and industrial enterprises and wealthy households to introduce modern accounting systems and maintain sound accounts. When collecting, accept legal tender and some payment in kind, agricultural tax. Do not accept broken silver, copper coins, or other goods from shops. For property tax collection, start with generous assessment. Then if the other party applies for review, the excess tax could be refunded. During refunds, as long as the other party provided relevant accounting information, property, land deeds, account books proving overcollection. Even if the other party had concealed some things, the overcollected amount could still be refunded. This encouraged merchants and wealthy households to declare their property, sales income, and other accounting information during the refund review process. Refunds would include a certain amount of interest, paid in legal tender, primarily in circulation vouchers in actual practice, ensuring the stability and usability of the new legal currency, silver dollars and circulation vouchers. Legal tender actually contained seigniorage, yielding much more than regular tax revenue. To cultivate the mindset of tax obligation, all adults 18 and over, regardless of gender, were required to pay a poll tax. The poll tax amount was very low. Taxpayers would purchase tax stamps themselves and affix them to the back of their identification documents. If no tax stamp was found when documents were inspected, it constituted tax evasion. AI Jixin knew his tax system, simplified again and again, still had major problems, especially in specific implementation where many details needed to be standardized. After thinking about it, he decided to bring this matter up at Guangzhou's Transmigrator Council meeting. After all, collective wisdom in practice was better than working behind closed doors. He was very clear that what he was about to do would be considered shocking by old timeline standards. The wealthy households of Guangzhou especially, one could readily imagine their expressions after learning of the tax plan. They would truly want to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. Even the shopkeepers of small shops who had been freed from various extortions because of the change of dynasty would probably cry for their parents, saying they couldn't survive anymore when they saw these tax items one by one. After a few months of implementation, there would inevitably be merchants in Guangzhou hanging themselves or drowning over tax issues. This was all inevitable. When the Republican government levied the slaughter tax back then, there were anti-slaughter tax disturbances everywhere, and many places ultimately failed to implement it. When New China levied the slaughter tax after its establishment, it also met with great resistance. Once the new tax system was fully rolled out, social conflicts in Guangzhou would inevitably intensify to some degree, and the generally harmonious and happy atmosphere between the executive committee and Guangzhou's citizens, since entering the city probably wouldn't exist anymore. However, both the central and local governments were currently spending money like water. Mayor Liu had recently made a fortune from confiscation due to the abolition of the brokerage houses and the witchcraft case. Although the subsequent plague had caused considerable financial losses, there was still some surplus at the moment, so AI Jixin had some buffer time to gradually implement and rectify taxation. Since this milk cow Guangzhou had fallen into the executive committee's hands, there was no reason not to give it a good milking. According to the estimates of the Five Avenues bigwigs, Guangzhou's tax potential was quite substantial indeed. However, what AI Jixin found even more difficult was the areas outside Guangzhou, because in addition to being director of the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau, He was also the tax commissioner for the Guangdong region. As the Ming Dynasty's second-largest tax source region, there was no reason Guangdong shouldn't produce even more tax revenue under the Executive Committee's rule. Still, Guangzhou and even the Pearl River Delta were manageable. After all, that was where transmigrators and naturalized citizen cadres were most concentrated, and though governance standards couldn't match Hainan, Taiwan, or Jeju, they were still much better than the Ming Dynasty. But once you left the Pearl River Delta, the Executive Committee's ruling efficiency dropped drastically. AI Jixin's tax system could probably be barely implemented in county seats, and agricultural taxes could rely on the existing grain tax collection system. As for other taxes, there was probably no possibility of collection. After much consideration, AI Jixin thought of implementing a tax farming system in these newly ruled areas with weak governance foundations. The so-called tax farming system meant the state contracted its tax collection activities to the highest bidder, who only needed to pay the state a fixed rent in advance and could keep the rest of the tax revenue. Tax farming had a long history and was the primary tax collection mechanism used by many countries before the 19th century. Under this system, tax farming actually allowed the state to obtain relatively high tax revenue at lower administrative costs. However, even AI Jixin himself felt this proposal was somewhat risky, because within the Executive Committee, tax farming was considered an evil system. It placed the fate of taxpayers in the hands of rapacious tax farmers. Moreover, history was replete with examples of the greed and rampant exploitation of tax farmers causing terrible consequences. In virtually all history books, tax farming was a target of denunciation and criticism. End of chapter. Chapter 1960. The deputy director's AI Jixin naturally didn't know the hidden obstacles in this, but he knew how many tricks were involved. If I agree to let you run this meat cooperative, those pig dealers would become an obstacle, AI Jixin thought. Zhang Yikun's plan essentially meant completely bypassing the existing pig wholesale merchants and switching to a Zhujai monopoly. This wasn't that big a deal, really. Old Zhang, as a transmigrator, using his position to secure some benefits for himself, was simply human nature. AI Jixin was not so unsympathetic as all that, but this matter required caution on his part. Since ancient times, those engaged in pig wholesale and slaughter had been local figures. Though they couldn't be called local gentry, local tyrants was certainly apt. Otherwise, why would Liu Bei, when raising an army, have sworn brotherhood with Zhang Fei, a mere butcher? Pig dealers not only controlled the trade, slaughter, and wholesale of pigs, but often also had the ability to monopolize pig purchasing in rural markets. Without considerable boldness and capability, one couldn't do this line of work. Naturally, with the Executive Committee's power, straightening out these local tyrants wouldn't be difficult. If one looked closely, they had ample justification for being straightened out. The question was, what would be the effect of such straightening out? Currently, Guangzhou's pork supply was monopolized by these few pig dealers. Now the Executive Committee would use administrative power to strip them of their monopoly and transfer it to this meat cooperative. In terms of monopoly effectiveness, a semi-public, semi-private monopoly was obviously better. But what about the supply source? Currently, neither Guangzhou's Commercial Trade Bureau nor its subordinate enterprises, nor any meat cooperative, controlled pig supply sources. They also had no existing slaughterhouses or distribution points. If they drove away these butcher Zhangs, Guangzhou's citizens would truly have to eat pigs with hair, and quite possibly for a period they wouldn't even see pig hair. Very well then, drive away existing tax sources, create some inexplicable meat cooperative. AI Jixin thought. You transmigrator Zhang are usually so clever, but this time you're confused. Old Zhang, AI Jixin said slowly. Although the current pig dealer wholesale system has many problems, these few pig dealers' purchasing and sales channels are ready-made. Setting up a new team wouldn't be difficult. However, Guangzhou has several 100,000 people. Pig supply is a livelihood issue affecting thousands of households. If anything goes wrong, this will make weekly news. Zhuzhai and Zhuzhai already account for 1/3 of the city's meat product sales. There should be no problem. AI Jixin thought to himself. Are meat products and live pigs the same thing? These are completely different matters. Honestly, he completely understood transmigrator Zhang wanting to establish some business for himself, rather than relying on the Transmigrator Foundation, controlled by the Office of Management. Quite a few transmigrators had more or less set up shell companies for themselves, established businesses, making some money riding on others' coattails. As long as it didn't harm the overall interests, some things the executive committee would turn a blind eye to. For instance, Transmigrator Lu's Zhang Family Village construction team, which subcontracted projects without taking an extra cent of payment, doing as much work as they were paid for, only that when work was scarce they got priority placement. But today's matter was different. If mishandled, forget about circulation tax or slaughter tax, it would be hard to say whether even pig supply could be guaranteed. If the meat cooperative took over pig wholesale rights, the original pig dealers might not dare to resist, but neither reason nor sentiment dictated they would hand over their past purchasing channels. A meat cooperative couldn't establish its own purchasing channels in the short term. The result was predictable. AI Jixin thought for a moment. Have you reported this to Mayor Liu? This is just a small matter in commercial circulation. Does it need reporting? Old Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. AI Jixin had originally thought to put him off first, then kick the ball to Liu Xiang and let him hit a soft wall. After thinking about it, he decided it was better to speak plainly. Let me just ask you one thing. Once this meat cooperative is established, even if Guangzhou's consumption doesn't increase at all, it needs to guarantee a supply of at least 200 pigs daily, not short a single day. Is there a problem? There shouldn't be. This question somewhat caught Zhang Yikan off guard. He was starting to lose his composure. So this newly established meat cooperative can ensure pig supply doesn't run out. AI Jixin nodded. I'm at the Finance and Tax Bureau. If pigs run short, it's just a few taxes less collected. For the Commerce Bureau, ensuring city supply is the top priority. Especially now with currency reform underway, material supply is being watched very closely. As long as we can ensure this meat cooperative's pig supply doesn't run out, I have no objections. After all, this is work in the circulation domain. Pigs weren't like other materials. The executive committee had nowhere to ship them from. Various regions' pig supplies weren't even sufficient for themselves. As it was, transmigrators still felt supply was insufficient, that there was too much fish in the protein supply for workers and soldiers. Zhang Yikan's face suddenly went blank. Instantly he recovered and said, "Well then, no rush, no rush. I was just providing a proposal for reference. How to reorganize and manage the circulation domain is work for your Commerce Bureau. We just provide some suggestions from a taxation perspective." After seeing Zhang Yikan off, AI Jixin breathed a sigh of relief. How could old Zhang suddenly become so confused at a critical moment? He didn't care what to do with those pig dealers in the long term, but in the short term they still needed to be kept. Rushing to eliminate old commercial circulation channels before new systems could replace them was very dangerous. Actually, if it were just about setting up a meat cooperative to monopolize Guangzhou's pork retail business, that wouldn't be out of the question. With currency reform currently being pushed, the more commercial circulation channels the executive committee could control, the better. This would effectively enable market intervention. But trying to swallow the entire pig purchasing wholesale retail circulation chain in one gulp, that ambition was too big. AI Jixin thought to himself, forget about partial ownership shares. Even if they made me the largest shareholder of this meat cooperative, the behind-the-scenes boss, I wouldn't dare touch this. He had a general grasp of the pig dealers' situations, and problems were quite numerous. However, whether to nationalize them or jointly operate and transform them wasn't within his management scope, and AI Jixin had no intention of getting involved. He only wanted to successfully collect taxes. After handling several accumulated documents, a telegram from the finance province that had arrived today caught his attention. Opening it, he found that Wang, Deputy Tax Commissioner for Guangdong Province and Deputy Director of the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau, along with Zhang Xiaoqi, Taxation Research Fellow for Guangdong Province and Research Fellow for the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau, would depart today to take up their posts in Guangzhou. This couple is finally coming. AI Jixin let out a long breath. Wang Qi and Zhang Xiaoqi were a married couple. In the old timeline, like AI Jixin, both came from tax work backgrounds. However, they had always worked in frontline collection and management. These two had even concealed their professional identities, using a computer science major to fool the executive committee, and had long worked in administrative positions managing their own little lives. Over these years, besides the daughter they'd brought from the old timeline, they'd had twin daughters. Many transmigrators envied them to death. Although for certain politically correct reasons, the term pure blood wasn't generally used within the executive committee, in everyone's hearts they still regarded transmigrator children who were brought from the old timeline with automatic seats, or born in the new timeline to two transmigrator parents, as having higher value as marriage prospects. These two had been living leisurely, managing their little family. Even during the major land tax reorganization in Lingao, they had stayed completely silent. If Wang Qi hadn't inadvertently shared some professional opinions on grain tax collection on the forum one day and been exposed, who knows if they would have kept up the pretense. From then on, the couple went to work in the finance sector doing tax work. Before AI Jixin came to Guangzhou this time, the finance province meeting had already decided to arrange all three personnel with tax expertise from the finance province to Guangzhou, one director and two deputies in an overstrength configuration. Of course, these three transmigrators were responsible for tax work throughout Guangdong province, so the actual workload was substantial enough. More transmigrators specializing in accounting and auditing would be transferred in the future for reinforcement. For now, their main task was to establish the tax system. Truth be told, when the appointment was announced at the meeting, the expressions on the Wang couple's faces weren't exactly enthusiastic. Understandable. They had many children, and entrusting all the kids to others while going to Guangzhou to take up their posts was indeed worrying. Fortunately, Wang Qi's final statement was quite resolute, which put AI Jixin at ease. However, after old Wang made his statement, Zhang Xiaoqi had privately approached AI Jixin asking if she could temporarily work in Guangzhou for just 2 months after arriving. Director AI, you know our family has 3 daughters. The eldest is already at junior high age by old standards. This is a crucial time for girls, and I really don't dare leave for too long. Everyone knew about the Wang's 3 daughters, especially the later-born twin sisters whom everyone adored. They were just starting kindergarten now. AI Jixin could understand this mother's feelings, and since the next phase of concrete work in Guangzhou would especially rely on Zhang Xiaoqi's extensive frontline experience, he readily agreed. Unexpectedly, AI Jixin had been in Guangzhou for months as advanced team, while the Wang couple was still in Lingao not moving. Zhang Xiaoqi was training personnel. That was understandable given the severe shortage of tax personnel. But Wang Qi was alternately doing research, top-level design, communicating with various departments. Finally, when they said they were about to depart, the plague broke out in Guangzhou. With traffic control inside and outside Guangzhou, naturally the Wang couple couldn't come either. They weren't doing administrative work or serving as medical or epidemic prevention experts. Coming would have been pointless. AI Jixin could only send them a telegram telling them to focus on training tax cadres. He had previously sent the full text of his design tax plan back to Lingao for discussion and approval by the finance sector. This time, when the Wang couple took up their posts, they should bring the final approved plan. End of chapter. Chapter 1961. The Harbor Treasury at the prospect of finally launching substantive tax work. AI Jixin felt a quiet surge of anticipation. His months in Guangzhou had yielded accomplishments in finance, but taxation remained entirely aspirational, all blueprints and planning, with nothing concrete to show. The plague had stolen precious time, and the chronic shortage of qualified personnel had done the rest. The Wang couple's arrival changed everything. Not only were the two of them arriving, but they brought with them a cohort of cadres fresh from the taxation short-course training program, a vast improvement over his current subordinates, a motley assembly of veterans and novices who were, in essence, self-taught improvisers. There was critical work AI Jixin simply couldn't entrust to them, and so it had languished. He reviewed the telegraphed arrival date and headcount, then summoned AI Jixin to arrange appropriate offices and quarters within the SALT administration compound, which doubled as the Finance and Tax Bureau headquarters. With little operational work to occupy him these past months, Transmigrator AI had poured his energies into infrastructure. He'd repaired crumbling structures throughout the old SALT administration compound, renovated derelict buildings, installed septic tanks and public latrines, and in the small courtyard serving as both his office and residence, laid modern drainage. He'd had quite enough of chamber pots. By raising the most dangerous structures, he'd cleared space for an exercise yard where he drilled daily with finance and tax bureau staff, much to the suffering of the retained Ming clerks. The SALT administration compound was sprawling but ancient. Guangzhou's humid, oppressive climate made sanitation a constant battle, and the long-serving clerks suffered from respiratory ailments and joint pain that flared with every seasonal shift. In the 6 months since AI Jixin had taken office, 3 retained clerks had been lost to illness or medical retirement. Determined to stem the attrition, Transmigrator AI launched a fitness movement within the Bureau, both to bolster the health of the retained staff and to preserve the exercise discipline ingrained in the naturalized citizens transferred from Hainan. While the compound could hardly be called fully renovated, it was at least leagues beyond its initial state, a marginal improvement, but perhaps enough to make it tolerable for the Wangs. On the morning the Wang couple was due to arrive, AI Jixin rose early, not to greet them, but to attend to another routine harbor treasury audit. As director of the Finance and Tax Bureau, it fell to him to travel to the great world and conduct an inventory of the Australian Song National Treasury, the Harbor Treasury, verifying transferred goods and signing off on the records. Staff from the Monopoly Bureau would accompany him. The Harbor Treasury was, in truth, the Executive Committee's central vault, as well as the depository for DeLong Bank's various branches. Though policy dictated the establishment of the Central Reserve Bank as the committee's central institution, the fledgling Reserve Bank lacked the requisite branch network. For now, much of its mandate remained delegated to DeLong's local offices. The committee's finances served war above all else. The Finance Ministry established supply centers at key transit hubs, primarily ports, positioned behind the front lines in secondary or tertiary roles, shadowing military operations. These supply centers eventually evolved into regional treasuries, with Australian Song commanding the seas and transport conducted almost exclusively by ship. Treasuries were naturally sited at ports, earning the designation Harbor Treasury. The nomenclature also reflected an earlier era when openly proclaiming statehood remained impolitic, making national an inconvenient term. The Harbor Treasury's origins traced back to the wealth seized during the raid on Gu family manor. The looted precious metals and valuables had been shipped to Lingao and stored aboard the Fengcheng at Bapu port, the safest vault available at the time, and conveniently positioned for liquidating assets in Guangzhou to procure materials the committee desperately needed. As the initial crisis subsided, dedicated warehouses rose at the port, and the Fengcheng's cargo gradually migrated ashore. After the Chiang Mai campaign secured effective control over Qiangshan County, if not Qiangzhou Prefecture City or Haikou Garrison, the finance sector established the Qiangzhou Prefecture Supply Center, tasked with collecting and transshipping materials across Hainan. Military grain procured through the reasonable burden system around the prefecture capital flowed directly to the Qiangshan County Supply Center, where it was tallied, registered, and shipped onward to sustain the expeditionary force in Guangzhou. The streamlined process maximized both efficiency and resource utilization. After the war, these supply centers seamlessly transformed into harbor treasuries. As the committee's financial, commercial, and industrial apparatus expanded, all requisitioned materials, from taxation, industry, commerce, monopolies, customs, agriculture, funneled through the harbor treasuries. A.I. Jixin's experience managing the Qiangzhou Harbor Treasury earned him assignments establishing others, gradually constructing Australian Song's foundational treasury system. Each harbor treasury was staffed by a small cadre of naturalized clerks managing disbursements and receipts, supported by rudimentary accounting systems. While material allocation remained the purview of the Planning Commission, actual disbursement fell to the finance sector's harbor treasuries. Guangzhou's harbor treasury occupied the Great World Complex, specifically the Inner World precinct adjacent to the docks. Rows of warehouses lined the waterfront, with administrative offices housed in the outer row. The harbor treasury hummed with constant activity. Messengers bearing satchels shuttled in and out, ferrying correspondence detailing material flows from disparate agencies. Every hour, a runner from the communications center delivered updated data from the Planning Commission and DeLong's scattered branches. At wooden counters, cashiers processed material requisition slips and warehouse receipts from various departments, directing the appropriate warehouses or ships to release or receive goods. Each transaction was logged, time, slip number, item description, onto a rolling blackboard for public display. Copyists transcribed the announcements into ledgers, while telegraph operators simultaneously transmitted critical entries to the Finance Ministry and Planning Commission in Lingao, who maintained the master books. When inventory levels approached designated thresholds, or when a warehouse faced depletion before the Transportation Department's next scheduled delivery, notifications went out to the Commerce Department, Industry Department, or nearby transfer warehouses to arrange supplementary shipments. Rather than proceeding directly to the harbor treasury offices, A.I. Jixin headed straight for the warehouse district at the Inner World docks. It was inventory day, which meant no incoming or outgoing traffic at the warehouse complex. The usual bustle, horse carts, hand carts, porters, was entirely absent. Warehouse doors stood sealed, the docks empty save for the occasional footfalls of patrolling National Army soldiers. Behind those closed doors, crews tallied stock. A.I. Jixin checked his wristwatch. Plenty of time remained. He would not personally count inventory. That wasn't his role. But he made a point of attending every inventory day, sometimes conducting unannounced inspections of specific warehouses or items. Even dedicated work eventually succumbed to fatigue, and signs of pro forma compliance had begun surfacing even before the two Guang's campaign. The executive committee's administrative apparatus was, in truth, alarmingly fragile. If the transmigrators themselves didn't maintain visible presence on the front lines, or at least the credible threat of appearing there, execution faltered. Old Liang, who had been trailing him, quickened his pace. "Your Excellency, head to the salt warehouse first," A.I. Jixin instructed. "Check on the inventory progress. A new shipment arrived yesterday. Verify that the salt matches the manifests." With the executive committee now controlling Hainan and Guangdong, every salt field in both regions fell under its jurisdiction. Yet for the time being, they lacked the capacity to directly manage production or deploy sufficient qualified naturalized cadres to oversee the fields. Their only recourse was strict oversight of distribution checkpoints to enforce the salt monopoly. Embezzlement schemes in the salt trade were legion, and salt workers were no naive lambs. Private salt merchants would not meekly surrender their profits, whether under the Song, Yuan, Ming, or the Australians. Those who trafficked contraband salt had always been willing to court mortal danger. Liang, who'd emerged from the private salt trade himself, knew every trick intimately. Precisely why AI Jixin had recruited him into the Monopoly Bureau's Salt Affairs Company. Yes, Your Excellency, Liang departed with his entourage. Supporting the new currency issuance required maintaining price stability and ensuring adequate supply of essential goods, themes repeatedly emphasized at economic work conferences. AI Jixin's salt monopoly strategy aimed to stabilize market prices through abundant low-cost supply. First, flood the market. Second, eliminate private salt. Stabilize, then gradually increase prices. Easier prescribed than executed. Liu Gang's former associates were proving less than cooperative, exploiting the committee's release of cheap salt to stockpile massive quantities. So while salt prices had dropped in areas where the committee's commercial network reached directly, prices in the vast rural hinterlands remained stubbornly high. AI Jixin lit a cigar. Without a state-owned commercial distribution network, effective market regulation appeared impossible. The released supplies were simply being hoarded by unscrupulous merchants. Busy mornings passed swiftly. Throughout the hours before noon, AI Jixin conducted random spot checks across multiple warehouses, reviewed countless accounting ledgers and vouchers, signed stacks of documents, and met with several naturalized citizens. By the time he finally paused to eat the bento AI Jixin had brought, it was past 2 in the afternoon. As he ate, he glanced through the window and noticed the scheduled arrival signal flag rising on the harbor observation tower. The arrival times of the executive committee's steam sail hybrid transports could rarely be pinpointed to the hour. At best, they knew whether a vessel would arrive morning, afternoon, or evening on a given day. Chapter 1962, Vice Director Wang, they're finally here. AI Jixin swallowed his meal in 3 hasty gulps, tossed aside his lunchbox, and strode from the harbor treasury's makeshift office toward the dock. After what felt like an eternity, waiting as one might for the stars and moon, the H-800 bearing the Finance and Tax Bureau contingent glided into berth at the Great World Wharf. Under AI Jixin's relentless pressure and Cheng Dong's enthusiastic concern, Wang Qi had at last arrived in Guangzhou, accompanied by cadres who'd completed rotation training in Qiangshan and Chiangmai, along with students from the Lingao Vocational School's Finance and Taxation program. I've been counting the days. AI Jixin stood at the dock, radiating satisfaction as he clasped Wang Qi's hands firmly. How was the crossing? Our vessels aren't renowned for their smooth sailing. Tolerable, Wang Qi managed, looking somewhat diminished by seasickness. The landlubber rallied enough to report, 47 in total, 25 from rotation training, 22 from the finance and tax class. We've truly scraped the bottom of the barrel. Fang Xiaoti's program just lost half its enrollment. Our finance and economics department desperately needs its own institution. Perpetually sharing space with Fang Xiaoti is untenable. We're operating at a crippling disadvantage. Wang Qi knew separation wouldn't help matters. Even the Army and Navy academies, the Political Security School, and the Central Police Academy's preparatory programs, all formally independent, still operated from Fang Xiaoti. The reason was simple: access to classrooms, instructors, and equipment. AI Jixin's gaze drifted to the group disembarking through the naturalized citizen channel, a cluster of bodies laden with bags and bundles. Each carried a standard rattan suitcase and canvas backpack, crowned with a rattan sun helmet. Most appeared exhausted, some even more haggard than Wang Qi. Fortunately, they were all young, 18, 20 at most, possessing that resilient vitality of youth. A good night's sleep would restore them. Then he noticed something amiss. Where are the women? Didn't Director Cheng promise before I left that he'd specifically request female students from Hu Qingbai? My wife hasn't completed her training yet. You were in such a rush, so I brought only the students who finished their first year last cycle. Wang Qi thought privately, what are you scheming? Planning to turn the finance and tax bureau into your personal harem? Excellent, excellent. Learning reinforcements were still coming lifted AI Jixin's spirits considerably. So you're arriving solo this time as well, old Wang. No one to look after you. No one, Wang Qi bristled inwardly. This man certainly knew how to twist the knife. If you hadn't been so demanding, would I have needed to come separately from my wife? Perfect, perfect. Don't give it another thought. Come, let me treat you to a proper meal first. Take in the sights of Guangzhou's great world, then we'll visit the Purple Clarity Pavilion for a bath. Wang Qi recoiled. I can wash at the Great World Guest House. I've never been one for that comprehensive wellness business. AI Jixin laughed. Nothing of the sort. You're a married man. How could I possibly create domestic trouble for you? Just a bath and massage, nothing more. A chance to properly relax. We've got plenty of work ahead. Come on, let's eat first. The Transmigrator restaurant occupied the Great World's top floor. Open windows offered sweeping views of the entire complex. Being afternoon, the dining room was sparsely populated. AI Jixin secured a private room and ordered light, easily digestible dishes, partly for sustenance, partly to facilitate a working discussion. He was anxious to gauge Wu Jiaku's stance on his tax policies. Several colleagues had mentioned in private correspondence that his proposals had sparked considerable controversy within the executive committee. The tax farming system had drawn particular censure, with some even calling for a formal investigation into his ideological orientation. Politics aside, AI Jixin cared most about Wu Jiaku's professional assessment. Expert opinion carried far more weight than amateur criticism. The dishes prepared for transmigrators inevitably represented the kitchen's finest work. Cognizant that transmigrator Wang had just disembarked with a delicate stomach, the chef had prepared only a few refreshing side dishes accompanied by a bowl of japonica rice porridge. Yet Wang Qi's thoughts were elsewhere. Since boarding the ship, he'd been mentally rehearsing the arrangements he needed to discuss with AI Jixin. AI Jixin had completed the high-level architecture of Guangzhou's finance and tax bureau and tax system. Categories, rates, scope, even general collection methodologies had been established. Leveraging the naturalized cadres he'd recruited and the retained Ming clerks he'd absorbed, the bureau's organizational framework nominally existed, though the machinery had yet to actually function. Wang Qi's task, therefore, was to operationalize these structures, to transform the finance and tax bureau from blueprint to functional reality. Additionally, he harbored concerns about AI Jixin's current arrangements. These weren't matters of hierarchy or precedence, but structural flaws in the bureau's organization. The blame couldn't reasonably fall on AI Jixin. It was all consequence of institutional streamlining, necessitated by personnel shortages. One might call it unavoidable, but Wang Qi believed such expedients should be minimized. Otherwise, explanations would prove difficult when facing future scrutiny. As a colleague, he felt duty-bound to raise the issue. After they'd eaten their fill, AI Jixin and Wang Qi forged an immediate return to the city proper, retiring instead to the adjacent lounge for a working discussion. Now that you're here, I can breathe easier. AI Jixin lit a cigar. You can't imagine, these past months alone here were genuinely nerve-wracking. Care for one? No, thank you. Wang Qi dispensed with formality and opened his portable notebook. Shall I begin, please? Director AI, I've reviewed all the plans and reports you forwarded to Lingao. I concur with your tax framework centered on property tax, turnover tax, and stamp duty. It effectively captures major revenue sources while accommodating our cadre's current skill levels. Regarding the poll tax, however, I must express reservations. This levy presents collection challenges. While I understand your intent to cultivate tax-paying consciousness, strict enforcement inevitably demands substantial manpower and resources, yielding poor input-output ratios. Lax enforcement, conversely, defeats the original purpose. Moreover, once loopholes appear in direct taxation of this nature, immediate adverse social psychology follows. The old timeline's simplistic personal income tax suffered similar problems. The wealthy possessed countless avoidance mechanisms, while wage earners, whose incomes were most transparent and accessible, bore the burden. Consequently, the purported wealth redistribution function of income tax became hollow rhetoric and a target for public criticism. A.I. Jixin's expression soured. The head tax was his brainchild, and here was Wang Qi dismantling it upon arrival. Yet A.I. Jixin recognized that Wang Qi's position likely reflected Wu Jiaku's assessment, possibly even the state council's. Besides, the critique was well-reasoned. After a moment's consideration, he replied, "The poll tax remains open for discussion. It was merely a draft, intended to stimulate collective brainstorming." Wang Qi nodded, continuing, "Regarding specific tax items and rates, Zhang Xiaoqi and I discussed these before my departure. The vast majority are highly appropriate. A few isolated areas merit further consideration, too granular for present discussion. I'll report separately as needed. As for your collection methodology, including the collect first, refund later approach, Zhang Xiaoqi notes that enterprise income tax functioned this way in the old timeline. She supports experimenting with the concept now." The Wang couple harbored numerous thoughts regarding A.I. Jixin's plan. His wife had articulated observations better left unspoken in public. However, Wang Qi saw no value in dwelling on minutiae. The State Council was eager to advance Guangzhou's fiscal and tax operations toward tangible results. No need to obsess over inconsequential details. A.I. Jixin's plan contained no fundamental errors, and leadership cohesion often determined an endeavor's ultimate success or failure. Let me now address the implementation framework my wife and I developed. The Wang's proposal held no surprises for A.I. Jixin. Task-oriented processes, comprehensive documentation, full audit trails, positional checks and balances, essentially transplanting old timeline tax procedures with judicious simplification and consolidation. Easy enough to describe, and A.I. Jixin could probably stumble through the basics with reference materials. But explaining the intricacies of a dozen-plus positions and over 100 procedural links, then determining which could be streamlined based on naturalized citizens' capabilities, that exceeded his expertise entirely. Given the technical specificity, Wang Qi had covered barely half by dinner time. A.I. Jixin invoked the revolutionary maxim that health is capital and proposed returning to the Finance and Tax Bureau to settle in, dine, and rest. They'd resume tomorrow at the Bureau. That evening, Wang Qi traveled by sedan chair to the Finance and Tax Bureau. Like many newly arrived transmigrators, he'd initially insisted on walking into the city to project an approachable image. But upon witnessing the chaos at the Great East Gate compound, rubble heaps everywhere, excavated sludge reeking to high heaven, he'd reconsidered. Borne directly to the Finance and Tax Bureau, Wang Qi found the dormitory arrangements quite satisfactory, far more comfortable than Lingao's transmigrator-exclusive tube apartments. Comrade A.I. Jixin had been remarkably thoughtful. The bedroom featured a double bed with matching pillows. Anticipating potential visits from the Wang daughters, 2 guest rooms in the small courtyard had been specially renovated, and the cadres who accompanied me, all accommodated, A.I. Jixin assured him. The dormitories are newly renovated, sanitary, secure, and comfortable. Guangzhou's streetscape is quite something. Hence Mayor Liu excavating everywhere. The costs are astronomical. A.I. Jixin shook his head. Fortunately, our non-tax fiscal revenue these first months proved substantial. The State Council allocated Liu Xiang a generous sum for urban infrastructure. Chapter 1963. Adjustment. Wang Qi understood perfectly that this non-tax revenue, was merely a euphemism for confiscated property. The witchcraft prosecutions, the purge of the Guangdai temple faction, the suppression of the brokerage houses. These campaigns had ensnared countless Guangzhou gentry and wealthy households, delivering a windfall bonanza to the Planning Commission and Wujiaku. With Guangzhou slated to become the executive committee's new capital, construction demands were immense. Henan Island required an entirely new urban district, while the old city needed comprehensive renovation. Consequently, the State Council proved relatively generous with construction appropriations, channeling a substantial portion of this windfall to the Guangzhou municipal government. Liu Xiang was naturally delighted. Yet the calculating minds at Wujiaku recognized that such windfalls were inherently unsustainable. Worse, sudden wealth from striking down local tyrants could distort administrators' fiscal judgment, encouraging reckless expansion that might ultimately rupture the capital chain entirely. The pressure on the finance and tax sector, therefore, grew heavier still. They had to manage money prudently while simultaneously generating as much revenue as possible to sustain Guangzhou's construction momentum. The impulse toward massive infrastructure projects is understandable from a local leader's perspective. Wang settled into a rattan reclining chair as AI Yixin brought tea and cigars. Since Wang didn't smoke, AI Yixin abstained from lighting one himself. Both opted for tea. While awaiting dinner from the cook, AI Yixin inquired when Zhang Xiaoqi would arrive in Guangzhou. Soon, perhaps a fortnight, just finishing her final training courses. She'll depart the moment classes conclude. Living here alone will prove inconvenient. Let me arrange a maid for you. No, really, there's no need. Look at you getting flustered. AI Jixin chuckled. When I say maid, I mean precisely that, nothing more. You can eat at the cafeteria, certainly, but will you tidy the room, clean, and do laundry yourself? Wang conceded this was a practical concern. Refusing outright would seem churlish, so he expressed his thanks. Dinner arrived, and the two ate together while continuing their discussion, a working meal in the truest sense. Wang inquired about the Finance and Tax Bureau's current operations, particularly regarding taxation. He felt strongly that since his domain was taxation, he should avoid meddling in finance. Though present manpower shortages had forced revenue and expenditure into the same system, a procedural impropriety he found deeply uncomfortable. In the long term, finance and taxation would inevitably separate. As a fellow tax professional, AI Jixin surely understood the relationship between the State Taxation Administration and the Ministry of Finance in the old timeline, nominally equal yet effectively half a rank lower. A lateral transfer from the Taxation Administration to the Ministry was, in practice, a promotion. AI Jixin was ambitious, and Cheng Dong wouldn't occupy the finance director position, analogous to finance minister, indefinitely. The Australian songs realm was expanding rapidly. Current departmental leaders would, at minimum, eventually hold vice-national level positions outside the standing committee, meaning ministerial seats would inevitably become available. Even should the future Australian Song Empire's Taxation Administration and Finance Ministry achieve true parity, AI Jixin would almost certainly choose finance. The evidence was there in nomenclature. AI Jixin had renamed the Tax Bureau the Finance and Tax Bureau. A single word's difference, yet that difference was profound. As Finance and Tax Bureau Director, though performing tax work, he could legitimately claim concurrent finance responsibilities and remain within the finance system. Ascending to finance minister would be entirely justifiable. Should the tax system later achieve independence while the Wangs retained their vigor, the taxation administration directorship would likely fall to them. After all, transmigrators working in taxation were scarce. One could imagine that tax work in Guangzhou and subsequently throughout Guangdong would prove staggeringly vast. Wang didn't fear hard work. But this meant years of constant travel, late nights, grinding overtime, and ever-diminishing time with wife and children. For someone as naturally family-oriented as Wang Qi, the prospect was distinctly unpleasant. AI Jixin provided a general overview of the Finance and Tax Bureau's current status. Operations essentially continued under the old system, partly from personnel shortages, partly while awaiting final plan approval from Wudyaku. However, following the elimination of the brokerage houses and establishment of several professional wholesale markets, they had at least begun collecting circulation taxes on daily bulk commodities, grain, firewood, and charcoal vegetables. "Did you bring the stamp duty stamps?" AI Jixin suddenly recalled. "Printed," Wang Qi confirmed, uncertain why this mattered so much to him. "Per your specifications, the printing factory created entirely new engravings, and the paper quality was upgraded. Samples are in the document bag. They should reach your desk tomorrow." Stamp duty collection had already commenced, but they'd been using crude stamps from Lingao's early days. AI Jixin considered these insufficiently dignified, lacking proper authority, so he'd commissioned new tax stamps. "What's Wudyaku's assessment of my proposal?" AI Jixin finally addressed the main topic. The Finance Ministry had conducted a full day's closed-door deliberation on AI Jixin's plan. Unfortunately, most Wudyaku personnel possessed limited taxation expertise. They grasped macro concepts, the relationship between finance and taxation, or taxation and economics, but lacked practical understanding of how to actually collect taxes. Ultimately, Wang Qi and Zhang Zioqi had revised the draft themselves, building upon AI Jixin's original framework. Referencing the old timeline's tax collection administration law and implementation regulations, adapted to Australian song realities, particularly personnel quality and printing technology. They'd preliminarily established a system emphasizing both inspection and collection, with management as supporting function. This effectively overturned half of AI Jixin's design. Wang Qi had anticipated fierce debate. Instead, after hearing Wang Qi's analysis of frontline taxation practicalities, AI Jixin agreed without resistance. A true pragmatist, Wang Qi thought, exhaling with relief. Had they clashed over fundamental architecture, everything downstream would have stalled. Discussion turned to specific details. The revised plan positioned the nascent Finance and Tax Bureau's taxation function around the fundamental departmental mandate: collection and management. Complex policy questions, tax categories, rates, preferences, scope, subjects, would be delegated to specialists at Wudyaku. The tax department would provide advisory recommendations only, with final implementation determined by the State Council through provisional measures. AI Jixin accepted this modification reluctantly. His vision had encompassed not just tax policy but fiscal policy within the combined bureau. But Wang Qi relayed his wife's assessment. Barely adequate naturalized cadres were in short supply. Carbon paper and specialized receipts existed, but computers did not. One might be cobbled together, but without mass deployment it remained meaningless. Personnel quality was low. Overextending operations would only inflate inspection costs and invite rampant fraud. As for professional policy formulation, never mind naturalized citizens, neither he nor Wang Qi had ever done such work. Even in the old timeline, tax bureaus didn't concern themselves with policy creation. The most capable personnel would be concentrated in the inspection team, serving as the tax bureau's sword arm. Simultaneously, female naturalized cadres distinguished by meticulousness, responsibility, quick learning, and strong communication skills would be selected for front desk collection and public outreach. Building upon this foundation, the tax administrator position would be reactivated for taxpayer notification and publicity duties. New administrators would be drawn from recent arrivals. Their responsibilities were straightforward: delivering tax bills, notifying taxpayers of deadlines, conducting follow-up visits when payments fell overdue, and general publicity work. Tax administrators were forbidden from collecting payments directly. All remittances had to occur at the tax collection hall, made by taxpayers or their authorized agents. Given 17th-century cash management realities, daily receipts would be balanced by the collection hall accountant after hours and remitted within 48 hours. Though the Central Reserve Bank had been formally established as the central bank, the Guangzhou branch was effectively just the Liang Guangzhou branch displaying an additional sign. 2 signs, 1 staff, though accounts and ledgers had been nominally separated. The Liang Guangzhou branch, operating under the central bank banner, continued serving as the national treasury. It required a separate tax suspense account and an independent national treasury account. Following daily reconciliation of collected payments, Liang would issue tax payment receipts within 24 hours to be retrieved by the Finance and Tax Bureau's tax accountant, distinct from the hall accountant, for booking and filing. Tax receipts would use manual payment certificates rather than payment slips, facilitating household-by-household amount entry. Payment documentation followed a 2-copy payment certificate plus 4-copy summary slip model, omitting the commercial bank copies and other redundancies from the old timeline. Verification authority and account auditing were centralized in a specialized team for calculation and determination. Anyone with even rudimentary tax knowledge would recognize this system as riddled with vulnerabilities, but it represented the absolute limit of existing capabilities. Insufficient personnel, insufficient technology, however we arrange it, this is our ceiling. Wang spread his hands helplessly. Without quality talent and advanced technology, even collecting money proved intractable. A vicious cycle indeed. We'll compensate with intensive inspections. At minimum, we establish the framework. Surveying the final draft, neither fish nor fowl, AI Jixin seemed to deflate visibly. Incidentally, we must submit a report to Cheng Dong. This 2 signs 1 team arrangement cannot persist. Liang currently functions as both commercial bank and national treasury. Separate central bank ledgers and accounts exist, but the same personnel handle everything. This blending will inevitably breed problems. Wang Qi's extensive dealings with People's Bank branches and Finance Bureau offices at grassroots level had taught him much about internal management. Indeed, though I suspect he lacks the capacity to resolve it, however willing. Additionally, our special fiscal account situation remains unresolved. What exactly are the plans for this system? For now, Guangzhou's fiscal expenditure operated under a full appropriation model. Neither Liu Xiang nor AI Jixin found it satisfactory. Chapter 1964, Exam Assessment, a separate fiscal revenue account. Wang Qi grasped the implication immediately. Without fiscal entity status, AI Jixin remained merely a minor functionary relaying orders between superiors and subordinates. The so-called Finance and Tax Bureau was nothing more than an execution arm dispatched from Wujiaku, possessing vanishingly little operational latitude. Precisely. The latest State Council bulletin mandated establishing and refining fiscal systems at all administrative levels. Under our current Hainan model, localities cannot genuinely function as fiscal entities. They're indistinguishable from central government field offices. In Guangdong, with local tax revenue so substantial and the distance from Lingao so vast, we cannot possibly centralize everything in Lingao and then redistribute it upon application. In truth, numerous complications of this nature already entangled Guangzhou and the central government in Lingao. Cadre shortages had forced the executive committee into an extreme, streamlined administration model. The Guangdong region and Guangzhou municipal government shared personnel across many departments, an arrangement whose drawbacks were self-evident. Much remained procedurally unjustifiable, and no clear regulations governed how collected taxes should be divided and utilized. The Finance Ministry had muddled through thus far using ad hoc fiscal rebates. Let's not rush into this. Wang Qi suddenly recognized that pursuing this discussion would venture beyond finance and economics into more dangerous territory. Financial authority, administrative authority, organizational authority. These constituted the core powers of any government. Control these three, and you effectively controlled that tier of governance. Currently, neither the Transmigrator Assembly nor the State Council had issued definitive statements regarding authority allocation across governmental levels, wading in prematurely, aligning with the wrong faction, that invited consequences, even under the banner of purely technical discussion. After a moment's reflection, he said, "Director I believe establishing fiscal accounts at each level is acceptable, but frame it carefully. Simply state it facilitates calculating fiscal costs and preparing future budgets. You can elaborate when reporting to Director Cheng. He'll understand immediately. Let him provide cover and confine this matter within our finance and economic circle." "You're being excessively cautious." AI Jixin shook his head. "Improving the fiscal system is established national policy from the government affairs meeting, published in full to all transmigrators and senior naturalized cadres. There's nothing to conceal." "Ideally so." Wang Qi shook his head and withdrew a document from his briefcase. The plan the Wangs had modified encountered no objections. AI Jixin endorsed their approach entirely. Partly this reflected the couple's extensive frontline experience in tax collection and management from the old timeline. Partly, as Finance and Tax Bureau Director, AI Jixin now faced overwhelming demands as the department launched operations. Personnel accommodation, transmigrator security, workspaces, operating expenses, internal systems, coordination with other departments and Mayor Liu's office. The burden had exhausted him so thoroughly he hadn't touched AI Jixin in nearly a fortnight. Since he'd established the overall direction, and Wang Qi and Zhang Xiaoqi raised no objections, the specific implementation would fall to them. A leader must know how to delegate. The following day, after Vice Director Wang's appointment and specific responsibilities were announced at the cadre meeting, Wang Qi officially assumed his post. He wasted no time. His first act was to systematically review personnel files for the entire bureau. Beyond the students AI, Jixin and Wang Qi had brought from the Fangxiati Finance and Tax Program in Hainan, the Finance and Tax Bureau's composition was remarkably diverse. Those most trusted and prominently utilized by transmigrators were naturally cadres of naturalized origin, primarily veterans from the northward-bound detachment. Another contingent resembled White Area Party operatives in origin, personnel from the original Guangzhou station, mainly naturalized staff from the Wansheng rental agency, who had collected reasonable burdens. These two groups, combined with the students newly arrived from Hainan, commanded the greatest transmigrator trust and possessed the highest professional caliber. Then came the retained personnel, numerous and heterogeneous. Despite months of elimination and purging, considerable numbers remained. Though AI Jixin distrusted them, their familiarity with local conditions and the acute shortage of operational cadres left him no choice but continued employment. Finally, there were the civil servants, whom both AI Jixin and Wang Qi deemed essentially useless. This cohort had been recruited through Guangzhou's inaugural civil service examination. Though they'd completed a civil servant basic training phase, they possessed neither professional expertise nor applicable experience, complete blank slates. Wang Qi decided to assess them collectively through a professional examination. He drafted and printed the exam papers before departing for Guangzhou. Securing a venue capable of accommodating over 100 examinees required a special application to Liu Xiang for use of the Guangzhou Cadre Training School, still under construction. No preparatory materials were distributed, nor was the exam scope explained. Personnel were simply instructed to attend at the appointed time. Though the director's sudden initiative provoked divergent opinions, non-attendance was obviously impossible. As the saying went, whether you extended your neck or retracted it, the blade still fell. Better to verify and take the exam first. Results were never published. No one lost their position or faced punishment because of it. Yet the examination generated considerable commotion among finance and tax bureau staff. None knew what medicine the director was selling from his gourd. Among the naturalized citizens, reactions were muted. Under executive committee rule, examinations accompanied everything. Familiarity bred acceptance. But for the retained Ming clerks in Guangzhou, the situation differed entirely. They were seasoned tax collection veterans. Though the new directors, rules and regulations employed novel terminology, with careful study they could comprehend 70 or 80%. Just days earlier, Director AI had urged them to set aside their burdens and work diligently. They'd assumed that still wearing this uniform, still holding this rice bowl, already represented immense fortune. Naturally, they must work conscientiously and serve the executive committee and the people. Now this new director Wang had arrived demanding academic examinations. They sought neither scholarly degrees nor military ranks. Why did professionals holding these bowls and performing this work require testing? As for the freshly minted civil servants, it was complete defeat. Many either submitted blank papers or composed unintelligible archaic prose. This group proved most anxious and uneasy, terrified of failing and being dismissed. In truth, Wang Qi's purpose wasn't to test, but to assess. The examination contained little modern tax law theory, instead employing numerous simple cases to evaluate examinees' familiarity with tax operations. As the saying went, despite constant changes in method, the core remains the same. Unlike the inscrutable technological mysteries of industry and engineering, taxation, regardless of how appearances shifted across millennia, ultimately concerned the same fundamental matters. The examination revealed that certain retained Ming clerks actually exceeded naturalized citizens in overall competence. Their reasoning was lucid, their corrections few. For several questions, the old clerks could provide direct answers. Had seating not been arranged separately, Wang Qi might have suspected cheating. Conversely, the naturalized citizens' accuracy rates fell below the old clerks. Yet virtually everyone could analyze and solve problems following the procedural steps taught in basic courses. Each case received step-by-step explanations, formulas, results, and conclusions, nothing omitted. Even when final calculations erred, this methodical, systematic approach to problems and tasks held immense value. That most newly assigned civil servant submitted blank papers matched his expectations. Yet a few individuals left deep impressions. On certain examination questions involving macroeconomic finance, taxation, and monopolies, they could articulate something substantive, evidently having studied relevant literature. Land taxation, salt administration, grain transport, and river engineering belonged to practical governance. Though the imperial examinations disregarded policy essays touching these domains, those intent on bureaucratic careers still studied them. Unfortunately, among this batch of civil servants, Ziyukai degree holders were exceedingly scarce. Most were low-level scholars still struggling at the Tengsheng level, or children of modest commercial and industrial families. They couldn't even compose Bagu essays fluently, their economic circumstances generally precluding purchase of relevant books, hence their ignorance. With baseline data in hand, Wang Qi knew how to proceed. He resolved to bring about ideological transformation among these people, particularly the retained Ming clerks who had defected. As for methodology, Wang Qi had conceived his approach long before departure: learning. Learning meant mastering tax knowledge and tax collection procedures. Understanding procedures meant understanding rules, the executive committee's rules. Understanding rules while possessing knowledge meant truly comprehending executive committee taxation. Wang Qi believed that anyone who understood why every cent was collected and how it was collected would consciously and thoroughly abandon old habits to become a qualified great song tax worker. He harbored no expectations of genuine loyalty, but as long as they could become competent tax cadres, that sufficed. Subsequently, the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau issued document number 1 of 1635, based on Wang Qi's recommendations. This seemingly unremarkable directive would become one of the finance and tax system's foundational institutions in years to come. Regardless of how system slogans and purposes evolved over the decades, learning consistently ranked first. What Wang Qi anticipated even less was that this initiative would inspire later scholars to venerate him as the progenitor of learning-oriented government. The core learning materials were the provisional norms for tax collection and management of the national finance and tax system, and the taxation work manual. Wang Qi and Zhang Xiaoqi had compiled these during their spare time after D-Day, adapting the old timeline's tax collection and management law implementation regulations to current realities. The norms classified items and clearly enumerated the policy basis for routine tax work, clarified methodological approaches, highlighted matters requiring attention, provided law enforcement references, and standardized collection and management behaviors, positions, responsibilities, procedures, and standards. The material suited the naturalized citizen's current educational level admirably. Wang Qi planned to conduct a training program during the 2.5 hours from 18:30 to 21:00 each evening, rotating all business personnel through sessions of 40 participants each. Personnel not in rotation training on any given day would conduct self-study. Chapter 1965. Tax Agency. The personnel system would continue implementing Lingao's examination-based evaluation methodology while prioritizing frontline and operational staff. Alongside enhanced frontline subsidies, personnel exchanges would be strengthened. Newcomers would invariably begin in tax administrator and front desk collection positions. Only after achieving competent ratings or higher in both roles and completing requisite years of service could they transition to agency work. Following the plan agreed upon with AI Jixin, Wang Qi reorganized finance and tax bureau personnel after completing the post-resumption comprehensive examination. Excluding fewer than 10 logistics staff and employees tragically lost during the plague, the Bureau now counted 78 operational personnel. Adhering to the principle of mixed veteran-novice groupings, they were divided into 8 ordinary teams of 9 members each. The remaining 6 individuals formed Wang Qi's personal team. These 9 teams would conduct a thorough survey of Guangzhou City, divided by district. Each district would receive cross-verification from at least 2 different teams. Wang Qi's team, besides covering its assigned district, would also conduct spot audits of inspection work in other areas. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the woodcutting, Wang Qi had explained to AI Jixin at the previous briefing. We possess considerable data, but I want these people walking the ground, seeing things firsthand. The root of tax collection is the tax source. The clearer and more comprehensive our grasp of tax sources, the smoother subsequent operations will be. We can delay collection by a day, but this foundation must be solid. Currently, the Finance and Tax Bureau held substantial archival material transferred from civil affairs, the police, and the former Guangzhou prefecture. Launching tax operations through desk analysis of these materials would pose no difficulty. Yet Wang Qi believed effective taxation required grounded personnel and grounded management. Forming work teams to walk streets and alleys served dual purposes. First, to give Guangzhou residents a direct impression of the executive committee's new tax collectors. Second, to gather data through the most intuitive and direct means. Wang Qi didn't distrust civil affairs data, but old timeline experience had taught him that seamless desk comparisons didn't guarantee truth. Moreover, depending entirely on others for such foundational information felt deeply unsatisfactory. Tax work required its own intelligence sources. Remember, the essentials are walking, looking, asking, listening, and speaking. Wang Qi addressed the assembled teams at the mobilization meeting. Walking means reaching every household. Looking means observing every corner. Asking means omitting no question from our inquiry forms. Listening means hearing not only answers but also complaints, whatever they're willing to share. Speaking means publicizing our finance and tax work, explaining to the broad citizenry how the Executive Committee's Finance and Tax Bureau differs from the usurper Ming's apparatus. Don't fear being verbose and don't fear mistakes. There are no mistakes, simply record what you observe and hear. What we seek is truth. The census methodology Wang had formulated remained crude even by new timeline standards, but he wasn't overly concerned. Individual household surveys might contain significant discrepancies, but aggregate results across entire blocks and industries would prove reliable. That sufficed. These materials would serve as data preparation for refining tax categories and items, forming the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau's foundational archives, alongside materials transferred from other departments. An additional objective was identifying cadres demonstrating high professional quality and strong responsibility during inspection work for selection into the tax assessment group, building talent reserves for the imminent collection period. As for collection operations, his wife would be leading the third batch of arrivals. Those finance and tax students were better suited for such work than current cadres. Agreed, I have no objections to your plan. AI Jixin set the document on his desk. We might as well call this operation sharpening the knife. Sharpening the knife, as in sharpening the knife doesn't delay wood cutting. No, as in sharpening the knife for the pigs and sheep. Having concluded the first order of business, AI Jixin and Wang turned to refining the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau's organizational and management systems. Regarding structure, the Finance and Tax Bureau would temporarily handle only tax collection operations. AI Jixin's earlier vision proved correct and aligned with reality, so Wang made minimal modifications. The Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau would be temporarily organized into two tiers, agency and frontline. The frontline would establish only a collection division, tax collection hall and management division. The agency would comprise the General Office, Collection and Management Division, Tax Assessment Division, Inspection Division, Tax Accounting Division, and Financial Accounting Division. 2 accounting divisions are excessive. We're critically understaffed. This can easily be consolidated into one division with internal sections. AI Jixin felt that with everyone bemoaning personnel shortages, simultaneously requesting additional headcount while creating 2 similarly named institutions would invite criticism from meticulous if not particularly knowledgeable transmigrators. Ah, my director AI, this proves problematic. Wang tapped his notebook. Financial accounting manages our internal funds. Tax accounting manages tax revenue, the state's money. Combining them invites even more criticism, doesn't it? Most crucially, you've forgotten, in the old timeline, where did party secretaries and mayors visit on the evening of December 31st each year? The planning and statistics offices of the national and local tax bureaus and the Treasury office of the People's Bank. The same applies here for Liu Xiang. He may not care how we collect taxes, but he absolutely cares about tax accounting reports. How about this modification? Rename Tax Accounting Division to Tax Statistics Division and Financial Accounting Division to Finance Division. That should satisfy everyone. Acceptable. AI Jixin nodded, feeling mildly irritated. It seemed the Wang couple perpetually modified his proposals. Minor details, perhaps, but still vexing. He resolved to stop offering opinions first. Then tell me, old Wang, should our bureau adopt a slogan or tenet? Fangxiati has its school motto, knowledge is power. Serve the country, serve the economy, serve society. Wang responded reflexively. Good heavens, old Wang, show some political awareness. This is 1635, not 2015. We are a regulatory agency, not a service agency. I propose just 4 characters, gather wealth for the state. Collect tax for the people, Wang completed automatically. Just 4 characters. AI Jixin was simply speechless. Only the first 4. Why for the people? If anything, for the executive committee. I have no desire to cultivate a generation of taxpayers in this timeline who shout, "I am a taxpayer," at the slightest provocation. People pay taxes and can't even discuss it, rather dictatorial and overbearing. Wang joked, though internally critical, impressive political awareness. Setting aside that traditional Chinese thinking lacks this consciousness, even abroad in the old timeline, those shouting such slogans were invariably losers. Their protests accomplished nothing anyway. Once money enters the Treasury, it ceases to be yours. The state collects taxes not through conscientiousness or for country and people awareness, but through the violence monopoly of the state apparatus, legitimized through law. We don't say it, but our revenues are utilized that way. Even if only partially, the common people will perceive that we perform better than we claim, AI Jixin explained patiently. If we proclaim this tax is collected for the people's benefit, then falling short subtracts points while succeeding adds none. Whether taxation was truly derived from the people and used for the people proved genuinely difficult to articulate. Rather than leaving handles for criticism, better to embrace royal grain and national tax directly. Chinese speak of royal grain and national tax. Foreigners say only death and taxes are certain. Everyone understands this clearly, no need for false modesty. Agreed. Wang had no desire to prolong this particular debate. In the old timeline, he'd been seconded up and down the hierarchy, had presided over operations, yet always hovered in deputy positions. This had much to do with his disinterest in such political calculations and his poor sensitivity to them. Serving as vice director again in the new timeline confirmed that leopards couldn't change their spots. Having defined the organizational departments, they turned to positions, responsibilities, and personnel. The Guangzhou Special Municipality Finance and Tax Bureau preliminarily established. Agency internal structure. General Office, comprising General Affairs Section, Secretarial Section, Personnel Section, Publicity Section, Archives Room, and Cashier Room, responsible for overall logistics. The Archives Room would manage only internal records, not tax archives. The Cashier Room fell administratively under the General Office, though personnel and operations functioned independently. Collection and Management Division, containing internal sections for collection and management, primarily responsible for overall planning and coordination of frontline collection and management work. Currently sharing offices with the Frontline Collection Division and Management Division. Tax Assessment Division, comprising investigation, preliminary review, assessment, and re-review sections, responsible for tax assessment of all taxpayers within the jurisdiction. Whether fixed-amount collection or account-based collection, payment declarations required a tax assessment notice issued by the Tax Assessment Division. Inspection Division, comprising case selection, hearing, inspection, and execution sections. Responsible for periodic or irregular tax inspections of taxpayers and collection management, oversight of the Finance and Tax Bureau within the jurisdiction. Inspection methods could include targeted inspections of selected individual taxpayers or special inspections by district or industry. Except for collection operations, all inspection division operations could function independently. Finance Division, responsible for the Finance and Tax Bureau's internal fund utilization and management. Tax Statistics Division, comprising Statistics Section and Receipts Section, responsible for compiling tax reports and unified management of tax receipts and documentation. Frontline departments numbered only 2. Collection Division, responsible for tax declaration and collection work within the jurisdiction. Management Division, responsible for prompting tax reporting and payment, providing feedback on tax assessment situations, and conducting tax law publicity within the jurisdiction. Rather top-heavy, AI Jixin muttered, studying the plan. A mass of leaders at the agency level while those below do all the actual work. Aren't there too many sections? Unavoidable. We can only favor the grassroots in personnel allocation, and compensation must also favor frontline workers. Wang shared AI Jixin's assessment of this plan. In the old timeline, he too had felt the grassroots were overworked and underappreciated, especially since his own wife served at that level. But now, responsible for top-level design, he recognized that those agency sections proved stubbornly resistant to consolidation or elimination. Chapter 1966. An auspicious start. Spring in Guangzhou brought warmth and radiance. Even in the Little Ice Age's early morning, Zhang Zhaoqi felt none of the lingering chill she would have experienced back home. She strolled behind the counters of the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau's tax collection hall, dusting cloth in hand. Her navy blue uniform fit crisply, the metal tax emblem gleaming on her chest. The orderly desks, the neatly positioned stacks of tax receipts, everything before her eyes evoked the collection hall where she'd worked for over a decade in the old timeline, momentarily transporting her back. Beyond the windows, young women mopped the floor, or more precisely, the tax cadres of the Australian Song Guangzhou Special Municipality Finance and Tax Bureau's Tax Collection Hall. The entire hall had been thoroughly scrubbed the previous night. This morning's effort was merely routine, yet the young women still meticulously attended to every corner. The main doors stood open, their glass panes so transparent they seemed non-existent, and the tax guide desk facing the entrance gleamed spotlessly. Today will be an auspicious opening, Zhang Zhaoqi thought confidently, gazing outside. Beyond the iron railings at the foot of the steps clustered a crowd of tax payment enthusiasts. AI Jixin had originally planned to conduct a tax payment mobilization through the municipal government for the Guangzhou Federation of Industry and Commerce, recruiting several major households to pay taxes first and set the trend. Unexpectedly, the moment news spread, the Federation's established moneybags participated enthusiastically. Several merchant princes reportedly fought tooth and nail over who would secure the first Australian song tax receipt, even privately dispatching intermediaries to pull strings, all of whom AI Jixin deftly evaded. Unable to leverage connections, they dispatched sharp-witted servants and accounting masters to queue early and cautiously report. Now these representatives formed a self-conscious semicircle at a polite distance, pointing and commenting on the young women mopping the steps. New Australian government offices were hardly novelties, and Australian female clerks and cadres had become familiar sights throughout Guangzhou. Everyone had witnessed female constables as well, but today's scene possessed peculiar qualities. Everyone knew this Finance and Tax Bureau was merely the renamed tax office. Yet the bizarre rumor held that the collectors in this Australian tax office were exclusively young women in their prime. Dozens packed into one room without a single man, and even the supervisor was an Australian woman. Wild speculation ran rampant that any female who passed through Australian hands, no matter how common or plain before, would transform into a stunning beauty after their training. Now, with so many Australian-flavored women visible at once, considerable numbers of idlers and loafers throughout the city had infiltrated the crowd to witness this exotic spectacle. Watching these young women busily working on the steps, each possessing bright eyes and white teeth, their fitted clothing accentuating graceful curves. Some wore twin braids, others gathered their hair in neat buns without a strand out of place, and a few had simply cut their hair short, adding an unmistakable air of capability and sharpness. A distinctly Australian flavor indeed. As the appreciative clicking of tongues grew louder, Zhang Zhaoqi frowned and stepped outside. These Ming locals share the same proclivities as Lingao's cruder elements, she thought irritably. The young women today are wearing long sleeves and long trousers, fully covered, no miniskirts or tank tops. What's prompting all this tongue-clicking? Standing at the doorway and tracing the gleaming-eyed gazes of several men, Zhang Zhaoqi suddenly realized she'd overlooked a significant problem. She'd focused on guarding against AI Jixin's lecherous schemes to convert long skirts to short ones, forgetting that compared to the pleated skirts used by military and police systems, These impeccably tailored trousers her subordinates wore proved even more provocative to great Ming sensibilities. Those men's eyes constantly wandered over the waists and hips of the floor-mopping young women. Women in this timeline, even laboring women, didn't venture out wearing trousers alone. Even when farm women worked the fields, they wrapped a short work apron around their waists. Removing the skirt and wearing only trousers was attire reserved for the boudoir. For the common folk of this era, the spectacle before them was no less scandalous than No Pants Day in the old timeline. Never mind. This counted as setting a trend. Zhang Xiaoqi steeled herself, better than letting AI Jixin convert to thigh-exposing short skirts in a few years. During her patient guidance of Nan Wanner these past few days, she detected no improper advances from AI Jixin. Nevertheless, feminine intuition convinced her that AI Jixin harbored designs on the young woman. Originally, this wasn't her concern. Setting AI Jixin aside, male transmigrators throughout Wujiaku hooking up with female clerks occurred with some regularity. She'd merely scoffed when such news reached her, at most intensifying Wang Qi's educational sessions at night. But Nan Wanner alone evoked an inexplicable affection in her. She worried constantly about the young woman being claimed by some crude fellow, especially this slick AI Jixin. He already had 2 or 3 attractive young women at his side, yet still pursued Nan Wanner. "Chief, cleaning is complete. Should we open the doors?" Nan Wanner approached to report. Zhang Xiaoqi checked her watch. "A few minutes remaining, no rush. We open on schedule. Gather everyone, I have some words." Within moments, the tax collectors assembled around her. "Today marks our first official collection day." Zhang Xiaoqi's gaze swept across the flush-cheeked female tax collectors. "Everything that needed teaching has been taught. Processing taxes isn't difficult. Just remember, follow regulations and precision in every detail." The young women nodded in unison. "Remember at all times, when you collect taxes here, you represent the executive committee, you represent the government. You are gathering wealth for the state. No one may question or negate your decisions. Your word is final. Understood?" "Understood." Similarly, remember always to follow regulations, regardless of whether you personally consider a regulation reasonable. That is not your concern. Our work is extremely serious and permits no omissions or favoritism. Finishing, Zhang Xiaoqi commanded, "Open the doors." Hiss. That woman truly skinned like fresh snow. Eyes so large, so deep, must be a color-dye person. "Quiet yourselves, you fools. This is a genuine Australian chief. Mind your mouths before they bring trouble." Zhang Xiaoqi's appearance sparked another commotion in the crowd. Many stood on stools and folding chairs to glimpse what a genuine Australian woman looked like. Today's errand shouldn't have required his personal attendance. In the past, which of those tax runners and clerks had dared to trouble him? A few coins from his subordinates would have sent them packing. He understood the master's reasoning. To curry favor with the Australians, one must accommodate their practices in everything. Now that these Australians were contending for the Central Plains, success was merely a matter of will, not capability. Since Guangzhou opened its gates, the master had fawned over the Australians with increasing fervor. But the Australians didn't adopt the attitude of relying on the master as a backer or instrument as they had previously. Though they showed adequate respect within the Federation of Industry and Commerce, they treated him as simply another merchant of their own, which disappointed the master greatly. This time, Master Gao had not only dispatched him to queue early and secure a place, but also sent Advisor Su along to ensure absolute success. Racing to pay taxes to the government like this, Yan Xiaomao had truly never witnessed such behavior. Observing this hall, square and upright like a box, Steward Yan somehow thought of a coffin. Throughout the journey, Advisor Su had been muttering about the oppressive yin energy emanating from a room packed with women, souring his mood further. Just as these thoughts occupied him, a squad of soldiers and police came running with barriers and cloth strips, positioning the small barriers in rows on the ground, and connecting them with fabric all the way to the main doors atop the steps. Steward Yan's mind raced, and he immediately grasped the purpose. Australians loved queuing and loved making others queue. They probably decided the crowd warranted an orderly channel. So he rose from his seat, grabbed Advisor Su, who remained absorbed in spectating, and squeezed toward the central barrier opening. Yan Xiaomao's guess proved correct. AI Jixin and Wang Qi had just emerged outside the hall, observed the swelling crowd containing many idle spectators beyond the merchants summoned to pay taxes today, and immediately coordinated a national army squad and a small patrol police unit to maintain order, establishing a preliminary checkpoint below the steps to filter out the curious onlookers. Just past 8 o'clock, at the police whistle's signal, Steward Yan and Advisor Su shuffled along the channel delineated by barriers and cloth strips toward the steps. He left the servants behind to watch the equipment they'd brought for queuing. The Australians prohibited non-taxpayers from entering. Steward Yan, well-versed in their temperament, naturally complied. Fortunately, his sharp eyes and quick feet had secured the first position, and the channel proved short, making the walk tolerable. Advisor Jiang from the adjacent channel wasn't so fortunate. Having brought too many servants, he was summarily ordered to leave and queue again. Ascending the steps and entering through the main doors, he encountered a waist-high desk arranged with impeccable order, holding several stacks of documents in various sizes, the 4 treasures of the study, and an Australian fountain pen. These Australians were amusing, he reflected. The pen was clearly fashioned from bamboo and wood, yet they insisted on calling it a steel pen. Supposedly the nib was steel. The female clerk seated behind the desk, however, possessed delicate features, her autumn water eyes glancing about enchantingly. Though the austere official uniform she wore rather spoiled the effect, Yan Xiaomao lamented privately. This female clerk, or rather female cadre, spoke with neither servility nor arrogance, yet quite courteously. After verifying his documents, she indicated a window behind her marked with Arabic numerals and directed him to queue there. Chapter 1967, Invoice No. 1. Standing before the window marked 1 with Advisor Su at his side, Steward Yan felt profoundly uncomfortable. He was accustomed to serving others and assuming deferential postures, but that was toward his master. Here, a young woman sat elevated behind a high desk gazing directly at him. Even perched on a stool, he had to look slightly upward. Momentarily, words failed him. Regardless of this woman's beauty or the gentleness of her smile, this exchange of gazes prompted Steward Yan to curse the Australians internally for their utter lack of propriety. Nan Wanner behind the window, however, entertained no such considerations. Today, Teacher Zhang Zioki personally supervised the hall and had assigned her, the director, to window No. 1 precisely to ensure the inaugural transaction proceeded smoothly. After half a year's diligent effort, she couldn't permit failure on her watch. Observing Yan Xiaomao and his companion standing mutely, she smiled and inquired, "Are you 2 gentlemen here to pay taxes? Did you bring your documents and forms?" Hearing Nan Wanner's words, Yan Xiaomao and the advisor seemed to emerge from a trance, hurriedly extracting a pile of papers and cards, registration certificate, assessment notice, and similar documents from their document box and heaping them onto the counter. Nan Wanner said, "Please wait a moment," gathered them through the window, turned around, and commenced organizing and reviewing at her desk. The materials required for this collection were actually quite straightforward. Through the Tax Assessment Division and Management Division's preliminary efforts, every taxpayer had received a payment notice specifying the amount due this period. Today, they needed only to remit the sum indicated. However, Zhang Zioki believed cultivating taxpaying habits should begin from day one, so Nan Wanner and her colleagues bore an additional responsibility, guiding taxpayers through tax declaration forms. Pre-training had been conducted during the Management Division's initial visits, but because most Management Division staff were newcomers of average professional caliber. Final execution temporarily fell to window personnel. When Nan Wanner turned back around, Steward Yan hastily withdrew his gaze and straightened in his seat. An additional document had appeared in her hand. "I've verified the documents and notices you brought no issues. However, before paying taxes, you must first complete this form. There's a pen and a sample form on the desk. Feel free to ask about anything unclear." "Understood, understood. Comrade Wang, who visited my household, mentioned this earlier." Steward Yan accepted the declaration form and returned materials while deploying Newspeak to signal his unusual familiarity with Australian ways. Unfolding the declaration form, he found a pre-printed format with blank spaces, presumably requiring completion. Centered at the very top, 5 large characters in bold song typeface proclaimed "Tax Declaration Form," with 6 smaller parenthetical characters beneath, "For General Declaration." Steward Yan didn't entirely grasp this, but reasoned that smaller characters probably served explanatory purposes. Looking further down revealed a large table with numerous nested rows and columns. First came taxpayer ID number, which he recognized. During Huang Ping's pre-training session at Gao Zhu's residence, he'd listened attentively. It corresponded to the Arabic numerals on the registration certificate. Below that appeared taxpayer name, equally straightforward. Further down, levy item, levy product, tax period start end, tax payment deadline, declaration deadline, payment deadline, taxable amount, tax rate, tax payable, tax paid. Surveying the rows of items, Steward Yan couldn't help but marvel at Australian meticulousness. The information required in these fields covered everything comprehensively and interconnected systematically. Any error or falsification would be immediately apparent, quite unlike previous times when a simple figure sufficed. He glanced at Advisor Su beside him, only to find him staring at the blank space at the bottom where this statement appeared. Taxpayer or agent declaration. This tax declaration form is completed in accordance with the national tax laws and regulations of the Great Song. I confirm that it is true, reliable, and complete. Adjacent to this was the space for signature and seal. This. Steward Yan conferred with Advisor Su but still couldn't quite parse the statement's implications. Reading it revealed nothing inappropriate. It simply meant prohibiting falsification or omission, entirely expected. In some respects, it resembled the voluntary bonds he'd handled previously. When tenant farmers or tenants owed rent and couldn't pay, they would compose such documents. Though worded differently, the general meaning aligned. If unable to fulfill such and such by the deadline, willing to accept such and such punishment. The thought of signing a voluntary bond on this document on his master's behalf, complete with signature and seal, produced an unsettling sensation of subjugation. "This, me, comrade, this humble one has a question." Steward Yan still couldn't quite adapt to this manner of looking upward while addressing a young woman. "Please ask, is there something you don't understand?" Nan Wanner remained perfectly composed. "Everything else appears on the notice, only here." Steward Yan indicated the final declaration and signature section. "These are all new Australian terms. This humble one doesn't quite comprehend. You are taxpayers, and we are not the usurper Ming's lordly officials. You may address each other simply as you and I." Nan Wanner broke into a radiant smile. Steward Yan managed to maintain composure, but Advisor Su behind him visibly weakened. "This paragraph indicates that the declaration form you've completed contains no omissions or deceptions, nothing more. Presumably, Master Gao shouldn't have any such issues either." "Indeed not, certainly not. Of course there aren't any. Advisor Su, if you please." Steward Yan responded hastily, pulling Advisor Su onto the stool to begin copying the declaration form from the sample posted on the desk. "One additional matter to notify you both," Nan Wanner addressed Steward Yan while he waited. "According to Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau regulations, you qualify as a unit taxpayer, meaning tax declaration and payment must be handled by a designated individual. Please remember to register a name next time. We'll conduct declaration training for that person. Eventually, specific payment notices won't be issued for each remittance. Instead, you'll file declarations yourselves. Declare ourselves. Steward Yan was stunned. Did the Australians trust his household that much? Throughout the realm, wasn't royal grain and national tax always whatever amount the government specified? Since when was there logic in paying whatever you claim to owe? Perceiving his silence, Nan Wanner intuited his thoughts and continued. You must declare truthfully according to your actual income. We'll also train you in tax calculation. Don't entertain other notions. We have specialized inspection personnel to verify. We must tax according to law, and you must pay according to law. Understood, understood. Steward Yan grasped little else, but he understood the phrase according to law perfectly. Since Guangzhou's opening, whenever Australians invoked according to law, what followed invariably involved demolishing buildings, breaking roads, or executing people, and suspending them on display. They proved equally ruthless whether dealing with refugees, beggars, or gentry in major households. Master Gao couldn't afford to become the chicken slaughtered to frighten the monkeys. When Advisor Su finished completing the declaration form based on the notice, Nan Wanner took it for verification. By now the hall had become a cacophony of noise. Originally, considering personnel inexperience, AI Jixin had instructed the management division to notify relatively few taxpayers on opening day for stability's sake. Moreover, even those notified were major households with dedicated accountants who understood procedures and had more extensive Australian song contact. Unexpectedly, even these precautions couldn't prevent initial congestion. Zhang Xiaoqi had already activated emergency windows and temporarily converted all individual taxpayer windows. Background accounting personnel were temporarily reassigned to front desk duties like stamping and answering policy questions. She'd personally taken the field as well, patrolling behind the counters. Whenever she observed any single step at any window taking too long, she immediately intervened to help resolve it, finally stabilizing operations. Watching Zhang Xiaoqi accurately recite virtually all information, taxpayer name, tax category, tax item, tax amount, merely by glancing at registration certificates at every window, AI Jixin, inspecting the hall, couldn't suppress his surprise. My wife's impressive, isn't she? Wang Qi was thoroughly pleased with himself. In their hall with over 3,000 registered households, never mind these basics, she could even recall most of the commercial licenses under each household's name. Some people are simply beyond comparison. Indeed, sister-in-law's professional skill defies description, truly a treasure of our finance and tax bureau. Whenever anyone mentioned Zhang Xiaoqi now, AI Jixin praised her effusively. At various meetings, Director AI invariably proclaimed, I'm not exaggerating, but what's excellent about our finance and tax bureau? The excellence lies in having a unified team, everyone genuinely committed to improving finance and tax work. Unity. Unity is our secret weapon for succeeding in Guangzhou and Guangdong finance and tax work. This conspicuous praise left Wang Qi distinctly uncomfortable. Beyond discomfort, he felt rather apprehensive. The noisy crowd didn't affect Steward Yan and Advisor Su in the slightest. After Nan Wanner confirmed the declaration form was error-free and indicated taxes could be paid, they presented a completed DeLong check. A burst of stamping sounds emerged from the window, and soon a card-sized paper was passed out. One glance revealed it was produced using Australian carbon paper, bearing the seal of Great Song Senate Guangzhou Special Municipality Finance and Tax Bureau Directly Subordinate Collection Hall, in the lower right corner asterisk. This is your tax payment certificate. Please verify it. If there are no issues, this tax payment is complete. Additionally, please take this registration certificate to Windows 17 and 18 to exchange for the new version tax registration certificate. Securing the slip, the two expressed their thanks and pressed through the crowd toward window 17. Finding no queue here, Steward Yang couldn't help exhaling with relief. The queuing experience had been genuinely unpleasant. The registration certificate exchange appeared quite simple. After the female cadre in the window took his original registration certificate, she said nothing further and had him sit on the stool to wait. With nothing to occupy him, Steward Yan stood to peer through the window. He watched the woman work with an array of stamps large and small at hand, occasionally selecting one to press onto a stiff, substantial paper already pre-printed. The paper was bright red, inscribed with tax registration certificate. Unlike the previous window, the stamps here were all square. These Australians were truly peculiar. They loved stamping everything, even rotating Arabic numerals onto a stamp before applying it. Was it merely to save writing a few characters? Chapter 1968. A basically smooth first day, he watched the woman scribble on the paper with a sharp-nibbed dip pen, then rise to position the document on an iron platform and press down firmly before handing it over. This will suffice. This is the original tax registration certificate, which must be displayed prominently at your business premises. The female cadre passed through a small booklet as well. This is the duplicate. Keep it safe. You'll need it for handling numerous tax matters in the future. Steward Yan accepted and opened the booklet, finding it exquisitely crafted. Various statements in standard song typeface, which he couldn't entirely decipher, had been transcribed within. The paper bore watermarks, though the large seal in the lower right corner now read Great Song Senate Guangzhou Special Municipality Finance and Tax Bureau Directly Subordinate Administration Bureau. What was the distinction here? Steward Yan found Australian complexities sometimes genuinely incomprehensible. Stowing the new registration certificate, Steward Yan and advisor Sue counted their various documents again. Only after confirming no omissions did they proceed toward the main door. Unexpectedly, before even descending the steps, they found themselves surrounded by a group of people with square boxes hanging around their necks. May I ask whether your tax payment proceeded smoothly today? Smoothly, quite smoothly. Steward Yan recognized these as Australian reporters, whose writings would appear in the newspapers. This interview had been anticipated, and cooperation was essential. He immediately assumed an expression of benevolent contentment. Then how would you two compare the Australian Song Finance and Tax Bureau's collection methods to the usurper Ming's taxation office? In this student's humble assessment, Great Song tax collection is, firstly, clear and transparent. Here and here, Steward Yan knew Australians especially relished old versus new comparisons to demonstrate their advanced nature, so he'd instantaneously composed an essay in his mind. He extracted the tax receipt and brandished it. What was collected, for which period, what amount, everything recorded in black and white. Secondly, upright and honest. I'll confide in you all. This humble one prepared every variety of customary red envelope today. Steward Yan actually understood the Senate's requirements for cadres perfectly well. He'd brought not a penny extra, but encountering reporters naturally demanded flattery. Yet didn't use a single one. Whether floating surcharges, meltage fees, or straw sandal money, none of these existed. This is truly a Senate that considers us common people. Would you two mind holding the tax receipt and registration certificate for a moment? Certainly, certainly. Steward Yan immediately raised the tax receipt alongside advisor Sue, both faces beaming as though the finest spring breezes paled in comparison. With a flash, even Steward Yan, who had witnessed this camera before, felt his knees weaken. He mustered his spirit to push through the crowd, never mind advisor Sue trailing behind, already half frightened to death. The first day's tax collection work settled into rhythm after roughly an hour. Every window began digesting the flow of people at comparable speeds. Following a brief noon rest, by 13:43 when the final taxpayer departed, The Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau directly subordinate collection hall had processed 64 registration transactions and 63 collection transactions. The additional registration resulted from the Zhang family, having apparently received word from somewhere, separately registering their old city shop and their new Shiji establishment as independent enterprises. Zhang Yu's family separation, this time, was thoroughly complete by current standards. Zhang Xiaoqi studied the tax registration stub register with some surprise. Apart from industry category, these two shops differed not only in name, venue, and business scope. Even the legal representatives were different. This was also the only major household thus far to take such measures. Currently, the Senate and Finance and Tax Bureau had issued no clear guidance on future tax policies for group enterprises and related enterprises, nor any support plans for small or new enterprises. Of course, with Zhang Xiaoqi's tax expertise and years of experience, she could predict these developments would emerge eventually. Moreover, tax categories and items couldn't remain so expansive indefinitely. Detailed policies and differentiated tax rates for various enterprise types and business scopes were inevitable in subsequent phases. But for Zhang Yu to act preemptively already demonstrated considerable sophistication in legitimate tax avoidance reminiscent of old timeline practices. Had he conceived this independently? No. This required someone intimately familiar with tax systems and familiar with old timeline tax regimes specifically to devise. Zhang Yikun, Zhang Xiaoqi couldn't help recalling this person. AI Jixin had informally briefed this matter in internal meetings. Could someone like Zhang Yikun within the Finance and Tax Bureau be providing guidance behind the scenes? She immediately thought of AI Jixin. Might this fellow be stealing while guarding the shop? His designs on Nan Wanner proved him no honest man. But there were no women surnamed Zhang around AI Jixin. The puzzle remained. Today's tax funds hadn't been tallied yet. Presently every window was conducting daily closing, abacuses clicking furiously throughout the hall. Truthfully, each window had served relatively few taxpayers today. Even Nan Wanner at window number 1, the fastest, had processed only 5 households. In Zhang Xiaoqi's assessment, the efficiency was simply dismal. Some of these young women had already begun reconciling for the second time, terrified of making a single error. Fortunately, most collections were DeLong checks already inscribed with amounts, saving considerable trouble counting cash. Apparently, the daily deposit of business funds and cashless payment initiatives promoted earlier had proven effective. DeLong integration had to be implemented. Even if temporarily impossible, she would corner Meng Xian later and secure his agreement. Zhang Xiaoqi silently resolved this. Just as she formed this thought, she noticed some windows actually commencing a third reconciliation. Everyone stopped for a moment. Checking twice suffices. Zhang Xiaoqi immediately halted this behavior. Meticulousness and responsibility were certainly virtuous, but they couldn't be maintained by disregarding efficiency through endless repetitive reconciliation. One must strive for accuracy in a single pass. This was what her director had taught her when she first began working years ago, and now she intended to instill this awareness in these 17th-century women. I'm very pleased with your carefulness and responsibility, but you must also have confidence in your own abilities. Our work can't possibly be so minimal every day with so much time for repeated verification. Besides, summarization follows. So I hope everyone strives to complete the work correctly on the first attempt in future. Now, those who have checked twice without issues may organize tax funds and vouchers, and forward them to the accounting room for summary reporting. Tax fund summarization could proceed by numerous methods. In the old timeline, classification might follow taxpayer, affiliated tax authority, tax category, treasury, and so forth. Here, Zhang Xiaoqi selected summarization by tax category. This naturally reflected that all Guangzhou currently possessed only one tax management authority. The Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau directly subordinate administration division, and only one Treasury, the central bank agency operating through Liang. Beyond this, she harbored another unspoken rationale. The couple privately believed this method would suit upcoming governmental requirements. Unlike hall accountants in the old timeline, typically one or two people or even part-time, Zhang Zioki's hall devoted one large and one small room to the accounting function, plus a voucher warehouse. The smaller room housed the voucher accounting room with 3 staff members. According to regulations, tax receipts placed by window staff each day required registration for issuance here first. This batch of the latest Australian Song Finance and Tax Bureau tax receipts bore a set of 19-digit serial numbers in the upper right corner following old timeline standards. The numbers ran continuously, so when the voucher accountant recorded window staff usage, they needed only register starting and ending numbers. After daily collection concluded, window staff organized their issued, unused, and voided tax receipts, then conducted daily closing with the voucher accountant. The voucher accountant would compare records against actuals. Upon confirming no errors, they registered the daily usage ledger. Unused receipts could continue in window staff hands. For issued ones, the first ply of the tax payment certificate, tax authority retention ply, was to be properly maintained by window staff after accounting room summarization, bound into books monthly, and submitted to the voucher accounting room for retention and reference. If voided tax receipts remained intact on both plies, the accounting room would recover, bind, preserve, and register them. If errors discovered in subsequent reconciliation required voiding, management personnel had to recover the second ply, taxpayer tax payment certificate ply, from the taxpayer before preserving and registering together. Tax receipts were forbidden to be lost, altered, or damaged without cause. Window staff were prohibited from borrowing or misappropriating receipts from each other, and tax receipts had to be used sequentially by serial number without skipping or breaking sequence. Compared to the voucher accounting room, the adjacent hall tax accounting room was considerably livelier. This didn't indicate a chatty atmosphere, but rather that abacus sounds in this room were double the density of the windows conducting daily closing earlier. This large room seated 12 people, nearly matching window personnel numbers. The setup looked substantial, but actual efficiency remained modest. Zhang Zioki felt helpless about this. With computers, one person could handle all this work. But currently, converting tax receipts forwarded from windows, organized by household, into summary receipts classified by tax category required considerable manual labor for this single conversion alone. Though Guangzhou possessed a computing center, and AI Jixin had originally harbored great expectations for it while conducting relevant business consultations with Feng Yuo, they soon discovered the computing center's electromechanical computers were bulky and unwieldy, genuinely inconvenient for tax bureau purposes. The card encoding of these tables alone constituted an enormous undertaking. Consequently, the Finance and Tax Bureau hadn't pinned hopes on computerization from the outset, planning to employ it only for data summarization and analysis. The accounting room staff first received tax receipts and funds individually from each window, verifying that totals matched. Then, with 2 people assigned per tax category, they passed tax receipts sequentially, each registering the amount for their designated tax category on the ledger. Finally, they calculated subtotals for each tax category and the grand total, comparing against total tax funds. Upon confirmation, they transcribed tax category subtotals from the ledger onto tax summary payment slips in single category per slip format, completing the tax fund summarization work. Chapter 1969, a nearly perfect conclusion in Zhang Zioki's assessment. This already represented a process simplified beyond further reduction. though she proposed the requirement of remitting tax funds within 48 hours. Subconsciously, she still preferred tax revenue not remain overnight in the hall. Without money on premises, numerous troubles could be avoided. Consequently, she monitored the summarization phase intensely, personally supervising in the tax accounting room alongside Nan Wanner, hoping to complete summarization early and dispatch today's tax funds to DeLong promptly. Yao Yulan was perspiring slightly. She and Liu Qi bore responsibility for final tax fund verification. Now others were already resting and chatting, yet on her end, regardless of how she calculated, the accounts showed a surplus of over 400 yuan. Liu Qi had wanted to report to the chief from the outset, but Yao Yulan had restrained her. She didn't wish to alert the chief prematurely. First, she needed certainty she hadn't committed a calculation error. Second, if her figures proved accurate, then one of the preceding colleagues had erred. She genuinely didn't want to assume the villain's role. She hoped to calculate and cross-reference various ledgers to identify the problematic household, then allow them to re-verify and register. But before completing her calculations, Zhang Xiaoqi detected the anomaly, approached, and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Report to chief." Caught off guard, the conditioned reflex forged through long-term political security bureau training made her stand immediately and respond with full voice. "The accounts show a surplus of 421 yuan. Good, sit down. Let's examine this." Zhang Xiaoqi was momentarily startled. This Yao Yulan, Wu Mu and others had provided her with a briefing, was a covert cadre. Born into an exemplary naturalized citizen family, her parents had actively defected to the Senate. Theoretically, her political rating should be very high, yet she'd been designated a covert cadre, according to her husband Wang Qi's deduction, perhaps because she wasn't suited for professional political security work. This young woman possessed a somewhat proud temperament. Wang Qi hadn't favored her and had transferred her here, euphemistically termed strengthening supervision during the tax collection process. Zhang Xiaoqi didn't reach for an abacus, but summoned all the young women over, seizing this opportunity to explain the simplest error correction on site. Business volume had been modest today. She estimated this surplus likely resulted from merely an error registering a particular taxpayer household's tax category in the ledger. No major issue. After explaining the methodology, she allowed them to verify independently. She had no intention of criticizing anyone. In her view, these young women already performed outstandingly. One had to recognize that before this, never mind using abacuses and constructing tables, few possessed even a minimal cultural foundation. The entire tax fund summarization work proceeded fairly smoothly. Including voucher closing reports, everything was completed before 4 p.m. Nan Wanner, go to the duty room and check whether the people from QA have arrived. If they've registered, notify them to prepare for vehicle loading to DeLong. Since tax funds remain primarily cash at this stage, daily tax fund remittance became a significant challenge. Back in Lingao, AI Jixin had planned a tax police corps, imitating the nationalist uncle's model, but unfortunately it was shot down along with Wu Jiaku's Vault Guard Company and Financial People's Commissariat Special Service Bureau. The rationale: the Senate does not approve of departments establishing independent operations and conducting separate activities. The construction of enforcement agencies must be unified in approach and planned comprehensively. Shandaoqian's traffic court and traffic police aren't allowed either. You people blatantly seeking to control armed forces, is that acceptable? However, daily escort of substantial cash sums required resolution. Relying solely on the Fubo Army and National Army proved obviously unrealistic. Both belonged to the military and might have mobilization drills even absent combat missions. Beyond that, applying for deployment required coordination with military authorities. Even if they could be deployed if different units arrived for each escort, DeLong and the Tax Bureau would likely lose their minds. Later, the National Police assumed this responsibility. Each escort adopted the method of advance application, nearby assignment, jointly escorted by the police mobile unit and local police station. But this method actually remained inconvenient. It also involved coordination issues between both parties. Finally, leveraging the opportunity of QA Escort Bureau restructuring into a comprehensive security company, QA stepped forward to form an armed escort team. The team was nominally under QA security, but actually under the jurisdiction of government departments at all levels, primarily the Finance Ministry. It could only engage in escort operations and possessed no law enforcement powers. This finally solved the problem of transporting large cash sums for DeLong and the Finance and Tax Bureau. Simultaneously, it resolved the placement problem for those military veterans of limited capability who had no advancement opportunities, whether remaining in service or discharged to civilian life. The escort team assigned to the Guangzhou City Finance and Tax Bureau was a small squad, 11 personnel and 2 specially modified red flag carriages. Escort personnel were all equipped with shotguns, wearing only blue uniforms, dyed with the most common local indigo dye, bearing 2 enormous song-style characters, Q, on the back. Originally, AI Jixin had also applied for a dedicated cash transport vehicle, but after calculating potential daily tax volumes, Chengdong suppressed the application. Save costs for the revolution. If you genuinely encounter large tax amounts, borrowing from DeLong temporarily will suffice. Today's tax funds, excluding checks, didn't even fill the smallest cash box with the received currency, so the escort team needn't assist with moving it. After securing the combination lock, Zhang Xiaoqi boarded the carriage with Nan Wanner and 3 others. The amount today was modest, with checks constituting the majority, so they bypassed remitting to the DeLong Bank vault at Shiji, proceeding directly to the Guangzhou branch. The Guangzhou branch wasn't distant from the Salt Administration Office. The 5 women had just warmed to the topic of the latest fashionable dresses in Lingao when Zhang Xiaoqi spotted the DeLong sign. Just as the carriage stabilized, Meng Xian approached to greet them. "Director Zhang, Sister Zhang, was my timing satisfactory? Thank you President Ming, for personally coming to welcome us. Listen to yourself. This is the inaugural official tax payment of our great song. How could I not attend a newly opened enterprise? Besides, even without this, just for you, elder sister, visiting, I must keep you company." Meng Xian had long shed the appearance of a fresh university graduate after years in Guangzhou, becoming increasingly smooth. Ushering them inside, Meng Xian intended for the two to find a quiet space to drink tea and converse, leaving the tax remittance work to specific personnel. After all, the process had been simplified to the extreme, so naturalized citizen cadres should manage without difficulty. But Zhang Xiaoqi insisted on witnessing on site, appearing concerned. Precisely because it was simplified to the extreme, Zhang Xiaoqi felt more anxious. During earlier discussions with Meng Xian, he'd stated he came from a finance background and wasn't particularly versed in the intricacies of the finance and tax system, so he could help review, but Zhang Xiaoqi had to formulate the plan herself. Nan Wanner helped the DeLong teller unload the tax funds from the carriage, waited for Zhang Xiaoqi to unlock the combination lock, and both parties counted the total amount together before signing the transfer slip. Then she extracted the summary payment slip from her satchel and handed it to DeLong's staff. DeLong's staff first totaled the amounts on each summary payment slip, then compared against the tax funds on the transfer slip. Upon confirmation, they commenced registering the amount of each summary payment slip and accepting the tax funds. After completion, they stamped the remittance received seal on all copies of the summary payment slip and returned the first copy, tax authority remittance copy, to Nan Wanner. "Director Nan, this is the remittance receipt. Please come to collect the Treasury entry receipt at a convenient time tomorrow." Finished. Meng Xian leaned over and inquired. "Chief Meng, our business here is temporarily concluded," Nan Wanner replied respectfully. President Meng, the business on your end isn't finished. Don't forget what we agreed. Remittance is remittance, Treasury entry is Treasury entry. For Treasury income, both remittance account income and expenditure must be processed. Don't mix them again. Also, the second copy is the remittance bank retention copy, and the third copy is the entry Treasury retention copy. Bind these separately, don't lose them. Tell your people to have the fourth copy ready. We'll come for it early tomorrow morning. Certainly, no problem, Director Zhang. I'll immediately supervise them closely to execute it properly. Good. Observing Zhang Zhaoqi about to enter lecture mode again, Meng Xian didn't politely invite her to stay for dinner and hastily escorted this elder sister out the door. He reflected that, when this middle-aged woman commenced her lengthy instructions, they truly proved endless. Rushing back to the collection hall without pause, it was already approaching closing time. Zhang Zhaoqi provided some instructions and proceeded with Nan Wanner to the hall's rear, to the Tax Statistics Division inside the Bureau courtyard. Now front desk operations had concluded, but the Tax Statistics Division's work had just begun. The 8 face-to-face desks in the office were all occupied. At a glance, those with the fastest progress were obviously Su Zhui and Li Hongyu, responsible for vouchers. Because the organization remained currently simple with few personnel and hall treasury combined, the work pressure on the voucher accountant in the bureau agency was very modest. They needed only perform outbound registration when the hall voucher accountant came to claim new tax receipts, and conduct monthly closing according to the hall accountant's closing manual at month-end. Consequently, the two also moonlighted in tax fund ledger registration and tax receipt cancellation work. Director Zhang, seeing Zhang Zhaoqi walking toward them, Su Zhui immediately stood. He was a standard Shandong fellow, around 20 years old, appearing quite distinct in a room filled with young women. Like the vast majority of Shandong people under Australian Song rule, he was also spoils from the engine operation. In Lingao, Su Zhui first encountered his former young master Wang Xinglong and cousin Wang Jinchun, later worked in a factory, and then because he could read and calculate, was recommended into the vocational school finance and tax program when Cheng Dong was recruiting everywhere. Now he'd become a cadre. The series of transforming circumstances in a few short years often gave him an unreal sensation. Like now, conversing with a genuine chief under the gaze of a room full of young women. Sit, everyone sit. Seeing everyone rise as soon as she appeared, Zhang Zhaoqi hastily gestured downward with her hands. Continue working, I'm just observing. Saying this, she walked to Su Zhui and Li Hongyu's desk and leafed through the ledger. Apparently the hall accountant had already visited. The declared amounts and invoiced amounts for today had already been entered in the ledger. Director Nan, complete the cancellation for today's remittance as well, then you may return. Understood, Director Zhang. Next update. Volume 7-2 Guang's Strategy Part 84, end of this chapter. Chapter 1970, Closing the Accounts Write-Off, was a term frequently employed in the tax system, generally referring to the confirmation of an item or document voucher. Here, Nan Wanner needed to deliver the remittance receipt, the first copy of the summary payment slip mentioned earlier, brought back from DeLong to Su Zhui. After Su Zhui compared it with the hall accountant's summary report and confirmed consistency, he would perform write-off registration, stamp it, and bind it for preservation as a reference voucher documenting that the tax authority had remitted tax funds. Here DeLong fulfilled the role of a commercial bank. Having instructed Su Zhui's section, Zhang Zhaoqi walked to the report accountant's desks to examine the general journal they were registering. Unlike the hall accountant's summary report, which contained only simple subtotals for declaration and collection by tax category, the tax statistical report was considerably more detailed. It recorded not only tax category subtotals separated by opening balance, current period, and current cumulative, But tax funds were also subdivided into states like declared, invoiced, remitted, entered Treasury, and in transit. Consequently, it demanded high-level bookkeeping skills from personnel. To ensure the accuracy of tax statistical reports and to realize old timeline standardization of tax accounting in the future, Zhang Xiaoqi adopted the double-entry bookkeeping method, which proved quite challenging for great Ming locals. In fact, this also formed part of the new financial system, currently promoted by the Senate in Guangzhou. Especially for tax-paying households above designated size, the new system was promoted via tax collection. However, constrained by the limited number of personnel who could skillfully master this bookkeeping method, she abandoned the step of subsidiary ledgers and recorded directly to the general ledger. In the general ledger, subjects like tax receivable, overpaid, temporarily collected, to be collected, reduction exemption, to be remitted, remitted, in transit, and treasury entry were established to account for tax funds. Tax funds just collected today had been separately registered under tax receivable and to be remitted subjects. Shortly, when Su Zhuwei finished the write-off of remittance receipts, they would also be registered into the remitted tax fund subject. Naturally, these would all constitute tax funds in transit. Zhang Xiaoqi observed very carefully. Truthfully, she felt little assurance about these naturalized citizen cadres trained in short-term intensive courses, though they already represented the best tax accountants she could produce. Beyond time being too limited and knowledge too advanced, more critically, she also questioned whether she herself qualified as a competent teacher. Before transmigration, she'd been a computer major slacker who'd never received any systematic accounting training. Her only accounting knowledge derived from 2 books she'd studied to pass the accounting certificate exam required for work, purely dependent on continuous experience accumulation through practical work. It seems future accounting personnel still require selection from the finance class, Zhang Xiaoqi contemplated. At this moment, a sharp whistle sounded, signaling the workday's end. Limited by Lingao's clock industry production capacity, transmigrators couldn't yet equip every office of subordinate agencies and enterprises with timepieces. So in Lingao, steam whistles and broadcasts were employed, while in Guangzhou, whistles served. Everyone go eat. We'll continue when we return this evening. At the cafeteria entrance, Zhang Xiaoqi encountered a red-faced AI Jixin. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqi report that tax collection and remittance had proceeded smoothly, AI Jixin's joy increased a notch. Obviously, Director AI had encountered some happy circumstance, but since he didn't volunteer it, Zhang Xiaoqi couldn't be bothered to inquire. It wasn't until she collected her food and sat beside Wang that she realized her husband was somewhat displeased today. What's wrong? Everything went very smoothly today. Why the long face? AI Jixin went to the harbor treasury today. Oh, I know. Isn't that the one preparing to become the national treasury next? He didn't allow you to accompany him, so you feel excluded. Zhang Xiaoqi was somewhat baffled. Her husband didn't seem like such an ambitious person. Am I that sort of person? I just feel a bit awkward. Look, AI Jixin is the finance and tax bureau director now. He disburses money with his left hand and collects money with his right. The basic principle of separate lines for revenue and expenditure is already compromised. Later, if he also manages the national treasury, then revenue, expenditure, and storage will all reside in one person's hands. It's really. I don't think AI Jixin is that type of person. He's quite energetic and ambitious. Besides, we are all transmigrators. What would we need to embezzle for? Even if planning for people around him, he needn't act personally. Just a few days ago, you lectured me to correct my attitude that this is the 17th century. I think you're the stubborn one clinging to old ways. Aren't we just starting out? Expedient measures for urgent circumstances. All right. I was just concerned this brother is assuming too expansive a scope, the risk. Forget it, I'm worrying unnecessarily. Wang Qi shook his head. Let's not discuss this. Are you genuinely working overtime today? Isn't doing it tomorrow equally acceptable? Anyway, normally these are jobs for accountants on the following day. No, I must complete it in one sitting. I'll only feel at ease when everything's organized. You go straight home after training. I don't know until what hour I'll be here. Early next morning, just as Nan Wanner and the others finished cleaning and pushed open the tax collection hall doors, Su Zhuoi had already returned from the Reserve Bank in a red flag carriage, with the first day's tax Treasury entry receipt, summary payment slip fourth copy, actually still issued by DeLong but not using DeLong letterhead, and the Treasury daily reconciliation sheet. Returning to the office, he and Li Hongyu first separately performed write-off registration for the entry receipts, then verified the tax Treasury daily reconciliation. Upon confirmation, they transferred both receipts and reconciliation sheets to the report accountants for bookkeeping processing. Days passed swiftly, and the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau's inaugural tax collection period soon concluded. Whether it was the extensive broadcast of the transmigrators' prestige or the great Ming locals possessing considerably higher tax-paying consciousness than old timeline common folk, the tax collection work proceeded smoothly and uneventfully. How to characterize it? According to Zhang Zioki, it was even smoother than in the old timeline. In her past experience, every collection period invariably featured a few difficult taxpayers. But this time, there wasn't a single one, not even one who questioned. Of course, a major factor was the high proportion of sensible people among this inaugural batch of taxpayers. Another reason was that many major households didn't comprehend the new tax system. They simply viewed this tax collection as a novel variant of accumulation by the new masters, approaching with the idea of spending money to purchase peace. Wait until the system is refined in the next phase, work is fully deployed, and collection coverage expands further. Such a harmonious tableau between collectors and taxpayers might cease to exist. But regardless, since the collection work concluded successfully, the compilation of tax reports was placed on the agenda. The Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau Tax Statistics Division re-verified the General Journal the day after the collection period ended, and after confirming no errors, closed the accounts, i.e., period end closing, then commenced compiling the Q1 tax statistical report. The tax report represented the reflection of the final result of the entire tax operation and the most direct tool for grasping the tax situation. No matter how solid the preliminary management work or how detailed the collection work, in leaders' eyes, nothing compared to this report. It could be said that whether Liu Xiang, Cheng Dong, or even Wu Du and the supervisor, what they desired to see, what they wanted, was this report. The entire result of their busy half-year was actually embodied in this report. Zhang Zioki understood the logic profoundly, so she didn't even visit the hall in the morning and buried herself in the tax statistics division. With the barely satisfactory general ledger, the compilation of the cent-level table basically encountered no major obstacles. In the afternoon, Zhang Zioki obtained the first draft. She was pleased, very pleased. Though this report was merely an A3 sheet, and the content was crude, it meant the transmigrators' tax work had successfully completed all fundamental links, and also meant the modern tax system could be implemented in the new timeline. She ran excitedly with the table to find Wang Qi, partly to show off to her husband, and partly to hear his suggestions for improvement. After all, this report's audience was mainly those leaders who didn't comprehend the operations particularly well, and Wang Qi had been seconded as a deputy director at a county bureau for 2 years in the old timeline, so he was relatively familiar with these people's thinking. After listening to his wife's excited explanation, Wang Qi seriously turned the report over and examined it twice. After complimenting her with even more serious demeanor, he gave his only suggestion: compile a one-level table, 10,000-unit table. Though the current report lacked numerous details, it was harmless. As long as key data existed, it was basically qualified. but looking at rows and columns of minuscule flyhead numbers was genuinely uncomfortable. Besides, for someone at Liu Xiang's level, he wouldn't care about a 1-cent discrepancy, nor did he need such detailed figures for decision-making. So, for presenting to leaders, a clean and clear tax statistical report in units of 10,000 was mandatory. Agreed, I'll do it immediately. With the cent-level table, the rest is fast. Are you certain? Wang Qi was a veteran tax hand after all and knew the problems inherent, but his wife brimmed with confidence, so he didn't want to point it out directly. I'll deliver it to you before closing time. However, Zhang Zhaoqi miscalculated again. She forgot again that she existed in the 17th century without computers. After rounding the cent-level data, the numbers in the yuan-level table didn't balance. The cross-check relations of every row were erroneous, totals of every column didn't match. To balance these, which number to increment by 1, which to decrement by 1, was the responsibility of veteran accountants even in the old timeline. She and her cohort of raw recruits worked and reworked until closing time without resolving it. Let them all return home, no overtime. They calculated all day. Let these young people rest. At closing time, Wang Qi addressed Zhang Zhaoqi, whose brain had become a muddled paste. Time isn't pressing. AI Jixin notified me that the meeting is next week. Hearing her husband say this, Zhang Zhaoqi felt even less confident and planned to visit Mengxian tomorrow to coordinate borrowing a few veteran accountants to balance it. This idea was firmly vetoed by Wang Qi. If you don't trust them, they will never be able to shoulder the burden. Anyway, there's the cent-level table as a foundation, and we don't genuinely understand it either. Just let them handle it. Facts proved Wang Qi's idea was correct. Just one day later, the young women of the Tax Statistics Division produced a very beautiful Q1 Tax Statistical Yuan-level report. Chapter 1971. Fighting for money and profit night had fallen over Guangzhou, cloaking the city in darkness that mercifully concealed the torn-up streets and fetid excavation pits. The daytime cacophony of construction faded with the light, but in one room of the Guangzhou municipal government, the noise had only just begun. A Senate meeting, attended by every transmigrator currently stationed in the city, was in full swing. What should have been a routine quarterly review had devolved into a feeding frenzy, ignited by the Q1 Guangzhou Tax Statistical Report delivered by AI Jixin's Finance and Tax Bureau. The assembled transmigrators presented a motley cross-section of humanity, tall and short, fat and thin, men and women, veterans and fresh recruits. All wore the same hungry expression, the look of predators who just caught wind of fresh meat. Every hand clutched a craft paper folder stuffed with supporting materials, meticulously prepared ammunition for the coming battle. The moment AI Jixin concluded his tax work report, the room erupted. Liu Xiang, the Grand Magistrate, hadn't even opened his mouth before the budget requests began flying. My goodness, that's quite a sum. Grand Magistrate Liu, you haven't forgotten your promise, have you? The Five Immortals Temple is falling apart, and I've already committed to Hu Qingbai that we'd convert part of the complex into a national primary school. Hold your horses, Fatty Qi. Another voice cut in smoothly. You've got wealthy households practically throwing offerings at you. Why not tap those money bags to donate for your school? Didn't you just recruit several gentry families into the fold? Old Liu, this city is one massive pit, literally. We can't just leave the roads torn up, the bridge approaches ungraded, the inland rivers clogged with filth. We need to increase infrastructure investment and clean up this environment before someone else dies of plague. Grand Magistrate Liu, speaking of which, the health department representative leaned forward urgently. Our medical system still hasn't recovered from the last epidemic. Now we're responsible for health support and disease prevention for the entire South China Army. Personnel, equipment, facilities were stretched impossibly thin. This is fundamental to liberating all of Guangdong and protecting the welfare of the entire provincial population. We cannot afford another outbreak. Liu Xiang, We agreed in the last resolution that the police force would be brought to full strength. The public security delegate's tone brooked no argument. Many civilian tasks require our involvement. Understaffing simply won't cut it. Mayor Liu, after the civil service examination, the cadre training school finally got off the ground. But if we want to institutionalize this system permanently, there's still a significant shortfall in instructor salaries and administrative expenses. The Planning Commission approved the new district development on Henan Island. Central finance covers construction costs, yes, but preliminary preparation costs fall to us. We're not even a skeleton crew at this point. We need to establish a proper department before we can break ground. The appeals continued, washing over the room in an unrelenting tide. Liu Xiang sat in silence, absently twirling a pencil between his fingers while the clamor built around him. Across the table, AI Jixin exchanged glances with his two colleagues from the Finance and Tax Bureau. Just how many promissory notes had Liu Xiang written? The man was hemorrhaging IOUs. Everyone in this room was broke, and Liu Xiang was broker than most. This much they'd known for some time. It explained why the Grand Magistrate had been calling every other day, conducting inspections every third day, hovering over tax collection work with the anxious intensity of a creditor at a debtor's door. The other department heads had been suspiciously cooperative too, offering venues personnel whatever was requested, not out of comradely solidarity, but because everyone was waiting to carve up this pot of rendered fat now that the Finance and Tax Bureau had finally cooked it. Still, the explosiveness of today's scene exceeded even their cynical expectations. They'd anticipated an orderly discussion, perhaps some polite verbal sparring over allocation priorities, not this undignified scramble. The Wang couple, Wang Qi and his wife, had spent enough years around Wujiaku to understand the Senate's financial dysfunction intimately. Many expedient practices had passed muster when the territory was small and the population tiny, allowing for direct central financial management. That era had ended. The old methods couldn't scale. Meng Xian, meanwhile, sat with an air of serene composure. He'd brought his own document today, a quarterly Treasury tax entry table produced by the bank in the format used for mayoral review back in the old timeline, based on templates provided by Zhang Xiaoqi. The Delong Guangzhou branch had officially assumed national treasury functions under the aegis of the Central Reserve Bank's Guangzhou branch, and Meng Xian had the numbers to prove it. He'd had no intention of weighing in on revenue issues today, until AI Jixin cornered him yesterday, delivering an impassioned plea for support on fiscal disbursement procedures. Looking at the way this meeting was unfolding, AI Jixin was about to have a very long night. All right, I know what everyone needs, I've got it all written down. Liu Xiang finally stood, raising his voice to cut through the din. Fatty Qi, stop waxing poetic about temple renovations. You think you're short on funds. I'm drowning in red ink, seeing the meeting slide inexorably off topic, transitioning from allocation debates into grandiose vision painting. Liu Xiang brought his fist down on the table. It's not even certain this money can be used yet. The conference room fell silent. Ahem, let me explain. Wang Qi saw the window of opportunity and spoke up before Liu Xiang could call on anyone by name. This had been agreed upon beforehand by the trio from Finance and Tax. AI Jixin would deliver concluding remarks only. The Wang couple would absorb the initial flack. Maximum maneuverability depending on how the room reacted. As long as AI Jixin, the chief director, didn't commit a misstep, they could navigate safely. After all, anything inflammatory would come from the vice directors. Wang Qi saw no point in selective reporting or embellishment. Everyone here was a transmigrator. Exposure to modern governance in the old timeline meant they'd understand the rationale. Full transparency was the only responsible course. First, he explained, all levels of government under the Senate now maintained independent fiscal accounts. The era of strolling into the bank and withdrawing cash based on a handwritten slip from Wujiaku was over. Under the new fiscal system, all revenue, confiscations, war spoils, taxes, profit remittances from enterprises like Purple Light Pavilion, Purple Precious Studio, the South China Sugar Factory, and monopoly funds from tobacco and salt, was deposited into the national treasury. But local governments couldn't touch national treasury funds directly. They had to wait for the treasury to allocate appropriations to local fiscal accounts according to regulation, and only then could they withdraw operating expenses from their own account. Second, the Senate had not yet established a tax-sharing framework. This meant all tax revenue belonged to the center. Though tax funds were collected in Guangzhou and deposited into the national treasury at Guangzhou Liang, the legal owner of those funds was the Central State Council. Under the current system, Guangzhou had to wait for the center to issue a fiscal appropriation notice. After the Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau received notification and forwarded an appropriation request to Guangzhou Liang, the bank would transfer funds from the national treasury to the Guangzhou municipal fiscal account in the stipulated amount. Until that appropriation notice arrived, not a single copper coin of the tax revenue in the Q1 report actually belonged to Guangzhou City. Are you fucking kidding me? Someone shot to their feet before Wang could finish. After all that, this money has nothing to do with us. Exactly, this is even worse than the old system. At least before, we could use part of what we collected locally. Now we have to beg permission for everything. This is just running to Beijing to grovel for ministry handouts, provincial edition. So what you're saying is Guangzhou is flat broke. We don't have a penny to our name. The room descended into chaos. Everyone, please let me clarify. Meng Xian saw the situation spiraling and intervened. The banking system is independent. All departments opened accounts with Liang before this. You're familiar with the principle, aren't you? He was referring to the standardization requirements imposed by the Senate after the Second Congress to regulate departmental fund usage. Everyone in this room had worked in central ministries before their transfer to Guangzhou, so the concept wasn't foreign. This is just the beginning, starting with finance. Fiscal reform is inevitable. If we don't implement these changes, the chaos that plagued our departmental budgets will simply replicate itself across every level of government. Seeing emotions stabilize and silence return, Meng Xian pressed his advantage. Whatever else we may or may not achieve, our basic governmental management system should at least align with 21st century standards. Besides, old Wang was only describing the procedural requirements before fund allocation. He didn't say the money wouldn't be distributed to you. Liu Xiang pondered this for a long moment, then spoke slowly. Old Wang, Director AI, you're the Finance and Tax Bureau. Collection and disbursement both run through your hands. You're the professionals, and I'm sure the system is sound, but Guangzhou still needs to eat. He leaned forward, his tone measured but pointed. Previously, I relied entirely on returned confiscation funds to keep the lights on. Look around this city. Roads need repair. Trash needs clearing. Street security must be maintained. We just weathered a plague outbreak. And we recruited a new cohort of civil servants. Your Finance and Tax Bureau took quite a few of them, I might add. Does none of this cost money? I'm not trying to write bad checks here, but every transmigrator in this room desperately needs funds to build Guangzhou into the beacon of the continent we all envision. I already have to submit reports upward every time I need an allocation. Now you're telling me I not only have to keep begging the center for funds, but I need to file paperwork just to access the money keeping me afloat. How is this not strangling us? AI Jixin's scalp prickled. If this devolved into a policy debate or systems discussion, he had the Wang couple as backup. He feared nothing. But Liu Xiang had clearly recognized the futility of playing the professional card and pivoted to emotional appeals, moral high ground, and coalition building with the other Guangzhou department heads. This was harder to parry. Just as AI Jixin was formulating his response, calculating how to stake out a firm position without leaving himself vulnerable to criticism. Wang spoke first. "You're overthinking this, old Liu. We're all here serving the Senate, serving our transmigration cause. How could we possibly strangle everyone's operational capacity? New methods for new problems, old methods for old problems. That funding absolutely will not be cut off. But I still have no money in hand right now, do I?" Liu Xiang wasn't buying it. "Tax revenue collected in Guangzhou must first be fully remitted to the center, and then we wait for the center to distribute it back. Correct?" In simple terms, yes, but Wang chose his words carefully, recalling the strategy he'd hammered out with AI Jixin. "Our system is still in its infancy. Many processes are makeshift. We've already thought through the concerns you're raising, old Liu. We prepared a proposal beforehand. AI Jixin already gave everyone a preview, didn't he? Since everyone finds it so vexing to have money sitting in the Treasury but unable to access it, why don't we discuss the solution?" End of chapter. Chapter 1972. Money Distribution Plan. The Finance and Tax Bureau trio hadn't come to this meeting empty-handed. They'd spent months hashing out proposals to balance central and local interests regarding tax revenue, discussions that had begun back in Lingao, with internal debates at the Ministry of Finance and private consultations between Cheng Dong and various Senate heavyweights. The difficulty lay in scope and depth. Fiscal reform touched everything: political structure, governmental organization, departmental checks and balances. It was a minefield of competing interests, which explained why no one had issued a definitive policy statement. Before departing for Guangzhou, Cheng Dong had given explicit instructions. This was an opportunity to experiment outside the traditional Lingao heartland. They had to seize it. Use Guangzhou as a pilot program to roll out comprehensive fiscal system reform across the entire Australian Song regime. But reality proved frustrating. The Guangzhou transmigrators, Liu Xiang included, wailed about poverty louder than anyone, yet whenever AI Jixin approached with reform proposals to solicit feedback, they'd laugh it off. Vague deflections, claims of incomprehension. Not that they truly couldn't understand. They simply feared falling into the finance province's trap and finding themselves in a financially disadvantageous position down the line. So AI Jixin had decided to force their hand, give them a taste of fiscal starvation, create urgency, make them realize that without facing reality and implementing reforms, they'd have no money to spend at all, force everyone to the negotiating table in good faith. "We have two proposals," Wang announced, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. "A gentle approach and a radical one. Which would you like to hear first?" "The radical one. Let your wife present it." "Yeah, I'd rather not listen to this greasy middle-aged man drone on." The Wang couple had good-natured reputations, so everyone felt comfortable ribbing them. "All right, I'll present the radical option first." Zhang Xiaoqi shot her husband an appreciative glance. He really did understand these uncouth colleagues. The Finance and Tax Bureau would split the tax department into a National Taxation Bureau and a Local Taxation Bureau. National and local separation. Where's the creativity in that? You're just creating redundant bureaucracy. How many more civil servants will we have to recruit? Let me finish. Zhang Xiaoqi raised her voice over the grumbling. Currently, Guangzhou's primary concern is lack of funds. But beyond that, there's the question of ownership. What belongs to the locality versus what belongs to the center and how to divide it. Mayor Liu, do you really claim you have no selfish interest in this matter? Of course not. Even if I want a larger share, it's for developing and building Guangzhou. Exactly. Tax revenue is collected from Guangzhou after all. As the person governing this city, naturally you'd prefer those tax funds stay in Guangzhou, taken from the people, used for the people. Fair enough. Everyone can understand that impulse. But consider this. If all tax funds go to the center and you have to submit a written request every single time you need an allocation, would you still be so enthusiastic about tax collection? Would everyone in this room still treat our Finance and Tax Bureau with such solicitude? Zhang Zioki paused for effect. Probably not. Would you seek alternative channels for discretionary funding? Definitely. Now I don't think this stems from selfishness. If I were a local official, I'd do the same. It's simple. Your position determines your perspective. Liu Xiang gave a slight nod. He'd served as a local administrator early in his career. As Qiangshan County Director, he'd run the Lingao Qiangshan circuit countless times over revenue issues, consuming enormous amounts of time and energy. He'd managed to create a model county, yes, but he'd long harbored deep dissatisfaction with the lack of local fiscal autonomy. Back then, Qiangshan's fiscal revenue came primarily from agricultural taxes. Grain and construction relied almost entirely on central subsidies for everything from funding to materials, so his grievances had been muted. Now in Guangzhou, suddenly striking it rich, his mentality had fundamentally shifted. Let me tell you a story, Zhang Zioki continued. Do you know why China separated national and local tax bureaus in 1994? Not because local governments had no money, because the center had no money. Before the separation, the government maintained only one unified tax institution from top to bottom. On the eve of separation in 1993, central government finances were in dire straits. The data shows that central fiscal revenue as a proportion of total national revenue had plummeted from 40.5% in 1984 to just 22% by 1993. Central revenue and expenditure had to rely on local government remittances just to balance the books. Did this mean provincial and municipal governments were ignoring or defying the center? Of course not. It was systemic. She let that sink in before continuing. The solution, adopting the national-local bureau separation and establishing local taxation bureaus, was actually the center ceding part of its tax revenue to local governments, formalizing income streams within the official tax system while providing localities with sufficient financial resources to prevent the emergence of gray fiscal income. We're absorbing that lesson from the old timeline, making a clear division of collection responsibilities. No centralized remittance schemes. Of course, this approach has disadvantages. Institutional bloat and personnel redundancy, for one. We don't have enough hands as it is. Even when we do achieve full staffing, taxpayers will face duplicated compliance costs. Additionally, the tax categories left to you, Grand Magistrate Liu, meaning the local taxation bureau's jurisdiction, would likely mirror the old timeline. Difficult to collect, low tax rates, small total yields. The easy-to-collect, easy-to-manage categories would definitely fall under the National Tax Bureau. So you're openly bullying the localities. How else did central revenue increase in the old timeline? To prevent you from turning all tax revenue into gray income, they throw you scraps while eating the meat. That's the arrangement because decision-making power rests with the center, not the localities. Then how do you think the center would divide it? Liu Xiang's tone was steely. He was determined to get a straight answer. First, stamp duty easiest to collect definitely goes to the center. Same as the old timeline. Property tax, easily assessed, low accounting costs, stable yields, also central. Then there's circulation tax. That's the big one, but it's harder to manage with high collection costs, so it would likely go to the local taxation bureau. However, Zhang Zioki held up a finger. Circulation tax has an enormous tax base, so the center would almost certainly demand direct revenue sharing. That's highway robbery. We do all the work and still have to share with the center. We'd be working for free. Hee hee. That's exactly how it was done in the old timeline. Wang Qi smiled. Then tell us about the other plan. Liu Xiang didn't join the chorus of complaints. His face had darkened. He sensed something was off but couldn't quite articulate what. The second plan is this. Zhang Zioki had been waiting for Liu Xiang's prompt. In truth, they were primarily advocating for the second proposal, but if they didn't offer two options, it would feel like Liu Xiang and the other transmigrators were being railroaded. The first plan had been deliberately sketched hastily, with heavy emphasis on its drawbacks. Tax sharing with tiered budgeting. Simply put, Tax revenue is split according to proportions negotiated between the center and the locality. This is called budget stratification. After the national treasury receives tax funds, it directly transfers the local share to the locality. As for the sharing ratio, that depends on negotiations between center and locality. The ratio can be adjusted as needed. It's not complicated. The advantages of this approach include rapid fund disbursement, guaranteed local tax revenue streams, streamlined institutions, improved personnel quality, easier management, reduced collection and compliance costs, clear tax assignments, and so forth. Shanghai in the old timeline never implemented the separation and performed quite well under this model. The downside: the sharing ratio depends entirely on how hard you all fight for it in the Senate. So it's still the center having final say. Liu Xiang's voice carried an edge of resentment. Haha, Grand Magistrate Liu, what exactly are you struggling with? Wang Qi leaned forward. Center this, center that. Have you forgotten your own identity? You're a senator of the Senate. You yourself are the center, just temporarily dispatched outward. Everyone sitting in this room who isn't part of the center. Do you plan to settle in Guangzhou for life? Let me be blunt. These provincial-level leadership positions will sooner or later transfer to naturalized citizen cadres. In the future, you will be the center they're talking about. Wang Qi felt that the people in this room had spent too long in Guangzhou. They'd unconsciously begun identifying themselves psychologically as Guangzhou Municipal so-and-so Director, forgetting their fundamental identity. Still, it was understandable. Political achievement required an economic foundation. To put it another way, Mu Min, you're the Guangzhou police chief, but you're not only the Guangzhou police chief. And Fatty Kui, you're the abbot of all new Taoism, not just the abbot of this Five Immortals temple in Guangzhou. Fair point. Liu Xiang suddenly grasped the perspective shift. He'd poured so much effort into Guangzhou that he'd genuinely begun treating himself as nothing more than the mayor of Guangzhou. But he would eventually return to the center. It wasn't promotion, it was repatriation. So what about right now? Liu Xiang pressed. You still need to give me money to get things done. Even if I eventually return to the center, I want to deliver results in Guangzhou before I leave. That can be negotiated. Let me give you an example. Property tax. This revenue stream is generated by Guangzhou locals and has minimal relation to external factors. We can absolutely demand a high local sharing percentage. Frankly, just like in the old timeline, for tax categories closely tied to local economic conditions, you can demand significantly higher shares. Whoever develops their area well benefits more. That logic holds anywhere. Everyone. AI Jixin saw his opening as the room fell into contemplative silence. Time to close the deal before anyone could tie themselves in knots again. Our entire finance department has held multiple internal discussions. Most agree the second plan suits our current reality extremely well. We're in the founding stage. Everything must be streamlined. Adopting a tax-sharing system guarantees local financial resources while ensuring central revenue. Right now, every region is engaged in construction. We will absolutely support localities through the sharing mechanism. But setting aside revenue sharing for a moment, isn't there already substantial direct investment from the center and central departments in local construction? Take the medical system. The Guangdong General Hospital in Guangzhou was built by the Construction General Company. Medical staff are directly transferred after training by Ministry of Health units and schools. Equipment is allocated by the Lingao Pharmaceutical and Medical Device Factory, and so on. Isn't that another form of transfer payment beyond fiscal appropriations and revenue sharing? Silence. I prefer the second plan, Liu Xiang finally said after absorbing AI Jixin's closing argument. How about we vote? Don't rush. AI Jixin raised a hand. This isn't a small matter. I think everyone should go back and consider it carefully. I've prepared copies of the draft proposal. Everyone take one. For a pilot initiative of this magnitude, caution was paramount. Better to pursue maximum consensus before pushing forward. End of chapter. Chapter 1973, Special Taxes. The Senate meeting finally adjourned close to midnight. The Finance and Tax Bureau trio were gathering their papers when Liu Xiang, as host, stopped them. I have a few additional questions, sensitive matters I preferred not to raise in the meeting. I'd like to consult with you privately. The three exchanged glances, wondering what he had up his sleeve. What Liu Xiang wanted to discuss was indeed taxation, but of a different character. Guidance type, tax categories. Using taxation to guide industrial structure and regulate social behavior was standard practice in economic governance. While many such taxes were criticized as inventing excuses to extract revenue, a charge often justified, it was undeniable that economic measures sometimes proved more effective than a million propaganda campaigns and exhortations combined. The most successful guidance tax implemented by the Senate was the slave tax. Promoted throughout Senate-controlled territories for years, it had proven genuinely effective. Because slaveholding became a heavy financial burden, wealthy households generally deregistered their slaves. Though many former slaves remained in the household under the nominal status of free employment to perform various services, it represented significant progress in reducing personal dependency. The civil affairs transmigrators never tired of bragging about this achievement. As a senior civil affairs transmigrator himself, Liu Xiang naturally kept this precedent in mind. He wanted to levy additional special-purpose taxes, a foot-binding tax, a concubine tax, and a clan tax. Our slave tax collection has been very successful and is gradually being implemented across Guangzhou, Liu Xiang said. Could these three taxes also be piloted and promoted? My intention isn't the revenue itself, though that wouldn't hurt, but primarily to use them as tools to guide public opinion and transform social customs. AI Jixin reflected that Grand Magistrate Liu truly deserved his nickname King of Tossing, always scheming. In truth, the taxes Liu mentioned, along with several similar proposals, were perpetual topics of idle discussion in the Senate. But taxation professionals had never been enthusiastic about them. Apart from a few exceptions, most shared characteristics of difficult tax base investigation, trivial collection procedures, and low yields. High cost, low return. The Finance Department's standard response to such proposals was always, requires long-term research. The slave tax worked solely because it was far easier to strictly investigate the few wealthy households capable of slave ownership than to assess the prevalence of foot binding. Moreover, slaveholding required legal documentation. The Finance and Tax Department had roughly grasped the basic situation of local slaves by using the contract stamp duty registration method to reconfirm property rights. AI Jixin pondered for a moment before responding. Mayor Liu, regarding the concubine tax and clan tax you've proposed, those can reasonably be categorized as property taxes. We can research implementation methods, but the foot-binding tax has no enforceability. Liu Xiang's face fell. He'd been preparing to use this as his breakthrough point for reforming customs and habits. The anti-foot binding movement in Hainan and other regions had relied mainly on administrative orders, campaign-style governance. The effects were real enough, but so were the dramas of power money transactions and families wailing in protest. Since then, Liu Xiang had been considering using economic levers to pursue foot-binding abolition. Guangzhou teemed with bound-foot women. Both the proportion of the female population and the absolute numbers exceeded all the Senate's old territories combined. If he could achieve meaningful results here and establish it as advanced experience to be promoted elsewhere, his political achievements in local governance would be substantially enhanced. What's the difficulty? He asked. Is it the scope too wide, collection costs too high? Not just that. I'd say it's simply impossible to collect. Zhang Zioki interjected before AI Jixin could speak, firing off her objections. This tax sounds straightforward but has zero operational feasibility. First, our tax base is unbounded. Probably half the women in Guangzhou have bound feet. How do you verify and register each one individually? Second, collection mechanisms. Do we send collectors door to door demanding payment? Set up checkpoints at city gates to inspect feet. Third, since it's guidance taxation, naturally some women will unbind their feet because of it. But once unbound, feet don't grow back to natural size. How do we classify them, bound or unbound? Hearing these 3 points, Liu Xiang found himself speechless, his expression deeply awkward. Wang inwardly groaned and hurried to smooth things over. Mayor Liu, this foot-binding tax truly is extraordinarily difficult. Even if we transported the entire 21st century Guangzhou Tax Bureau here, personnel and equipment intact, this tax still couldn't be collected. Besides, he hesitated delicately, women's bound feet in this era count as, well, intimate private parts. It seems inappropriate for us to openly demand that women display them. Liu Xiang laughed at himself. It seems I was thinking rashly. No, you're an administrative leader. Your job is to consider the general direction. Details are what we worry about, AI Jixin quickly added. The line of thinking is sound. Economic means often are more effective than administrative ones. Our Finance and Tax Bureau can research this as a conceptual approach. The discussion on clan tax and concubine tax didn't continue. The Finance and Tax Bureau trio departed the municipal government but didn't go their separate ways. Instead, they headed straight to the Bureau for a closed-door debriefing. The night's meeting had gone better than expected. While the wolf-like reaction of the transmigrators to tax funds at the outset had been mildly surprising, remarkably, there had been little pushback on the most critical issue: tax revenue distribution. Everyone had accepted the second plan, tax sharing, with relative calm. Was it because they'd vigorously disparaged the national-local separation plan? Or because transmigrators already harbored deep resentment toward the old timeline system? AI Jixin's speculation seemed most plausible. We buried them in jargon they didn't understand. They didn't understand and didn't want to admit they didn't understand. Actually, before the meeting, Wang had prepared a supplementary plan, refining tax items and expanding tax categories. He'd intended to deploy it as a sweetener if the second plan stalled. Refining tax items meant formulating separate applicable tax rates and budget tiers for specific items under existing tax categories. For example, property tax could be subdivided into land, real estate, means of production, and so forth. Assets unrelated to the center and settled locally, like land and real estate, should naturally carry high local sharing percentages. When the locality prospers, these assets gain value and generate more tax revenue. High local sharing incentivizes economic development. As for expanding tax categories, more accurately, expanding tax and fee types, the idea mimicked the old timeline's urban construction maintenance tax, education surcharge, local education surcharge, and water conservancy construction fund. These taxes and fees functioned as surcharges on main taxes, like VAT and business tax in the old timeline, collected directly at a fixed ratio of the main tax amount. Collection was convenient and costs extremely low. Moreover, being earmarked taxes and fees, all revenue could be assigned to localities. It appeared this supplementary plan could be shelved for now, but AI Jixin and the others knew it was an inevitable trajectory. The several custom reform taxes Liu Xiang had proposed tonight were essentially this. Even without senator requests down the line, they'd gradually roll them out as grassroots administrative capacity strengthened. How do you propose we collect the clan tax? AI Jixin asked. He'd promised to research it, and suppressing clans was consistent Senate policy. Whether for Liu Xiang or the Administration Council, he needed to produce a responsive plan. Well, that's straightforward enough, following your approach, Director AI. Start from the property tax angle. Wang was confident. Though I haven't specifically investigated local conditions, based on historical patterns, the foundation of clan existence is ancestral halls and clan property, especially the latter. As long as we levy high tax rates on these two categories, we can effectively strike clan forces economically. At minimum, we'll weaken their economic capacity. In Wang Qi's assessment, both ancestral halls and various industries held under clan names were easy to identify through basic situation investigations. Whether house deeds or land deeds, the fundamental circumstances could be clarified through stamp duty rights confirmation. Far easier to collect than that absurd foot-binding tax. Actually, if we really wanted to collect some form of foot-binding tax, it's not entirely impossible, Jianais mused. We could levy a surcharge on embroidered shoes for bound-foot women sold locally. Pity that most women's shoes here are homemade. There are virtually no shops selling embroidered shoes. So there's completely no enforceability, Zhang Xiaoqi said flatly. We won't dwell on that problem, Jianais said. But what about refining the customs industry tax Mayor Liu proposed tonight? This was the second topic Liu Xiang had given the Finance and Tax Bureau. What customs industry tax? Let's call it what it is, the flower donation, Wang Qi said. Collection isn't inherently difficult. The Senate already has a very mature yellow ticket system in Hainan, Zhang Xiaoqi observed. We could continue using it, adopting the taxation method for catering service industry, levy a fixed amount tax. The main question is how to assess specific income. Jianais shook his head. No, Guangzhou's situation is far more complex. There are individual sex workers and also very large brothels. Within brothels you have house owners and guests. The latter category includes both free agents and those controlled by pimps. The police bureau conducted a customs industry rectification earlier and cracked down on many madams and pimps. The current situation is clearer than before, but we still lack sufficient understanding of specific business operations and ownership structures. And Liu Xiang's attitude toward this industry is contradictory. He wants to limit its growth, yet squeeze revenue from it, while also guaranteeing sex workers basic human rights. Basic human rights, that's truly the best joke I've heard tonight. Zhang Xiaoqi's tone dripped with scorn. If they're calculating how to extract flesh money from prostitutes, why bother erecting memorial arches? Hypocrisy taken to its extreme. That may be so, Jianais conceded, but the Senate now has a large operation and increased expenses. Looking to open revenue streams everywhere is understandable. Wang Qi shot his wife a pointed look to forestall further commentary, then said, "This matter is complicated. Let's discuss it more thoroughly later." End of chapter. Chapter 1974. The Secret of Finance. Wang Qi's remark signaled they shouldn't pursue the flower donation issue tonight. Jianais had participated in the customs industry rectification meetings and understood the Byzantine complexity of Guangzhou's sex trade. Discussing it without detailed investigation would be mere empty talk. He nodded agreement. Did you notice something troubling today? Wang Qi was replaying the meeting in his mind, concerned about the other transmigrators' performance. What? I said it during the meeting. Too many people are treating themselves as Guangzhou municipal government officials first and foremost. That can't be helped. Jianais was more sanguine about it. Unlike the Wang couple, who were only responsible for specific operations, he had to coordinate across multiple domains. It gave him a broader perspective. If we want to accomplish anything in Guangzhou, we need Liu Xiang's support, and police, commerce, propaganda cooperation. Though we nominally hang the same plaque as the General Bureau, specific matters still flow through the Guangzhou Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau. We can't bypass Liu Xiang's authority, nor can we afford direct confrontation. Did you forget why our Finance and Tax Bureau's authorization specifies directly subordinate to Central Administration Council? Wang Qi tapped his teacup lightly, speaking slowly. Our system isn't like the old timeline where each locality belongs to itself, managed hierarchically with superiors providing only business guidance. We operate under vertical leadership. The authority Ming Lang granted us, personnel organization, rests in our own hands. Our wages don't flow through Guangzhou finance. He paused. We are an independent system, correct? So the positioning the center gave us is checks and balances. AI Jixin had considered this problem long ago, but recent revenue pressures had pushed it from his mind. Now that Wang mentioned it, understanding crystallized immediately. Local governments operate horizontally. We DeLong and that Reserve Bank, which is still just a nameplate, operate vertically. Exactly. Together with DeLong, we maintain an iron grip on their funds. Local government fiscal accounts are managed by us. Without finance and tax bureau documentation, they can't touch money in the national treasury, nor can they access funds in their own local fiscal accounts. And since all money flows through the national treasury at DeLong, the provenance and destination of every copper coin remains visible to the center. Governments at all levels have authority to appoint personnel and establish institutions, so the center can only control them through fiscal leverage. Having served in grassroots departments, Wang understood precisely how malleable those functional departments supposedly, eating local finance, public security, procuratorate, court, culture, entertainment, education, and so forth, actually were to local government pressure. In some jurisdictions, people jokingly called the public security, procuratorate, and court the domestic servants of local government. If they dared resist local government instructions, they'd immediately face the predicament of fiscal strangulation. Funding cuts and land denials were common tactics. Some localities even resorted to cutting water and power directly to office buildings and staff quarters. Transmigrators were not saints. When seated in positions of local authority, they naturally developed partisan stances. So the Administration Council wanted to strangle local autonomy from the outset, eliminating all possibilities of factionalism. By building finance and taxation into an independent vertical system through the Finance and Tax Bureau, local functional departments, freed from fiscal anxiety, might not genuflect so readily to local government demands. Not only functional departments, this also circumvented much of the internal manipulation enabled by Finance Bureau subordination to local management in the old timeline. Internal controls for local governments and departments under Senate rule had been established early. From the founding of the Cheka to the separation of military administration and command systems, this consciousness permeated everything. Take the Finance and Tax Bureau itself. Since establishment, a single sum of tax had to pass through at least 4 stations internally: Tax Assessment Division, Hall Collection Post, Hall Accounting Post, and Agency Tax Accounting. Externally, tax funds were ultimately received by DeLong. This cross-post, cross-department restraint mechanism vastly increased the difficulty of systematic fraud. Internal controls and systemic checks and balances are the hallmark of modern government management, AI Jixin summarized. He suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. By the way, if the tax-sharing plan passes, we need to submit a report to Chief Cheng. Zhang Xiaoqi realized her husband and AI Jixin had overlooked a critical issue. The central treasury must be separated from the local treasury. Tax funds shared to the locality are still tax revenue and cannot be deployed directly as fiscal expenditure. You let this slip in the meeting. We should have DeLong open an additional municipal treasury account for Guangzhou City. Shared tax funds enter there first, then can only be allocated to Guangzhou City's fiscal account after we issue authorization. Sister Zhang, let me make sure I understand this. AI Jixin worked through the logic. Assume we collect 100 yuan in property tax with a 60-40 locality center sharing arrangement. After we remit the tax funds to DeLong, they deposit 40 yuan into the central treasury and 60 yuan into the Guangzhou municipal treasury. That money still can't be spent. Only when we issue an appropriation notice to DeLong can they allocate that 60 yuan to the Guangzhou fiscal account. Correct. Though not necessarily only to the Guangzhou fiscal account. What if Guangzhou has other extra budgetary expenditures? Don't forget the central direct enterprises and institutions. Then can Guangzhou receive extra budgetary income, like central transfer payments? Certainly. Regardless, we must insist that Treasury and Finance operate as two separate lines. Treasury is managed by DeLong, Finance is managed by us. Whether transfer payments flow through Treasury transfers or fiscal appropriations is decided by the Administration Council. I think Meng Xian and Liu Xiang will curse you to death when they find out. Ha ha ha. Guangzhou, Heiapan Street. The smooth stone pavement underfoot, the orderly shops lining the roadside, peddlers calling their wares, boats of all sizes crowding the river, it all gave Zheng Huan, who'd walked these streets countless times since childhood, the sensation of inhabiting another world. 1 year. Just 1 year. 12 months ago, he and his friends had loitered here eagerly awaiting new comic strips and Australian films, debating whether Guan Yu could really behead Hu Exing with warm wine still in hand. Then, seemingly in the blink of an eye, Guangzhou fell, Australians' established government, plague swept through, the Guan Dai Temple was cleared, civil service examinations were held. Until now. It felt as though he'd lived an entire lifetime compressed into this single year. Everything overturned. Among his circle of friends, Chen Shixin had gone to Lingao, reportedly studying painting under an actual Australian senator. Li Ziyu was rising rapidly through the police bureau, repeatedly earning merits and commendations, recently sent to Lingao for advanced training. Promotion upon return was virtually guaranteed. As for Zhang Yu, needless to say, a rising star in Guangzhou's commercial circle. Even figures like Gao Ju offered him an Australian-style handshake and polite pleasantries when they crossed paths. Only Zheng Huan himself had been drifting half a year ago, reading newspapers aloud to tea-house patrons and chattering about Australian affairs. Fortunately, Zheng Huan tugged the hem of his tax uniform to sharpen its lines. He unconsciously glanced at the number on his chest and the badge on his shoulder again. This uniform had been designed by Director AI in the Australian style. The near-black navy blue lent anyone wearing it an air of grave authority. Though it lacked a Sam Brown belt and peaked cap, it strongly resembled Li Ziyu's police uniform, but far crisper. The police uniform was cotton cloth. The Senatissue tax uniform represented a hybrid of the Zhongshan suit and the Type 7 police uniform based on old timeline tax service attire, omitting fussy ties and collar insignia. The left chest badge bore personnel number and tax emblem. Epaulets had been eliminated. Originally, AI Jixin had planned to use thin wool fabric for winter wear, but capitulated after vigorous lobbying from the Ministry of Light Industry and actual inspection of imported Dutch linen. Fortunately, compared to police or political security departments, finance and tax bureau personnel were relatively few and mostly engaged in clerical work with low garment attrition. AI Jixin's tax uniform could be considered the uniform closest to old timeline standards approved by Wu De. The fabric was crisp and durable. The cut of the tax bureau uniform was more refined than military and police attire, fitting better. Walking down the street conferred a majestic bearing. According to Vice Director Wang, this was because their finance and tax bureau, like Li Ziyu's police bureau, were both court hawks and hounds. If police are dogs that bite people, then we're hawks. Eyes must be sharp enough not to miss a millicent. Claws must be ruthless enough not to let go of a cent. Zheng Huan reflected that these Australians, using that new phrase from Lingao, had very strange mental circuits. Hawks and hounds was never a complimentary term, yet they applied it to themselves with such righteous self-satisfaction. This was probably the simple, robust authenticity Li Ziyu talked about. But speaking of which, whether hawk or hound, since donning this tax uniform, his spine had straightened, his stride carried wind, and even encountering old acquaintances on the road made him feel faintly condescending. Moreover, this outfit was vastly superior to Li Ziyu's shapeless, wrinkled police uniform, fabric crisp and substantial, cut precisely tailored. Zheng Huan accidentally found himself thinking again of those tax hall girls he'd met with a few days ago. Head up, chest out, abdomen in, stride open, arms straight. Zheng Huan withdrew his wandering thoughts, reciting the habits drilled by instructors with bamboo canes at the Guangzhou cadre training school, quickening his pace to catch up with his partner and team leader Huang Ping. Their final destination today was the Gao residence, home of Gao Ju, Australian Song's closest partner in Guangzhou. These tax administrators didn't patrol the streets daily like Li Ziyu's beat police. Finance and tax bureau regulations were strict. No field visits without assigned tasks. Typically, they collected and organized data files transferred from the hall and maintained records on taxpayers under their jurisdiction from the office. Vice Director Wang set exacting standards for this work. A random selection of taxpayer files was examined quarterly by non-jurisdiction tax administrators. If those readers couldn't grasp the basic management elements from the files alone, the work was deemed substandard. Not only did the work have to be redone, but the entire group's bonuses would be forfeit. After today's visit, barring unforeseen circumstances this week, they likely wouldn't leave the Finance and Tax Bureau again. And team leader Huang had received transfer orders to the Inspection Division starting next week. According to leader Huang, this visit would be his last as their supervisor. End of chapter. Chapter 1975. Self-Declaration. After months working together, Zheng Huan and this team leader of similar age had taken to calling each other brothers, a rarity in the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau. Compared to those people from Lingao, this batch of newly recruited civil servants obviously conversed more easily with retained old staff. Some had even been acquainted beforehand. As for those people, everyone said they were arrogant, acting like superior beings just because they joined the dragon a few years earlier, casually throwing around terms like hillbilly, backward, feudal remnant, keeping Senate on their lips at all times, as if they themselves hadn't been mud-legged peasants when the Senate first arrived in Lingao. But Huang Ping didn't carry these bad habits. Though this young brother had come from Fangxiadi schools and was considered a root-red, seedling upright, disciple of the Son of Heaven, in the Senate's naturalized citizen cadre system, he was comfortable to deal with. He didn't have that habit of taking pride in rudeness like some uncouth naturalized citizen cadres. Zheng Huan had heard several times that Huang Ping could even quote passages from the 4 books and 5 classics, and his brush calligraphy was quite beautiful. Obviously not from a destitute background, probably a fallen young master. Lost in these thoughts, the 3 arrived at the Gao residence gate. Since they'd scheduled this visit last time, as soon as the 3 uniformed figures appeared, one of the 2 doorkeepers hurried inside to report while the other ushered them in. Master Gao had instructed the gatekeepers, whether he was home or not, whenever Australian cadres arrived, welcome them first, then report, to avoid slighting the Australians. Senators are one thing, but the cadres beneath them are mostly from destitute backgrounds, Gaoju had secretly instructed his stewards and advisors. Now that they've latched onto the Dragon and Phoenix, they inevitably carry the airs of poor boys suddenly grown rich, harboring resentment against us. Be extraordinarily careful in your dealings. Don't slight them. The rule was set for precisely this reason. The 3 didn't stand on ceremony. After displaying credentials and task orders according to protocol, they passed through the gate and turned toward the side courtyard with practiced familiarity. It wasn't Zheng Huan's first visit to the Gao residence. He still remembered his initial entry. Where had he ever seen such a genuinely wealthy household? His eyes had gone wide. He'd thought if not for this uniform, forget sitting properly and waiting for tea, this young master of an incense shop would probably have been beaten out the door with cudgels. Advisor Su was waiting at the small courtyard gate, face wreathed in smiles. After brief pleasantries, he led them to the reception room. This courtyard had been specifically allocated by the Gao family for dealings with various Australian Song government offices. The main room was a genuine reception room. A square plaque with white background and black characters was mounted on the lintel of the antique chamber, reading "Reception Room" in bold song typeface. The interior had also been refitted in Australian style. Carved wooden screens had been removed and replaced with floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Various purple light pavilion-style tea tables and sofas furnished the space. Imitating the Australian custom of receiving guests, a large screen stood behind the host and guest of honor sofas. The screen's pattern had been specially commissioned. Guangzhou had engaged master craftsmen to recreate the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Sacred ship at sunrise, image purchased from Lingao using mother-of-pearl inlay lacquer work. Truly magnificent. The room also featured many green plants in the Australian style. Cycads, previously dismissed as coarse and ungainly, had become the Gao family's new favorites, flanking both sides of the steps beneath the main room eaves. In Zheng Huan's assessment, this reception room surpassed even the offices and reception halls of senator-directors. Wealthy families were indeed different. Even their sycophancy was superior to that of common citizens. Advisor Su apologized at the threshold, explaining that Master Gao and Steward Yan were out meeting guests and conducting business and couldn't get away. He would stand in for now. If they had any instructions, they should simply state them. Wang Ping patiently reiterated the finance and tax bureau regulations regarding tax management home visits. Except for special circumstances, financial supervisors should handle reception. Listening from the side, Zheng Huan truly felt team leader Huang possessed remarkable temperament. They'd visited the Gao household repeatedly. Every single time Steward Yan was absent, this advisor Su would deliver the same speech, wasting everyone's breath. Conversely, after hearing team leader Huang's explanation once, Steward Yan had never raised these matters again. Setting that aside, this advisor Su was quite astute. While the rest of Guangzhou still wielded brush pens, he'd been the first advisor to learn using a dip pen for writing simplified characters and Arabic numerals. Now, he walked ahead holding a sacred ship brand notebook with a fountain pen clipped inside. If not for the long gown and topknot, he'd be indistinguishable from cadres awaiting meetings at the Finance and Tax Bureau. Seated with tea served, Huang Ping dispensed with excessive small talk and proceeded directly to business. Two principal items today. First, reclarifying advisor Su's identity as financial person in charge. Second, conducting pre-training for self-declaration procedures. The so-called financial person in charge was simply the tax reporting accountant of the old timeline. But considering the generally poor educational quality of accountants in this era, and the planned promotion of debit-credit double-entry bookkeeping in the next phase, Zhang Xiaoqi had proposed a tone that made everyone nauseous. Leaders grasp key points, leaders emphasize execution, leaders handle matters directly. She felt that people capable of occupying the top accounting position in these large households were exceptional in both intelligence and emotional acuity. It would be far easier to make them understand how tax was calculated and collected. After all, taxation wasn't esoteric technology. There was no unbridgeable cognitive gap. As for self-declaration, limited by the Finance and Tax Bureau's own capacity and taxpayers' capabilities, only 15 households were selected for the first batch after comprehensive consideration. Though Zhang Xiaoqi had obtained support from Cheng Dong, Li Mei, and Si Kaid for comprehensive accounting system, reform across industrial and commercial enterprises, this support remained purely theoretical. The Commerce and Finance departments had issued several documents clarifying the spirit, but offered no concrete implementation measures. Zhang Xiaoqi's original plan to transfer personnel from the Fangxiadi accounting vocational class to conduct several comprehensive centralized training sessions for Guangzhou taxpayer households had also been rejected by Cheng Dong as premature. After final negotiations, the Finance and Tax Bureau determined the fundamental principle of grasp the large, control the medium, fix the small. They'd borrow a few accountants from Liang to conduct relevant training for large taxpayers first. Currently, the first batch of 15 households constituted the large, grasp the large. The baseline Zhang Xiaoqi set was establishing tax-related subject ledgers separately according to debentry bookkeeping principles, and if feasible, attempting to promote debit-credit debentry bookkeeping based on accrual accounting among some taxpayers with high accounting literacy. This news of taxpayer self-declaration struck large households like a thunderbolt. In the past, even those with connections reaching the heavens or even palace connections, relying on personal relationships and rule-abiding filial piety to pay reduced taxes or none at all. Ultimately, the amount to pay had been determined by the government. Now, declaring tax liability oneself. This was truly unprecedented since antiquity. As word spread, many claiming insider knowledge said this was merely changing the soup, but not the medicine, the great Song New Court being lenient towards sensible large households in a different guise. Advisor Su wasn't such a fool. On Declaration Day, the woman behind the high counter with a peach blossom face had uttered the 4 words tax according to law lightly. But whether he, Steward Yan, or even Master Gao understood acutely that behind the Australians, according to law, lay merciless killing means. The forced demolitions and excavations tearing up streets when they first entered Guangzhou, later the witchcraft case and the clearing of Guangdai Temple, and the legends of gentry hanged in batches like dogs in the countryside, all were according to law. Whoever didn't abide by their law would lose wealth at best, life at worst. This self-declaration sounded pleasant, but it was merely a test of honesty, of whether you were of one heart with the Australians. Presently he listened with utmost seriousness to Huang Ping's straightforward explanation, then took the account book to examine carefully. "Comrade Huang," Advisor Su spoke after a prolonged silence, "and Comrade Zheng. This entry method you mentioned, I've never encountered it before. Every transaction requires 2 entries. Yes, this is called debentry bookkeeping." Huang Ping recalled how Zhang Xiaoqi had forced them as students to accept such a redundant bookkeeping method in Lingao. Take the tax you paid several days ago. Previously, you take the tax receipt back, record a running account entry, then record an expenditure, and that was it. Now you must record a debit here to clear the tax payable. Huang Ping tapped the tax payable account in the ledger, then picked up another ledger labeled cash. Record the same sum here under credit, deducting the tax funds from your available money. So 1 debit, 1 credit, debit equals credit. Exactly. This is the Australians' Dragon Gate ledger, isn't it? Advisor Su seemed to experience sudden revelation and slapped his thigh forcefully. Dragon Gate ledger, Huang Ping scratched his head. All his accounting knowledge derived from the abbreviated 2-year crash course in the finance and tax class. Beyond grasping simple Australian accounting, he could only comprehend that merchants currently still employed the 4 pillars balancing method from the Song dynasty. Some merchants were worse off, using mere running accounts, and a considerable portion of merchants didn't maintain account books at all. Zhang Xiaoqi, that half-trained expert, naturally wouldn't discuss the evolution of traditional Chinese accounting systems with them. Saying too much would require submission to the Truth Office for review. Better to directly instill the Australian bookkeeping method. Team leader Huang, this Dragon Gate ledger spread from Old Zai's region, Zheng Huan chimed in. There were Shanxi people among their colleagues. For some reason, directors AI and Wang joked that one was a fellow villager of Old Zai. Now everyone in the Finance and Tax Bureau knew Shanxi was nicknamed Old Zai by Australians, just as Shanghai County was called Magic City. Though Zheng Huan's family incense shop operated on a small scale with thin capital, this didn't prevent him from catching some business circle news. Seeing someone understood, Advisor Su became more animated, eager to display his knowledge before these Australian cadres. Truth be told, this Dragon Gate ledger hadn't spread to Guangdong long ago, and few shops employed it, but it indeed possessed marvelous qualities. Among those who could wield it skillfully, Advisor Su was confident that even if not first in the city, he was certainly second. End of chapter. Chapter 1976 doubts. This Dragon Gate ledger works as follows. Whenever a transaction occurs, enter 4 items. Jin enter, Jiao pay, Kun store, Gai o. Simply put, Jin is income, Jiao is expenditure. Kun represents assets, Gai represents debt. Jin minus Jiao, Kun minus Gai. If Jin minus Jiao equals Kun minus Gai, it produces Mo. Since the Western Han, China maintained the tradition of recording outflows in red, inflows in ink, hence Mo. This represents profit. Calculating profit and loss on 2 parallel lines that balance is called closing the Dragon Gate. Having delivered this explanation, Advisor Su was quite proud. With his cultivation, he'd already grasped the core essence of this Australian bookkeeping method from Huang Ping's earlier explanation. The so-called double entry was merely recording one transaction twice. That equation business wasn't terribly different from checking account balances when closing the Dragon Gate. He stroked his beard lightly, regarding the 2 youngsters before him with a satisfied expression. This team leader Huang acted quite Australian, but looking closely, he was probably from servant background and hadn't studied classics. This new comrade Zheng, however, carried the bearing of a scholar in his movements. Hearing he was a newly recruited civil servant in Guangzhou, a scholar shaving his hair and changing clothes to serve as a clerk for Australians. Though future rapid advancement was inevitable, it still represented strange attire and loss of dignity. So it seems, since Advisor Su understands these accounts, implementing them shouldn't prove too difficult. Huang Ping interrupted Advisor Su's wandering thoughts. Reading through them slowly should pose no problem. Advisor Su didn't demur. But actually maintaining the accounts, I fear I'll need more time to study. At my age, sometimes even when I understand conceptually, I can't make the turn when it comes to writing. Please show forbearance. Of course, Huang Ping nodded. Because everyone is employing the new bookkeeping method for the first time, we're providing a buffer period of approximately 3 months. During this interval, we'll conduct spot checks at any time. If errors are discovered, they can be rectified immediately without penalty. That shows great consideration. Advisor Su cupped his hands in thanks. One more matter. How is your corporatization restructuring progressing? This was among the key initiatives promoted by the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau, adhering to Finance Department directives. Traditional industrial and commercial enterprises often failed to separate family from enterprise. Even overseas merchants like Guangzhou were no exception. Operating and household consumption funds were commingled. Tax work found it nearly impossible to verify specific capital, operating costs and profits, and thus couldn't achieve scientific and precise taxation. Even economic census work was difficult to conduct. Master Gao has already issued instructions on this matter. The accounting office is handling it. Advisor Su responded with measured composure. Truthfully, Master Gao maintains numerous shops and properties under his name, plus equity participations externally. The situation is extraordinarily complex. Clarifying everything item by item genuinely cannot be rushed. Please be understanding. The response was watertight. Corporatization restructuring was indeed highly complex, especially for large industrial and commercial households like the Gao family. The Finance and Tax Bureau had accordingly provided a fairly generous restructuring timeline. Huang Ping's reminder was merely a form of continuous policy pressure, to prevent large households from dismissing this as a temporary gust of wind that would blow over. Departing the Gao family compound, noon was approaching. Both their stomachs were growling. Advisor Su didn't invite them to stay for a meal. Everyone understood the Australian regulations, and even if he had, they wouldn't have dared accept. Zheng Huan said, "Team leader Huang, allow me to treat you to a meal. Consider it celebrating your promotion." "Isn't that inappropriate?" Huang Ping hesitated. "Besides, I'm merely transferring positions. How can it be called promotion?" He, don't be modest. Zheng Huan usually addressed him as brother. Now he deliberately strengthened the relationship. Just come to my family's tea house. Eat a few plates of dim sum to satisfy your hunger. My family's tea house dim sum enjoys some modest fame in the neighborhood. Huang Ping wavered but perceived nothing truly improper. They received meal allowances for field work. At worst he'd pay afterward. He'd long heard that Guangdong tea and dim sum were unparalleled on earth, but having been stationed in Guangzhou for some time, beyond the cafeteria, he genuinely hadn't sampled any authentic Guangdong tea or dim sum. He nodded. All right, then I'll impose upon your hospitality. Spring in Guangzhou during the Little Ice Age was remarkably pleasant. The first collection period of the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau concluded smoothly. Zhang Xiaoqi fulfilled her earlier promise and applied for 2 days' leave for the girls in the tax collection hall, allowing these young women who'd been spinning continuously inside the Finance and Tax Bureau compound like prisoners under house arrest, since arriving in Guangzhou to relax properly. Naturally, she didn't forget to grant herself a day off. Truth be told, she really hadn't toured Guangzhou properly. Since the plague's end, after vigorous rectification by Liu Xiang and the Guangzhou Police Bureau, public health conditions had improved substantially. After large numbers of illegal lenta shops were demolished, the originally intestine-congested main thoroughfares became far more navigable. Though ditch clearing and canal dredging projects hadn't fully concluded, the overall city appearance had improved dramatically. At minimum, it was no longer the reeking garbage heap when Daisy had described. Still, compared to the ancient city sets at Hengdian World Studios, this Guangzhou remained somewhat dilapidated. If anything attracted Zhang Xiaoqi to tour, it was nothing more than the authentic 17th-century local customs. After several public security rectifications, the safety index within Guangzhou's city walls had risen to blue zone standards. Senators carrying weapons in this area didn't require security escorts, but for prudence, the Municipal Police Bureau had still assigned 2 plainclothes guards from General Affairs Section 10 to follow and protect from a distance. Zhang Xiaoqi was too lazy to carry a pistol, so she gladly accepted the guards. After all, the recently disclosed witchcraft case had left her, as a mother, jittery for a spell. She'd even specifically inquired about placement arrangements for rescued women and children. She didn't want her 2 darlings encountering any risk. Zhang Xiaoqi led Nianian and Guogu down the street. Today she hadn't troubled the old Liu couple, but had brought Nan Wanner along instead. Compared to Aunt Liu, who was perpetually submissive and addressed her as Madam in every sentence, Zhang Xiaoqi found conversation with Nan Wanner far more comfortable. Sometimes she wondered whether modern people's adolescence was extended, or ancient people simply matured earlier. Beyond a few centuries' cognitive gap, she connected with this girl more than 10 years her junior on many subjects. Anti-hug, anti-hug. Nianian grew upset seeing Zhang Xiaoqi pick up Guogu, tugging Nan Wanner's sleeve and refusing to let go. Kiss sister first, then I'll hug you. Such a good girl. Nan Wanner picked up Nianian and said to Zhang Xiaoqi, Sister, you were absolutely right. Small children compete too. Look, Nianian gets unhappy the moment you pick up Guogu. Though Zhang Xiaoqi habitually asked her to use sister, Nan Wanner never dared address herself as little sister, employing the older sister identity even in front of the children. This wasn't some fashionable concern about fearing age, but genuine reluctance to appear overly favored. Nan Wanner had grown up amid a household of women and understood acutely that gaining a superior's favor, for someone without foundation, was simultaneously blessing and disaster's root. Honor and disgrace often pivoted on the superior's whim. Chief Zhang was inexplicably kind to her, but she couldn't divine this sister's intentions at all. She'd initially assumed Zhang Xiaoqi intended for her to become Chief Wang's life secretary, taking a concubine for her husband. This would count as the wifely virtue expected from the mistress of a large household. Moreover, Senator Zhang had only 3 daughters, fully meeting the no-son criterion for concubine taking. Becoming a life secretary for Chief Wang, she wasn't unwilling. Nan Wanner understood her status very clearly. She'd been a servant since childhood. Even among disciples there were hierarchies. Chief Wang himself was a good person. Most remarkably, the principal wife Chief Zhang favored her. As long as she knew her place, living peacefully would pose no difficulty. But subsequent developments suggested otherwise. She observed that Chief Zhang liked her immensely, even barging into Chief I's quarters to retrieve her, obviously worried Chief Ai would make advances. Yet having extracted her, Zhang Xiaoqi didn't permit Chief Wang any opportunity for private meetings, seemingly guarding against something. This bewildered Nan Wanner. In her estimation, this causeless favor was more frightening and uncomfortable than Chief Du's various theoretical indoctrination sessions back then, but she dared not reveal this at all. Isn't that the truth? If not for genuinely loving children, raising Kinking alone would suffice. Just one child. Would Chief Wang be willing? Your brother-in-law, what would he have to object to? The belly is mine. Naturally, I have the final say. But Kinking is a girl after all. Nan Wanner reflected that Chief Zhang's family was genuinely peculiar. Having 3 daughters, the father showed no anxiety whatsoever and spoke with evident pride. She couldn't comprehend it. Didn't daughters ultimately belong to their husbands' families after marriage? Wouldn't the 2 chiefs have no one to escort them in death or tend their graves after passing? What's wrong with girls? Honestly, Chief Du hasn't educated you sufficiently, haha. Look, do you lack food, clothing, or money now? Wearing that uniform, who dares look down on you? Aren't you better off than those men? Zhang Xiaoqi jerked her chin toward a waiter scurrying about in a roadside shop. In Usurper Ming, women couldn't eat or dress without relying on men. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. That was that. Now it's Australian song. We women have jobs and income. Why must we eagerly marry someone and treat ourselves as sold into another family? In my view, childbirth is so arduous, children should take our women's surnames. But then wouldn't that make the husband a matrilocal son-in-law? What matrilocal nonsense! Guo is surnamed Wang, Nianian is surnamed Zhang. Did your Chief Wang marry matrilocally into our Zhang family? In Australia, it's perfectly normal for children in one family to take either father's or mother's surname. Is this truly so? Nan Wanner stared at Zhang Xiaoqi in disbelief. She knew something of the couple's relationship dynamics and had always assumed Chief Wang merely feared his wife. But surrendering even the children's surnames, though they were girls, they remained Wang family daughters nonetheless. Wouldn't Chief Wang's ancestors die of outrage knowing this? Yet recalling her own assigned identity as sister and brother-in-law, Nan Wanner felt reassured again. End of chapter. Chapter 1977, Veggie Pancake, 2 skins. She didn't quite grasp what the Senate truly represented. When she'd first arrived in Lingao, people frequently mentioned Chairman Wen. She'd assumed that was probably the Emperor of the Australians. But later she'd heard the Australians were descendants of the Great Song, and she knew about Song descendants. They'd be surnamed Zhao. So Chairman Wen definitely wasn't the emperor. Later, during late-night dormitory conversations at the training class, she'd heard classmates say this chairman position rotated. Any senator could occupy it, regardless of gender. Viewed in this light, if Chief Zhang bestowed her surname Zhang on a child, Chief Wang naturally wouldn't dare oppose it unto death. Nan Wanner suddenly felt she'd gained another layer of understanding regarding the Senate. Zhang Xiaoqi, however, possessed no such sophisticated political comprehension. In the old timeline, she and her husband had agreed the second child would take the surname Zhang. Unexpectedly, after transmigrating, she'd conceived twins. Amid the joy, the couple decided both children would be surnamed Zhang as previously agreed. But when registering the children's household status at that College of Arms, Director Zhao had tactfully and diplomatically offered suggestions. Because Wang Muking was a minor senator born in the old timeline who'd brought her own seat, the couple still commanded 2 hereditary seats to transmit. Considering the social realities of this timeline, it would be more appropriate for the 2 children to inherit 1 seat each, one surnamed Zhang, one surnamed Wang. That child naming involved political implications had been entirely unexpected for the Wang Qi couple. After consulting several close friends in Chengdong, the high-level leader closest to the core, they decided to follow Director Xiao's arrangement. The 2 children would take the surnames of the 2 parents respectively. There's nothing fake about this. I told Chief Ma and Chief Jai before, and they also confirmed the marriage law explicitly states children can take either father's or mother's surname. It's not some immutable principle. Zhang Xiaoqi set down the child in her arms. "Nyanyan, you get down and walk too. You've exhausted your ante. If you ask me, Wanner, that Miss Dong mentioned by Chief Zhang lives very lucidly, possessing her own ideas and objectives. You served your master and fellow disciples in the first half of life, and you'll serve a husband, in-laws, and children after marrying in the second half. What's the meaning of such an existence? We didn't take the wrong turn, did we? No, sister, turning left ahead is the Dong family shop." Nan Wanner didn't dare respond to such statements. In her assessment, whatever wild talk Senator Zhang uttered didn't matter. She was a senator. But Nan Wanner herself absolutely shouldn't blindly echo such sentiments. If matters turned serious, people like her would be first to suffer. When Zhang Xiaoqi and her party of 4 leisurely strolled to the Dong family shop, a queue had already formed before the pancake stall outside. The crowded flow of humanity, the small stall steaming with heat, the fragrant scent of scorched flour assailing her nostrils, the somewhat dilapidated eaves, and the surrounding clamor, all transported her back to the breakfast spot beneath her old timeline apartment. Acting on impulse, she pulled Nan Wanner to join the end of the line. "Sister, there's space inside. I heard we can sit and order directly. It's the same. Those queuing are buying and leaving." Nan Wanner had done her homework with colleagues who'd arrived in Guangzhou earlier. "It's fine, it's fine. What I want is precisely this sensation. I used to queue far longer than this for a few skewers. How about you take Nyanyan and the others to find seats and I'll queue? They definitely won't go. Let me stay with you." Nan Wanner sometimes genuinely couldn't fathom these chiefs' style. Call them formidable. They were truly formidable. Legend had it when they first arrived in Lingao, the county organized troops to attack. These chiefs, men and women, old and young, had all killed people, yet managed a poor, remote county to perfection, genuinely capable of pacifying the realm with pen and sword alike. Yet ordinarily, they appeared as though they'd never been masters at all, preferring to handle matters personally, and even mingling with common people regularly. This sister of hers administered all the finances in Hainan and Guangdong, yet forget traveling with retinues of maids and servants. She barely sat in a sedan chair a handful of times. Regarding food alone, Nan Wanner recalled when serving masters on the mountain, there'd always been several exquisite small dishes on ordinary days. If the household had money or one was a favorite, it grew even more particular. Unlike Zhang Xiaoqi, who since Lingao delighted in drilling into various ramshackle small shops or even seeking food at roadside stalls. Several times, she'd found herself surrounded by bare-chested men, not daring to even raise her head. But for Zhang Xiaoqi, this was her favorite method of foraging, just as in the old timeline. Of course, after quarreling with her husband multiple times, and being intimidated by Minister Shi and others with various illustrated hygiene explanations, she'd reluctantly narrowed her foraging radius considerably. After all, the concept of food hygiene couldn't be established in the masses' consciousness within 3 or 5 years. Losing one's life over a mouthful of food remained exceedingly easy. Zhang Xiaoqi appraised this unremarkable shop. This Dong mother and daughter were genuinely capable. In Zhang Xiaoqi's assessment, the Dong family shop's popularity stemmed primarily from accumulating the collective achievements of various old timeline gossip tropes. First, Miss Dong operated alone, an unmarried maiden managing a shop independently. This was unprecedented. Excluding Australian establishments, how many such cases existed in all the great Ming? Note that even when Zhou Wenjun sold wine, she'd had Sima Xiangru accompanying her. Second, Miss Dong's wastrel father was a prefect. Regardless of circumstances, opening a shop for commerce bearing the title prefect's daughter, anyone would want to come observe. Moreover, this Dong mother and daughter had not only survived completely after bandits breached the city and invaded their home, but had even reclaimed their movable property. What were bandits? This wasn't plucking food from a cat's dish. This was seizing food from a tiger's jaws. This mother and daughter likely maintained quite entangled connections with Chief Wen Dao, who commanded absolute authority in Guangzhou. Finally, rumor had it this Miss Dong wasn't being tranquil, making eyes at that patrolman Li Ziyu. And Li Ziyu's father had been an officer in the usurper Ming army. How would Chief Wen Dao react knowing his forbidden meat was coveted by others? These gossip-compounded rumors, if circulated before the Senate entered the city, would have sufficed to drive the Dong mother and daughter to suicide. But now Guangzhou had changed skies. Female bandits wearing skirts exposing legs ran everywhere. This morsel of gossip carried no lethal force. However, Zhang Xiaoqi had come to the Dong family shop today without the slightest gossip motivation. As a foodie from Shandong during these recent days in Lingao, she desperately missed the heavy oil and salt flavors of the past. Having finally discovered a shop with Shandong character in Guangzhou, and hearing that Shandong naturalized citizens and other senators evaluated the taste as acceptable, how could she not visit? Besides, Zhang Shangji had mentioned long ago how distinctive this new timeline, Miss Dong, was, enjoying some fame even within senator circles. Especially knowing she was actually named Dong Mingdang, the sophomoric amusement of certain male senators obviously soared. Zhang Xiaoqi and Nan Wanner queuing at the line's end caused slight commotion. The two followed regulations by not wearing finance and tax bureau uniforms, instead donning the most ordinary naturalized citizen cadre attire. But their two figures, obviously taller and fuller than others, still attracted numerous gazes. Especially the two porcelain doll-like twin girls obediently queuing behind their mother proved even more conspicuous. Fortunately, Australian Song had administered Guangzhou for nearly a year. Guangzhou citizens, particularly the naturalized citizens queuing here, already possessed basic rule comprehension. At most they turned heads to glance several times without causing trouble. Dong Xiang accepted the brush Lanner handed him and nimbly swept the entire griddle surface. This had been specifically instructed by Miss Dong, who'd said Australian Song regulations stipulated anything entering mouths must be clean. Special hygiene police patrolled the streets conducting inspections. Due to the plague, Guangzhou had actually advanced beyond Lingao in public health management. When the water on the griddle dried slightly, Dong Xiang scooped with a ladle in his left hand into the multigrain batter, pouring it evenly onto the griddle counterclockwise, while grasping a thin bamboo spreader in his right hand to distribute the batter uniformly. As soon as the pancake formed, he brushed on sauce, spread the shredded vegetables Lanner had properly mixed and cut from the vegetable basin atop it, and pressed lightly with the spreader to heat. This is a veggie pancake. You know how to make these too. Dong Xiang was just about to lift the pancake for folding when the person standing opposite suddenly spoke. He glanced up at this woman. She appeared approximately his height, with large but deep-set eyes like foreigners. No matter how he examined her, she didn't resemble a local woman. Could she be a chief? Customer, you truly possess excellent discernment. This is the veggie pancake from my Mrs. Hometown. Compared to the honest, dull Dong Xiang, Lanner, who'd served people since childhood, was considerably sharper. Though she hadn't determined this woman with children's background, she could still discern from bearing and speech that she wasn't ordinary. Oh, I thought you only made pancake rolls. Zhang Xiaoqi's eyes gleamed. Her eldest daughter hadn't mentioned veggie pancakes being available here when departing. It seemed this Miss Dong possessed a remarkably open mind. "We only began this month," Miss said. "Since this contains many vegetables, those with small appetites can treat it as a complete meal. Madam, how many skins do you want? Add eggs." 2 skins, 1 egg. Zhang Zhaoqi knew the drill. Examining the large porcelain plate heaped with various shredded vegetables, she regretfully noted the vegetable varieties in this timeline remained limited. Especially the most critical vegetable for her veggie pancakes, potato, was absent. Potatoes were currently only cultivated on Jeju Island. Beyond Jeju Island, even reaching Hainan qualified as Senate Special Supply. As for another vegetable Zhang Zhaoqi considered essential, carrot, it too was missing here. Meats exceeded those at old timeline pancake stalls. Naturally, items like ham sausage didn't exist, but essential braised pig head meat was plentiful, along with various braised organ meats. One could see they'd employed considerable ingenuity. She ordered 3 or 4 vegetable types, declined meat, and instructed add extra chili sauce, prompting sidelong glances from surrounding customers. Chili itself hadn't been introduced to the Great Ming for long, and regions cultivating and consuming it weren't numerous. As for Guangzhou's chili sauce, it had been introduced single-handedly by Australians. Ordinary people hadn't yet acclimated to it, much less requested extra. End of chapter. Chapter 1978, Expanding Production. The taste is still lacking something. Zhang Zhaoqi sat in the shop hall chewing the pancake made under her personal guidance, sensing something absent in her mouth. The missing potato shreds and carrots were problems, certainly, but it seemed there was still some quality difference compared to the veggie pancake in her memory. Watching Nan Wanner order a second portion, she still hadn't identified precisely what was missing. Chili not spicy enough. Cumin too sparse. Neither seemed the critical factor. Meanwhile, as soon as they'd entered the dining room, Dong Mingding managing behind the counter had spotted them. Miss Dong and Liu Xiang's life secretary Guo Zier were close friends. With daily exposure and the distinctive bearing and physique of senators, she'd recognized at a glance that the woman with 2 children was a genuine Australian. Naturally seizing the opportunity of delivering pancakes to cultivate relations, she'd immediately served 2 bowls of thin porridge. Zhang Zhaoqi observed this thin porridge wasn't the locally common congee boiled with peanut oil until rice grains bloomed into snow-white thickness, but porridge so thin one could scarcely discern individual rice grains. Stirring with a spoon revealed a mix of rice and millet, precisely the porridge consumed with pancakes at home in early years. She felt great warmth in her heart. "Greetings, Chief. I wonder if the pancake suits the Chief's taste." The girl before Zhang Zhaoqi executed a light curtsy with grace. She appeared approximately Nan Wanner's age. Over the common skirt and jacket, she wore a blue and white sleeveless long vest. At a glance, one recognized it as a modified version produced by Huaxia Society, conveying an indescribable sense of incongruity. "Quite good. Are you Dong Mingdang? It is this slave." "Not busy at present. Guo, go sit beside Auntie. I heard about you, Miss Dong, before arriving in Guangzhou. Heard you're a capable woman." "I dare not. Those are exaggerated praises from outside." Dong Mingdang lowered her head. "This slave opening this shop stems from necessity. First, to support my mother. Second, to respond to the Senate's proposition of self-reliance, production for self-salvation." Zhang Zhaoqi felt mildly surprised. She'd originally imagined this Miss Dong as the sort of pungent, capable street shop proprietress she'd frequently encountered in the past. Unexpectedly, she not only maintained the full airs of a great miss, but also spoke with logic. Especially this phrase, self-reliance, production for self-salvation. Though one of the slogans painted throughout the streets, local people didn't take it seriously. They merely glanced and passed by. Yet this woman had memorized it clearly and deployed it appropriately. "This is our Finance and Tax Bureau's Chief Zhang." Nan Wanner stood, pulling Guo over and made introductions. "Come, sit and chat." This slave can simply stand to reply. Dong Mingding's attitude was respectful yet graceful, entirely the bearing of a great family. Zhang Zioki formed a very favorable impression of her. Come sit. Don't be ceremonious. I'm unaccustomed to you standing while conversing. The statement carried weight. Dong Mingding immediately apologized for presumption and pulled a stool to sit diagonally opposite. Indeed, a lady from an illustrious household, appearance and conduct were genuinely distinctive. Zhang Zioki silently praised, involuntarily comparing Nan Wanner with her. Indeed, a considerable gap existed. You comprehend the Senate's policies quite well. I dare not claim comprehension. Since this slave exists under Great Song rule, naturally I must understand Great Song principles. Zhang Zioki nodded with a smile. She harbored no interest in these principles of Senate and Great Song. At night she'd tease Vice Director Wang about them after lights out. But for the other party to quote these formulas fluently wasn't bad. This capacity to grasp new concepts far exceeded Nan Wanner's. Examining this young woman up and down, she appeared under 20, yet her expression was seasoned, exuding a shrewd, capable aura throughout, which Zhang Zioki found mildly distasteful. However, for a young girl to sustain such an establishment, even if secretly supported by a legendary senator, remained no easy accomplishment. Truly, without some audacity, one dares not open a dye shop. Zhang Zioki's gossip instinct stirred, so she mentioned intentionally or otherwise, "This sleeveless vest you're wearing is a new release from Lingao." "Yes, I heard it's a new style from the cooperative." The three women gossiped briefly about the improved hanfu appearing on the market recently. Unfortunately, Zhang Zioki never discovered where Miss Dong had obtained this outfit, undoubtedly gifted by someone, as purchasing such clothing locally was impossible. No matter how she insinuated, Dong Mingding invariably deflected with a modest smile. Zhang Zioki felt mildly disappointed. She turned to survey the shop. The small establishment was clean and orderly, evidencing considerable effort. However, though the Dong family shop enjoyed high popularity, the foot traffic concentrated entirely at the outside stall. Inside the dining room, seats were never full. Of the 10-odd tables, 3 or 4 invariably stood empty. There aren't many people dining inside. Thanks to Chief Liu and other chiefs' patronage, this slave's small shop can exist peacefully until now. We orphans and widow don't pursue wealth flooding in, merely rely on this for sustenance. Sister, you probably don't harbor just this meager ambition. Chief Zheng said you aren't such a person. Chief mocks me. The only staff here are Lanner and her husband Dong Xiang. Moreover, we master and servants are all amateurs. Having this small operation to work on now already brings contentment. Fewer people dining inside means I alone can attend the shop. You plan to guard a stall and muddle through. Zhang Zioki sensed she wasn't such a person. This shop commands very high reputation in Guangzhou presently. It's wasteful not to leverage it properly. Add some varieties, sell some prepared dishes, wine, and meat. This slave's shop, frankly speaking, operates on capital barely covering the instep, Dong Mingding said. Chief, don't laugh. Since Chief Liu constructed the vegetable wholesale market, vegetable prices dropped several wen per jin. This slave feels conducting this business is considerably more relaxed. As for preparing substantial dishes, that's something I dare not even contemplate. Zhang Zioki knew this matter. Suppressing the Guan Dai Temple gang, constructing a wholesale market, shattering the previous violent monopoly on vegetable distribution. Not only had vegetable supply from the 4 countrysides grown substantially smoother, but it also facilitated circulation tax collection. It was a governance measure Grand Magistrate Liu took considerable pride in. However, Miss Dong stating this essentially meant her own capital was modest and couldn't sustain larger enterprises. Zhang Zioki surveyed the food sold in the shop. Meat beyond pighead consisted of various organ meats. Obviously, they couldn't afford producing premium dishes here. Small capital business also possesses numerous methods, Zhang Zioki said. Look at those purchasing pancakes. Notice anything? Many cadres? No. Many young people? Also no. You haven't realized there are many women. Let me enlighten you. These items you produce are snacks. Even after several hundred years, women remain more inclined to consume these things. Men prefer securing a table and drinking some light wine. Have you observed groups of grown men huddling head-to-head gnawing veggie pancakes and chatting? What chief says is accurate. Dong Mingding smiled faintly. Indeed, among naturalized citizens purchasing pancakes, women constituted the majority. However, the chief only observed conditions during this mealtime. She'd personally studied the customer base. Ordinarily, men remained the majority, mostly laborers eating a veggie pancake that cost little but satisfied cravings. But since this female chief addressed her earnestly, she naturally couldn't refute. So chief means directing this slave to add personnel and stalls, increase variety, and pursue more men's business. Approximately. Beyond Lanner's couple, recruit 2 additional female workers to continue producing pancake rolls. The critical point is you must modify this counter, collect payment and issue tokens uniformly at the counter. After they finish preparation, customers collect food by token. Incidentally, can you make sandwiches, Jiabing? What about teppanyaki? And malatang and oden guandangju? These are simpler, requiring no substantial meat chunks. Let me tell you, they don't use much oil either. Also, I notice you still employ a spreader for pancakes. If you add a small vertical stick to this board forming a T-shape, then spin and scrape like this, wouldn't it be faster and lighter? Dong Mingding couldn't discern which of Chief Zhang's neural circuits had misfired. Eyes gleaming, talking incessantly for an hour, practically wishing she could commence learning to produce these items immediately. Naturally, she'd never seen Odin, didn't know what malatang was, and couldn't possibly comprehend how things were made from the chief's fragmentary sentences. Mother always said, the simplest thing in the world is cooking. The most difficult is also cooking. Are steamed buns easy? White flour plus water, old dough leavening, alkali kneading. Yet some people can't master it. How could these exotic dishes and dim sum be explained clearly in mere sentences? Besides, whether people would willingly consume them was another matter entirely. Though privately skeptical, she listened with a smile throughout, while calculating internally. What did this Chief Zhang intend? Though her small shop thundered throughout Guangzhou, it remained ultimately just a minor eatery, genuinely as modest an enterprise as could be. The chief surely didn't covet her shop, otherwise. Could some chief have taken fancy to her and intended using this woman to broker introductions? She calculated internally while maintaining an extraordinarily attentive expression, posing occasional questions. Finally, the chief ceased talking with evident reluctance. She then ventured a cautious inquiry. Chief Zhang, will there truly be so many patrons? Not many women dine on Guangzhou's streets. What are you fretting about? Zhang Xiaoqi brimmed with confidence. Don't fixate on the scarcity of women on streets presently. Soon Guangzhou Girls' School and primary middle schools will commence operations. Various factories and shops have already begun recruiting female workers. Plus there'll be substantial cohorts of female cadres arriving to support Guangdong construction. You fear lack of patronage. Naturally, your flavors can't be entirely Shandong. Locals remain the majority after all. Yes, Dong Mingding harbored no interest in grandiose visions, but still displayed an expression of trust and overflowing hope, permitting Zhang Xiaoqi to fully satisfy her desire for strategic planning and guidance. Propelled by the impulse of completely gratified emotions, Zhang Xiaoqi declared, "Don't you feel meat is expensive and can't produce meat dishes? Next time I'll teach you to make braised meat, Jia Ru." End of chapter. Chapter 1979. Brothers reunited midday at the Purple Light Pavilion revealed sparse signs of activity. Beneath the newly constructed sedan and horse corridor eaves, the one-armed Spaniard, holding dual responsibilities as greeter and security, sat smoking a cigarette with evident boredom. Several idlers and children squatted nearby, curiously examining his beard and prominent nose. Business at this premier establishment in Guangzhou concentrated at night. During daylight hours, except for guests visiting the first-floor grand bathhouse to enjoy water-wrapping skin in the morning, few customers patronized. The various large and small private rooms on the second and third floors stood almost entirely vacant. However, within this row of empty chambers, one second-floor private room brimmed with laughter and cheerful voices. The refined private room wasn't spacious, but was decorated lavishly. The walls bore silk wallpaper purchased from Hangzhou, a product of Wanbai Villa Silk Weaving Factory. Against one wall stood a delicate curios shelf displaying various ornamental pieces. Other walls featured wood-framed fabric sofas, filled with Hainan kapok, covered with custom imported Indian covers possessing distinctive patterns and texture, not merely beautiful but also soft and comfortable. This item wasn't considered rare nowadays but remained an object pursued by many local wealthy households. The private room lacked windows. Above the purple sandalwood impossible 8 Immortals table in the center hung a 16-branch wrought iron crystal kerosene chandelier. The faintly yellow soft light projected into the room, cultivating a cozy, comfortable, and languid atmosphere. The 8 Immortals table was already arrayed with 4 fresh dishes, 4 dried, and 8 small plates of fruit, plus a pot of hot tea. Assembled in the private room was Li Ziyu's brotherhood. The host was Zhang Yu, currently riding the crest of success, known as the Guangzhou young domineering CEO. At this moment, he transformed completely into Australian-style attire, not only sporting short hair and wearing an Australian front-opening jacket. Even the wooden clogs on his feet had been exchanged for rubber-soled cloth shoes commonly worn by Australian cadres. He appeared high-spirited. Li Ziyu arrived last. Being a private social engagement, wearing his police uniform would be inappropriate, so he too donned a simple set of cotton cadre clothes today. "Brother Yu, sit. We brothers have just been awaiting you. Truly sorry. Everyone sit. A minor matter at the bureau detained me. You returned from training in Lingao. Now you're a popular figure at the bureau." Not at all. Though Li Ziyu affected modesty, the smile illuminating his face couldn't be suppressed. The Lingao training had been dreamlike. In several months, he'd witnessed things never seen, heard things never known. It was as though he'd originally stood outside a garden gate, capable only of guessing the splendid fragrance within from flower branches extending over the wall. But now the gate had swung wide, permitting him to tour inside. New knowledge, new atmospheres, new concepts had flooded into this young man's mind like a tide, making him feel he'd lived an entire lifetime in an instant. Returning from Lingao training, though not yet officially promoted, internal news had circulated that Li Ziyu would soon descend to the grassroots, to serve as deputy director of a municipal police station. Having studied in Lingao, he understood this police station was a grassroots unit of the Senate police system. Serving as deputy director meant formally stepping into police officer ranks, no longer merely a constable. He regarded everyone with a smile. When his gaze swept to the guest seat, he couldn't restrain an exclamation. "Shixin, you finally returned." The Chen Shixin before him was also in Australian dress. Because they hadn't seen each other for approximately a year or more, his attire and appearance had transformed, bringing a sense of strangeness within familiarity. "Ah, you." Chen Shixin couldn't suppress his excitement and actually bowed respectfully. "Little brother pays respects." Hey, don't do that. We're all Senate people now. We must perform Australian etiquette." Yes, you're absolutely right." Chen Shixin hurriedly extended his hand. 2 pairs of hands clasped tightly together, not separating for an extended moment. Thousands of words swelled in their chests, yet they didn't know where to commence. Sit, Zhang Yu hastily urged. "It's not as though you haven't met in ages. Shixin only went to Lingao for just over a year." "Indeed, only a year's duration," Chen Shixin nodded, "but returning to look, the world has genuinely transformed." The 4 brothers had bonded since skipping classes at community school. Back then, they'd simply enjoyed Australian products and played together, not contemplating deeper implications. But the world is unpredictable. No one anticipated each would experience so much. Zhang Yu had made his fortune knowing Senator Hong through Chen Shixin's connection. Li Ziyu had lost family but secured employment in the police bureau, even helping Zheng Huan locate his souled niece, and had risen rapidly leveraging this matter and the implicated Mao family case. Thanks to both brothers' patronage, Zheng Huan had also passed examinations into the Finance and Tax Bureau after idling half a year. Zhang Yu's set of review materials had aided him substantially. Recalling those years, the four couldn't restrain boisterous laughter, marveling at the unpredictability of worldly affairs. However, these turbulent experiences had bonded their hearts closer, making them treasure their original friendship even more profoundly. This gathering was essentially a welcome home dinner for Chen Shixin's return from Lingao. Chen Shixin's return this time carried none of his previous ambiguous status as student recommended by Senator Hong. Having attended the art vocational training class in Lingao, he'd been assigned to the Guangzhou propaganda department as formal staff within the literature and propaganda system. So, you're quite the operator. Li Ziyu surveyed the room. I heard from Huan you reserved this place. Discerning choice, this is a soundproof room, correct? Soundproof room. The others appeared startled. But this private room was indeed somewhat distinctive. It lacked windows. Though purple light pavilion private rooms emphasized privacy above all, and various circulation arrangements fully considered guest discretion, private rooms typically possessed windows for ventilation and illumination. You're truly knowledgeable. I heard this was learned from Lingao, all designed by chiefs. I don't comprehend it either. Anyway, I heard Miss Pei say even if one screams inside, nothing can be heard outside. I tested it, absolutely true. There are only 3 in the entire purple light pavilion. Nowadays people with any status prefer selecting here to discuss matters. Didn't you observe this while studying in Lingao? Seen. Li Ziyu reflected that he'd only observed it when visiting certain establishments, and not reputable ones either, so he waved dismissively. I'd only heard of it. This is my first time experiencing it. Look among us, Master Zhang. No, according to Australian parlance, CEO Zhang is the one qualifying as possessing status. Get lost, Huan, you tax hound. Shouldn't you penalize yourself with a drink first? Fine, you call me tax hound. Tomorrow I'll apply to specifically audit you, this nouveau rich household. Ha ha, the 4 laughed together. Zhang Yu ceased bantering with Li Ziyu, turned to fill Chen Shixin's wine glass and said, You departed for Lingao so long without sending a single letter. We won't belabor this fault but recount what you witnessed and experienced. Chen Shixin laughed. If discussing observations in Lingao, Yu has probably articulated them long since. I won't elaborate further and reveal my inadequacy. I'll merely discuss my personal experiences. Chen Shixin had departed for Lingao bearing a recommendation letter, inevitably underwent rectification, then entered the Fangxiadi art training class. The instructor base of this art training class consisted of the dozen apprentices cultivated by the Italian Trini previously. Naturally, Trini himself also taught, but his business volume kept escalating, so he scarcely appeared once monthly. Those instructors are actually approximately my age, yet every single one possesses specialized expertise. What I'd imagined back then was genuinely too simplistic. He spoke continuously about learning sketching, color theory, writing artistic characters, constructing structural models with cardboard, molding clay sculptures, occasionally accompanying teachers to arrange venues everywhere. Though Chen Shixin had entered the art class, the curriculum's pedagogical direction actually leaned toward practical arts. Students not only had to master fundamental painting skills but also acquire various arts and crafts competencies, including sculpture fabrication, exhibition arrangement, display techniques, interior decoration, printmaking, drawing propaganda posters, and so forth. Some even studied metalwork and glass skills. In summary, The content studied was extraordinarily diverse. Opportunities for practice proved equally abundant, essentially learning while executing. However, these miscellaneous skills suited Chen Shixin's temperament perfectly. He'd originally been a curious person with considerable manual dexterity, genuinely feeling like a fish in water with these competencies. When we gathered previously, we perpetually declared Australians were knowledgeable and retentive, possessing incredibly vast learning. But genuinely engaging their scholarship, it's simply oceanic boundless. Chen Shixin gestured expansively. Take painting alone, various techniques, various styles. As long as you desire to learn, it's simply infinite, impossible to exhaust in a lifetime. When I resided in Guangzhou previously, I'd always felt I'd read books and examined numerous Australian magazines, possessing some knowledge. Never imagined that upon arriving in Lingao, I'd realize I was a person sitting in a well observing the sky. That morsel of learning doesn't even constitute Australian skin and hair, doesn't even qualify as a dust particle. Shixin speaks truthfully. Zhang Yu also sighed emotionally, about to elaborate, when suddenly the small bell in the private room chimed. He rose to open the door, the waiter delivering wine and dishes. Wine and dishes at Purple Light Pavilion were transported via dining cart. The establishment's cuisine was extraordinarily refined, all Australian cuisine, naturally priced accordingly steep. For the several eating public grain present, expending a month's salary wouldn't suffice. Fortunately, Zhang Yu the financier was present. Come, this is roasted goose prepared by Purple Light Pavilion, reputedly Guangzhou's finest. Everyone partake while hot, Zhang Yu urged. Wait, Li Ziyu stood raising his wine glass. First everyone drink together, congratulating Shixin's return to Guangzhou. The wine was Zhu Ziliang brand fruit wine from Lingao, wine color deep crimson, taste clear and sweet, neither inducing intoxication readily nor producing headaches, thus quite favored by gluttons fond of prolonged banquets. Price naturally wasn't modest. May Shixin succeed spectacularly upon assuming office. Everyone raised glasses together. Cheers. End of chapter. Chapter 1980. Small reunion. After 3 rounds of wine, the group was slightly tipsy. Ah Zin, Zhang Yu raised his cup. I must toast you this cup. Without your recommendation back then, forget my shop growing this large, I fear it wouldn't have survived a year. Everyone voiced loud agreement. Zheng Huan said, without Ah Zin recommending Ah Yu back then, perhaps our fortunes would differ vastly from today, and we likely couldn't gather here as we do now. These two characters' fortune are genuinely wonderful beyond articulation. Hearing this, everyone felt the same. The four's experiences over this past year seemed intimately connected to Chen Shixin initially gaining Chief Hong's appreciation. Ah you exaggerate. We're brothers. Besides, if your family's walnut cakes hadn't caught Senator Hong's notice, my recommendation would have been useless. In my assessment, since we 4 are brothers, we should act as brothers ought. Things we can accomplish, we do naturally without being asked. Things we cannot accomplish, not only do we refrain, but we also persuade you against attempting. What need for such elaborate discourse? Drink this cup. Ziyu speaks correctly. Cheers. Cheers. After reminiscing about old bonds, gossip instincts inevitably surged. Zhang Yu knew from early on that Li Ziyu and Dong Mingding shared some minor ambiguity, so he teased. Ziyu, I heard you maintain quite deep friendship with that Miss Dong. Which Miss Dong? Li Ziyu feigned ignorance. Actually, he disliked others raising this matter. Dong Mingding was indeed beautiful as a flower, but this flower wasn't meant for ordinary people to pluck. Having interacted with Miss Dong extensively, he understood quite clearly. Moreover, her designation as former Ming prefect's daughter was certainly advantageous for her commerce, but for him, a Senate cadre, it constituted an entirely different matter. Stop pretending. That one from former Prefect Dong's household. Don't you habitually wander around her shop entrance when free? It's only us brothers here, what are you afraid of? Speak candidly. No, watching over her shop initially was merely convenient duty. Her shop falls within my jurisdiction. I pass by daily. Everyone laughed and declared disbelief, insisting Li Ziyu confess honestly, rendering Li Ziyu unable to parry, forcing him to beg for mercy. Aye, brothers, spare this old brother, can we discuss something else? No, everyone spoke in unison. With no alternative, Li Ziyu had to respond earnestly. Brothers, Miss Dong is an excellent woman, upright, attractive, and capable. But I'll also voice a heartfelt sentiment between brothers. She's not a creature of the pond. I cannot hold her, nor dare I attempt. Seeing the brothers didn't quite comprehend, he chuckled. Besides, she remains ultimately a daughter of a former Ming prefect, not on the same path as us. Chen Shixin understood immediately and hastily changed subjects. Ziyu makes sense. Yu, I heard you formally split the family with the old master. Correct. The old shop in the city was transferred to my father. Zhang Yu nodded. This time it's a complete division. Even accounts and business licenses were opened independently, merely using the same brand name. We even specially signed a brand trademark authorization agreement. Why this? If you desired to be household head, the old man definitely wouldn't obstruct you. The shop functioned fine. Why split the family, causing commotion outside? Huan's idea. He informed me this was inevitable, beneficial, no harm. Zheng Huan nodded, setting down his wine glass. When I trained at the Finance and Tax Bureau, the Australian chief, Director Zhang, discussed tax categories. Like presently, it's unreasonable for Yu's business and my family's incense shop to pay taxes at identical ratios. In the future, tax categories will definitely be determined according to different industries with varying tax rates. I asked Chief Zhang then, if a shop conducts multiple businesses simultaneously like Yu's family, now besides food also handling premium gifts and supplying military rations, how to calculate? She said separate accounting would suffice. Reflecting later, I pondered it wouldn't function. With our current accounting and management capacity, how can we separate? Later once I accompanied Director Wang on inspection and posed the question to him. He said, what's difficult about this? If unable to separate, levy from the higher. Discussing revenue extraction methods, chiefs are truly steady, accurate, and ruthless. Chief Zhang also cited an Australian example called something like. Zheng Huan fumbled for the term. I heard it involved this sort of purple light pavilion arrangement, but merchandise sold inside separated from other services because tax on selling goods is cheaper. So I calculated some of Yu's family operations should remain with the old shop, while the new shop at Great World should purely pursue new business. This way, isn't it transparent? Also heard in Australia, desiring reduced taxes requires not merely clear accounts, but also independent accounting establishments, because the ledger indicated Australian local governments frequently provide subsidies to stores paying taxes locally to attract commerce. Consider this: Guangzhou, Great World was constructed by the Senate brick by brick. Can they not provide incentives later? If you remain unified with the old city shop, I fear you won't meet criteria. Chiefs can't permit you taking funds here to subsidize shops in the city. Regardless, splitting carries no disadvantages but probable benefits. If Yu can split, it's still timely. Why so early? Early, not early. What does our Finance and Tax Bureau do? In Chief Wang's words, we're money collectors. When chiefs genuinely mandate your separation, we all comprehend the Senate. Need I elaborate further? Haha, understood. Huan, exercise caution, don't voice such statements again. Understood. I only speak thus among us brothers. Definitely won't speak recklessly outside. Everyone nodded, indicating they wouldn't speak carelessly either. Yu, I heard the items utilized in your shop, the proprietary methods employed, are all provided by chiefs. Yes, entirely. Those proprietary method manuals are exquisite, like authentic artifacts. Have you seen them, Shixin? Seen. Some simple illustrations in these manuals were drawn by me. Genuinely remarkable. Actually nothing extraordinary. I served as assistant, drawing simple elements. Teachers drew complex, refined ones. Sometimes producing color drafts, I merely filled colors or similar tasks. There were several foreigners. They drew truly magnificently. Even chiefs praised them. But when it came to printing small manuals in batches, foreigners observed the printing facility and clicked their tongues in amazement too. Sigh, what do you suppose chiefs pursue? These proprietary methods, whether painting or food preparation, which isn't a craft to establish livelihood and advance in life. Giving to us just like that, not even requesting payment. 2 days past I visited the Dong family shop. Whoa, shut up, discussing business. The shop transformed dramatically, added several food varieties, heard all from that particular chief. Ah Huan, what's your female chief's surname? Zhang. Correct. Heard all taught personally by that Chief Zhang. Afterwards, she even taste-tested herself and strategized improvements with Miss Dong. Genuinely unexpected. What do you suppose she pursues? Pursues satisfaction, I'd guess. What don't chiefs comprehend? What can't they accomplish? Need to compete with us mortals. What leaks from their fingers suffices for us to consume lifetimes. Ziyu, you'd better concern yourself whether you expanding business scope will squeeze Miss Dong's shop into closure. How could that be? How could that be? Zhang Yu was already somewhat intoxicated, waving hands repeatedly. Speaking of this matter, I genuinely desire hearing brother's assessments. Zhang Yu's earliest plan for his own shop had been leveraging the Australians' momentum to expand walnut cake production. Learning ancestral skills from his father to stabilize family enterprise. Who anticipated that with thermometers, test papers, and other novel implements provided by Chief Hong, Zhang Yu discovered that as long as employing these Australian tools and comparing with those Arabic numerals, even without learning skills from the old man, he could produce food not inferior whatsoever, even ensuring taste didn't deviate by a hair regardless of volume produced. Note that even the old man himself would err once every few days. Later, Zhang Yu opened the new shop at Great World and fortunately received partial South China Army military supply orders. Observing the volumes of thousands and tens of thousands on orders, Zhang Yu's jaw nearly dropped. Even without eating, drinking, or resting, this couldn't be completed. Fortunately, accompanying the orders came various oddly shaped Australian machines and thicker, Australian proprietary method books. Under technicians' guidance from Lingao, individual rations on semi-mechanical assembly lines flowed like unceasing rivers. Even Zhang Yu, who boasted mastering banditology, was dumbfounded. Since then, Zhang Yu became a fanatic believer in technology omnipotence. I plan to mortgage the old shop, new shop, plus residence to DeLong for a loan. You, have you lost your mind? How long has your family enjoyed stability, taking this risk? For these urban petty bourgeois, loans carried immense peril. Commercial loans in medieval times invariably constituted usury, 60% annual interest plus various bizarre exploitation mechanisms. Debt signified a precursor to family ruin and death. Precisely. What business requires you wagering your entire family fortune? Brothers, permit me to explain slowly. First, this loan follows Australian regulations. Annual interest 12%, no compounding interest rule. Second, I plan utilizing these funds to purchase land constructing a factory, immediately behind Great World, acquiring while land prices haven't risen yet. Third is ordering additional machines from Lingao. Opening a substantial factory producing food, can you sell it all? Are there sufficient people to consume it? Juan, why do ordinary families purchase little or none? Items are expensive, people impoverished. Take my walnut cakes, ordinary commoners in Guangzhou can't afford them. At minimum, families possessing spare funds who can afford tea houses consume it. Now the Senate liberated Guangzhou. Observe the streets. In merely one short year, heaven and earth inverted. Civil servants, police recruited by thousands, recruiting workers everywhere. By then, which family won't possess spare coins? Chiefs are formidable. Discussing merchandise, simply take this paper. Why did Chief's paper sweep our local varieties clean? Beyond quality, it's inexpensive. I inquired with Chief Hong and calculated myself. Utilizing machines, these costs are minimal. Food becomes cheap, But as you stated, once machines operate, you're producing thousands and tens of thousands. How many commoners total inhabit Guangzhou? You don't anticipate everyone consuming your walnut cakes as daily rations, correct? End of chapter. Chapter 1981, A Counterfeit Bill. Ah, brother, you misunderstand me. The speaker waved his cup genially. You think I don't know how much grain this Guangzhou market can swallow? The real business is with our own Fubo army. Military supplies. Precisely. I won't hide it from you, brothers. Since opening the Great World Shop, my street trade has actually declined. Some old customers even grumble that I've grown heartless, deliberately inflating prices. But the truth is far simpler. Senator Hong's orders alone nearly overwhelm my capacity. Ha ha ha, better to be overwhelmed with prosperity than starve in poverty. Drink up. The cups clinked in unison. Cheers, cheers, cheers. One of the men set down his cup with a puzzled expression. The Fubo army eats walnut cakes. Good heavens, what kind of extravagant rations are these? Zhang Yu shook his head. Not quite what you imagine. Walnut cakes require lard, refined flour, walnuts, and sugar, none of them cheap. The soldiers might enjoy a few as rewards, but feeding them such delicacies daily would bankrupt even Senator Hong. He paused to refill his cup. The real orders are for military rations, field provisions designed for long campaigns. Nothing as refined as tea cakes. These must keep hunger at bay without spoiling, even in harsh conditions. Senator Hong himself provided the recipes, but producing them, the capital requirements are crushing. Not only did I need loans to build the factory, I'm running the entire production on borrowed funds just to maintain cash flow. Zheng Huan frowned, his knowledge of economics surfacing. Such heavy capital consumption, is it sustainable to operate entirely on credit? I've thought it through carefully. Zhang Yu leaned forward, his eyes bright with conviction. Given the Senate's ambitions, expansion north and south is inevitable. As the saying goes, before troops march, provisions must move. Senator Hong has told me repeatedly that building these factories serves both personal profit and the Senate's interests, what the Australians call win-win. Setting up required purchasing land and machinery, then hiring master craftsmen from Lingao to manage production. There's even an Australian manual for this, something called Standard Operating Procedures, thicker than the Civil Service Examination Guide I gave Ah Huan. I've also begged Senator Hong to send me an accountant trained in Australian bookkeeping methods. Our current accounting office is hopelessly incompatible with their systems. He took a long drink before continuing. With military supplies so urgently needed, Senator Hong has allowed me to offset payments with delivered goods. I've calculated privately. After deducting all costs, I'm left with perhaps half a fin in profit. 5%. Ah, you, at that rate you're practically working for free. Not quite. I told Senator Hong I'd reduce it further down to 0.2 of a fin, a mere 2% profit. In exchange, he permits me to stamp the Zhang family brand on every inner package. The others exchanged skeptical glances. 2% for a stamp. Brother, that hardly seems worthwhile. Zhang Yu's smile broadened. Ah Huan taught me something from the Australian texts. A brand is money, and big money at that. This isn't an alien concept, we've always known it. The old saying speaks of the golden signboard, and who hasn't heard the story of the shop manager who saved the signboard first when fire consumed his establishment? It's the same principle. True, I've heard that tale, happened in the capital, didn't it? Exactly. But traditionally, we merchants simply guard our golden signboards and wait for customers, trusting that good wine needs no bush. We've never understood how to leverage that reputation to build true wealth. Zhang Yu's voice took on an almost reverent tone. Senator Hong told me about an Australian brand called Cola. Wherever Australian troops deploy, this drink follows. Though sold dirt cheap, often at a loss, wherever the Australian forces pass, the local population develops a taste for cola. The profits from that cultural footprint dwarf whatever capital was spent subsidizing the troops. That's what I want to become, China's cola. Wherever the Fubo army marches, there will be Zhang brand. Ambitious words, ah you. but you're wagering your entire fortune on this single gamble. Isn't that dangerously reckless? He, don't laugh at me, Ziyu. Zhang Yu's expression turned thoughtful. I've been fortunate, blessed by my marriage to Azin, to reach my current position. When I look back on this past year, it feels like a dream, and if I should lose it all, I'll simply treat it as waking from that dream. He paused, then looked directly at Zheng Huan. I'm not being falsely modest, but tell me honestly, Huan, how do I compare to Master Gao? Zheng Huan considered his words carefully. Your momentum is impressive, but viewing the whole landscape, you still fall considerably short of Gao Ju. Considerably short. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. Zhang Yu laughed without bitterness. What am I, after all? A second-generation shopkeeper from an unranked family. Now look at Master Gao. He's represented the senators in Guangzhou since they first appeared in Lingao, selling their goods locally, smoothing their dealings with the bureaucracy. His contributions have been extraordinary. Calling him the Senate's foremost meritorious official in Guangzhou would be no exaggeration. And me, I come from nothing. No money, failed at my studies. In ancestral prestige, seniority, connections, capital, which of these can compare with great merchants like Gao Ju? He refilled his cup with steady hands. But there's one crucial difference. Though my roots are shallow, I've been cultivated by the senators from the very beginning. As long as I follow the Senate with absolute loyalty, working for them without reservation, I can surpass those established households, merchants like Gao Ju who rely on their wealth while maintaining careful distance, seeming close yet remaining fundamentally apart. Well said. The Senate never treats its own people poorly, never. You see things clearly. Come, brothers, let's toast to Yu's vision. The gathering continued in high spirits until dusk began to settle. A waiter appeared bearing a fruit platter, using the delivery as pretense to tactfully inquire. The evening session will soon begin, gentlemen. Do you wish to extend your reservation? Only then did the party acknowledge the hour. Everyone reached for their purses to settle the account, but Zhang Yu laughed and waved them off. We agreed I'm the host. I won't hear of you spending your silver. He practically herded them toward the entrance, slightly unsteady on his feet, gesturing with wine-flushed enthusiasm. The Spanish doorman read the situation instantly. Carriages, sir. Yes, 3. Zhang Yu's voice came louder than he intended. And for yourself, your excellency. I don't. No need, my home isn't far, I'll walk. The Spaniard noted the redness in his patron's face and wisely said nothing more, immediately summoning 3 Venus Zero-type rickshaws from their station along the wall. Zhang Yu assisted each of his companions into their respective rickshaws, paid the drivers, then turned somewhat unsteadily back toward the service desk to settle his bill. The account had already been transcribed in neat columns of small script, each item, service, and price meticulously documented, with the total sum calculated at the bottom. Though Purple Light Pavilion commanded premium prices, the establishment prided itself on complete transparency. Every charge was itemized precisely. While some prices might seem outrageous to common market-goers, the establishment never haggled or adjusted rates on a whim. Those who chose to patronize Purple Light Pavilion could afford such luxury. Zhang Yu scanned to the final sum, within his expectations. He extracted several silver dollar circulation notes from his inner pocket and laid them on the counter. The cashier clerk collected the bills, but as he was about to file them, his expression changed. He leaned closer, speaking in a low, urgent whisper. Master, this currency, there's something wrong. What? The wine fog in Zhang Yu's head made comprehension slow. What's wrong with the money? This note, it has a problem. The clerk held one bill up to the lamplight. It's counterfeit. The paper quality is completely wrong. Counterfeit? The word struck like cold water, sobering Zhang Yu instantly. The loss of 1 yuan meant nothing to him now, but he understood perfectly well the gravity of those 4 words. Using counterfeit currency. Especially now, when the Senate was actively promoting its new monetary system and treating counterfeiting with utmost severity. Officials had been dispatched throughout the merchant districts warning everyone to watch for fraudulent notes, and now he had unwittingly spent one, at Purple Light Pavilion of all places. I don't know where it came from, Zhang Yu stammered, the words tumbling out. It wasn't intentional, I swear it. Seeing the genuine alarm on his face, the clerk's expression softened. Ignorance carries no guilt, master. You clearly didn't know. But the counterfeit note cannot be returned. By regulation, it must be confiscated and reported to the authorities. You'll need to register your information as well. Police procedure, I'm afraid. Zhang Yu's heart hammered as he completed the required paperwork. Sitting in the rickshaw afterward, his mind churned through possibilities. Where exactly had this fraudulent note entered his possession? Since the Australians began issuing silver dollars and circulation notes in Guangzhou, Zhang Brand had been among the earliest establishments to accept them. Having long since adopted checks for major business transactions, many customers still preferred cash, especially at the retail counter. The daily flow of silver currency through his shop was substantial. But by custom, Zhang Yu never handled this cash directly. It was tallied and recorded by his accountant and cashier each day before being deposited into his bank account. Any problem with those funds would have been detected during the financial reconciliation. As for his personal spending, the accountant issued monthly checks for two primary categories: salary and entertainment expenses. Both were withdrawn directly from the bank using checks he'd personally written. There was no possibility of receiving counterfeit currency through that channel. If a fraudulent note had somehow reached his hands, it could only have come as change from some transaction. But the 1 yuan circulation note was the largest denomination in common use. It couldn't possibly have been received as change from a larger purchase. Strange, Zhang Yu muttered to himself as the rickshaw bumped along the cobblestones. Where on earth did this fake note come from? The early summer sun hammered down on midday Guangzhou with merciless intensity. The streets lay nearly deserted, pedestrians sparse. Even the beggars who owned nothing but the rags on their backs had sought whatever shade they could find. Though in truth, there were no longer any beggars in the Australian-administered sections of Guangzhou. The police bureau had instituted what they called vagrant management protocols. Wanderers and beggars were systematically rounded up and sent to labor centers. Standard operating procedure. Each week, a dedicated transport vessel departed for the labor purification camp, established in Hong Kong. Zheng Huan, tax administrator for the Great Song Guangzhou Special City Finance and Taxation Bureau, strode through the heat with his team, drawing murmurs from the shop assistants idling in doorways. These Australians are truly merciless to their subordinates, the whispers went. Such weather, and they permit neither rest nor even a sedan chair. What's the point of becoming a Senate official if this is the treatment? Swiping at the sweat streaming toward his eyes, Zheng Huan unconsciously raised the document folder in his right hand, fanning himself twice. The satchel he carried was surprisingly light, containing only a handful of receipts and declaration copies. These few documents represented his primary target for today's household investigation, Master Luo's noble gathering establishment. Following Huang Ping's transfer at the year's beginning, Zheng Huan had served as acting team leader while maintaining his official title of deputy. Then, in the month after successfully concluding the first quarter's collection work, he'd been formally appointed team leader. The promotion was simultaneously unexpected and entirely reasonable. Unexpected because Zheng Huan remained a new civil servant and a traditional scholar. Yet here he was, elevated to a team leader position that had been almost exclusively monopolized by Lingao naturalized citizens, and in barely half a year at that. Such rapid advancement was rare. Yet it was also reasonable, given the Australian obsession with measurable performance, and with Zheng Huan ranking in the top 3 for both the restoration examination and the first quarter's business assessment. Combined with his existing seniority as deputy team leader, his appointment to the position was hardly outlandish. End of chapter. Chapter 1982, Clues excel in learning to become an official. The ancient dictum mocked Zheng Huan whenever it crossed his mind. He'd long abandoned hope of achieving anything through the imperial examination system. His scholarly efforts had yielded nothing but disappointment. Yet here he was, having somehow excelled in learning to become an official under the Australians. The irony wasn't lost on him. These days, he worked with a fervor that surprised even himself. The old saying went that 1,000-li horse is common, but a bull is rare. Ever since assuming his current position, Zheng Huan had felt a peculiar transformation, as though he'd evolved from that perpetually struggling student who could barely pass the elementary examinations into something resembling that fabled 1,000-li horse. And his bowl. The three bureau chiefs know, the entire Australian Senate. Another adage came to mind: treat one as a scholar bureaucrat, and one repays as a scholar bureaucrat. Though he knew himself to be leagues away from such elevated status, he'd taken to repeating this maxim silently, like a private mantra. The intensity of his work life had escalated considerably since Director Zhang Zhaoqi returned to Lingao shortly after the first quarter's collection period concluded. Chief Wang, left in charge, had embraced his pedagogical duties with nearly manic enthusiasm. The evening lectures, already demanding at 2 hours daily, expanded to 3, focused entirely on Australian foundational culture courses. Most nights they weren't dismissed until 9 or 10 o'clock, stumbling home beneath the stars. The older married men grumbled privately that they barely had energy left to warm the kang with their wives. Was Chief Wang determined to sabotage conjugal happiness? As if the grueling schedule weren't enough, a white wooden placard had materialized outside the classroom at the month's beginning, its characters rendered in bold Song typeface. Great Song Finance and Tax Bureau Cadre Training School. Better to be a single dog, Zheng Huan thought, swiping at the sweat on his brow. He'd picked up that particular phrase from Director AI and found it inexplicably delightful. The memory of accidentally deploying it during a conversation with Director Nan still made him wince. She'd gone silent for an uncomfortably long stretch, the awkwardness palpable. Speaking of Director Nan, now there was a formidable woman. Just days ago, 2 intoxicated idlers had wandered into the hall. The staff had only recently changed into their linen short-sleeved summer uniforms, and while the men drew little attention, the female cadres at the windows presented quite a sight. As someone had put it in that colorful Lingao slang, a row of white arms could blind your Krypton dog eyes. Even naturalized citizens' hearts would skip a beat at the view, let alone these 2 drunkards. Unable to reach the elevated counters, they'd latched onto Liu Qiuhua at the tax guidance desk by the entrance, pawing at her hands and arms within moments. Before anyone could fully process what was happening, Director Nan had materialized from behind the counter and dispatched both men with surgical precision. One kicked sprawling beneath a table, the other pinned flat against its surface. The on-duty security police had them in handcuffs before they could catch their breath. Word of Director Nan's martial prowess spread through the bureau like wildfire. A true heroine, everyone agreed. Despite Zhang Zhaoqi's absence, the Finance and Tax Bureau's second quarter collection had concluded without incident. The women staffing the tax hall had proven themselves admirably. After half a year's experience, they genuinely assumed the bearing of professional cadres, handling the nearly doubled taxpayer load. Expansion had broadened their collection scope considerably, with methodical competence. Nan Wanner, in particular, had distinguished herself as tax hall director. Many matters reached final judgment at her desk, and she handled them with a deft combination of gentleness and principle that impressed even veterans like A.I. Jixin and Wang Qi. That this heroine had been a struggling martial arts student and nearly relegated to kitchen service just years ago made her transformation all the more remarkable. But it was also Nan Wanner who'd set Zheng Huan on today's investigative path. The proverb held true: birds of a feather flock together. Zhang Zhaoqi possessed an extraordinary memory, and Nan Wanner, whom she'd taken under her wing, shared that gift. The Finance and Tax Bureau's protocols mandated separation of collection, management, and inspection functions, but information was shared through duplicate ledgers each week. When Zheng Huan had collected the declaration duplicates for taxpayers under his team's jurisdiction the previous week, Nan Wanner had flagged something unusual. Noble Gathering had suddenly self-declared a stamp tax at the collection period's end, and the amount showed a significant discrepancy compared to the 2 quarters paid totals. Noble Gathering, the Luo family's establishment, had been included in the first quarter tax roster as what might be called a supplementary player, ranking prominently among Guangzhou's medium-sized merchants. When the second quarter collection commenced, Advisor Liao of Noble Gathering had paid their property tax and circulation tax on the second day without incident. Everything appeared routine, until the stamp tax. After receiving the duplicate registers, Zheng Huan had studied Noble Gathering's declared amounts across both quarters with meticulous care. The pattern seemed straightforward enough: over 200 yuan in property tax each quarter, over 100 yuan in circulation tax. But then came that stamp tax, a full 15 yuan. Given the 0.05% tax rate, the underlying transaction couldn't be less than 30,000 yuan. That was extraordinary for a medium merchant. Though Zheng Huan knew his taxpayer situations intimately, prudence demanded verification. He'd retrieved Noble Gathering's registration materials from the census archives. The establishment had been founded in the first year of Changzhen, 1628 by the Western calendar. Legal representative, Luo Jixiang. Assessed assets, approximately 90,000 yuan. Business category, North-South bulk commodities. According to Great Song Finance and Tax Bureau regulations, documents involving property rights transfers and purchase contracts required stamps affixed in clearly visible locations to achieve legal validity. Yet traditional trading enterprises of this type rarely dealt in property transfers, and a purchase contract worth over 30,000 yuan seemed well beyond what this medium-sized firm should be handling. Moreover, the stamp tax declaration exploited a loophole in the current system's simplified tax categories, listing only a vague sales document as justification. The whole thing reeked of something hidden. Following proper procedure, Zheng Huan had applied for a household inspection permit from the management division and set out to Master Luo's residence to discover exactly what this stamp tax represented. The sun hung low near the horizon when Zheng Huan finally emerged from the Luo family compound. The resistance he'd encountered during the inspection had been unusually fierce. First, the household claimed chief accountant Advisor Liao was absent. Then they insisted he alone maintained the accounts. No one else could access them. After more than an hour of back and forth, with Zheng Huan adamantly insisting on viewing the stamped document and threatening to haul them to the Finance and Tax Bureau for questioning and fine them for deliberately destroying tax receipts, the Luo family had finally relented. The sales document materialized, and Advisor Liao conveniently returned to the mansion at precisely that moment. The transaction itself, as documented, was straightforward enough. The Luo family had sold a parcel of land near Great World to. Zheng Huan's eyelid twitched. Zhang Family Father and Son Food Company. Following Zhang Yu's separation from his father's business, the original establishment had become Zhang Family Old Shop Food Company, while Zhang Yu's venture was styled Zhang Family Father and Son Co., Limited. The father and son addition served primarily to demonstrate that despite the business split, familial unity remained intact, forestalling any public gossip about discord. Zheng Huan moistened his lips, set down the contract, and lifted the teacup for a contemplative sip. "Well then," he said mildly, "a simple enough contract. No irregularities that I can see. If everything's properly stamped, why all the resistance? It's just a land sale. We've wasted several hours over nothing." Yes, truly no great matter." Advisor Liao refilled Zheng Huan's cup with obsequious efficiency. "Our master felt the property was too small for practical use. better to convert it to immediate capital, you understand. In the old days, everyone feared government officials. These young fellows have no experience with your Australian cadres. They assumed the old corruption still applied, feared being extorted regardless of facts, so they tried to conceal the transaction. Comrade Zheng, please don't take offense. Advisor Liao, please, I hardly merit such formality. Zheng Huan collected his document case, stood and straightened his uniform, signaling his team members. We'll take our leave. Walking through the streets afterward, Zheng Huan's head still swam with questions. Why did this investigation circle back to Zhang Yu? Probably nothing significant, just a simple land transaction. He tried to reassure himself, but instinct insisted otherwise. That substantial sum, combined with the Luo family's evasive behavior, suggested complications. Wait, who was that figure ahead, familiar somehow? Huang Ping, walking with Yao Yulan, together. Zheng Huan's instinct was to dodge the encounter, but they'd already drawn too close. Retreating now would appear deliberate, potentially creating misunderstandings. Misunderstandings from ordinary colleagues were manageable, but Huang Ping and Yao Yulan were Lingao transferred cadres, unlike those recruited through public examinations. A poorly chosen word from them in front of the bureau chiefs could spell trouble. He arranged his features into a pleasantly surprised smile. Brother Huang, Sister Yulan. Though the bureau officially encouraged everyone to use comrade, Zheng Huan couldn't quite make the transition, preferring the warmer familiarity of brotherly address. Fortunately, comrade remained a suggestion rather than a regulation. Ah Huan, it's been ages. Far too long. I haven't seen you since you transferred to the inspection division. I heard you went to Lingao for training, must be in line for a promotion. Zheng Huan delivered the pleasantries while observing both carefully. Huang Ping looked leaner but somehow more vital. Yao Yulan appeared unchanged except for a deeper tan. Hardly, we just attended some courses. Ask Yao Yulan if you don't believe me. I'll treat you soon and we can catch up properly. Huang Ping glanced at the son's position. But we're pressed for time today. Must run. Take care. Of course, I'm actually in a hurry myself. We'll talk soon, my treat. Zheng Huan smiled outwardly while thinking, real business or invented excuse? Strange. Can Brother Huang really handle Miss Yao's temperament? As the pair departed, a cool breeze offered brief respite from the oppressive heat. In that moment of clarity, Zheng Huan realized his critical error. The Luo family had profited from selling land, yet he'd been so fixated on Zhang Yu's involvement that he'd forgotten to verify how much they'd actually earned. A simple comparison with their second quarter circulation tax declaration would reveal whether they'd evaded taxes. Actually, no comparison was even necessary. Land worth 30,000 yuan. Even without formal training in Australian tax law, Zheng Huan's decades of common sense told him the profit couldn't possibly be covered by a mere 100 yuan in circulation tax. But household inspection permits were single-use documents. Regulations prohibited a return visit to the Luo residence. What to do? Zhang Yu. Of course, Zhang Yu himself. If he couldn't question the seller, surely the buyer would have some sense of the transaction's profit margins. Unfortunately, the hour was late. Visiting Great World now was impractical. He could only hope Zhang Yu had remained in the city for the night. End of chapter. Chapter 1983. YinYang contract. Though the Zhang family old shop had rebranded as Zhang Family Old Shop Food Company and purchased a separate residence, ending centuries of home and shop combined, living old habits proved stubborn. Zhang Yu's parents remained uneasy without the shop's proximity. Their new house sat barely half an alley away, close enough to reach, upon lifting a leg, as the saying went. The residence itself was larger and newer than their previous quarters, but Master Zhang remained an old-fashioned businessman at heart. Even as prosperity grew, he disdained ostentation. Beyond hiring additional staff for lodging and meals, plus 2 women for laundry and cooking, the household maintained its modest character. When Zhang Yu returned late, as he often did, leftover rice sufficed. Lamps were already lit when Zheng Huan arrived at the Zhang residence that evening. Zhang Yu had just returned from outside the city walls and was settling into his dinner. Seeing his visitor, he immediately moved to invite him to the table. "No need," Zheng Huan cut him off, practically vibrating with urgency. "I've eaten. You finish quickly. I need to ask you about something important." Zhang Yu startled, uncertain what could drive his old friend to such agitation. His mind jumped to the counterfeit bill incident from the Purple Light Pavilion gathering days ago. Could there be some hidden complication? But the cashier had assured him that confiscating the fraudulent note concluded the matter. He stammered out the question. "Ah Huan, is this about the fake money?" "I truly don't know where that note came from." Zheng Huan blinked. "What fake money?" From the other day at Purple Light Pavilion, Zhang Yu recounted the entire episode. "Is there some procedure I need to handle?" Hearing this, Zheng Huan exhaled with relief. "Counterfeit currency falls under police bureau jurisdiction. I'm here about taxes. Taxes." "What about taxes?" The shift in topic reassured Zhang Yu considerably. If this concerned tax matters, he felt confident. He'd already instructed Zhang Ting and the others to handle the second quarter payments, and all relevant receipts had been properly filed. He'd maintained scrupulous compliance with Australian regulations, following every requirement to the letter. The tax bureau couldn't possibly find fault with his accounts. "We paid on time and in full. Our tax declarations concealed nothing, you know that yourself." "I know," Zheng Huan's expression remained grave, "but what I uncovered today is deeply suspicious. If you're not careful, your entire family could be implicated." He gestured sharply. "Just eat. When you're finished, bring me your account books and contract drafts immediately." The seriousness in his tone jolted Zhang Yu into action. He wolfed down the remaining food in hasty bites, then led Zheng Huan to the shop. The accounting room housed both ledgers and contract documents. Though the Zhang family businesses had split, establishing separate books and cashiers, they still shared a single accountant. Trained professionals in Australian bookkeeping methods remained scarce. Consequently, records for both companies resided in the old shop's accounting office. "Bring out the contract draft for your land transaction with Noble Gathering," Zheng Huan instructed, turning the kerosene lamp to maximum brightness. "And all vouchers related to that purchase." Contract texts, receipts, and ledgers were organized by category. Zhang Yu quickly located the requested file from the shelves, everything neatly arranged, labels carefully affixed with paste. As Zheng Huan examined the draft, his expression grew increasingly dark. Though the original contract wasn't present, the final draft revealed enough. Zhang Yu watched his friend flip through the pages with mounting unease, wondering why he'd demand these documents so urgently without even a proper greeting. He'd paid full tax based on the documented transaction value and affixed all required stamps. Nothing had been overlooked. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Zheng Huan spoke. "Ah Yu, tell me honestly, did the Luo family sell you this land at fair market price?" When Zhang Yu revealed the land's registered asset value was 300 yuan, Zheng Huan's heart sank. "Ah Huan, are you joking?" Zhang Yu's laugh held genuine incredulity. "Is Master Luo such an easy mark? The 300 yuan is the surface price. The actual terms include 25% interest. I only secured those terms by leveraging my status as Senate special supplier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared." "Fool, absolute fool." Zheng Huan slammed his palm on the table and shot to his feet. "This is a YinYang contract, off-book accounts. Do you honestly think the Finance and Tax Bureau employs the same corrupt clerks as the old regime? Do you realize what penalties the collection and management regulations prescribe for this?" Zhang Yu visibly recoiled from the outburst, sitting frozen until the mention of punishment finally penetrated his shock. Ah Huan, please, let me explain." Zhang Yu forcibly pushed his friend back into the chair, then dragged a small stool close and pressed a teacup into his hands. Once Zheng Huan had drunk and calmed somewhat, he continued. "Of course I wouldn't engage in such schemes. We're all Senate people. Do you think I don't understand basic propriety? Master Luo and I made a separate arrangement for that 25%. No cash changes hands. You know my Great World shop is operating at full capacity producing military rations. Only this old shop can manufacture those Australian delicacies, cookies, cakes, and such. Demand far exceeds our production. Master Luo targeted precisely that product line from this old shop. He provided me a list of establishments, requesting regular price supply to those shops to offset the payment. Nothing improper in that arrangement, surely. Zhang Yu raised his eyes hopefully. Seems not. Zheng Huan sensed something amiss but couldn't quite articulate it. You have a contract for this as well. Naturally. Zhang Yu thumped his chest with confidence. My father's contract was also my work. If you need to examine it, I can retrieve it. But the contract isn't with Master Luo, it's with each individual shop. With each shop, correct. The ones the old shop supplies, we signed separate documents with each establishment. Master Luo insisted on this arrangement. He even reduced the interest by 0.5%. As the buyer, I could hardly object. Seeing Zheng Huan's face begin to redden again, Zhang Yu hastily added, Huan, rest assured, all those documents bear proper stamps, not a cent less in Senate taxes. He rose to fetch the contracts and tax receipts. Only stamp taxes. Zheng Huan examined the documents Zhang Yu retrieved. Of course. What else would there be? Zhang Yu looked genuinely confused. Land purchases only require stamp tax, don't they? But you're supplying goods to shops that constitute sales activity. Where's the circulation tax? Huan, what are you saying? The suggestion that he should pay circulation tax on the land purchase clearly rankled. I'm the buyer, my goods offset the payment. They're not sold for profit. Whoever profits pays tax. Master Luo selling the land should pay tax on this transaction. What logic demands the land buyer pay as well? Besides, seeing Zheng Huan prepare to argue, Zhang Yu snatched the contract back and jabbed at specific clauses. Look carefully. This document contains not a single phrase indicating my goods are sold for money, even if you wanted to collect my tax, on what basis? Zheng Huan took the contract and read each clause with painstaking attention. The document stipulated Zhang family old shops supply quantities, timing, frequency, quality standards. But indeed, not one sentence referenced pricing or payment offset. Truly cunning work. Under the glow of the Australian oil lamp, Zhang Yu's unconvinced expression gave Zheng Huan pause. He wasn't certain whether his silent curse targeted Master Luo or his friend. But friendship demanded honesty. Zheng Huan felt obligated to explain the situation properly. In truth, Master Luo had executed this scheme with considerable brilliance. Under the old system, such arrangements would certainly have passed undetected, convenient for all parties. Small wonder Zhang Yu had missed the trap when it came to financial manipulation, who could match the cunning of accountants serving wealthy households. Yet Zheng Huan knew Director AI was looking to catch a chicken for the Inspection Bureau to practice on. Given his understanding of the Senate's methods, matters had progressed too far. With documentation this concrete, even if Zheng Huan didn't report it, subsequent audits would inevitably ensnare Zhang Yu. The recognition settled his nerves somewhat. He took a long draught of water, soothing his anxiety-parched throat before speaking slowly. You, if you consider me your brother, don't hide anything. Whose idea was this arrangement? Huan, you know my family's background, small business, barely keeping our heads above water. Where would we acquire such sophistication? This was all arranged by Noble Gathering's accountant, advisor Liao. Why is there a problem? Zheng Huan's change in tone made Zhang Yu distinctly nervous. Finance and Tax Bureau regulations. Income from transactions conducted at prices obviously below fair market value cannot be used as the tax basis. Your old shop providing goods without charge still constitutes sales and should be taxed based on prevailing market prices. No, Huan, listen, I'm buying land. The old shop's goods represent the interest payment. I truly receive not a penny for those supplies. The one profiting is Noble Gathering. Did he set me up? Not exactly. Zheng Huan doubted Luo Zhixiang would dare deliberately trap someone bearing the Senate's special supplier designation. Besides, the offense's exact nature remained undetermined. No need to terrify his friend excessively. He signed separate documents purely to reduce expenses, pay less tax. An old trick. Zheng Huan had studied the Ming Dynasty tax data compilation in the Finance and Tax Bureau library and listened to veteran clerks reminisce. He recognized this as the customary YinYang contract scheme. That Luo Zhixiang had listed the transaction at parity value actually showed considerable respect for the Senate. Traditional Ming practice would consider 1/10 the actual price generous in a contract. Then what do I do? Zhang Yu's panic was palpable. Just days ago he'd pledged absolute loyalty to the Senate, sworn to be their faithful running dog, though he'd phrased it more diplomatically as subject. Now here he was, unwittingly undermining Senate finances. Losing money on back taxes was negligible. Forfeiting the senator's trust could destroy everything. Zhang Yu's entire fortune depended on that relationship. What to do indeed? On the surface, Luo Zhixiang's intent was straightforward tax evasion through separated contracts, a tactic rendered useless under Senate governance. But in practical terms, because Zhang Yu's family had registered the new and old shops separately, the current fiscal system actually complicated matters in his favor. If the two shops shared ownership, Zheng Huan reflected, they could simply attach the old shop's contract as an appendix to the primary document. Combining them would barely qualify as market price trading. At worst, the old shop's transaction price could be deemed inadequately specified. But Zhang family's two establishments didn't even share the same legal representative. Zhang Yu, in his scrupulous honesty, had let his father sign and seal the old shop's contract. That avenue was closed. End of chapter. Chapter 1984. Stamp tax case, or was it a group enterprise? An associated enterprise. Zheng Huan strained to recall the Australian concepts directors Zhang and Wang had mentioned in passing during their training sessions. He vaguely understood that group enterprises involved something like head shops and branch shops, but associated enterprises remained murky. Despite his defection to the Australian cause, Zheng Huan retained the scholar's instinct for research. Yet no matter how thoroughly he'd studied the Australian tax system manuals in the Finance and Tax Bureau library, he'd never encountered more than cursory references to these structures. Fool! He cursed himself silently. He thought his idea of registering Zhang Yu's two shops separately was very Australian in its sophistication, never imagining he'd so quickly stumble into a pit of his own digging. I concede defeat. Zheng Huan spread his hands in resignation. You need to pay supplemental tax immediately based on normal selling prices. This collection period just ended, so the late fees and fines shouldn't be too severe. Wait. A sudden realization struck him. The Finance and Tax Bureau's collection and management regulations specified that trading behavior followed the cash basis principle. Have you actually delivered the goods yet? Not yet. Production schedules don't allow it. The orders from our existing customers won't be fully dispatched until month's end. Zhang Yu remained slumped in dejection, still processing the supplemental tax verdict. Excellent. Perfect. Hearing the shipments were delayed until next month, Zheng Huan couldn't suppress a laugh, clapping his hands together. You don't despair. Listen carefully, you must not ship those goods. Find any excuse to delay the customers. Absolutely under no circumstances ship anything. According to the Bureau Chief's regulations, income is only recognized when the transaction occurs and payment is collected. As long as you haven't delivered the goods, no transaction has taken place. Without a transaction, they can't re-verify income or calculate additional tax. Truly, Zhang Yu's expression transformed into one of genuine amazement. This kind of clever operation exists. Absolutely true. In my assessment, your situation poses no real problem. The liability rests entirely with Master Luo. The prospect of completely clearing his friend's responsibility lifted Zheng Huan's spirits considerably. I'll submit a report to the division tomorrow morning. We have 10 days until month's end, ample time. When the investigation proceeds, simply cooperate fully. They might require you to pay some supplemental stamp tax, but that's all. Not a problem. Zhang Yu thumped his chest with relief. Though delaying shipments would cost him, particularly the damage to his commercial reputation, which he'd need to compensate with customer discounts later, that was manageable. Oh, and you'll need to find a way to void those old shop supply contracts. Zhang Yu's tension visibly dissipated now that Senate displeasure was no longer a concern. He swirled the tea in his cup with a knowing smile. That's easily handled. The Finance and Tax Bureau is investigating Noble Gathering. They'll be terrified of implication. Who would dare maintain connections to Luo Jixiang under such circumstances? The following morning, Zheng Huan arrived at the Finance and Tax Bureau early, dark circles prominent beneath his eyes. After signing in, he printed a data access authorization and proceeded directly to the Guangzhou municipal government offices. Zheng Huan had always been meticulous by nature, and his daily work with numerical records had only sharpened that trait. Though he felt reasonably confident about what he'd learned at Zhang Yu's residence the previous night, prudence demanded verification. He needed to examine Noble Gathering's registration materials from Guangzhou's first asset clearing, the citywide deed exchange following liberation, and review the archived land deed copies. The household investigation report had consumed his thoughts since departing Zhang Yu's home, leaving him nearly sleepless. He'd already drafted several versions. The facts were straightforward enough. The challenge lay in framing them correctly. Choose well, and Zhang Yu emerged unharmed. Choose poorly, and not only would Zheng Huan be implicated alongside his friend, but Zhang Yu risked losing his special supplier designation entirely, a devastating outcome. He needed to maximize responsibility assignment to the guilty party, deflecting all culpability away from Zhang Yu, while maintaining an unassailable position and speaking with authority. Zheng Huan racked his brain recalling every scrap of tax knowledge he'd acquired, rereading the study materials issued to cadres until the pages grew worn. How should he characterize Noble Gathering's flat-price land transfer contract? First principle, absolutely avoid labeling it a YinYang contract. That characterization implied both buyer and seller knowingly negotiated the deception together, which would implicate Zhang Yu directly. This was a fundamental question of right and wrong. He had to clear Zhang Yu completely. From Zhang Yu's perspective, signing two contracts represented normal trading practice. One payment stream simply involved supplying goods at cost price as offset. Moreover, Zhang Yu had actively declared the stamps in a timely manner. This demonstrated that subjectively, he'd harbored no intent to deceive the Senate. Any contractual irregularities stemmed purely from insufficient understanding of Senate laws. As for Noble Gathering, clearing Zhang Yu meant they had to carry the entire burden. Furthermore, Advisor Liao had handled all contract drafts. Subjective intent couldn't be disputed there. Calculating this way, since Director Nan's initial tip concerned only Noble Gathering's abnormal declaration, and the team's investigation had examined only the land trading contract, the optimal strategy was to beat them at their own game. In the report, he would make absolutely no mention of the Zhang family old shop contracts. Discussing only the established facts, he'd state merely that Luo Jixiang's Noble Gathering had sold land at prices obviously below fair market value, constituting suspected tax evasion. As for the second contract that subsequent inspection would inevitably uncover, Zheng Huan had devised two escape routes for Zhang Yu. Option 1. Have Zhang Yu immediately sign an entrusted supply agreement between Great World and the old shop. The agreement would essentially copy the old shop's contracts with various establishments, no need for excessive formality, but must specify supply at market prices. Additionally, include a clause stating this agreement was established to repay Great World's land trading profit. Option 2. Add a specific accrued tax liability to the old shop's accounts, noting the circulation tax payable calculated at market price for the first goods batch. Either approach would demonstrate Zhang Yu's tax compliance and absence of deceptive intent. Regardless, actual transactions would terminate once the Finance and Tax Bureau investigation commenced, so Zhang Yu would suffer no substantive losses. In the great Ming tradition, shop and home were inseparable. Even with separate registration, a father paying debts for his son was perfectly justified. Bureau leadership would surely understand. As long as no tax revenue leaked, at worst they'd issue a mild reprimand about future compliance. This practice resembled what the Australians called general contract subcontracting, didn't it? Whatever the terminology, Zheng Huan thought, rubbing his dark circles. As long as Zhang Yu navigated this crisis safely, the mental and physical toll of these past 2 days would be worthwhile. Zheng Huan felt confident that if his report emphasized Noble Gathering's land trading price discrepancies, the Finance and Tax Bureau would most likely require price re-verification, mandate contract re-establishment, and tax supplementation, while simultaneously voiding the old shop contracts. Zhang Yu occupied the passive position and had accrued taxes in the accounts according to the old shop contract. Both emotionally and logically, he should face no punishment. The municipal archives yielded exactly what Zhang Yu had provided, no discrepancies. Zheng Huan's confidence solidified. Returning to the office, he immediately began drafting the report, completing it before the afternoon's end. He specifically marked it as urgent warning, secured signatures from all team members, and submitted it to the management division. What followed was beyond his control. A week later, just as the workday began, Zheng Huan received notification to attend a meeting in the second-floor small conference room at 9 o'clock, with instructions to prepare Noble Gathering materials in advance. Learning that leadership wished to discuss the Luo family matter with him sent cold sweat down his spine. For the hour preceding the meeting, he did little beyond rereading Noble Gathering's files and his own investigation report. He drank 3 full cups of water, making repeated trips to the toilet that drew sidelong glances from colleagues. Finally, at 8:50, Zheng Huan headed upstairs to the conference room. He took several deep breaths, a calming technique from Australian manuals, before knocking with trembling hand. "Come in." Director I's voice. "This matter must be significant. Why else would the director personally summon me?" Zheng Huan's chest tightened. Despite his exhaustive efforts, the regulation combing, the document scouring, the elaborately crafted seamless report, he understood the fundamental reality. The Australians set the rules. The senator chiefs, by traditional reckoning, were all veteran officials of pen and sword. Their familiarity with these systems exceeded his own by orders of magnitude. If they identified some critical loophole he'd missed, neither he nor Zhang Yu would escape unscathed. Pushing the door open, Zheng Huan found the conference room sparsely populated. Only Director AI, Director Wang, and Inspection Division Chief Li Fulai were present, along with Huang Ping and Yao Yulan. Zheng Huan couldn't decipher the significance. He announced his arrival formally, then took a seat near the door at Wang Qi's gesture. "Excellent, everyone's here. Let's dispense with preliminaries." AI Jixin's directness was characteristic. "This meeting has one purpose, discussing the abnormal stamp tax declaration from Noble Gathering that team leader Zheng reported last week. Chief Li Fulai will brief us on the case details." Li Fulai distributed files to everyone present, then began outlining the investigation's findings from the past 4 days. Contrary to Zheng Huan's expectations, Noble Gathering was far from a simple north-south commodities trader. Though possessing few assets under its own name, the establishment's shareholding structure was labyrinthine, involving connections to major households throughout the city, particularly the Lin Zunxiu family. "I should clarify," Li Fulai added, "Lin Zunxiu appears on the Political Security Bureau's Guangzhou City Key Observation List. Additionally, several reactionary gentry we eliminated during the witchcraft case show up in this firm's transaction records. Though not official shareholders, The connections are unmistakable. He continued explaining that Noble Gatherings accounts were catastrophically disorganized. Not only had they failed to implement formal Australian bookkeeping, but even traditional four-pillars balancing ledgers were maintained haphazardly. Beyond extensive receivables on account, numerous transactions violated basic commercial logic. Though solid evidence remained elusive, the bureau chiefs inferred the existence of massive IOU current accounts, off-book records, even purely oral agreements. In Director Wang's words, this was a white-glove operation, a shell through which tax evasion far exceeding the firm's total capitalization could be conducted. Li Fulai spoke unhurriedly, his measured pace deliberate. Yet Zheng Huan's nerves went taut. The division chief's characterization carried weight. This opening clearly signaled preparation for a major case. End of chapter. Chapter 1985. Economic Crime Investigation Bureau. Our collection operations have barely completed 2 quarters. Losses remain containable, which means we must strangle this kind of abuse in its cradle. Absolutely no appeasement. AI Jixin's palm struck the table with resounding force. Let these people discover whether the Senate's Finance and Tax Bureau has teeth. Let them learn whether they dare continue playing clever games. Investigate freely. Remember, don't fear implication, don't fear offending powerful interests. I have complete confidence in your abilities. We serve the Senate and the people. The 4 naturalized citizen cadres rose in unison. Excellent. Then I hereby announce the establishment of the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau Case 712 Luo Family Stamp Tax Special Task Force. Director Wang Qi will serve as overall leader. Municipal Direct Management Divisions, Zheng Huan as Team 1 leader. With Municipal Tax Statistics Divisions, Su Zhui, and Municipal Tax Assessment Divisions, Chu Zioran as members. Responsible for account book review. Municipal Finance and Tax Bureau Economic Investigation Division Investigator Yao Yulan as Team 2 leader, with Municipal Economic Crime Investigation Division Investigator Huang Ping as member, responsible for investigation execution. I expect unity, cooperation, and the full deployment of your respective strengths to complete this task perfectly, delivering a satisfactory result to the Senate and the people. Upon dismissal, absent personnel will be notified separately by the Municipal Bureau Office, Wang Qi added. The task force will work centrally from Room 114, Economic Crime Investigation Division. Zheng Huan's eyelid twitched. What unit is this? Why have I never heard of it? As early as the Grain Collection Bureau period in Lingao, AI Jixin and his fellow Wujiaku senators had harbored ambitions to construct a departmental armed force modeled on the Song Dynasty Imperial Tax Police Regiment. They weren't alone in this aspiration. Senators of varying rank and influence all schemed to build organizational muscle: Health Enforcement Brigade, Industry and Commerce Enforcement Corps, Communication Security Corps, Agricultural Reclamation Armored Division. The proposals multiplied prolifically. A veritable wave of departmental armed force construction swept through the Senate. Senators argued publicly while forging private alliances. The Great Library found itself retrieving and printing various pamphlets at senators' behest, each purporting to demonstrate the necessity, rationality, and conformity to international practice of these proposed institutions. Naturally, the consistently correct executive committee shot down virtually all such initiatives. To date, only the health department had succeeded, securing a unit with business guidance authority within the police system, the health police. Even this limited victory failed to extinguish the Wujiaku gentlemen's dreams, AI Jixin included, of establishing a violent law enforcement apparatus under their complete control. Following the Finance and Tax Bureau's establishment and its temporary co-location in Guangzhou, far from Lingao's oversight, AI Jixin perceived an excellent opportunity for breakthrough. He spared no effort promoting his vision to the Wang Qi couple. Initially, the Wangs resisted. Being older, They favored stability and security in all matters. They had no fondness for violence, much less desire for gun barrels under their authority. From their perspective, at least within the Finance and Tax Bureau, gun carriers represented massive cost and minimal output compared to those adept at manipulating ledger books. Besides, the naturalized citizen cadres they'd cultivated were precious assets, masters of theory centuries ahead of this timeline. Wasting them on armed enforcement seemed criminally inefficient, but time and evidence shifted their assessment. 3 months prior, during first quarter collection preparation, AI Jixin had presented crucial materials at a closed meeting in the small conference room. These materials weren't AI Jixin's fabrication. Rather, they represented a compilation of economic intelligence gathered by various departments during routine operations following the Senate's entry into Guangzhou. Some data emerged from social surveys, other fragments from confessions extracted during major investigations. Though the information remained largely fragmented, it sufficed to illuminate the true character of South China's premier trading port and its merchant princes. The couple's position gradually evolved from "this cannot be done" to "perhaps we should attempt it." After extensive secret discussions, AI Jixin drafted a formal proposal and reported to Wudyaku. Following over half a month of internal deliberation, the document was submitted to the Administration Council via Chengdong. The Wudyaku faction's private consultation network, long established and highly effective, canvassed reactions across the spectrum, from original executive committee heavyweights to soy sauce senators of all tiers. They settled on a strategy: Advance 2, Retreat 1. The Retreat 1 component abandoned insistence on replicating the old timeline's tax police regiment model, minimizing or eliminating violent attributes. The Advance 2 component exploited current ambiguities in departmental power and responsibility boundaries, plus numerous vacancies in social management frameworks, focusing instead on expanding supervision scope and law enforcement authority. The application's core content divided into 2 major sections. Part 1 articulated foundational principles, background, significance, and necessity for establishing an economic crime investigation division. Guangdong province had only recently been liberated. Beyond Guangzhou and key provincial towns, Senate governance remained superficial at best. Given severe shortages in naturalized citizen cadres and National Army security forces, government control would demonstrably lack both depth and breadth for the foreseeable future. Even within prefecture-level Guangzhou, which received the Senate's concentrated attention, economic management at the transmigrator social level remained essentially blank. Facing massive capital requirements for old city renovation, new city construction, and comprehensive social governance, the Senate lacked effective economic supervision and management systems. Most departments possessed little clarity even regarding economic affairs within their own jurisdictions. Excluding the Finance and Tax Bureau, other departments' economic expertise was approximately nil, fundamentally inadequate for fully mobilizing Guangzhou's economic capacity. A more critical consideration: this timeline bore no resemblance to the old one. No unified, centralized, powerful social security environment existed here, nothing comparable to what the Red regime had established. Instead, conditions more closely paralleled early American development. Under such circumstances, adhering rigidly to old timeline's purely civilian administrative structures was obviously incompatible with reality. As the Senate's sole economic management organ, the Finance and Tax Bureau should shoulder responsibility for managing the social economy and filling governmental functional vacuums. Following 3 principles: overall planning, unified construction, and professional division of labor, the proposal recommended the Senate establish a politically reliable, rapidly responsive, professionally competent composite talent team serving as the sharp edge of social economic management. Transform passivity into initiative. enhance popular law compliance through decisive action, guarantee 100% execution of Senate directives, ensure society's long-term stability and economic order. Part 2. Detailed organizational structure, responsibility scope, authority parameters, and personnel allocation recommendations for the Economic Crime Investigation Division. Following Cheng Dong's directive of hands and feet as extensive as possible, public profile as minimal as possible, the proposal first suggested establishing the Economic Crime Investigation Division with deliberately low visibility as a finance and tax bureau directly subordinate secondary unit, operating exclusively at provincial, municipal levels under regional finance and tax bureau directors' command. Second, the division's responsibility scope would transcend mere tax-related cases, encompassing supervision and inspection of the entire social-economic order, including financial markets. Primary focus: cracking down on serious illegal behaviors affecting economic management order, financial fraud endangering tax collection and management, manufacturing or trafficking counterfeit currency, smuggling, obstructing normal company and enterprise management. Regarding authority, division personnel would carry weapons and possess mandatory powers including summoning suspects and witnesses, arresting criminal suspects, conducting searches and tracking operations. To prevent loss of effective evidence and assets, the division could implement preservation measures, prior sealing and freezing of relevant materials and assets. Meanwhile, considering this timeline's indigenous population generally possessed minimal legal awareness, with violent resistance to lawful authority occurring regularly and illegal activities frequently protected by force, the Economic Crime Investigation Division required appropriate self-defense capability. This would ensure investigators' personal safety while generating effective deterrence against lawless elements, facilitating smooth investigation and inspection operations. Regarding execution, beyond detaining and auctioning assets according to law, the division could independently prosecute criminal suspects. These authorities would operate under case-by-case approval protocols. Sealing and freezing required consent signatures from finance and tax-responsible officials at county, district level or higher. All other actions required consent signatures from provincial, municipal level finance and tax-responsible officials to achieve validity. Third, acknowledging the generally low educational attainment among naturalized citizen military and political cadres under Senate governance, and considering the Economic Crime Investigation Division faced no immediate heavy violent law enforcement demands, the proposal recommended selecting physically capable professional cadres from departments like the Finance and Tax Bureau Inspection Division for armed law enforcement training in Lingao. Additionally, noting that Senator Selena's partial responsibilities in the old Timeline Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives substantially overlapped with Economic Crime Investigation Division functions, and that Senator Selena herself possessed both extensive frontline law enforcement experience and considerable accounting knowledge, the proposal recommended the organization department solicit her personal views on serving as division head. Appended to the main document came an explanatory page, a postscript. Experience had taught them that beyond genuine power brokers with vested interests, Lingao's Senate contained legions of soy sauce constituents who vote against whatever I don't understand. This postscript employed deliberately blunt language to convey fundamentals. Currently, various economic problems, financial fraud, tax evasion, operated without departmental oversight. The Finance and Tax Bureau, as the appropriate counterpart possessing relevant professionals, should establish comprehensive management and supervision systems, particularly for strictly punishing those who feign compliance or brazenly attempt defying Senate law. Old Timeline finance and tax departments operated as purely civilian entities because the state provided ubiquitous security environments. This plains grassroots social chaos was self-evident. If finance and tax cadres could only operate as unarmed civilians, they'd be lambs for slaughter. Consequently, for subordinate personnel safety, necessary self-defense measures were mandatory. Wang frowned slightly. Selena has already been positioned as candidate for General Guard Bureau Director. She's unlikely to transfer to this new department. That actually works in our favor, AI Jixin replied with evident satisfaction. What do the executive committee heavyweights detest most? Waste. This General Guard Bureau Director position essentially functions as a glorified bodyguard chief. Lingao already has Wu Yang serving that role. Why create redundancy? End of chapter. Chapter 1986, Economic Crime Investigation Division. Consider this. Selena is a trained professional. Previously, her foreign status limited her utilization. She's been relegated to consultant and instructor roles. This so-called General Guard Bureau position, another glorified bodyguard assignment. Now she's supposedly being entrusted with heavy responsibility. Can we honestly claim we're utilizing her skills optimally? Senator Protection Work wastes her talents egregiously. Proposing her for concurrent economic crime investigation duties would actually deploy her specialty. Besides, given the Senate's organizational tendencies, they might consolidate both functions. Doesn't the American Secret Service operate as a Treasury Department law enforcement unit? We create a Treasury Secret Service, and the law enforcement authority becomes secure. You're forgetting someone, Zhang Zioki observed archly. If we don't list him as a candidate, won't he have opinions? Who? National Police. Don't tell me you've genuinely forgot. Ah, Wang understood immediately. His wife referenced Pan Jackson, currently hosting police training operations in Guangzhou. As director of the National Police Criminal Investigation Division, Pan had purportedly resigned and joined the transmigration because of dissatisfaction with old timeline work conditions. Yet in Wang interactions with the man, he'd consistently detected considerable sophistication regarding economic matters. But what did that signify? Wang felt his wife worried excessively. We don't concern ourselves with his previous career. Even assuming he came from economic investigation originally, so what? After years in this new timeline without mentioning his former profession, he's obviously chosen to conceal that background. He won't suddenly emerge to sabotage our initiative. And Selena, Wang voiced his real concern. Do you think she'll actually accept? Difficult to predict. But I suspect compared to her current idle status in the General Guard Bureau, she'd prefer our Economic Crime Investigation Division. It closely resembles the IRS Criminal Investigation Division, Zhang Zioki said. My worry is we're spreading ourselves too thin too quickly. AI Jixin remained skeptical the plan could gain approval from soy sauce constituents lacking any managerial awareness. Reasonably speaking, Wang wrung his hands thoughtfully, what we're proposing addresses functions no one currently performs, no question of usurping other departments' authority. Otherwise, what wait for disasters before panicking? Though actually, you're not particularly confident either, correct? Zhang Zioki smiled while lifting her teacup. I observed this during the tax farming debates. These people follow a pattern. I don't understand, won't learn, have no solutions, but I'll curse anyway. Can't beat you on technical details. They retreat to political high ground spouting grand principles. Can't prevail on principles. They simply act like hooligans declaring I'm a senator. If not to do whatever I want, why would I come to this broken place? Donglan faction behavior, AI Jixin spat with disgust. So what do you propose? No alternative, this is reality. Wang clearly disliked this conversational direction. I think our document reads too bureaucratically. The few administration council members who understand will be fine. The others, they'll oppose without even reading, Zhang Zioki said. Could it be that we need to? Back when I worked the hall, during festivals people would slip me shopping cards. A few hundred yuan, nothing excessive, not requesting illegal favors, just hoping for smooth tax reporting, overlooking minor flaws. Zhang Zioki rolled her eyes at her husband. Did transmigration somehow make you not Chinese anymore? Running the ministries, they all understood the euphemism. Senate structure centralized all power. Any project required application to central authority. Consequently, since the Administration Council and Planning Academy's establishment, ministry running had become the inevitable path for senators pursuing initiatives. This matters considerably larger. Institutional establishment isn't a single department's concern. Wang rubbed his chin. We'd need to engage multiple departments, involving numerous senators' positions and attitudes. This probably exceeds the scope of a few hundred yuan shopping cart operation. The three understood the implications perfectly, but such discourse remained profoundly taboo. The Senate had only recently passed anti-corruption measures at the second plenary session. Cheka was operating overtime. Though the Political Security Bureau maintained plausible deniability, their black material archives were substantial. Naturally, everyone understood political security didn't conduct senator reconnaissance or compile profiles of 100 officials, officially, but monitoring naturalized citizen cadres' loyalty constituted their primary function. When senators made moves, nearby naturalized cadres inevitably got touched. Once investigations opened, senators found themselves entangled. This matter, AI Jixin declared after prolonged silence, ISS requires only modest shopping cart investments. Excessive expenditure isn't justified. AI Jixin's pronouncement set the tone. The Wang couple said nothing further, privately sighing with relief. 10 days later, AI Jixin returned from Lingao bearing the Administration Council's formal approval document. The plan had been modified extensively. Wang had received preliminary details via AI Jixin's telegram. Fortunately, Chengdong had coordinated in advance with key police and legal heavyweights Ran Yao and Ma Jia, accommodating their modification requests on partial authorities while securing Wu De's support given their positive relationship. The initiative's alignment with strengthening social management appealed to Secretary of State Ma's preferences. The modified plan passed, barely. However, the formal approval document narrowed the Economic Crime Investigation Division's authority scope to 4 key targets: disturbing economic management order, financial fraud, endangering tax collection and management, and obstructing normal company enterprise management. Striking counterfeit currency manufacturing, trafficking, and smuggling were revised to cooperation with police and customs operations. Regarding authority, the Investigation Division retained all powers pertaining to tax administrative investigation and tax criminal investigation, entitled to exercise comprehensive investigation rights. But mandatory powers shifted from the original, can summon suspects and witnesses, arrest criminal suspects, to 24-hour summoning and interrogation rights. Ran Yao and Ma Jia both adamantly insisted arrest authority could only belong to police. Acknowledging this timeline's backward communications and tight manpower, county-city-level police bureaus where investigation divisions operated would temporarily issue serial-numbered blank arrest warrants for division use as needed. But subsequent reporting to equivalent-level police bureaus was mandatory. When circumstances matured, the system would transition to case-by-case application protocols. As for execution rights, the Investigation Division could decide searches, seizures, and sealing of involved houses, goods, transport vehicles, and other movable and immovable properties, but possessed no confiscation or auctioning disposal rights for movable or immovable properties. Cases requiring judicial prosecution must be transferred to the procurator rate. Considering the procurator rate currently employed only Senator Shen Ruoming, the recommendation suggested Finance and Tax Bureau dispatch professional cadres for concurrent posts in the procurator rate, specifically handling economic cases. Authorities somewhat narrowed, but we have limited personnel. Counterfeit currency and smuggling cases, we couldn't shoulder those burdens short-term anyway. better serving consultant roles. Regardless, the institution had finally been established. AI Jixin encouraged everyone to look forward, emphasizing work methodology. The plan's passage owed largely to their deliberately low-key positioning of the Economic Crime Investigation Division as an internal finance and tax bureau secondary unit. As a department with independent personnel organization authority, per third plenary Senator Conference resolution details, the Finance and Tax Bureau only needed to file secondary unit establishment with the Administration Council. Cheng Dong's personal Administration Council appearance to request approval already demonstrated considerable importance. Filing and approval differed substantially in efficacy when navigating future challenges. No need to antagonize the vast soy sauce constituency at General Assembly. These aren't the critical considerations. Administration Council approval today doesn't preclude future confrontations. The Administration Council ultimately answers to the Senator General Assembly. We'll continue briefing stakeholders. Premier Cheng instructed me before departure, wants us to expedite that Senator Foundation plan we discussed previously, letting those people understand backdoor immunity provisions were established early. Otherwise, they'll perpetually feel a supervision organ targets them personally, AI Jixin said. Easy enough to discuss. What about the director position? I spoke with Ming Liang from the organization division. He says no position restrictions apply to Selena now. If she's willing, she can serve. He'll personally deliver relevant documents to Selena for confirmation. Do you think she'll accept? Why wouldn't she? AI Jixin asked with evident confidence. Idle for years, now offered serious employment deploying her talents. How could she be unhappy? Difficult to predict, my director AI. Wang Qi shook his head. Why was she promoted to General Guard Bureau Director initially? Bluntly speaking, wasn't it because she's aligned with no faction? Everyone felt secure. She departs, who replaces her as guard? Even if she wants the transfer, those above may not consent. AI Jixin paused, then said, We'll address that later. Regardless, I've proposed the candidate. If they disagree, we'll find another. Someone must assume the position. Indeed, Selena's appointment generated no follow-up after the report's submission. The investigation division temporarily fell under Wang Qi's leadership. The glorious responsibility for Guangzhou's #1 tax case landed squarely on his shoulders. Though Wang Qi's expertise suggested this case probably wasn't excessively complex, his years of experience warned him matters wouldn't prove so simple. Since antiquity, employing major cases to strike dissidents had been consistent methodology. The Senate naturally couldn't transcend such vulgarities. The Mao family case had eliminated numerous prominent households inside and outside the city. Now the Noble Gathering case, from gathered intelligence, might implicate many gentry throughout Guangzhou. Whether to simply conduct official business or pursue extensive implication depended on Grand Magistrate Liu and others' temple calculations. Wang Qi deliberated extensively before deciding to meet Liu Xiang first, fully absorbing his perspective. Arrange meetings with Mayor Liu, also Director Lin and Chief Mu, he instructed the office secretary. Oh, and Director Wu as well. End of chapter. Chapter 1987. First team meeting. Following the meeting, Wang Qi led Zheng Huan, Yao Yulan, and Huang Ping directly to room 114. Surveying the office's bright windows and orderly desks, Zheng Huan experienced an indescribable emotional complexity. Regarding knowledge, the chiefs commanded encyclopedic expertise, astronomy above, geography below, even recounting trivial details of barbarian marriages thousands of li distant with casual familiarity. Days ago, he'd overheard Director Zhang and Director Nan chatting with a cluster of female tax hall colleagues about the Jianzhou Jurchens. Apparently, a woman from the Mongol Korkan tribe named De Yuer, 13 years old in the 5th year of Tianqi under the usurper Ming, had married Jianzhou Jurchen leader Huang Taiji as a concubine, bearing him 3 daughters. Though this woman was merely a concubine to the slave chieftain, She'd been childhood sweethearts with Huang Taiji's 14th brother, Dorgan. Yet worldly circumstances proved unpredictable, and paternal commands brooked no defiance. The lovers could only exchange speechless glances upon meeting. But that wasn't the end. De Yuer's elder sister Harjal had also been taken into Huang Taiji's palace 2 years prior, 1634, and enjoyed considerable favor. These boudoir intrigues were recounted with such meticulous detail, spoken with such logical coherence, as though the women had witnessed events personally. Even housewives gossiping by the communal well didn't achieve such encyclopedic prattle. Gossip was one matter, but the chief's general demeanor differed little from common villagers. Even Director Zhang walked with a martial swagger devoid of the gentleness expected from wives and mothers. Just now at the meeting, Director AI had chopped his hand down with fierce emphasis, ordering them to investigate to death, murderous intent permeating every syllable, utterly lacking the composure expected from superiors. Zheng Huan suspected even the old fiends from traditional Yamen wouldn't display such coarseness. Su Zhui and Chu Xiaoran arrived with commendable speed. Both had received notification only temporarily and appeared somewhat disoriented as they settled. Wang Qi distributed the case files, instructed Zheng Huan to brief them on the basic situation, then closed his eyes to rest privately. Several days ago, he'd met individually with Guangzhou's principal leaders to discuss case handling approaches. Generally speaking, their perspectives fell within expectations. One faction favored weaving crimes, haggling over every detail. Another advocated acting strictly according to law, avoiding wide implication. Finally came Liu Xiang, whose opinion embodied the golden mean. This wasn't political slickness. He hoped to strike hard against gentry and major household power, while avoiding excessive harsh laws and severe punishments that might damage market vitality and economic dynamism. After all, economic improvement constituted his primary mandate. Even within the Finance and Tax Bureau, Wang Qi's views diverged from AI Jixin's. AI insisted on positioning the Bureau as a violent enforcement organ, the manifestation of state power, ensuring public compliance through rigid management. Regarding Case 712 specifically, AI hoped to leverage this opportunity to deliver severe warnings to Guangzhou's major households. Even those uninvolved should feel the warning, beating the grass to startle the snake, letting these people who hadn't truly experienced consequences since the Senate's arrival understand proper submissive behavior. His so-called breach 1 point to expose an entire network actually intended massive implication among merchants, particularly major households. However, according to the financial behaviors in Great Ming commerce that Wang Qi had learned through field census work, reality proved far more intricate than anticipated. Mutual lending and shareholding arrangements proliferated like ox hairs. Though finance and tax bureau management was already extensively rough, it couldn't withstand merchants being even more extensive. If they genuinely pursued one thread to investigate an entire network, every merchant large and small in Guangzhou would face ruin. The strike surface was simply too broad. Deterrence would certainly be achieved, but they'd simultaneously scare numerous industrial and commercial households into closing and fleeing. Wang Qi believed the Finance and Tax Bureau in the spacetime plane shouldered far more than simple Finance Bureau plus Tax Bureau responsibilities. As the Senate's sole social economic management organ, it should emphasize reasoning. Beyond taxation, the Bureau's critical function was managing economic order effectively and cultivating tax sources. Dig a large pond to raise healthy fish. That too was among their duties. Guangzhou's fiscal revenue already possessed guarantees. Tormenting the entire cohort of major households to death was genuinely unnecessary. Establishing select examples to kill chickens frightening monkeys would suffice. Moreover, the Senate had governed Guangzhou merely 1 year. indigenous peoples' comprehension of various policies remained severely limited. They deserved not only warnings but also buffers, opportunities for self-correction and active alignment with Senate directives. Courtesy before force. These differences remained tolerable, hidden, after all. Before the second quarter collection period commenced, Zhang Xiaoqi had returned to Lingao to attend to children and summarize Guangzhou experiences for perfecting fiscal systems across Hainan Grand Region governments. AI Jixin had also departed for Lingao, according to schedule, for Administration Council questioning regarding the Guangzhou municipal tax sharing grading pilot plan. Wang himself had shamelessly insisted on accompanying his wife to visit home, directly resulting in the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau's senator team being utterly vacant for over a week, truly offending AI Jixin, who'd originally intended for Wang to remain stationed in Guangzhou, not lightly. Since returning, Director I's expression had been notably sour, his smiles consistently forced. A tangled mess. Wang rubbed his temples. Transmigration. What difference did transmigration actually make? He'd thought being a superior would require less mental and physical exertion. Instead, matters involving people, money, and resources generated identical friction, actually harder to manage than the old timeline. Back then, at least everyone understood tacit conventions and observed baselines. This bunch of crude blanks in Lingao genuinely dared mount direct confrontations. He glanced up, finding everyone else silently reviewing files, and smiled wryly again. Superiors proved difficult to handle. Subordinates weren't easy either. An unsuccessful scholar from the old era, a refugee without family, a widow dragging a daughter, a former indigenous resistance fighter against government army, plus a loyal informant. Also 3 men and 2 women. Truly a God-matched ensemble. Pity if Hollywood doesn't film this as a series. Big pit. Enormous pit. His finger traced gentle circles on the teacup handle while his mind calculated deployment strategies. Though these few represented the best personnel he could muster, their quality was hardly reassuring. Age alone, except Chu Zioran being slightly older, the others were all bratty youth around 20. He could only hope they wouldn't become temperamental and create massive disasters that would ruin their entire lives. Steadiness should take priority. Wang suddenly recalled a phrase from BBS posts back in Lingao. Build hard stockades, fight dull battles. Appropriate advice for this situation. Everyone's reviewed the case files. Wang straightened, scanning the room. The Daker reminded him intensely of the old timeline. He seemed to recover the sensation of grassroots secondment assignments. Currently, you're unfamiliar with the case and unfamiliar with each other. My requirements for today's work. First, read the file thoroughly. Second, communicate extensively among yourselves, not merely about the case. Since you'll be partnering for these months, I don't want you remaining nodding acquaintances when disbanding at the end. Understood. Understood, Director Wang. 5 people rose in unison. Sit. We're discussing case details, not convening a loyalty declaration assembly. Wang truly harbored no affection for this protocol naturalized citizens particularly favored. Which fellow invented it? I'll arrange assignments briefly. Su Zhuoi. Here. Sit down. Wang covered his face helplessly, spreading in his chair. Military training effect is too effective. Listen, in this room, regardless of who speaks what, you're forbidden from such startled reactions, understand. Yao Yulan, what are you doing? Sit down. Hearing Wang words, Yao Yulan reflexively began rising, then was forcibly interrupted. For a moment she remained half-bowed, buttocks protruding, hands pressed on the table, neither standing nor sitting. Sit quickly. Seeing her awkward position, Wang urgently gestured for her to resume sitting. Ha, Su Zhuoi led the laughter. The others joined with lighter chuckles. The atmosphere instantly harmonized considerably. Seeing Yao Yulan settle back, Huang Ping beside her hastily pushed her stool forward as well. It's fine, sit down. Noticing Yao Yulan's entire face flushed crimson, he hurried to reassure her. Everyone's relieved. Director Wang said no more of that protocol in future. It's not directed at you. Before you review case documents, I'll spend a few minutes simply discussing certain tax-related details involved in this investigation. You're encountering such cases for the first time. I fear some concepts may not be comprehended deeply. The off-duty whistle had sounded twice, yet Wang Qi continued talking without pause, gesticulating flamboyantly before the presentation board. His so-called simple discussion had persisted 5 hours, from afternoon work commencement until now. The 5 naturalized citizen cadres below dared not doze, but their expressions of blank incomprehension demonstrated Wang Qi's impassioned guidance had transformed their brains to paste. Remember, the meaning of deemed sales of goods involves collecting payment or issuing receipts to purchasers. Wang Qi completely disregarded his subordinates' numb expressions, growing increasingly animated. After 7 or 8 years of transmigration, his conversations had been broad and comprehensive. Training classes taught only foundational knowledge. Never before had he experienced such utterly satisfying business discussion. This time he was finally refreshed, caring not whether they could actually understand. Bang, 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 come in. Director Wang, the canteen's begun serving meals. Should we send yours here like noon? Fine. Wang Qi raised his hand, checking his watch. Goodness, so late. Notify them, send it quickly. Understood. Zheng Huan's dinner proceeded as silently as lunch. The others followed suit. Only sounds of chewing rice and sipping soup filled the room. Director Wang's authoritative bearing hung there. No one dared speak or move rashly. Plus, the chief himself wasn't particularly adept at conversation. Several attempted conversation topics intended to lighten the atmosphere ended anticlimactically, rendering things more awkward instead. All right, eat slowly. I'm heading to the training class. Wang Qi possessed self-awareness. He shoveled random mouthfuls of rice, considering the meal concluded. Understand what you can from this afternoon's lecture. Don't take it to heart. Primary goal is perceptual familiarity. Like this, team leader Zheng. Wang Qi rose and patted Zheng Huan closest to him. Watch the time. When appropriate, let everyone return to rest. No tasks tonight. End of chapter. Chapter 1988, a small meeting of recalling bitterness. Yes, Chief. Not this again. Wang Qi harbored profound unenthusiasm for this militarized management protocol. He could never comprehend certain senators' obsession with etiquettes like heel-clicking and formal acknowledgments. The rituals always felt uncomfortable. I'm departing first. You chat and familiarize yourselves. Wang Qi's departure brought Zheng Huan's anxieties to the fore. The chief's instruction had clearly delegated authority to him for tonight, but why? Regardless of seniority or background, command shouldn't fall to a buck private, simply because his seat was positioned closest to the chief. Slurp, slurp. Ah, I was suffocating just now. Before Zheng Huan could ponder carefully, soup-drinking sounds shattered the office silence. Comfortable. Su Zhuai banged the empty bowl on the table, rolled up his sleeves, and wiped his mouth with evident satisfaction. What are you staring at? Never seen a man drink soup properly. Ha. What kind of lay are you? Brother Su, were you truly suffocating that badly just now? It couldn't have been that extreme. Who says not extreme? I always drink soup like this. During dinner with the chief, I observed you all taking delicate sips. I don't know that refinement, could only chew dry rice, didn't dare drink one mouthful of soup. Brother Su appears a straightforward person at first glance. Zheng Huan turned to ladle soup from the bucket for Su Zhuai. I'll manage myself. Team leader Zheng is too polite. It's nothing, this bucket sits close to me. Hearing Brother Su's accent, you're a northerner. Correct, I'm from Shandong, Changyi County of Leizhou Prefecture. Su Zhuai shoveled rice without raising his head, clearly ravenous. Leizhou, that's 3,000 or 4,000 li from Guangzhou Prefecture. Zheng Huan set down his chopsticks, regarding Su Zhuai with some surprise. Thanks to thorough reading of pirate studies magazines back then, he possessed reasonable knowledge of Chinese geography. He knew not only that Leizhu was in Shandong, but also that this was where Kang Yao had launched his rebellion. However, that wasn't what surprised him. Another question had lain dormant in his heart for years. The chiefs originated from Qiangzhou, further south than Guangzhou. Why were there so many northerners, particularly Shandong natives, among the cadres? Traveling all the way from Shandong must have been arduous. Manageable. Rode the Senate's ships. Though seasickness plagued me somewhat, I didn't suffer excessively. Arrived peacefully in Qiangzhou. By ship, Zheng Huan's eyes involuntarily widened. Though Guangzhou hosted numerous foreign merchants, and virtually every family maintained some connection to maritime commerce in everyone's eyes, ocean shipping constituted a 9-deaths-1-life enterprise. People or cargo could vanish instantly. These chiefs actually dared employ ships to transport people from Shandong to Qiangzhou and transported so many. How much suffering endured along that passage? Ocean voyages must involve considerable discomforts. Could elderly and children in your family endure it? Family? Long gone. Originally not a wealthy household, hungry one meal, full the next. Once soldier chaos erupted, what wasn't starved or frozen to death got killed by rebel soldiers. I originally had a wife, she fell behind during our flight, was violated to death. Only I escaped alone. Su Yue continued shoveling rice without raising his head. Damn it, truly can't get accustomed to this rice. Mantu are satisfying, gnawing one in each hand. Zheng Huan felt instant embarrassment. He recalled how, before the Senate liberated Guangzhou, he and his companions had debated this Shandong pacification strategy while strolling outside the city walls, arguing methods to quell rebellion fastest. At that time, according to Australian magazine reports, rebel army and Great Ming government army seesawed around Leizhu, both sides suffering heavy casualties. The four of them had stood on an earth mound guiding the country with vigor, quite proud of their strategic brilliance. Now confronting a living Shandong survivor, a person whose family had been broken, who barely escaped rebel hands, made that finger pointing at rivers and mountains seem utterly ridiculous. What? Su Yue set down his bowl, looking at Zheng Huan, who didn't know how to respond. Nothing. The dead cannot resurrect. That son of a bitch Kang Yao had his head chopped by the Senate, avenged us. I'll follow the Senate for life. What did Chief Wei say? Fight across the Yangtze River to liberate all China. Ha ha ha. Giggle giggle. What's so amusing? You didn't go become a soldier, ran here to play with abacuses instead. Sister Chu, don't laugh. Not to boast, but with my physique I was mobilized to join the army immediately upon entering the factory. Su Yue unconsciously thrust out his chest, straightening his clothes. Who knew some senator declared playing abacuses has more chi than holding guns? They sent me to vocational school to study finance and tax. Actually, Su Yue's physical examination result had been grade C according to standards. Grade A meant qualified for enlistment, grade B, reserve enlistment qualified, and grade C was unsuitable for Q service. Not only unsuitable for Q service, even factory apprentice training didn't want him. Finally, because he'd learned abacus work for several years, he entered the accounting vocational class. But he was young and appeared quite robust. Being rejected by the physical examination felt profoundly shameful, so he strictly claimed having been mobilized to study. Sister Chu, you're a Guangzhou local, correct? How did you simply come to this finance and tax bureau? I heard you have a daughter studying in Lingao. Like you, fell into distress. The smile on Chu Zioran's face vanished instantly. She lowered her head, picking at kale and chewing slowly. For Chu Zioran, her pain wasn't displacement, nor the deaths of husband and daughter, but rather over 20 years of kinship proving thin as paper before money, a hole blown through with a single breath. Sister Chu, don't be sorrowful. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. Seeing her expression, Su Yue said hurriedly. It's nothing, old matters from the past. Stifled in my heart for years, saying it aloud is nothing. Her father had been an old Tengsheng, a child student. Though family circumstances weren't good, he'd loved her dearly, teaching her to read since childhood. After marriage, the household was prosperous. husband singing, wife harmonizing. Though 10+ years of marriage produced only 2 daughters, her husband hadn't minded. The family of 4 was harmonious. Who knew heaven wouldn't fulfill wishes? Her husband suddenly contracted malignant cold, lingered taking medicine over half a year, finally let go and departed. Meager family property sold away completely, only one house remaining, yet coveted by her mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Excusing that she had no son and would definitely remarry in future, they drove her and her daughter from the house immediately after the first 7 days. In-laws refusing to keep me was expected, nothing surprising. What I never anticipated, returning to my maiden home, proved equally futile. My sister-in-law was equally ruthless. Forget about keeping us, she refused even one meal. Chu Zioran said, I'd always thought maiden home was perpetual reliance. Whenever matters arose, my brother and nephew never lacked shares. Whatever difficulties they faced, I always helped if possible. Who expected such outcome? Chu Zioran had nowhere to turn. Her elder daughter suffered fright. After days traveling, her body burned hot, she spoke nonsense. Plus lacking clothes and food. Despite Chu Zioran crying her tears dry, she couldn't keep the girl. The child died in an inn. This tossing consumed the last soft goods on her person. Driven from the inn, she was reduced to begging. Speaking of suffering, that was truly bitter. Desperate to beg, yet even becoming a beggar's wife required money. Chu Zioran rarely disclosed this normally. Big Bone wouldn't permit registration without payment. Without registration, going out to beg meant beatings. Perhaps kidnapping by Flower Patter's kidnappers. That was truly calling heaven with no answer. Yao Yulan nodded sympathetically. I understand this. Like Chu Zioran, she too possessed experience of entire family falling into distress and displacement. Despair at dead ends was deeply familiar. At that time my daughter was so hungry her eyelids barely opened. I was utterly disheartened, simply found grass rope, bound myself and child together. I'd witnessed entire families jumping into rivers multiple times, never expected my own turn. Yao Yulan wiped tears with her handkerchief, past events from those years flooding back, especially her fiancé's withdrawal of betrothal. Thinking of it even now filled her with resentment. Unexpectedly my daughter was shocked awake by water shouting for help, saying she didn't want to die. My heart softened and I didn't die. Thinking again, since I didn't even fear death, why fear living? Thinking this, I returned from the water. Dragging my daughter, seeing a large restaurant by the roadside, I simply barged in. Beating me, I didn't depart. Scolding me, I didn't depart. Finally, some fat young master showed kind heart, gave us mother and daughter a large bowl of meat rice, and instructed the waiter to send us to Sihui Hall. Sigh, pity I was so muddled then, didn't even ask our benefactor's name. Sister Chu, you're returning home gloriously now. This benefactor might as well verify slowly. Zheng Huan felt quite awkward in conversation, because those present were basically bitter big hate deep. Fell into distress, cases saved by the Senate. Though his family circumstances before examinations weren't good, they fell far short of genuine distress. Thus he had no resonance and felt a kind of exclusionary awkwardness. Unlike Huang Ping, who possessed genuine Fangqiati refugee camp background, he wanted specially to integrate into the group. Catching this chance, he interjected. Though his name's unknown since he ate at that restaurant, he must be a regular customer. Restaurant waiters are all human spirits, definitely know his name. When we're free, we'll inquire, certainly we'll discover. That's a method. Yao Yulan's gossip heart erupted. I think we should do precisely that. Once we finish this matter, we'll go find the person for Sister Chu. Correct. That sister-in-law and those in-laws of yours, they must also be fixed up properly. Let them experience dog eyes look people low. Su Jue brimmed with righteous indignation. If they operate shops, investigate to death. If they possess real estate, examine their deed tax. I don't believe they can be completely innocent. Find some excuse, fine them to bankruptcy, then put them inside to eat lawsuits. Wait, this is excessive. Huang Ping hadn't spoken previously, now he shook his head. We must act according to law, cannot enforce from positions of venting private anger. The chief's good scriptures, we can't read askew. Huang Ping's status was higher. Everyone naturally found refutation inconvenient. They only declared that if the parties bumped into their hands, they absolutely wouldn't spare them, venting anger for Sister Chu. The group spoke excitedly. Only Chu Zioran ate her rice silently alone. End of chapter. Chapter 1989. Custom tax neither possessing a secretary to papa like Liu Xiang, nor adopting Mu Min's style of dragging guns to check posts on streets at midnight. So when AI Jixin sent someone after tonight's training ended inviting him to discuss matters in the dormitory, Wang Qi agreed readily. Entering the room, Wang Qi discovered that besides AI Zinni, there seemed to be an additional girl serving. From our bureau. Doesn't look familiar, Wang Qi asked in low voice, leaning on AI Jixin's shoulder. No, isn't, don't talk nonsense. AI Jixin immediately deployed a denial triple with righteous indignation. With your wife commanding that office, I wouldn't dare. I can't withstand the iron fist of justice smashing down. He. Wang Qi laughed dryly, non-committal. It's just that a few buddies selected her for me, saying after all. Seeing AI Zinni turn toward the side room to tidy things, AI Jixin whispered, Zinni is still somewhat inconvenient. Besides, the comprehensive quality of these students from the Arts and Sciences College, established after maid school withdrawal, is quite high. You know, besides bedroom matters, communication between two people is also very important. Otherwise, what's the difference from a living doll? That is natural, that is natural. Wang Qi possessed no life secretary, no authority to comment on this aspect, but secretly he despised inwardly. Aren't you precisely treating your life secretary as a living doll? Old Wang, let's discuss business directly, not delay your rest. AI Jixin caught Wang Qi's expression, realizing his slight verbal misstep. The man opposite was father to 3 daughters. Aren't fathers with only daughters natural feminists? Must pay attention in future. These 2 colleagues had to be maintained cordially. Liu Xiang still wanted to levy certain tax categories that day. We discussed preliminarily. Do you have thoughts? Discussing professional matters, Deputy Director Wang's spirits immediately lifted. Slave tax is straightforward. We already possess mature templates from Lingao. Just adopt and deploy. Data are complete anyway. Clan tax isn't difficult either. Only the clan real estate component requires waiting for field clearing before knowing precisely. If Liu Xiang presses urgently, levying directly according to land deeds could suffice. Who permits Mayor Liu's authority to barely extend beyond city gates? Besides, he also mentioned flower donation prostitute tax. What's your assessment regarding that? AI Jixin, observing Wang Qi beginning to diverge again, interrupted hastily. That's difficult to handle. Wang Qi sighed internally. Too messy, too dirty. Messy, I agree, but dirty. AI Jixin fished $2 silver from his pocket. You tell me between these 2 coins which is clean and which is dirty. Fair point. Why complicate it? Wang Qi leaned carelessly in his chair. Problem involves extensive complications. Tone is difficult to calibrate. What's difficult to calibrate? Liu Xiang's intention is forcing prostitution toward goodness, encouraging labor. So we combine prohibition with levy. You know other senators' positions too. First, Guangzhou isn't Lingao. The gender ratio isn't so severely distorted. Second, if women can earn money lying down, who'll go to factory workshops? Third, infertility rates among prostitutes are excessively high, seriously wasting reproductive resources. We desperately lack population born under Senate rule. Finally, isn't this also the position of those universal value faction members and female senators like your wife? Don't. My wife didn't, my wife isn't, don't talk nonsense. Wang Qi, hearing the underlying implication, hurriedly hurled the denial triple back. Those few sentences appeared valued compliments, actually contained profound contradictions within the Senate. Just like Senator Pan's drunken grumbling sometimes. 80% of male senators are right-wing totalitarian Darwinist socialist straight male chauvinist pigs. whether chauvinist pigs, Deputy Director Wang found difficult to adjudicate. But senators all possessed votes. That was concrete fact. We're both 30-something running toward 40. Can't we see this clearly? Notice she didn't follow Du when making noise. She recognized Nan Wanner as sister first. Nan Wanner and I maintain purely platonic male-female relations. We all treat her as sister. Wang Qi's face filled with grievance. That night's room inspection wasn't controlling your director I's lower body. Yo, sister-in-law, old Wang, you favor this taste. A.I. Jixin laughed teasingly. Confess honestly, no ideas, really no. Get lost, are we discussing business or not? Discussing business, discussing business. A.I. Jixin's mood improved considerably after bickering with Wang Qi. Men after all communicated better with men. In my assessment, this flower donation should be levied. Heh, still young, can't hold composure. Recently, Wang Qi had observed A.I. Jixin frequently expressing sentiments about becoming a hands-off boss seeking leisure. This signaled very poorly. Leadership team infighting could trigger enormous trouble. Consequently, he'd recently exercised caution regarding everything, avoiding stealing A.I. Jixin's limelight, whether third parties were present or not. Like today, regarding whether to levy and by what principle. In the past, when A.I. Jixin raised the first question, Wang Qi would have responded immediately. But now he felt better letting A.I. Jixin speak first. He just hadn't expected this fellow to blurt out his position before 2 sentences of preamble. Damn it, more exhausting than acting in the old timeline. Wang Qi felt profound helplessness. But levying cannot copy Lingao's model. A.I. Jixin, observing Wang Qi's contemplative appearance, assumed he was still concerned about factional opinions. He began articulating his plan without waiting for Wang Qi to speak. Heavy taxation is inevitable. I plan applying 2 prongs, based on strictly implementing Lingao's yellow ticket system. First, strictly strike various private prostitutes, hidden prostitutes, and those one building one phoenix small nests. These people mostly engage in this trade for livelihood, and health risks are enormous, difficult to manage. Currently, Guangzhou City offers abundant employment. Positions recruiting female workers are plentiful too. Treatment isn't inferior to selling bodies. Force them out to work. Correct, the logic is sound. But this isn't what our finance and tax bureau can accomplish. It involves law enforcement problems. I communicated with Liu Xiang beforehand. Other Guangzhou senators, especially Dr. Lin and their health department, approve extremely. Catch them directly to labor camps for work. After several years of remolding, send back to Lingao to resolve marriage problems. Grand Magistrate Liu is pleased. The Senate is pleased too. Excellent, excellent. Wang Qi adopted an expression of washing ears to listen respectfully. Second item is levying heavy taxes on Wind-Moon venues brothels. Regardless what services they provide, all levy uniformly high rates, compressing their profit margins. Currently, personnel flow freely. They dare not transfer all these costs to prostitutes, otherwise people will flee. If raising fees, can Guangzhou's entire Wind-Moon field be supported solely by a few major households? Even if surviving finally, casual inspections still produce fines, right? Sealing and auctioning, purple light pavilion takeover, logical and natural. During this period, estimate many prostitutes will have emerged to work long ago. A.I. Jixin's words left Wang Qi dumbfounded. For a moment he felt the person opposite resembled a furry bear, authentic Russian variety. What's your assessment? Long speech finished, A.I. Jixin suppressed his urge to smoke, drinking deeply. The girl beside immediately filled his cup obediently. Is this manageable? We don't know the details of those Wind-Moon venues. Even desiring high levy, we lack standards. Ask Pei Ziulai. She has that master's concubine purportedly from thin horse-trained courtesan background. She knows this domain transparently. Besides, last time the police bureau conducted custom industry rectification, those women all signed contracts. Many also actively moved closer to organization. Mass foundation exists. Simply request they write materials. Still fear we can't grasp the specific situation. Fair point. Wang Qi considered. I find Lingao's yellow ticket system quite effective. Correct. Also mandatory physical examinations. Unqualified applicants aren't issued yellow tickets. Consequently, our Fubo army soldiers proceed with relieved hearts. Otherwise causing problems in the army proves fatal. Totally only 20,000 plus personnel. How precious. AI Jixin didn't understand why Wang Qi suddenly reverted to mentioning yellow tickets, but he approved this system considerably. I feel since Guangzhou also intends implementing yellow tickets, anyway every prostitute must undergo examination, otherwise tickets aren't issued. Wang Qi shifted his body closer to AI Jixin. Why not levy a sum concurrently when the health department conducts their examinations? Excellent idea, old Wang. AI Jixin experienced sudden enlightenment. Isn't this a replica of insurance companies and vehicle management offices collecting vehicle and vessel tax? Hehe, all vehicles, all vehicles. Pun on driving sex. Old Wang, this isn't your style. Don't fuss, am I a normal man or not? Wang Qi unfolded his notebook again. AI Jixin glanced, apparently notes from his just completed speech. Instantly felt very satisfied. I feel we can make substantial moves with yellow tickets. Wind-moon venues are difficult to control, but yellow tickets are easily controlled. Inspection is simple too, can distinguish without reading characters. No ticket means direct labor camp. We can also establish a reporting system. I recall some time ago Grand Magistrate Liu hired labor at 5 cents daily. Then reward 5 cents for reporting each individual without yellow ticket. Think about it. Encountering someone without a yellow ticket, the patron need not pay money and receives a bonus. Old Wang, you're exceptionally devious, hahaha, but one matter is one matter. Reneging on debts shouldn't be encouraged. Money must still be paid, but confiscated as illegal income afterwards. Speaking of which, your measure can combine with striking hidden prostitutes, etc. Need not duplicate efforts. Let's raise this yellow ticket audit fee. Roughly elevated so general girls in larger wind-moon venues only have enough to eat fully after paying the fee. Old Wang, you're specifically picking soft persimmons to pinch. This is natural. What costs are needed for wind-moon venue management? This yellow ticket audit, the health department must conduct it anyway. Adding our procedure represents basically zero-cost collection. Besides, if you strike the board on madams, those flesh-selling women may not feel pain. Yellow ticket is board striking themselves directly. Between a company losing 10 million and you losing 100 yuan, which hurts you personally. This way thinking will conclude, should change industries rather than changing companies. AI Jixin pondered thoughtfully. Wait, old Wang, then those hang you in high-end brothels, courtesan houses, how do you plan handling them? End of chapter. Chapter 1990, New Australian Tricks regarding this. Wang Qi flipped a page forward in his notebook. I inquired with Pei Ziulai after Liu Xiang finished discussing special taxes that day. You weren't wrong that Su AI is genuinely talented. You see, these hangyuan are still quite different from the brothels we typically conceptualize. Key points, key points. Right. Wang Qi, unperturbed by the interruption, continued marking his notebook with deliberate pen strokes. Hangyuan industry can't be simply defined as brothel. High-end club seems more precise terminology, but actually in the old timeline, I genuinely can't identify which industry benchmarks against hangyuan. There's truly no equivalent. In Ming Dynasty hangyuan, sex transactions constituted merely one component of business operations. The establishments more closely resembled entertainment industry venues. Dignitaries, wealthy men and major households regularly feasted and amused themselves here, listening to songs, watching operas, playing double-six backgammon-like games, playing Go. Not only did hangyuan maintain small troupes capable of performing operas independently, but they also employed chess attendants, ball society, yuanxi football/kuju members, and other idle attendants for patrons' leisure amusement. Supporting this entertainment infrastructure, Major Hangyuan also operated comprehensive logistics departments. not merely cooks excelling at preparing dishes and tea snacks, but also tailors capable of designing and cutting the finest garments, skilled craftsmen producing various jewelry and playthings. This small and complete business model rendered Hangyuan tax categories and rates somewhat controversial. But Wang Qi felt that rather than debating these business distinctions, starting directly from operating income proved superior. Through our investigation, Hangyuan income basically divides into three categories. First is prostitution fees, nothing much to elaborate. Second is service income, musical performances, singing, banquet provision, etc. Third is merchandise sales income. Ready-made garments, jewelry, and food sold in Hangyuan possess excellent quality, command premium prices, and enjoy considerable market reputation. As for arrangements like long-term mistress-keeping, those also count in prostitution fees. Additionally, there's income from comb-up virginity auctions, but currently this constitutes human trafficking, heavy sentences if caught. It's basically non-existent now. I think we need not subdivide so meticulously. Directly categorize into two groups, income with sex transactions and income without sex transactions. Old Wang, I somewhat grasp your meaning. For transactions involving sex, directly employ yellow tickets to inversely conduct this cost to Hangyuan from bottom to top, compressing their profit margins in this aspect. Precisely. And compared to us investigating Hangyuan or Hangyuan self-reporting, starting from yellow tickets can be characterized as precision strike. Then, regarding Hangyuan themselves, don't tell me, AI Jixin propped his head, raising a hand to halt Wang Qi. Is Hangyuan managed as normal enterprise? Impose some heavy taxation, but unnecessary to make it ridiculously prohibitive. After all, service income and sales income constitute legitimate business, correct? Director AI, correct. My thinking aligns with yours. We must provide Hangyuan theoretical transformation opportunities too. Wang Qi sensed they could conclude. Hangyuan themselves don't merely rely on flesh selling to earn sustenance. Excellent. You'll return and organize this special tax plan. No problem. Anyway, I'm idle being idle. Ha 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 ha, old Wang, you and your wife truly dedicate yourselves to the Senate. Ha ha, Director AI, you also take care of your health. Wang Qi pretended to glance toward AI Zinni's direction. But this special tax Liu Xiang mentioned sounds excessively vulgar, like being thieves. Could we call it flower donation? AI Jixin retained lingering apprehension from painful experiences being criticized during the initial tax farming debates. I propose, tax collected when auditing yellow tickets should also classify under stamp tax, but the tax item is custom industry license. By then, having special stamps affixed on yellow tickets also facilitates inspection. As for Hangyuan, simply follow entertainment industry classification. Entertainment industry item under circulation tax, old timeline was 20%, will assign 30%. Thus, for entire custom industry collection, the tax categories contain no element possibly revealing we're collecting flesh money. Anyway, according to Third Assembly Resolution, only tax categories require full Senator General Assembly approval. Tax items only need Administration Council and Standing Committee passage. Brilliant, truly brilliant. AI Jixin's admiration for Wang Qi was genuinely sincere this time. Working at grassroots level made the difference. Techniques for managing leadership came in sets, also leak-proof. But stating it this way, our tax item reform should also be placed on the agenda. Agreed. If not, let's push it forward seizing this opportunity. Then get deed tax implemented too. Give Liu Xiang a joy on joy, how about that? Ha ha ha, excellent. We'll proceed as elder brother suggests. But this way, calling tax collected by Hangyuan circulation tax is inappropriate. I propose better following original old timeline nomenclature business tax, Yingyi Shui, pay tax as long as you're operating business. Regardless what you do, very appropriate coverage scope is also extensive. That's optimal. Wang Qi thought to himself, Big brother, you've finally discovered circulation tax terminology has problems. Guangzhou's summer in the Little Ice Age remained unbearably hot. Even changed into short-sleeve summer wear, Li Ziyu was drenched in sweat. Watching coolies shaking palm fans awaiting work under roadside shade with chests exposed, Li Ziyu felt his uniform sticking uncomfortably. Nearly half a month since returning from Lingao. Neither the bureau nor the chief had announced his promotion appointment. Though more than one person had patted their chest claiming his commission, sat ready in the bureau personnel section. Till now, this legendary deputy director commission hadn't been read to him. He remained security section ordinary staff as usual. Concurrent patrol police work, one morning, one afternoon every other day, left him with a breath faintly blocked in his chest. But work still required completion, streets still demanded patrolling. Currently the entire police bureau operated as one radish filling many holes, no opportunity for slacking. He could only chat aimlessly with Zhao Gui following behind listlessly. Brother Yu, are there Senate ships at Xiangshan currently? Perhaps. That place was originally desolate, just some Dan household's boat people. Later heard the chiefs constructed a wharf there. I heard Mother Wu say her unworthy son now goes to Xiangshan to be some Navy student. Oh, Li Ziyu cared not at all. Too many people joining the military for sustenance these years. Moreover, the Senate's pay was considerably higher, also never defaulted. Mother Wu said her son receives at least 2 yuan payment monthly. How much? 2 yuan, 2 yuan. Zhao Gui startled at Li Ziyu's reaction. 2 yuan monthly payment. These illiterate Cuba soldiers, on what basis do they receive so much? I, a dignified police bureau staff member, literate, busy from dawn to dark, exhausted like a dog daily, only receive 2 yuan monthly salary. Need to use silver feeding these Dan people begging living on water. The Senate is truly blind. Li Ziyu thought resentfully. Ah Gui, don't scratch any more. Seeing Zhao Gui's hand reaching toward his crotch again, Li Ziyu grabbed his baton, delivering a very standard backhand strike. Brother Yu, don't hit. Zhao Gui, fearing pain, hastily retracted his hand. Brother Yu, ahead is Dong family shop. We've wandered all morning. Let's rest our feet. Fair enough. Li Ziyu glanced at the blazing sun overhead. Visiting Miss Dong in this heat wouldn't be unpleasant. Dong family shop bore no resemblance to its former incarnation, selling Shandong pancakes from street stalls with 2 small huts. Since Dong Mingdeng reorganized the establishment under Zhang Xiaoqi's guidance, engaging several new dishes, business had visibly prospered day by day. Plus naturalized citizens in Guangzhou increasing, Dong Mingdeng had simply hired 2 female workers in one breath and taken over an adjacent frontage to expand business area. Yesterday that room had just been tidied. According to Australian terminology, renovation was complete. Miss Dong was organizing accounts behind the counter awaiting health police establishment inspection. Looking up to see Li Ziyu and Zhao Gui approaching, she hurriedly circled to the shop entrance to greet them. Regarding Dong Mingdeng, Li Ziyu felt his emotions were difficult to characterize in one sentence. Initially he'd looked down somewhat. After all, an unmarried daughter showing her face on streets conducting business seemed excessively improper. Later, following contact, he recognized this Miss Dong as a maverick, unusual woman. His heart had begun harboring certain other notions. Now, this Miss Dong was both model appointed by Chief Zheng and had cultivated friendship with Chief Zhang of the Finance and Tax Bureau, unknowably superior to himself, a mere patrolman. Seeing her, he felt discouraged. On what basis are some people so fortunate? Today Dong Mingdeng wore a standard Australian outfit, blue and white one-piece long dress. Lotus root-like white arms exposed completely. For Li Ziyu, who'd witnessed the broader world in Lingao, this wasn't originally rare. Just why did seeing Miss Dong dressed thus make him want to swallow saliva? Li Ziyu hastily retracted his thoughts, shifting his eyes to the shop wall. There, besides the previous health permit and tax registration certificate, a copper coin-like sticker had been added below. This was just affixed by the Finance and Tax Bureau the day before yesterday. Dong Mingdeng's eyesight was exceptionally keen. Observing Li Ziyu's slight puzzlement, she initiated explanation. This seems to be a chief's concept, saying whether tax was paid can be seen and known. This was novel. Li Ziyu leaned forward, examining carefully. Correct. The intricate pattern on this sticker only chiefs could produce. Pay tax and collect this to affix back. Nowhere so simple. Not yet mealtime, the shop was empty. Dong Mingdeng arranged Li Ziyu and the other to sit while instructing Lanner to pour tea. This sticker is affixed door-to-door by tax officers from the Finance and Tax Bureau after tax payment. All shops paying tax in the first half-year possess them, but these few nearby are different. How different? Li Ziyu's interest immediately sparked. During his studies originally, he most enjoyed watching these Australians deploying elaborate tricks in ostensibly inconspicuous places. Look at mine white. Dong Mingdeng pointed at her wall, then indicated the street opposite. Shopkeeper Tong over there has green. Is there specific meaning? The Senate excelled most at crafting systems, often striking vital management points. Consequently, Li Ziyu knew this new trick inevitably embodied certain new measures. End of chapter. Chapter 1991, New Australian Tricks continued, naturally. Team leader Chen came by yesterday and explained the whole system. The stickers come in 3 tiers, white, green, and blue in ascending order. This white one shows we've paid our taxes properly once. My family just started paying last month, so we've only earned white. To get the green sticker, you need 2 consecutive quarters of timely payment. Blue. That takes 4 quarters straight, a full year of compliance. Shopkeeper Tong across the way was among the first to pay back in the new year. He's one of only 2 establishments on this entire street with a green sticker. You should see how he struts about these days. Ha ha, that old skinflint Tong is actually happy to pay taxes. The chief's methods truly are remarkable. Brother you just don't understand. Dong Mingdeng shifted almost imperceptibly from the formal Li officer to the familiar brother you, a change that sent Li Ziyu's heart racing. An iron rooster may be stubborn, but even it cannot resist Australian steel pincers. Now look here, beside the sticker, what else do you notice? Arabic numerals. I can read those. A red number 1. Exactly, another layer to their scheme. The 1 indicates my shop is classified as level 1, the lowest tier for annual turnover. Red means business is decent. Black would indicate merely average trade. At level 1, the annual tax burden is just 1 tael of silver, less than 3 mace per quarter. That's 2 yuan and 50 cents in the new currency. Shopkeeper Tong is level 2, so his quarterly assessment runs to 4 yuan. Now you might think we're paying extra for nothing, but the benefits are substantial. Take DeLong, for instance. You've heard of them, yes. In the past, DeLong only extended loans to major enterprises, and their interest rates were far below the street average. Recently, word is they're planning to serve smaller establishments as well. What does DeLong's lending have to do with finance and tax bureau stickers? Everything. To qualify for a DeLong loan, you must first hold at least a level 2 classification. Then you need a full year of timely tax payment, meaning your sticker must turn blue. Shopkeeper Tong is already level 2. As long as he maintains compliance through the second half of this year and earns his blue sticker, he can apply for DeLong financing. That's what has him so pleased. Every merchant faces lean periods. When you're short on silver and can secure funds from DeLong, the savings on interest alone are tremendous. More importantly, everyone knows DeLong is backed by the chiefs. Borrowing from DeLong means the chiefs themselves have a stake in your business. Those street thugs who might otherwise try to extort or muscle and think twice when they realize that ruining your shop means the money can't be repaid, and then the shopkeeper goes crying to the chiefs. Can they afford that kind of trouble? Brilliant, truly brilliant, though I suspect the chiefs didn't anticipate that last advantage. Li Ziyu paused, thinking. By that logic, wouldn't someone like Master Gao Ju display a level 3 sticker? Master Gao, he's a merchant prince, hardly in the same category as a small-time shopkeepers. Dong Mingdeng laughed self-deprecatingly as she refilled Li Ziyu's tea. I've heard from shopkeeper Tong that these level 1 and level 2 classifications are for us. Well, for small establishments paying the fixed levy, merchant princes and major houses like Master Gao's fall under audit collection. His sticker is a gleaming brass coin embossed with auspicious clouds, much larger and more impressive than ours. Not only that, but it's mounted in a glass frame. The most remarkable part, below the brass coin, a row of bold Arabic numerals displays the total amount of tax he's paid. Why would he want to advertise how much tax he's paid? Ah, this gets complicated. Brother, your family isn't in trade, correct? No, but I have friends in business. Then you can ask them. The first principle of trade is maintaining face, what we call scene. Back in the old days, you'd see green-curtained sedan chairs everywhere, and famous courtesans commanding thousands upon thousands of taels. Why such extravagance? Because others can't see your account books. They judge your capability based on your visible display of wealth. The grander you're seen, the more others trust your resources and reputation, and the more willing they are to do business with you. We small establishments don't worry much about this. We rely on word of mouth and neighborhood goodwill. But major houses like Master Gao's stake everything on maintaining that prestige. Dong Mingdeng sipped her tea before continuing. Since Guangzhou's liberation over a year ago, everyone has witnessed how the Australians operate. What they're entitled to collect, they take without flexibility. But what they're not entitled to, they absolutely refuse, even when offered. Any subordinate caught skimming is punished severely. When assessing taxes, they practically count it out on their fingers, explaining each calculation. Compared to the Ming's chaotic and arbitrary levies, it's like the difference between clouds and mud. So once that sticker goes up, it's tantamount to announcing, I can afford to pay this much in taxes. Naturally, my business handles serious money. Who could doubt your credibility after that? It's far more effective than purchasing a dozen green-curtained glass-windowed sedan chairs. Brother you. Just as Li Ziyu was about to inquire about Dong Mingdeng's new clothing, Zhao Gui came rushing in from outside, scratching at his crotch. Ah Huan's here, looks like she's searching for you. Ah Huan, Li Ziyu was puzzled. The area Zheng Huan was responsible for didn't overlap with his beat. Why would she come during working hours? Brother you. I knew you'd be at Miss Dong's, Zheng Huan drawled, eyeing the pair with barely concealed mischief. Out, let's talk outside. Seeing the situation developing, Li Ziyu hurriedly ushered Zheng Huan toward the street. What's the matter? Take this. You're coming with me to Ah Yu's shop. Ah Yu's shop. Li Ziyu opened the document she handed him and read. Guangzhou City Police Bureau. Our bureau comrade Zheng Huan must travel to Zhang Family Father and Son Food Company on official business to handle a tax-related case. We request your bureau coordinate police escort. Guangzhou City Finance and Tax Bureau August 10, 1636 in the space below, Director Mu Min had written, approved. Transfer to relevant precinct. On the second line, the Bureau Section Chief's notation read, assign Comrade Li Ziyu and Zhao Gui as escorts. Lian Nisheng isn't Ah Yu at Great World these days. He's been at the old shop recently. Come on, it's just procedure. Li Ziyu didn't mind escort duty. He'd be patrolling the streets anyway, and besides, his conversation with Miss Dong had put him in excellent spirits. Ah Huan, you're not actually going to arrest Ah Yu, are you? Li Ziyu teased. No, Ah Yu hasn't done anything wrong. Remember when he mentioned buying land? Yes, I remember. The contract had some irregularities. The Bureau has decided to have him voided and re-signed, then pay supplemental tax. He's not being held responsible. Well, that's a relief. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't really a problem. Li Ziyu glanced behind Zheng Huan. You're going on assignment alone. By now, Ziyu had become an old hand in Australian government service. He knew their standard operating procedures. Assignments typically required at least 2 people. Comrade Su is with me. I sent him ahead to wait for us. If not for needing you and Ah Gui's signatures on the return receipt for this document, I wouldn't have bothered tracking you down. Mail. Of course. Zheng Huan looked baffled by the question. Then why did Comrade Li, who manages this street, have a woman in his group last week. He said every group has one. Oh, that. It's a new bureau initiative, practical training to cultivate multi-skilled personnel. After the collection period ends, Director Zhang arranged for the tax hall to leave only 2 or 3 people on duty, while everyone else reinforces the frontline for hands-on learning. In 2 more days, once the reports are finished, even the women from the Tax Statistics Division will come to the field. Your street isn't a priority area, so you only got 1 person assigned. Key districts can receive up to 3 reinforcements per group. 3 people. Ah Huan, you're in for some good fortune. What fortune? I'm just a tax officer. Zhang Huan smacked her lips with regret. They're going to the Tax Assessment Division. They won't pay attention to us rookies. Tax Assessment Division, Li Ziyu immediately thought of Dong's shop. By the way, Ah Huan, I saw the sticker on Miss Dong's wall just now. According to her explanation, your Finance and Tax Bureau has quite a few intricacies, all conceived by the 3 chiefs. Once we post these, we'll still need to trouble you police folk. How does this concern us? Nothing major. You noticed the colored Arabic numerals on each sticker, right? Miss Dong explained it. She said the color indicates how good the business is. Not quite. The color doesn't indicate business quality. It's assigned based on business quality. The chiefs pointed out that we tax officers and the assessment division have limited personnel. It's impossible for us to visit every household daily. So concerning which shops on the street are thriving and which are struggling, you patrol police actually know better than we do. That's certainly true, Li Ziyu reflected. On his beat, he could identify 9 out of 10 businesses that were prospering versus those barely scraping by. Even when uncertain, he could ask the neighborhood gossips. Given his familiarity, they'd give him accurate information. So first, if you notice a shop with obviously strong business for several days running but still displaying a black numeral, notify our Finance and Tax Bureau. We'll send a specialist to verify whether they need a higher classification. Second, monitor whether shops display the proper certificates and stickers. If a business is clearly operating but has no tax sticker on the wall, report it. Here we go again. You really do treat us police like street dogs. You want us watching whether the roads are passable, whether there are vagrants or beggars, whether the sanitation is adequate, and now this too. Wait, brother, you let me finish. Our director calls this comprehensive tax governance, understand? Don't understand, fine. Just know that helping us keep watch isn't volunteer work. The Finance and Tax Bureau will allocate funds from a special budget to subsidize you. Not much, about 7 or 8 cents per person monthly. Really? Of course. Our Finance and Tax Bureau's commitments are good as gold. The chiefs of several units have already countersigned the documents. Our bureau received internal notification. You should get yours soon. How about it? Just keeping an eye out during your regular patrols earns you 2 days extra wages for nothing. Not bad, right? Chapter 1992, New Australian Tricks continued again. Wonderful, of course it makes sense. A veritable god of wealth. So much better than the Health Committee, which is both stingy and endlessly troublesome. And it's not just your bureau. I've heard Chief Zheng, you know, the one who oversees physics and chemistry in Lingao. No, wait, the Industrial and Commercial Federation. Anyway, they're involved, along with the customs offices at Guangzhou and Xiangshan wharves, even the Health Committee. The collection by agent/entrusted collection plan that Zhang Xiaoqi had originally devised successfully extricated the Finance and Tax Bureau from the pitfalls of tax farming. However, implementation stalled until the second quarter, when it finally began rolling out in phases. Part of this delay stemmed from the need to refine the plan itself, but the larger issue was what their investigations uncovered. Guangzhou's actual situation proved even worse than their most pessimistic projections. After assessing both the quantity and quality of their naturalized cadres, the Finance and Tax Bureau's trio of leaders settled on a guiding principle. Grasp the big, grasp the consolidated, grasp the easy. Grasping the big meant targeting the city's major households as primary collection subjects. Grasping the consolidated involved levying substantial taxes directly on bulk goods through the new wholesale markets that had formed under government organization after eliminating the Yahang, the traditional broker and commission agencies. This portion of tax collection was entrusted to Zhang Shangji's Industrial and Commercial Federation. The Finance and Tax Bureau stationed 2 rotating officials at each market to handle management, supervision, and receive complaints. Similarly, Customs collected taxes on export goods as an authorized agent. At year's end, the Finance and Tax Bureau would allocate handling fees equal to 5% of total entrusted collections from its own operating funds to each partnering agency. For taxpayers assessed under the fixed quota system, the principle of grasping the easy divided them into 2 categories. Level 2, fixed quota taxpayers essentially constituted the middle class, neither major households nor small operators. These merchants typically ran single-industry businesses and possessed considerably less overall strength than true commercial magnates. They had either no independent accounting capability or only rudimentary skills, but generally maintained stable operating income and held fixed assets of meaningful value. Given these circumstances, Wang recommended they be assessed fixed quotas separately for business tax and property tax, with mandatory self-declaration and payment at the tax hall. This arrangement would facilitate the Finance and Tax Bureau's daily oversight. Level 1 taxpayers represented the commercial world's bottom stratum. Their operating income barely sustained a livelihood, and their fixed assets hardly warranted mention, yet their numbers were vast. Like the individual households and husband and wife shops of later generations, such establishments existed in constant flux, opening and closing with alarming frequency. Tracking their specific business conditions was challenging enough. Determining their exact quantity verged on impossible. In Wang Qi's view, these small fries served primarily to address social problems. The cost of collecting taxes from them far exceeded any revenue gained. Scraping meat from fly legs yielded nothing but losses. However, most senators, including Liu Xiang, maintained that taxation was never purely a monetary matter. It represented state sovereignty itself. To whom one paid taxes was a fundamental question touching on popular loyalty and political legitimacy. A compromise emerged. Level 1 taxpayers would pay only symbolic amounts. According to the Bureau leadership's deliberations, this tax rate should be set so low as to constitute a negligible burden, encouraging taxpayer households to pay proactively while minimizing inspection and collection costs. Tax quotas were standardized by industry. Each trade was assigned a total quota encompassing all applicable taxes, in practice, only business tax and property tax. All Level 1 merchants in a given industry paid according to this uniform quota. The amount was calculated to fall slightly below the industry's average revenue and total assets. For example, catering establishments like Dong's shop faced an annual quota of just 1 yuan, equivalent to a Guangzhou civil servant's monthly base salary. The Industrial and Commercial Federation and Finance and Tax Bureau would then jointly designate one agent collection and payment taxpayer, per industry, responsible for collecting taxes from fellow merchants in their trade. Fixed quota taxpayers who had already paid taxes at wholesale markets could claim deductions. The basic principle operated as follows. If their wholesale level turnover did not exceed the upper limit for their current grade, they could apply for tax deduction or refund under a levy first, refund later arrangement. After paying the current period's fixed quota tax, they would present the agent collection certificate issued by the Wholesale Market Management Office to the Finance and Tax Bureau. Given the high interbank lending rates in this era, Zhang Zhaoqi stipulated that the tax collection hall must complete audits and issue refunds within 3 days, not 3 working days, of receiving applications. Alternatively, with the taxpayer's consent, the amount could be deducted from the following period's tax. For taxpayers whose wholesale turnover exceeded the upper limit for their current grade, The Tax Assessment Division and Market Management Office would conduct joint on-site inspections. 2 consecutive periods of excess would trigger an upward grade adjustment or a change in collection method. Li Ziyu listened to Zheng Huan's ceaseless explanations with a smile fixed on his face, even as a chill crept upward from the soles of his feet. Since joining the police force, from walking beats to solving cases to advanced studies in Lingao, his most profound impression had been the Senate's seeming omnipotence. This power manifested not merely in their strange techniques and excessive ingenuity. That was almost trivial. What truly struck him was their insatiable desire to control everything. More importantly, they didn't simply harbor such desires, they possessed endless strategies to fulfill them. Before the Senate, no situation seemed beyond their capacity to manage. As one of the Senate's claws and teeth, he felt perpetual pride in serving this system, even as he often found himself trembling with involuntary fear. The matter at Zhang Yu's company proved to be routine business. Zhang Yu therefore maintained perfect composure throughout the visit from his 2 old friends. From start to finish, not a single brother or old friend passed his lips, only the polite forms of address customarily used when greeting public servants. Nor did he engage in any private conversation. Whatever needed saying had been said days ago. With matters now clear in his mind, Zhang Yu felt no fear. Following Zheng Huan's prior instructions, he answered each question directly and honestly. The procedures concluded quickly. At the end, he nearly asked the question burning in his chest. What about the land contract? This remained his deepest worry. If the transaction were voided entirely, he would need to find new land, hardly something accomplishable in 2 or 3 days. Meanwhile, the machines he'd ordered from Lingao waited for no one. Equipment required installation and debugging. Workers required training. Though the delivery dates on his joint logistics orders were generous, delays meant compensation payments. Any breakdown in any link could spell bankruptcy. Yet after much hesitation, he held his tongue. Zheng Huan hadn't explained this matter, probably because arrangements were already in place. Asking too many questions might only invite trouble. With Huan looking after things, he trusted everything would work out. Bright lights filled the deputy director's office at the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau. Wang was reviewing a newly delivered investigation report on the custom industry, preparing for the upcoming flower donation collection. Report. Enter. Team Leader Zheng. Report, Director Wang. The matter you assigned has been handled. Zhang Company agreed to void the contract and pay supplemental tax upon re-signing. The supplemental contracts that old shop Zhang signed with other merchants have also been voided as notified. I see. Did they express any discontent? Though Zhang Yu's family weren't naturalized citizens within the system, they had been heavily promoted by Senator Hong and established as model collaborators by the Guangzhou Industrial and Commercial Federation. Director Wang still needed to handle execution with appropriate care. None at all. Zhang Yu and his father were completely cooperative, fully supporting our bureau's work. They only wanted to know when they could re-sign the contract. Zhang Company has ordered a large shipment of equipment and machinery from Lingao. Without land, they cannot begin factory construction. They've also accepted substantial orders from joint logistics. A reasonable concern. He must have considerable capital tied up in this. The loan interest alone must be painful, but there's no need to worry. We won't touch Noble Gathering for now. After Team Leader Yao delivers the punishment decision notification today, we'll give him a few more days of peace. We're fishing for bigger prey. Notify Zhang Company to use these days to re-sign the contract and complete tax payment. The land transaction remains valid. Understood. Very well. Dismissed. Remember to write up today's activities in your log. Report. Enter. Report, Chief. Today's punishment notification for Noble Gathering was delivered successfully. No obstruction encountered. The involved party was fully cooperative. Report concluded. Team Leader Yao, you don't need to be quite so formal. Relax a little. Yes, sir. Chief Wang, there's one additional matter I believe warrants reporting. Go ahead. On the way back today, Team Leader Tian from the police bureau, who accompanied me, mentioned that his family has distant connections to shopkeeper Luo of Noble Gathering. He says Noble Gathering can't really be considered Luo family property at all. Old Master Luo had subordinated himself to the Liang family while alive. The current heir, Luo Jixiang, is nothing but a wastrel. Noble Gathering's survival to this day depends entirely on Advisor Liao's management. So this Advisor Liao must be quite the honest and capable fellow. That's what's strange. Advisor Liao isn't an old hand at Noble Gathering. He appeared at the Luo household suddenly, years ago, shortly after old Master Luo passed away. Yet from the moment he arrived, his word became law. To call him the true shopkeeper would be no exaggeration. Interesting, most interesting. Wang Qi rose from behind his desk and strolled casually toward Yao Yulan's side. I sense this Advisor Liao may have quite a story behind him. Wang Qi had drawn uncomfortably close. Yao Yulan could almost hear his heartbeat. She dared not look up, keeping her gaze fixed straight ahead. Her eyes fell upon Wang Qi's collar. For reasons she couldn't explain, her face began to burn and her words came out halting. For a political security cadre, your judgment shows considerable professional instinct. We shall see how this develops. Wang Qi's tone was perfectly neutral as he stepped away from Yao Yulan. Just as she was about to exhale in relief, she felt 3 measured pats on her shoulder, neither light nor heavy. Regarding my eldest daughter's matter, thank you for your assistance. Wang Qi had leaned down unexpectedly from behind, his whisper brushing against her ear. But in future, focus on doing your own job well first. Yes, for the Senate, I mean yes, Chief Wang. Very well, dismissed. Remember to write your work log. After seeing Yao Yulan out, Wang Qi slowly paced back behind his desk and dropped heavily into his chair. He raised his left hand toward the sunlight, clenched his fist, released it, clenched again, released. Then suddenly he slammed his palm against the desk 3 times hard. Pat, 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 you patted her. What the hell were you thinking? Chapter 1993. Circle and approve. Wang Qi lay sprawled across his dormitory bed, half reclined and utterly bored. Perhaps it was his lack of self-awareness as a senator, but compared to AI Jixin, who bounded about east and west, radiating boundless vitality, he preferred to hole up in his quarters the moment each day's training ended. As for the senator residence he'd specifically applied for at Great World, he couldn't even muster the energy to visit. Why exhaust myself? He mumbled, turning over again. The Guangzhou summer was absolutely unbearable. This heat was not fit for human habitation. Where was the little ice age they'd been promised? At least in Lingao, the general office delivered ice blocks daily, and the buildings were designed for proper ventilation. One could stay comfortable without electric fans or air conditioning. But here, even his dormitory, buried deep within the Finance and Tax Bureau compound, was stifling beyond endurance. The thought of Liu Xiang and AI Jixin lounging on cool couches right now, maids gently fanning them, ignited a small fire of resentment in his chest. But he could only blame himself, who told him to bring his wife along. He possessed neither Liu San's courage nor Liu Zheng's boldness, and his own wife was certainly no magnanimous spouse like Dong Weiwei. During the previous period, his wife had inexplicably developed warm feelings toward Nan Wanner, drawing close to the girl and vigorously cultivating her. Director Wang had initially assumed his wife had experienced a change of heart, that she wanted to find herself a sister. The notion had secretly pleased him, but he was a battle-tested veteran. He betrayed not a flicker of expression. Day after day, he presented himself as a modest gentleman to the world. No matter how Deputy Director Zhang probed and fished for information, he maintained that he personally had absolutely no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, he regularly published reflections about how psychologically difficult it would be to accept such arrangements, while simultaneously excoriating Director AI as corrupt and degenerate, playing with women, and displaying moral depravity. Throughout this period, Deputy Director Wang had admittedly wavered. At times he secretly wondered if he'd missed some opportunity, but in the end he persisted. And when Deputy Director Zhang finally submitted an application to formally recognize Nan Wanner as her sworn sister, he knew exactly how correct his choice had been. Human survival instincts triggered a sixth sense that never lied. Sigh. Correct was correct, but this senator's fortune remained unenjoyed. Director Wang tossed and turned. He considered calling in the idle guards stationed outside his door to fan him. But when he pictured two brawny men sitting by his bedside, gently waving fans back and forth, a chill of wrongness shot straight to his forehead. Sigh. Never mind. Wang Qi sat up and shook his palm fan vigorously several times, as if driving something away. Days ago, his wife had written to say that their application to recognize Nan Wanner as a god-sister had been rejected. The General Office only acknowledged senators adopting children, not opposite-sex sworn siblingship. Zhao Zishan had indicated that if they insisted on forming a kinship bond, they would need to make Nan Wanner their adopted daughter. Sworn sisterhood would not be recorded. Daughter. Wang Qi smiled wryly. Given their ages, having a daughter Nan Wanner's age wouldn't exactly shock the world in this era. Girls of 15 or 16 commonly married and bore children. But they'd always treated her as a sister, actually changing one's address to Dad and Mom. He shivered again. Better to forget it. Since then, his wife had rarely mentioned the girl in her letters. Wang Qi suspected her enthusiasm for finding an aunt, for their daughter had passed, which was probably for the best. Everyone could relax and be happy. Otherwise, maintaining a firm stance day after day was genuine suffering. Jokes aside, Wang Qi had always sensed something hesitant and uneasy in Nan Wanner's response to their favor. Though she accepted their goodwill, one could always detect a kernel of resistance within her. She consistently maintained a faint but perceptible distance. Wang Qi knew how many naturalized citizens with ambitious hearts racked their brains to work beside senators, hoping to obtain a senator's favor. A single good impression could prove invaluable. If something happened later, one casual mention from a senator could mean prosperity. Yet this girl seemed afraid of growing too close to them. What is this young lady thinking? Wang Qi pondered the question. On the nightstand beside his bed lay the summary report on Noble Gathering's asset composition, delivered just today. As Wang Qi had predicted, after paying the 10 times penalty on their tax liability, Noble Gathering had almost immediately rushed to re-sign the land transfer contract with Zhang Company. The moment the papers were signed, every trace of tension evaporated from the Luo household. Tusk, this handwriting is beautiful. These subordinates were capable indeed. Switching from brush to fountain pen, they could still produce such elegant script. Wang Qi idly picked up the pencil on his table and selected the simplest name from the shareholder column. He attempted to write a she character in front of it. Damn, truly ugly. Comparing the two, his attempt looked even worse. Forget it, a leader only needed to perfect his signature. Why bother with all this? Wang Qi resolved to switch entirely to circle reading in the future. Drawing circles, at least, he could manage with reasonable roundness. The 7 or 8 households on this list were all prominent figures in the city. Any single one of them in past times would have rivaled Gaoju in influence. These names had been screened through multiple rounds of discussion. In truth, the earliest report Li Fulai had prepared contained nearly 20 families. Due to various reasons, such as deferring to the opinions of Liu Xiang, Zheng Shangji, and other senators resident in Guangzhou regarding certain major households, Ai Jixin and the others had struck names here and there. In the end, the list had shrunk by more than half. This Senate is doomed. Ai Jixin had slammed the table at the time, his face full of grief and indignation, conveniently forgetting that he himself had crossed off 2 families. Wang Qi scanned the list from beginning to end once more. It still seemed too long. Counting on his fingers, his fully usable subordinates numbered just 5 junior officers. They expected him to handle 7 or 8 major households. Did they truly think people of this era were fools? These merchants might not understand technology industries, but when it came to navigating government affairs, they were seasoned veterans. No, he had to narrow the selection further. Wang gripped his pencil and began stroking slowly down from the first household on the list. Liang family. Since they ranked first, there was no escaping them. Reason and propriety both demanded it. Su, Wang, Huo, Liang, just you, capable enough to plant an advisor inside the Luo family while maintaining such a small visible stake. Impressive. Not investigating you would be a disservice to your family's reputation within the Senate. That made 2, roughly sufficient. No, he had to add 1 more. Otherwise that kid AI Jixin would never agree. Wang glanced at the ugly she character he'd scrawled earlier. This one would do. Having drawn 3 circles, Wang wrote in the upper right corner with flourishing strokes. Discretionary key inspection, 3 households. Submit to Director AI Jixin for review. Only then did he set down his materials, grab his palm fan, and shake it vigorously several more times. Perhaps because night had deepened, the temperature seemed to have dropped. After gulping down a large cup of herbal tea like an ox at a trough, Wang felt considerably refreshed. He raised his wrist to check the time, nearly 9 o'clock. Where was that girl Yao Yulan? Political Security Bureau soldiers daring to ignore a senator now. Report Chief. Finance and Tax Bureau's Yao Yulan requests an audience. The guard knocked and entered, his voice lowered. Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao arrives. Send her in. Wang pulled on his coat while pacing toward the living room. From certain angles, he actually quite disliked this Political Security Bureau girl embedded in his department. He knew the decemvirate system was an internal security measure approved by the Senate, one that had made outstanding contributions over the years, especially regarding which young men his eldest daughter had been corresponding with. He owed them considerable thanks for that intelligence. Zhao Mangsheng's secret police couldn't be called wrong in principle. Even in the old timeline, such organizations had their place. But facing the Senate, this political anomaly of the new era, the system seemed somewhat maladapted. Wang had heard more than one senator from other departments complain about the discomfort of wondering exactly which unit does this subordinate truly belong to. And yes, he felt the discomfort too. Though Director Wang knew perfectly well that he was merely a director, sent here only to hold a post rather than to establish a kingdom as some sort of emperor, he still disliked having subordinates whose loyalty was not absolute. This, too, was human nature. That morning, he'd encountered Wu Mu at a meeting convened by Liu Xiang. A woman accompanied Wu Mu, introduced as a backbone member of the Political Security Bureau, surnamed Yang something, specially dispatched from Lingao to assist him. The meeting's theme concerned how to strike at anti-Senate underground groups in connection with the stamp tax case. Wang had listened in bewilderment. The case hadn't even entered formal investigation yet. How had the Political Security Bureau already reached such conclusions? Were they planning to fabricate charges in the style of unwarranted, Yu Fei's infamous accusation, or simply determine guilt first and find evidence afterward? During the meeting, Wu Mu had mentioned that the current financial situation involved struggle. He didn't specify what kind of struggle, only reminding everyone that beyond certain minor actions, the gentry and major households inside and outside Guangzhou were also engaged in other illegal activities. He specifically noted that small quantities of counterfeit currency had been discovered circulating at market level. He declined to elaborate, saying only that a report would be issued soon for everyone to review. Wang had knowingly refrained from asking further, but when he'd sought out Yao Yulan after dinner that evening, he was told, Team Leader Yao went out. She didn't say where. This put Wang in a very sour mood. One could guess with one's toes that this was 80% likely the embedded informant going to deliver her report. Report about what? That their trio was guilty of dereliction of duty, or improper personnel decisions, or forming cliques without honesty toward the Senate. Officially, they weren't permitted to collect intelligence on senators, but heaven only knew what these people hiding in corners had actually recorded. "Tell her to come to my dormitory before 9 o'clock the moment she returns," Wang had instructed with barely concealed resentment. He resolved that the next time Zhao Mengsheng faced criticism at a Senator General Assembly, he absolutely would not lift a finger in that man's defense. "Chief Wang, you sent for me." Yao Yulan's face was flushed, whether from running the whole way or for other reasons, he couldn't tell. "Take this to Director AI." Wang kept his expression blank as he slid the list he'd circled and approved into a file envelope, sealed the opening, and passed it to Yao Yulan. "Yes, sir." "Nothing else. Dismissed." "Yes, sir." Team leader Yao. Just as Yao Yulan stepped over the threshold, Wang called out to stop her. "There may be an important mission tomorrow. Remember to rest early after making your delivery." Yao Yulan froze, hesitated briefly, then answered, "Yes, sir." Chapter 1994. Liang residence. Liang who sat quietly in his study, brow furrowed, cradling a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. A wisp of cool breeze drifted in through the window, gently lifting the pages of a newly bound poetry collection on his desk. The soft rustling seemed unusually loud today, as if the wind itself were restless. The courtyard beyond lay silent, not even a cough disturbed the stillness. Everything appeared as it had for years. The moss-covered rockery, the ancient trees in their verdant grandeur, the pool of jade-green water, and the dozens of orchid pots he loved so dearly. How long can this peaceful ease remain? Liang who asked himself. The noble gathering affair seemed to have settled, but Liang who, well versed in the bandits' patterns, could smell the approaching storm. Some invisible hand appeared to be tightening around them, openly and in secret, making young Master Liang feel as though breathing itself grew difficult by the day. He felt restless and distracted, unable to grasp at anything, filled with a floating sense of insecurity, as if all four walls offered nothing to lean upon. A maid's voice came softly from outside the door. "Lin Zengxiu, young Master Lin has arrived." Liang who started as if waking from a dream. He set down his teacup, exhaled slowly, and replied, "Show him in at once. No need for the flower hall, bring him directly to the inner study." Lin Zengxiu strode in moments later, dispensing with pleasantries entirely. He simply placed a newspaper on the desk and spoke directly. "Brother Liang, please look at this. It's the new article Crime and Punishment of Finance and Tax, published in the Daily the day before yesterday. I read it carefully. It discusses various precedents and malpractices of so-called Australian song taxation, what the Australians call cases and interpretations. Voluminous and technical, but whether reading between the lines or on the surface, every word conveys a single message. Pay tax according to law. Evaded taxes will be investigated. Under Australian statutes, the shadow enterprises in which we hold shares are all classified as illegal businesses. Every one of them appears on their lists for striking and collecting. Among them the brothels and gambling dens. Even if we brought them into the light and legalized them, the trackback taxes, the confiscations, never mind all that. The mere criticism from respectable quarters alone would be more than we could bear. And without those substantial cash flows, how are we to deal with the bandits? Liang who gazed blankly toward the window. After a long pause, he spoke. "Zhao Juran visited yesterday." Lin Zengxiu stiffened. What did he want? The Zhao family and my Liang family have always been on friendly terms. Considerable silver has passed between us over the years. Yesterday, however, he came to settle all accounts. His words were evasive, guarded. I suspect he intends to suspend dealings with the Liang family for some time. Why would he do that? Zhao Juran said that since receiving Director Zheng's instruction to abide by the law and follow the law some days ago, he had already reported all his family's assets and businesses to the Finance and Tax Bureau, accepting both penalties and payments. He came specifically to apologize. The meaning beneath his words was clear. He wished the Liang family well and hoped we would look after ourselves. He fears the bandits intend to move against us. Lin Zengxiu flared with anger. That spineless old man. The bandits haven't even done anything yet, and he's already frightened into such a state. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Surely it won't come to that. The bandits make endless proclamations about benevolence and virtue. The Liang family has aided them many times and co-founded the charity hall. When Governor Wang attacked Guangzhou, we extended them numerous courtesies. One might say we've shown them considerable grace. Such treatment would chill the hearts of every scholar and gentleman. How would they ever win hearts and gather talent in the future? Without popular support, how can they hope to take the realm?" Liang Kunhu sighed softly. "The bandits' hearts are set on the common people, not on scholars. They enforce harsh laws and severe punishments, treat scholars with contempt. Yet they excel at the 100 crafts, refine agricultural techniques, engage freely with merchants, and promote their pseudo-learning. Foolish commoners, coveting petty profits and knowing nothing of the greater righteousness, their vision extending no further than their own feet, they are easily deceived by the bandits. Though the bandits cannot win the hearts of the realm scholars, their soldiers are superbly trained and their weapons keen. Since antiquity, the mandate of heaven has belonged to those with strong soldiers and sturdy horses. What can a few scholars accomplish? The Australians have their own scholars. They need not employ us. They are just like the Mongols. Perhaps bows and horses alone will suffice to make all of Hua Zia reek of mutton." Lin Zengxiu lowered his head in thought. It was true. Though the Australians had conducted some sort of civil service examination after occupying Guangzhou, and many people assumed it was the Australian equivalent of the imperial examination, those with any understanding knew it was nothing of the sort. The imperial examination selected officials. This civil service exam merely recruited clerks. The requirements were loose, and the admitted candidates came from all walks of life, encompassing every class and trade. Strictly speaking, it showed no regard whatsoever for scholars. After a pause, Liang Kunhu picked up the newspaper again. His finger tapped against it rhythmically, producing soft papa sounds. "Brother Lin, I've read this article too. The bandits' hearts are sinister. Some time ago, they published tax law openly in the newspaper, proclaiming that paying tax is glory, and everyone is equal before tax law, demanding that scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants all pay taxes and grain alike. No preservation of scholarly dignity whatsoever. And now they've published this rubbish, ostensibly discussing how violations of tax law should be punished. In reality, they're establishing firm footing, positioning themselves on the side of orthodoxy. By proclaiming and clarifying widely first, they avoid charges of punishing without teaching. Yesterday, I heard their tax propagandists were going door to door explaining the regulations. After their lectures, they require every family head, master, shopkeeper, and accountant to sign and pledge their understanding. What is this? It's a confession extracted in advance for the public hall. To know the law and yet offend, to test the law with one's person, this becomes harming the country, thieves of the people. Fail to pay the new dynasty's taxes, refuse to obey the new dynasty's laws, and you cannot be the new dynasty's subjects. The so-called manifestation of official penalties, this is precisely that manifestation. When they catch a few examples in the future, I fear it will be official penalties indeed. Look at them, unwilling to shoulder the burden of punishing without teaching, insisting on claiming the moral high ground, step by step. Finishing, Liang Kunhu smiled bitterly and tossed the newspaper onto his desk with a sharp paw. Lin Zengxiu felt his heart turn to ice. After a long silence, he burst out resentfully. "Then what? Everyone in Guangzhou knows how much young Master Liang has done for the bandits. If they truly treat us unconscionably, let the whole world witness their coldness and ingratitude. Let them see who would willingly become a discarded bow once the birds are gone." Besides, though Guangzhou's scholars and gentry are cowed by the bandits' tyranny, many hearts still turn toward the court. Generations of loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and righteousness. They won't simply sit by and watch. Liang Kun, who shook his head gently. Brother Lin, you see only sentiment. Others look at the balance of power. Sentiment may be pitiable, but power cannot be reversed. Since ancient times, countless generations of the loyal and righteous have perished at the hands of villains. Today, the ground beneath Guangzhou is already enemy territory. With the bandits' military edge ascendant and the court's position contracting, I fear the realm will struggle to mount a recovery for some time. The great gentry clans excel at reading the political winds. A single trace requires parsing 5 different meanings. My Liang family drifts further from the bandits day by day, and our earlier actions were too hasty. The people we drew in were a mixed lot. Some even accepted pseudo-posts. Other families have surely detected much of my anti-bandit sentiment. Such matters under the great Ming would constitute conspiracy to rebel. Though each person may sympathize in their heart, a family's honor and disgrace hang entirely upon this. They will never implicate themselves in our affairs. When the day comes, I fear we'll discover no shortage of those willing to sell out friends for personal glory. Speaking these words, Liang Kun, who couldn't help but recall how, in years past, producing a Liang family visiting card anywhere in Guangzhou had opened every door. A wave of melancholy washed over him. This world has changed. He sighed softly and continued. In the past, when you and I discussed the way behind closed doors, we felt the bandits were uncultured barbarians, relying solely on strange techniques and excessive ingenuity, on the sharpness of their guns and cannons. Their civil administration seemed full of gaps, lacking any coherent system. We assumed their rule could not endure. Only now do I understand. The bandits possess a different method of governance, and power is centralized. They can squeeze people however they wish. We, however, can only let ourselves be kneaded and molded. Our only recourse now is what the ancients called the brave warrior severing his own wrist. We must immediately settle all accounts and withdraw our shares. Even losing some silver, we must cleanly sever ties with every shadow enterprise. This anti-bandit business can never again be spoken of to anyone. Send away anyone involved. Burn all correspondence. We absolutely cannot let them seize witnesses or evidence. If matters come to a head, we can only admit firmly to tax evasion, nothing more. We cannot implicate anything else. If they demand fines, we pay silver. If they want favors, we send heavy gifts. We cannot resist directly. Even if it means breaking the family, we must survive this calamity. In hindsight, our greatest miscalculation was severing contact with the bandits. We should have interacted with them insincerely, dealing with them through empty formalities. Under such flexible accommodation, we would have had far more room to maneuver. We could have probed their intentions. Now, however, we can only advance, not retreat, trapped in a dead game. Master Guo has been transferred back to Lingao. In an emergency, there's no one even to mediate. Lin Zengxiu said in alarm. Then what? We simply let the bandits ravage us. We can only watch from the shore, let them slaughter as they please. Liang Kun, whose face twitched twice. Through gritted teeth, he said softly. If we fight like a cornered beast, acting recklessly, we only give the bandits purchase to grab. What we need now is to suppress with stillness. Crouch low, make ourselves small. Temporarily sheathe our claws and teeth. Even if we lose our commercial enterprises, the Liang family still possesses fine fields and paths, hundreds of clan members. Our roots remain in the earth. Moreover, Guangzhou is one of the realm's wealthiest regions. The court cannot simply sit by and watch as it falls. Sooner or later, they must raise troops to crusade. And the bandits seek to dig up the very foundations of the teaching of names. If the skin no longer exists, where can hair attach itself? You and I, as scholars, will never share sun and moon with these bandits. When the day comes, when the heavenly army arrives, you and I shall donate our fortunes to raise the banner of righteousness. History's pen is iron. It shall forge for us brothers a wisp of loyal spirit. After seeing Lin Zengxiu out, Liang Kun, who felt as though the last trace of vital essence had drained from his body. Brother, It is your elder brother who has failed you. Guangzhou City Finance and Tax Bureau, room 114. Wang Qi stood at the head of the room, his gaze sweeping over each face before him. Compared to Yao Yulan's icy expression, Zheng Huan and Huang Ping displayed flushed cheeks and slightly flaring nostrils. Do you understand your respective assignments? Understood. The 5 naturalized cadres answered in unison, their standard postures suddenly reminding Wang Qi of the military. We want civil struggle, not martial struggle, ring, ring, ring. Hello, Director Mu, good. I'll have them proceed directly there as well. They'll meet at the taxpayer's location. I'm entrusting this matter to you. Thanks, thanks. He hung up the phone. Wang Qi braced both hands against the table and spoke in a weighty tone. The police bureau forces cooperating with us are all